Sword Spirit Chapter 75 to Chapter 138. As time slowly passed, Lu Xian's score steadily stopped at 1 point, showing no signs of moving. As for the rest of the martial artists, their scores had already broken past 100. That Li Hu's strength was indeed extraordinary. His score continued to soar, steadily running in front of the rest of the disciples in this round. His ranking continued to rise, and at this moment, his score had already reached over 300 points. Evidently, he had already begun to kill martial artists at the 5th layer of the body refinement realm. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, Xiaoye's performance this time was also quite eye-catching. He was practically neck and neck with Li Hu, the two of them chasing each other, completely having the strength to fight for the first place. It must be known that Xiaoye's strength was also at the 5th layer of the body refinement realm. In addition, his family background was also not bad, and he usually used a lot of resources. If not for the appearance of Lu Xian and Long Tai in Lin City, Xiaoye would undoubtedly be the number one in Lin City. At the beginning, there were still many people paying attention to Lu Xian, but seeing that Lu Xian's score did not show any signs of moving, the crowd gradually lost interest and focused their attention on Xiaoye and Li Hu. It seemed that the first place of this round would be decided between these two. In this round, our sword sect has also produced a few disciples with decent strength. This Xiaoye's strength is also not bad. Elder Qing stroked his beard and said with a slight smile. At this moment, a white light flashed in the sword forest. This round's disciple had already been eliminated. After seeing the appearance of this disciple, Elder Qing heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, this time, the first to be eliminated was not a sword sect disciple. Soon after, the disciples began to withdraw from the test one after another. Their results were not much different from the previous round's results. After all, the strength of most of the inner sect disciples was at the same level. As for Lu Xian's score, it still remained at 1 point, not moving at all. Now, almost everyone was disappointed in Lu Xian, and there were quite a few who were disdainful. Previously, he had spoken so heroically, but once he went on stage, he actually turned out to be like this. As expected, he only knew how to flaunt his eloquence. At this moment, Lu Xian was still standing at his original position. He had not taken a single step forward. Within this sword forest, enemies would appear continuously as a cultivator moved forward. As long as one did not move forward, there would not be any new cultivators appearing. The boundless sword intent kept crushing towards Lu Xian. After comprehending it for a long time, Lu Xian realized that although the sword intent seemed sharp, it was actually very scattered. Because this sword intent was emitted by the numerous sword bamboos. Every single sword bamboo only emitted a weak strand, whereas, when a myriad of sword bamboos converged together, it formed into an enormous sword intent. However, it was precisely because of this that the sword will appear to be extremely massive, but it was actually completely dispersed. If the sword will could be completely condensed into a ball, it would have been able to instantly kill Lu Xian and the others. However, even though the sword will was scattered, it was still a solid sword will. It was especially so for a warrior like Lu Xian, who had just touched the threshold of the sword will. Such scattered sword will was the best object for him to comprehend. He was able to study it carefully without any danger. Immersed in his comprehension of sword intent, Lu Xian actually forgot about the test for a moment, and entered into a state where he forgot himself and everything else. More and more disciples were eliminated, and very quickly, there were less than 10 disciples left in the sword forest. At this moment, Lin City was also eliminated. Her final score was over 200 points, and she had killed a total of 4 martial artists at the 4th level of the body refinement realm. In the end, when faced with the attack of a martial artist at the 5th level of the body refinement realm, she was finally unable to withstand it, and chose to withdraw. Her strength was only at the 4th level of the body refinement realm. Being able to obtain such a result could be considered to be not bad. After coming out, Lin City's gaze quickly landed on the ranking stone tablet. The first thing she looked at was not her own ranking, but the top 10. In her opinion, with Lu Xian's strength, this amount of time was more than enough for him to kill his way into the top 10. But after a glance, she was very surprised to discover that within the top 10, there was actually no Lu Xian's name. Instead, it was Xiaoye, who had already reached 6th place. Moreover, she had not come out, and was still in the sword forest. You are looking for Lu Xian's name, he is last. A low voice sounded in Lin Sini's ear. Lifting her head, she saw that it was Xing Feng. Xing Feng knew that Lin Sini was together with Lu Xian. Seeing her astonished expression, she was naturally looking for Lu Xian's name. Only 1 point? How is that possible? Lin Sini's beautiful eyebrows slightly furrowed. I also feel that it is a little unbelievable, but the nameplate definitely can't be wrong. It's a pity that we can't see the scene in the Sword Forest, otherwise we would be able to see his situation. Xing Feng said. Not only was Lin Sini surprised, but even he felt that it was a little unbelievable. He never thought that Lu Xian would only be able to obtain 1 point. Could it be that he was really suppressed by the sword intent to the point that he couldn't move? That was something that was practically impossible. After thinking for a while, Xing Feng asked again, does Lu Xian's body have some kind of acute illness? Could it be that after killing the first martial artist, he fainted on the spot? This is the only possible explanation as to why Lu Xian only obtained 1 point and was not transported out. This explanation was the most likely one. Lin Sini frowned and slowly shook her head. I am not too sure. Although she had a good impression of Lu Xian, they had not known each other for a long time. If Lu Xian had any hidden illness, it was impossible for her to know. Suddenly, Lin Sini seemed to have thought of something and a trace of joy flashed across her face. Ah! I know. Lu Xian must have comprehended the sword intent in the Sword Forest. After killing the first warrior, he must have stayed where he was and started comprehending the sword intent. He didn't advance any further. He is a cultivation maniac. If he were to cultivate in the Sword Forest, he definitely wouldn't remember anything that happened outside. Maybe he has already forgotten about the test. Sword intent? Haha, are you kidding me? I admit that Lu Xian is very powerful, reaching the 5th rank of the body refinement realm at the age of 16, he will definitely become a core disciple in the future. But if you say that he has comprehended the sword intent now, I will definitely not believe it. In the entire Wind Sword School, the number of people who have comprehended the sword intent can be counted on one hand. Xing Feng's face was full of disbelief. The sword intent was very important to a sword cultivator. For example, Elder Su had already reached the spirit refinement realm but still hadn't comprehended the sword intent. Now that Lin Sini said that Lu Xian had comprehended the sword intent at the 5th rank of the body refinement realm, how could Xing Feng believe it? If you don't believe it then forget it. Just wait and see, Lu Xian will definitely amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. That Jinggang or whatever, will only be trampled under Lu Xian's feet. Lin Sini lightly snorted. She was full of confidence in Lu Xian. And at this moment, in the entire sword spirit, there were only 3 people left. They were Lu Xian, Li Hu, and Xia Yi. Lu Xian was naturally ignored. Everyone's attention was on Xia Yi and Li Hu, who would obtain first place. At this moment, the two's points simultaneously rose by 100 points. Obviously, they had both killed a 5th rank of the body refinement realm. But immediately after, a white light flashed in front of the sword forest. Everyone's gaze was instantly attracted. Who had come out? Xia Yi? Li Hu? Or was it the last place Lu Xian? The light dissipated quickly, and Xia Yi's figure appeared. Xia Yi has been eliminated, but Li Hu is still inside. Seems like Li Hu will be the first in this round. It's hard to say. Both of their scores are the same now, unless Li Hu can kill another martial artist. Xia Yi's final score was more than 600 points. He had killed a total of 4 martial artists at level 5 of the body refinement realm and was ranked 5th. Back in the Sword Pagoda, Xia Yi's score was killing 3 martial artists at level 5 of the body refinement realm. Now that he was being suppressed by the sword will, he could kill 4. It seemed like he did not waste the previous 7 days. Li Hu's current score was exactly the same as Xia Yi's. However, Xia Yi had already come out, but he was still inside. As long as he killed 1 more martial artist, he would be able to surpass Xia Yi. What's wrong with Lu Xian? He only got 1 point and is in last place? Xia Yi asked in surprise when he saw Lu Xian's score. He was already very satisfied with his score as it was his true strength. However, he did not expect Lu Xian to only get 1 point. Lu Xian might be training his sword while in the sword forest and has not exerted his strength yet, Lin Sini said. A look of realization flashed across Xiaoya's face when she heard that. So that's how it is. Everything makes sense now. Lu Xian had sensed a hint of sword will back when he was taking the assessment in Lin City. Using the sword forest to hone his sword will during the assessment was nothing out of the ordinary for him. Seeing that Xiaoyi and Lin Sini seemed to think that Lu Xian was comprehending the sword will and did not doubt it at all, Xing Feng was a little confused. Could it be that Lu Xian had really comprehended the sword will? As they were thinking, the name on the ranking stone tablet suddenly moved. Li Hu actually got another 100 points and surpassed Xiaoyi instantly. Seeing that Xiaoyi was left behind by Li Hu, Elder Cheng's face darkened. In reality, he should have been prepared long ago. After all, Li Hu was the top disciple among the new disciples of the Fist faction. Although Xiaoyi was not bad, he was not at the level of the top disciple. Xiaoyi, you've been overtaken by him. You've lost again this round. Xing Feng clenched his fists and said in a low voice. Who said he lost? I know my own strength very well. Being defeated by Li Hu is within my expectations. However, his opponent is not me, Xiaoyi said in an undeniable manner. Xing Feng was slightly taken aback, but he immediately understood. You're saying that Lu Xian might make a comeback? It's not a possibility, it's a certainty. Lin Sini added. Xing Feng shook his head. It's difficult. Even if it's really as you said and Lu Xian is comprehending sword intent, he has stayed in the sword forest for so long. His origin energy has been greatly depleted. How will he be able to handle the high-intensity battles that follow? Hearing that, Xiaoyi and Elder Cheng were instantly speechless. Xing Feng's words were very accurate. The depletion of origin energy was indeed a problem. For a moment, the two of them could not help but start to worry for Lu Xian. Li Hu still did not come out. He was a disciple of the Fist faction, which was different from the Sword faction. The Sword faction usually killed their enemies with one strike and was extremely fast. However, the Fist faction walked a steady path. And at this moment, on the ranking stone tablet, Li Hu's points jumped again, directly increasing by 500 points. He had already started killing martial artists at the 6th level of the body refinement realm. Xing Feng's face instantly turned solemn. His result was only killing 2 martial artists at the 6th level of the body refinement realm, and he had done it at the risk of being injured. If Li Hu could kill another martial artist, he would be on par with him. If he killed 2 more, it would be enough to surpass him. The crowd instantly quietened down, and everyone stared at the names on the ranking stone tablet. As everyone expected, after 10 breaths of time, Li Hu's points increased by 500 points again, reaching 1,700 points. At this moment, he was already on par with Xing Feng at 2nd place. More importantly, Li Hu still did not come out. Just from this alone, Li Hu's strength had already surpassed Xing Feng. After another 15 breaths of time, Li Hu's points jumped again, to 300 points, directly shaking off Xing Feng and pushing him to 3rd place. Xing Feng's heart suddenly sank. He had already been surpassed by Li Hu. Fortunately, after a few breaths of time, a ray of light lit up, and Li Hu's body appeared before the sword forest. His points were fixed at 2,300 points. But even so, he was currently at 2nd place on the overall rankings, suppressing Xing Feng and only second to Jing Gang. Glancing at the ranking stone tablet and seeing that he was at 2nd place, Li Hu instantly couldn't help but burst into laughter. I said it before, senior brother Jing is ashamed of my inferiority, but the so-called geniuses of your sword faction are nothing more than this. Why don't I see Lu Xian's name? As he finished speaking, Li Hu started looking for Lu Xian's name instead. Because he'd looked through the top 20 yet actually didn't see Lu Xian's name at all, and he was truly unable to wrap his head around it. Haha, junior brother Li, there's no need to look. That Lu Xian is at the last, and he's only a despicable person that knows how to boast. Jing Gang roared with laughter. The sword sect is really declining year by year. Even such a person has actually snuck into the sect. Li Hu's gaze moved down when he heard Jing Gang. Sure enough, he saw Lu Xian's name at the last, and it was only a single point. However, a trace of doubt arose in his heart. That's not right. When Elder Sun told me, he praised Lu Xian to be extremely formidable. He passed through the 6th level of the Sword Pagoda when he was only at the 4th level of the Body Refinement Realm, so how could he only get a single point? While he was puzzled, Xingang bowed to Elder Jean and said, Elder Jean, I think that Lu Xian is here to spoil the entrance test. He deliberately stopped moving after killing an enemy in order to stall for time. This kind of behavior is truly despicable. I think that this person should be directly disqualified from the entrance test, and it wouldn't be too much to even expel him from the sect. This fellow has gone too far. Lin Sini's face was filled with anger. Let's see what Elder Jean has to say. Lu Xian won't really be disqualified, right? Xiayi said with a worried expression, and then she could not help but grumble, Lu Xian is really too much. He doesn't even know the time when he cultivates. If Elder Jean is really persuaded by Xingang and expel Lu Xian from the Wind Sword School, then it'll be a big problem. Hearing Xinggang's words, Elder Jean pondered for a moment, then turned to the sword sect and said, Elder Qing, what's going on with this disciple of your sword sect? If he's really here to spoil the entrance test, then don't blame me for being merciless. Hearing this, Elder Qing bowed and said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner, Vice Sect Leader, I believe Vice Sect Leader also knows that the sword intent in the Sword Forest is greatly beneficial to the people of our sword sect. Our sect's Lu Xian is extremely talented, and it's very likely that he comprehended the sword intent in the Sword Forest. Once he finishes comprehending it, his strength will definitely improve greatly. As soon as Elder Qing finished speaking, a cold snort was heard. Elder Jing of the Saber sect, who was also Xinggang's father, had a face full of ridicule. Elder Qing, are you trying to coax a 3-year-old? Whether his talent is high or not isn't up to you to decide. A mere kid at the 5th level of the Body Refinement Realm dares to talk nonsense about comprehending sword intent? In my opinion, he was obviously instructed by your sword sect's elder to intentionally spoil the entrance test. Elder Qing's brows knit together when he saw Elder Jing actually slandering the sword sect, and a trace of anger appeared on his face as he shouted loudly, Elder Jing, the dignity of my sword sect isn't something you can insult. If you dare to slander my sword sect again, then let's fight before the Sword Forest today. Facing the furious Elder Qing, Elder Jing swallowed his words and didn't dare to be presumptuous. He had only been an elder of the Saber faction for a short period of time, and he was far from being a match for Elder Qing in terms of strength. He didn't dare to fight Elder Qing head-on. Elder Qing grunted coldly when he saw Elder Jing retreat, and then he turned to Elder Jean and said, Vice Sect Leader, I, Qing Li, swear on the honor of the sword faction that I absolutely didn't instruct Lu Xian to do anything. The test isn't over yet, so please let Lu Xian comprehend in the Sword Forest in peace. If Lu Xian doesn't come out by the end, then he'll be at your mercy. Elder Qing was already trying his best to buy time for Lu Xian. If Lu Xian really didn't come out by the end, then he couldn't do anything if Elder Jean wanted to punish him. Elder Jean nodded slightly. Since Elder Qing had sworn on the honor of the sword faction, he had to give him some face. Then we'll do as you said. The test will continue. Now, prepare for the 3rd round. As soon as Elder Jean finished speaking, all the disciples looked at the ranking stele and instantly exclaimed in surprise. Look! Lu Xian's score has increased. His score is increasing so quickly. It's almost an instant kill. Could it be that this fellow is really comprehending sword intent? Comprehending sword intent at the 5th level of the Body Refinement Realm is too terrifying. Lu Xian finally made a move. I knew he definitely had a reason. Xiayi laughed loudly. Just watch. The first place will definitely belong to Lu Xian. Lin Sini clenched her fists tightly, and her face was flushed with excitement. After waiting for so long, Lu Xian had finally exploded. Elder Qing couldn't help but mutter to himself, he finally made a move. Lu Xian, don't let me down. A strange look flashed in Xing Feng's eyes, and he couldn't help but ask, is this fellow really going to amaze the world with a single brilliant feat? Li Hu sneered, so what if he made a move? Expending so much essence energy for nothing in the Sword Forest, I don't believe that you can still surpass me. Li Hu smiled coldly. Outside the Sword Forest, as Lu Xian made his move, everyone had different expressions on their faces. Some were happy, some were expectant, some were disdainful, and most of them were just watching the show. Lu Xian's results had nothing to do with them. At this moment, in the forest of swords, the longsword in Lu Xian's hand danced as he advanced like a hot knife through butter. In the blink of an eye, he had advanced more than 10 steps and had already begun to kill martial artists at the 4th layer of the body refinement stage. Just a moment ago, he'd finally ended his comprehension of sword intent, and he'd broken free from the state of forgetting himself and the world around him. This sword forest was indeed marvelous and extraordinary. Through this short period of comprehension, Lu Xian's sword intent had once again advanced. If he had only touched the threshold of sword intent before, then now, he had already stretched out his hand and pushed open half of the door. As long as he waited for the right opportunity, he would be able to directly step through the door. As for Yuan power, Lu Xian's Yuan power was still very abundant. Because when he was comprehending, the Tai origin technique would automatically and slowly circulate on its own, completely replenishing the lost Yuan power. Facing several martial artists at the 4th layer of the body refinement stage who were uniformly charging towards him, Lu Xian did not dodge or evade. Instead, he directly brandished his sword and strangely, the sword intent emitted by the sword forest seemed to be driven by Lu Xian. Following the movement of the tip of his sword, the sword intent directly shot towards the martial artists. The sword intent emitted by the sword forest was odorless. At this moment, Lu Xian had already reached the realm of half-step sword intent. Driving a small portion of this sword intent was completely no problem at all. When this sword intent was driven by Lu Xian to face his enemies, the sword intent that was originally meant to suppress martial artists instantly became a powerful killing move. As Lu Xian brandished his sword, a swift and fierce sword aura burst forth. Along with it were traces of tiny, yet extremely powerful sword intent. Instant kill, for martial artists at the 4th layer of the body refinement stage could not even withstand a single strike from Lu Xian. Wielding his sword with one hand, Lu Xian's face was indifferent as he fearlessly took a few more steps forward. As he strode forward, black shadows quickly condensed. Swish swish swish, 5 consecutive figures appeared in front of Lu Xian. There were no less than 5 martial artists at the 5th layer of the body refinement stage. In terms of their realm, they were no different from Lu Xian. These 5 martial artists did not have the slightest bit of hesitation. They uniformly pounced towards Lu Xian. They did not have any emotions and only knew that they had to kill the target in front of them. Naturally, they would not have any feelings of fear. They were completely fighting with their lives on the line. This kind of martial artist was the most frightening, and it was also the best test of the examinee's strength. "Come at me." Lu Xian gave a low shout and quickly slashed down with his sword. On the blade of the sword, a trace of lightning flashed. At the same time, a slight sound of thunder rang out. Facing 5 martial artists of the same realm, Lu Xian finally began to use a martial technique. This time, it was the yellow-tier lower-level martial technique, lightning sword technique. After his sword intent had improved, Lu Xian's understanding of sword techniques had also deepened. The sword technique he displayed was clearly even more powerful. In his hands, this lightning sword technique was almost perfect. As the first form of the lightning sword technique swept out, a sword aura that could be seen with the naked eye shot out in an arc, directly enveloping the 5 martial artists within its attack range. The arc-shaped sword aura was extremely fast. In an instant, it attacked the 5 martial artists. Although the 5 of them tried their best to defend, they could not withstand the extremely sharp sword aura. In an instant, all 5 of them were injured and were forced to take 2 steps back. After forcing back and injuring the 5 with a single strike, Lu Xian did not show mercy. He quickly took 2 steps forward and once again used the second form of the lightning sword technique. With the accumulation of the first form, the power of the second form was even greater than before. With this move, the 5 martial artists were forced to take another 3 steps back. A new wound was added to their bodies and they did not even have the slightest ability to retaliate. Before the second form of the lightning sword technique was finished, the third form had already arrived. As Lu Xian attacked with his sword, the surrounding sword chi was once again mobilized by him. Countless strands of sword wool that were as thin as silk instantly condensed into a ball and attacked the 5 warriors in unison. The attack was extremely powerful. Faced with this sword intent-infused move, the 5 martial artists no longer had the strength to defend. In an instant, 4 out of 5 martial artists had been eliminated. at this moment, outside of the sword forest, Lu Xian's valiant killing speed had completely shocked the crowd of disciples. One by one, they cried out in astonishment. Lu Xian has already caught up to Xiayi. He's so fast. Looks like Elder Cheng was right. This Lu Xian's talent is truly extraordinary. Yeah, but I wonder if Lu Xian can defeat Li Hu. Facing the last remaining fifth-layer martial artist, Lu Xian once again slashed out with his sword. This martial artist was also instantly killed and turned into a ball of smoke, disappearing without a trace. At this moment, Lu Xian's score had already surpassed Xiaoye's. Xiaoye's score was only killing 4 fifth-layer martial artists, while Lu Xian had already killed 5. Seeing that Lu Xian's score had surpassed his, Xiaoye was not the slightest bit surprised. Glancing at the shocked Xingfeng beside him, Xiaoye indifferently smiled and said, I already said that Li Hu's opponent is not me. Just watch, the best is yet to come. Xingfeng couldn't help but nod his head. Fast, it was really too fast. From the time Lu Xian made his move to surpassing Xiaoye, only a few short breaths had passed. He could almost imagine the scene of Lu Xian's battle in the sword forest, completely irresistible and unstoppable. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Xingfeng would have found it hard to believe that this was something a fifth-rank body refinement martial artist could do. Seeing Lu Xian's sudden eruption, the happiest person was Elder Cheng. He was so excited that his beard couldn't help but tremble slightly. Originally, he did not hold much hope, but who would have thought that at the last moment, Lu Xian would actually make a counterattack, and in the blink of an eye rushed into the top 10. As long as Lu Xian could kill 3 more martial artists at the 6th level of body refinement, then he would be able to tie with Li Hu. If he could kill 4 martial artists at the 6th level of body refinement, then the first place of this round would be changed. In the sword forest, Lu Xian's battle continued. After killing 5 fifth-rank body refinement martial artists in 3 moves, he unhesitatingly took 2 steps forward. With these 2 steps, Lu Xian could clearly feel that, as he moved forward, the sword intent emitted from the sword forest became stronger and stronger, and the suppression on martial artists also became stronger and stronger. However, for someone who had already comprehended half-step sword intent, this suppression was nothing more than a drizzle. It was completely negligible and could be completely dissolved. It didn't pose a threat to him at all. A new round of enemies quickly appeared. This time, the enemies he faced were 6 sixth-rank body refinement martial artists. The last time he was in the sword pagoda, Lu Xian relied on his strength at the 4th tier of the body refinement realm to reach this stage. However, he could only use the blink sword technique and had no choice but to retreat after instantly killing 3 people. But this time, not only did he increase his cultivation to the 5th-rank body refinement, his sword intent had also advanced a step further. Even if he faced the combined attack of 6 people, he still had the strength to fight back. These 6 6th-rank body refinement martial artists each held a different weapon in their hands, be it a spear, a sword, or a saber. After their figures condensed, without any hesitation, the 6 of them attacked together. Vigorous spirit energy burst forth, a strong pressure came over, and the power was extremely vast. Previously, Xingfeng had been defeated by this move. When 6 people attacked together, it was much more difficult to defeat them individually. But the pressure emitted by these 6 people was utterly nothing in Lu Xian's eyes. When he was in Qingshan town that day, he'd faced the pressure of Long Zhan, whose strength was almost at the 8th level of body refinement. Lu Xian did not dodge or evade the 6 people attacking him at the same time. Instead, he met their attacks head-on, carrying the power of the first 3 forms of the lightning sword art. Lu Xian let out a low roar, spirit energy instantly pouring into the longsword. A dazzling lightning flashed, the 4th form of the lightning sword art was unleashed. This move of Lu Xian's was not just an ordinary martial technique. Within this sword, there was already a trace of extremely sharp sword intent. This trace of sword intent was not the sword intent of the sword forest, but the sword intent that Lu Xian had comprehended. Although it was still very immature, it was still sword intent. Sword intent that was 1 in a million among sword cultivators. A crescent-shaped sword aura slashed out, and a sharp aura burst forth in an instant. Although it was launched later, it arrived first, and directly met the 6 people attacking him. Several attacks instantly collided with Lu Xian's sword. A loud bang was heard, and the collision produced a powerful storm of elemental energy that instantly swept out in all directions. Lu Xian couldn't help but take a step back, and the 6 people were also forced to take a step back. This time, both sides were actually evenly matched. However, Lu Xian was fighting against 6 people alone. Whether it was in terms of numbers or cultivation, he was at a disadvantage. To be able to fight to this extent, one could see how strong his combat strength was. Even Li Hu didn't dare to face the joint attack of the 6 people head-on. He could only use guerrilla warfare, and take advantage of the opportunity to kill. After taking a step back, both sides moved forward again. This time, Lu Xian's attack was even sharper. The lightning sword art had already reached the 5th form, and the further it went, the stronger Lu Xian's combat strength would be. Lu Xian brandished his sword again, and the attacks from both sides clashed again. The 6 martialists were still forced to retreat, but this time, Lu Xian's feet didn't move at all, and he stood steadily. As the 6 people were forced to retreat, one of the martialists suddenly lost his footing, and an opening was quickly revealed. Lu Xian's eyes lit up. This was a good opportunity. He didn't retract his long sword. Instead, he drew an arc in the air, and a circular sword aura enveloped the martialist, instantly locking him in place. At the same time, the scattered sword intent in the sword forest was once again manipulated by Lu Xian, and the sword aura rushed towards the martialist. The martialist didn't have the slightest bit of defense, so he was directly crushed by this move, and his figure instantly dissipated. Lu Xian's points increased by 500 in an instant. Right now, his ranking on the ranking stone tablet had already soared to the 4th place, just below Zhenggang, Li Hu, and Xing Feng. However, the battle wasn't over yet. Taking advantage of the victory, Lu Xian moved forward quickly. The 6th form of the lightning sword art. Its power increased again. At this moment, there were only 5 of the 6th-layer body refinement martialists left. The power of their combined attack was far from what it was before. How could they still be a match for Lu Xian? With this strike, Lu Xian killed another 2 people, and his points skyrocketed by 1,000. The names on the ranking stone tablet changed again. In an instant, Lu Xian's name appeared in the 2nd place, alongside Li Hu. It's a draw. This Lu Xian is so fierce. I'm afraid that Li Hu won't be able to keep his 2nd place. Lu Xian's scoring speed is too fast. He actually used less than a third of Li Hu's time to reach the same score as Li Hu. Lu Xian's strong rise instantly caused the crowd of martialists to cry out in surprise. Right now, they only had 2 words to describe Lu Xian: fast, fierce. The rumors that previously believed that Lu Xian was just trying to show off his eloquence had already been dispelled. Nothing was more convincing than the truth. Such a strong offense, such a fast scoring speed. Among all the disciples present, not a single one of them could achieve this. Even Zhenggang was far inferior. Haha, Lu Xian, well done. Raise the name of our sword sect. Let those who look down on our sword sect open their eyes wide and take a good look. Elder Qin couldn't help but laugh heartily. After so many years, this was the first time he had laughed so heartily in the sex assessment. Li Hu's eyes were filled with gloom. Right now, he was completely reduced to a foil. Everyone's gaze was fixed on Lu Xian's name. In the eyes of the crowd, the current him was only a stone blocking Lu Xian's path. What are you so proud of? He still hasn't surpassed me. Maybe he's already an arrow at the end of its flight and will be eliminated in the next second. Li Hu growled in a low voice. Li Hu's anger and humiliation could no longer attract the attention of the crowd. What the crowd cared about was how far Lu Xian could go, and not whether or not he could break Li Hu's record. Do you guys think Lu Xian has a chance of surpassing Zhenggang? A disciple suddenly asked. His voice wasn't loud, but it was clearly heard by the crowd. For a moment, the crowd quietened down. That's right, could Lu Xian surpass Zhenggang? Before, they hadn't thought about this question, but now it seemed that it wasn't impossible. Zhenggang's score was only around 3,000 points, which meant that he had killed all the martial artists at the 6th rank of body refinement. But now, the gap between Lu Xian and Zhenggang wasn't that big. This voice also fell into Zhenggang's ears. He immediately turned his head and coldly glared at the disciple, his eyes revealing a trace of killing intent. Zhenggang's gaze immediately scared the disciple who had spoken. He had only said it casually and didn't have the slightest intention of provoking Zhang Gang. Slowly retracting his gaze, Zhang Gang's face darkened as he stared at the name on the ranking stone tablet. Until now, he had always considered himself a genius, and thought that he was the strongest disciple in this batch. If he was surpassed by Lu Xian, where would he put his face? Especially those words he had said to provoke the sword sect. At that time it would become him slapping his own face. Humph, want to surpass me? In your next life. A mere 5th rank of body refinement, being able to kill his way here is already beyond my expectations. Don't tell me you guys still think that he can kill martial artists at the 7th rank of body refinement in the Sword Forest? Ignorant. Zhang Gang coldly snorted. If they wanted to surpass Zhang Gang, then they would have to kill a martial artist at the 7th level of the body refinement realm. If it was under normal circumstances, perhaps there would be a slight possibility, but this was the Sword Forest. Even with Zhang Gang's strength at the 6th level of the body refinement realm, he was unable to kill a martial artist at the 7th level of the body refinement realm. Although Lu Xian was powerful, his strength was still there. He was only at the 5th level of the body refinement realm. If he wanted to cross 2 small realms to kill an enemy in the Sword Forest, how could it be so simple? In the beginning, Elder Jean didn't even announce the score for killing a martial artist at the 7th rank of body refinement. Because in the past, in the Wind Sword School's new inner sect disciple test, there had never been anyone who could kill a martial artist at the 7th rank of body refinement. It wasn't that there weren't such geniuses, but rather, the disciples with such geniuses had basically all become core disciples, and wouldn't participate in this test at all. From this, one could see the difficulty of the test. But just as the crowd was discussing, the score on the ranking stone tablet jumped again. The hearts of the disciples also jumped. Lu Xian had once again killed an enemy. This time, Lu Xian's name finally left Li Hu behind and successfully pushed Li Hu to 3rd place. Seeing the change in the score, the disciples who had just quietened down instantly burst into an uproar again. If it was only so, the disciples wouldn't be too surprised. After all, Lu Xian had surpassed Li Hu. In their hearts, it was already an established fact. But now, not only did Lu Xian surpass Li Hu, but in that instant, his score actually directly soared by 1,500 points. Not only did he leave Li Hu far behind, he even caught up with Zhang Gang's score in one go, tied for 1st place. What a sudden increase of 1,500 points meant. Everyone was very clear in their hearts what it meant. This meant that in that instant, Lu Xian had instantly killed 3 martial artists at the 6th rank of body refinement in one move. The martial artists at the 6th rank of body refinement had already been completely wiped out by Lu Xian. Next, he would be facing an existence at the 7th rank of body refinement. To be able to instantly kill 3 martial artists at the 6th rank of body refinement in one move, it was clear that Lu Xian was absolutely skillful and easy in battle. It was not as difficult as they had imagined. More importantly, they didn't expect that just a moment ago, they were still discussing whether or not Lu Xian could surpass Zhang Gang. Now, Lu Xian had used his valiant strength to once again confirm everyone's thoughts. He absolutely had the strength to surpass Zhang Gang. Good, good, good. Elder Chen was so excited that he couldn't speak. He could only say the word good 3 times in a row to express his excitement. How long had it been since the sword sect was this glorious? Elder Chen could barely remember. Originally, after knowing that Zhang Gang was in the Saber sect, Elder Chen didn't have much hope. With the strength of the 6th rank of body refinement, he could completely crush all the inner sect disciples. His greatest hope was that this time, the sword sect would be able to have a few more disciples enter the top 10. That way, he would be able to gain some face. But he didn't expect that Lu Xian would directly give him such a huge gift. A super huge gift. Even if Lu Xian couldn't advance any further, he would still be the rightful 1st place. It was practically impossible for the rest of the disciples to reach this score. After all, Zhang Gang's strength was only at the 6th rank of body refinement, so he could only reach this level. This guy, he really is going to defy the heavens. Xing Feng couldn't help but swallow his saliva and say, to think that I actually dared to challenge him. I was simply asking for trouble. I'm convinced, completely convinced. Now that he thought back to the scene of him challenging Lu Xian, Xing Feng couldn't help but blush. At that time, when he saw Lu Xian's indifferent appearance, he thought that Lu Xian didn't have enough confidence and didn't dare to accept his challenge. But now, it seemed that Lu Xian clearly didn't care at all. Because the two of them were simply not on the same level. To think that when Lu Xian called himself a junior, he still took it for granted that he was a senior. At this moment, Li Hu couldn't even say a single word. With this gap in front of him, if he continued to be stubborn, then he would simply be slapping his own mouth. At this moment, the person with the most gloomy expression was none other than Zhenggang himself. He had just let out his grand words, and Lu Xian's result directly slapped his face. But fortunately, it was only on par with him. He definitely couldn't surpass him. The joint attack of a 7th-rank body refinement martial artist was not that easy to deal with. Zhenggang comforted himself in his heart. But these words, he didn't dare to say anymore, because he also didn't dare to confirm whether Lu Xian really had the strength to deal with a 7th-rank body refinement martial artist. Not bad. I didn't think that within this batch of inner sect disciples, there would actually be another young genius. The strength of a 5th-rank body refinement martial artist, to actually be able to reach this step, is really commendable. Elder Jean said with a smile as he stroked his beard. As the deputy head of the Windsword School, he didn't have any prejudice towards other subsects. Towards geniuses, he treated all geniuses equally. Right now, he was already convinced of Elder Cheng's previous words. Previously, this Lu Xian was most likely really comprehending sword essence. After all, with the strength that Lu Xian had displayed, there was absolutely no need to deliberately mystify things and delay time. After the sword crystal had improved the lightning light sword technique, the power of each move was greater than the previous. The move that had instantly killed 3 people was the 7th move of the lightning light sword technique. After eliminating these 3 practitioners, Lu Xian had already taken care of all the practitioners at the 6th layer of the body refinement realm. What he needed to face next was the existence at the 7th layer of the body refinement realm. Taking a deep breath, Lu Xian did not delay in the slightest and once again took a step forward. After experiencing the first 7 moves of the lightning light sword technique, the sword force that Lu Xian had accumulated had already reached a peak. The next final move would definitely be a thunderous strike. As he took a step forward, the sword intent released by the sword forest became stronger and stronger. Even Lu Xian finally felt a trace of pressure. This was actually the best time to comprehend the sword intent, but there was no time for Lu Xian to comprehend it. Several black shadows rapidly began to condense in front of him. Enemies at the 7th layer of the body refinement realm were about to appear. The 6th layer of the body refinement realm, the 7th layer of the body refinement realm, viscera refinement realm. To be able to reach the 7th layer of the body refinement realm meant that the meridians in the body had already completely solidified. The greater the pressure that the meridians could withstand, the greater the strength that could be released. Although it was only an increase of a small realm, the extent of the increase in strength was enormous. The combined attack of several martial artists at the 7th level of body refinement, in terms of threat, absolutely surpassed Long Zhan. Moreover, the reason why he was able to deal with Long Zhan at that time was because Xianxia had played a great role in restraining Long Zhan. With just him alone, it was absolutely impossible. But now, he needed to rely on his own strength to fight against several martial practitioners at the 7th layer of the body refinement realm. Previously, Zhenggang had fallen at this step. At this moment, 4 black shadows had already appeared in front of Lu Xian. All of them had the strength of the 7th layer of the body refinement realm. Seeing that there were only 4 black shadows, Lu Xian was slightly startled and then overjoyed. He had originally thought that according to the usual practice, 7 martial practitioners at the 7th layer of the body refinement realm would appear at once. Even if Lu Xian was confident in his own strength, he would not dare to boast that he could defeat 7 martial practitioners at the 7th layer of the body refinement realm. But what he did not expect was that after reaching the 7th layer of the body refinement realm, although the strength of the martial practitioners had increased, their numbers had decreased. This undoubtedly increased his chances of victory by a large margin. Lu Xian made the first move without any hesitation, not giving the 4 of them a chance to react at all. Even if the 4 of them were to join forces, their power was not to be underestimated. Lu Xian could not guarantee that he would be able to withstand their attacks, so the best way was to fight them head-on. Lu Xian let out a low growl, and the sword aura that he had accumulated through 7 moves of the lightning sword technique erupted without reservation at this moment. Not only that, but all the entry-level sword will that he had comprehended was also gathered in this sword attack. This was the strongest sword technique Lu Xian had ever used in the history of the lightning sword technique. Under his frenzied urging, the scattered sword intent in the forest of swords were all gathered together. An incomparably sharp killing intent condensed at the tip of the sword, the long sword slashed down, the sound of thunder resounded. A dazzling flash of lightning accompanied the slash of the sword. It suddenly flashed past, making it difficult to open one's eyes. The surrounding yuan power and sword intent were all disrupted by Lu Xian's slash. An unstoppable force instantly exploded and attacked the 4 martial practitioners in front of Lu Xian. Under the vast power of the 8th form of the lightning sword technique, the 4 martial practitioners did not have time to counterattack. They could only forcefully circulate the yuan power in their bodies to block. At this moment, a bolt of lightning suddenly shot out from the tip of the sword. Its target was one of the martial practitioners. This was Lu Xian's real killer move. It was also the essence of the 8th form of the lightning sword technique. The majority of the attack was contained in this bolt of lightning. The force that was released earlier was only to block the 4 martial practitioners and create an opportunity for him to attack. The martial practitioners who were being attacked by the sword intent and yuan power did not expect Lu Xian to have this move. They were caught off guard and had no way to block it. The speed of the lightning was the fastest. All that could be seen was a flash of lightning. In an instant, it had hit the martial practitioner. With a loud bang, the lightning instantly exploded on the martial practitioner's body. In an instant, the martial practitioner was turned into ashes. Instant kill. The first martial practitioner at the 7th level of the body refinement realm was dead. On the ranking stone tablet, Lu Xian's score was the same as Xinggang's. Suddenly, his score increased by 1,000, reaching over 4,700 points. He had left Xinggang far behind. Lu Xian occupied first place. Xinggang had already been surpassed by him. However, this was not the only change. On the overall ranking stone tablet, there was a sudden change. In an instant, it attracted the attention of many disciples. Under the gaze of tens of thousands of people, Lu Xian's name suddenly appeared. Number 500, Lu Xian. Although he was only at the last place, this was the overall ranking. On the ranking, it was not just the new disciples, but all the inner sect disciples. They had trained in Wind Sword School for many years before they could occupy a place on the ranking. But now, Lu Xian had just entered Wind Sword School. He had not enjoyed a single bit of the resources and had directly charged into the overall ranking. This starting point was already far beyond the reach of countless people. Of course, more importantly, Elder Jean had previously said that if he could successfully charge into the top 500 of the overall ranking, in addition to the reward for the new disciples, he would also be rewarded with an additional 2,000 contribution points. Even if Lu Xian could not advance any further, with the reward for the first place of the new inner sect disciple, he would now be able to obtain 4,000 contribution points. This was a huge sum of money. The 2 ranking stone tablets changed at the same time. The scene suddenly became deathly silent. Xingfeng swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Looking at the huge ranking stone tablet, he murmured, he really did it. The first place of the new inner sect disciple charged into the top 500 of the overall ranking. This is simply unimaginable. Peerless genius. He really is a peerless genius. With this kid, in less than 3 years, our sword sect will definitely regain the position of the first division. Elder Qin could not help but cry tears of joy. He had waited for this day for far too long. Seeing that Lu Xian really took first place and trampled on the arrogant Xinggang, Xiaoyi could not help but fiercely wave his fist. I knew that this guy would not let us down. Just wait, the assessment is not over yet. I believe this is definitely not Lu Xian's final strength. Once Xiaoye's words came out, everyone was shocked. Killing a 7th rank body refinement warrior, this had already broken the record of Wind Sword School over the years. If this was not Lu Xian's limit, then how strong was he? At this moment, Lu Xian had already become the focus of all the disciples' attention. Such a strong result was right in front of them. They could not be dissatisfied. The people of the Saber sect had already laid down their flags and stopped their drums. Zheng Gang, whom they were so proud of, had already been ruthlessly trampled under Lu Xian's feet. He no longer had any reason to be arrogant. The provocative words that Zheng Gang had said to the sword sect now seemed like a huge joke. Lu Xian had used his results to ruthlessly slap Zheng Gang and the people of the sword sect in the face. Even Elder Jean, who was the vice-sect leader of the Wind Sword School, could not remain calm at this moment. The record that the Wind Sword School had maintained for so many years had actually been broken just like that. In terms of strength, Lu Xian's current strength was nothing in Elder Jin's eyes. Even if Lu Xian had obtained first place in the new disciple test and directly entered the overall ranking, it would only increase his interest a little. This was because no matter how strong he was only among the inner sect disciples. Above the inner sect disciples were the core disciples. Among the core disciples, of the same age, there were many whose cultivation was higher than Lu Xian's. Take Xianxia for example. She was younger than Lu Xian, but her cultivation had already reached the 6th tier of the body refinement realm. What truly shocked Elder Jean was that Lu Xian had entered the overall ranking with the strength of the 5th tier of the body refinement realm. In the Sword Forest, he had killed a 7th tier of the body refinement realm martial artist. This kind of battle talent was simply amazing. On the path of cultivation talent was indeed important. This was because it determined a martial artist's cultivation speed, as well as the highest realm they could reach. For the majority of martial artists, cultivation realm was the guarantee of their strength. But just as important as cultivation talent was battle talent. This was because for some geniuses, cultivation realm did not mean everything. It did not mean anything. How high one's cultivation realm was depended on what kind of strength one was able to display. If it was a battle, the other party wouldn't take the initiative to admit defeat just because one's cultivation level was higher than theirs. In the end, what decided everything was still combat strength. Right now, Lu Xian was only at the 5th rank of the body refinement realm, yet he was able to kill a martial artist at the 7th rank of the body refinement realm. This kind of battle talent really made people look at him in a new light. Wait until his realm increases, then his battle strength will definitely become more and more powerful. What the Wind Sword School needed was not a martial artist with a strong realm, but a martial artist with a strong battle strength. Only in this way could they protect the Wind Sword School. Elder Jin's mind raced when he saw Lu Xian's name. He had already made up his mind that he would pay close attention to this disciple named Lu Xian. If it was possible, he would make an exception and accept him as a core disciple. The resources that a core disciple enjoyed far exceeded that of an inner sect disciple. If he could obtain a large amount of resources, then Lu Xian's realm would increase even faster. At that time, even if his realm was lower than the others, his battle strength would far surpass martial artists of the same level. In terms of strength, he would definitely not be inferior to the other core disciples. While everyone was discussing about Lu Xian, in the Sword Forest, Lu Xian was already at a very critical juncture. Previously, the reason why he was able to kill the martial artist at the 7th rank of the body refinement realm in one move was because of the powerful killing power of the 8th form of the lightning light sword art. On the other hand, it was because he took advantage of the fact that these martial artists at the 7th rank of the body refinement realm were not prepared at all. But now, when these martial artists reacted, Lu Xian's situation instantly became dangerous. 3 martial artists at the 7th rank of the body refinement realm attacked at the same time. How powerful was their power? Wave after wave of extremely powerful attacks continuously attacked Lu Xian. Every attack contained a powerful yuan power. Just the power of the attacks alone was enough to make Lu Xian shrink back. He did not dare to face them head-on. Otherwise, even if he did not die, he would definitely be seriously injured. Now, Lu Xian finally experienced the difference between realms. The 5th rank of the body refinement realm and the 7th rank of the body refinement realm were 2 whole small realms apart. The yuan power that both parties possessed was simply not on the same order of magnitude. With the 3 martial artists closing in step by step, Lu Xian could only continuously retreat. Wave after wave of attacks brushed past Lu Xian's body. It was extremely thrilling. If not for the fact that Lu Xian's sword intent had already reached the entry level and he had a strong intuition for weaknesses, he would have long been eliminated. The jade tablet was already tightly grasped in Lu Xian's left hand, ready to be crushed at any time. At this moment, the jade tablet was covered in sweat. It had already been soaked by the sweat that had emerged from Lu Xian's palm. If things were not going well, he would not be so foolish as to risk serious injuries and continue to persist. However, he had not reached his limit yet. This was because his most powerful killing move had yet to be unleashed. Naturally, he would not give up just like that. Even if it was very difficult for him to endure, he still persisted with all his might, searching for that sliver of an opportunity to attack. If only I had a movement technique right now. As long as I could find a sliver of an opportunity to attack, I would definitely be able to reverse the situation. Lu Xian secretly said in his heart. The three opponents were all faster than him. Wanting to find an opportunity to attack was too difficult. Especially when the three of them were attacking together. Even if there was a sliver of an opportunity, it would be quickly covered by the other two. Lu Xian simply did not have enough time to act. If he had a movement technique, then Lu Xian could completely use it to create that split second of an advantageous situation, giving himself a chance to break out of the situation. But unfortunately, Lu Xian could only think about it. Not to mention that he did not have a movement technique. Even if he did, there was no time for him to learn it. If he wanted to break out of the situation, he would still have to rely on himself. Why hasn't Lu Xian come out after so long? His points haven't increased. Could it be that something happened? A disciple outside the arena said in a low voice. A 5th-rank body refinement cultivator against a 7th-rank body refinement cultivator, this is not a joke. Could it be that Lu Xian played with fire and died inside? Impossible. On the ranking stone tablet, his name is still lit, which means that he is still fighting. Perhaps he is entangled with the enemy, looking for an opportunity to win. Hearing the discussions of the disciples, the originally gloomy Xianxia couldn't help but feel a trace of anticipation. Lu Xian seemed to be an extremely prideful person with a single glance. If he were to fall in the sword forest while fighting with all his might against an enemy at the 7th level of the body refinement realm for the sake of obtaining an unprecedented good result, then that would be fun. If that was the case, he would still be this year's first place. Even if Lu Xian didn't die, if he ended up with a heavy injury that would affect his future path of cultivation, then that would also be extremely good. Thinking of this, Xianxia suddenly had a glimmer of hope. His face revealed an extremely evil smile, and in his heart, he silently prayed that Lu Xian would best die inside. The people that Lu Xian was most worried about were undoubtedly the people of the Sword Sect, especially Xia, Lin Sini, Elder Qing, and the others. Some of them had close relationships with Lu Xian, and some of them hoped that Lu Xian would revive the Sword Sect. Elder Qing, why don't we take the initiative to stop this round of testing? Lu Xian has already obtained such a result, so he will definitely be number 1. If we continue, it will only be the icing on the cake. I'm worried that Lu Xian won't be able to hold on. Lin Sini suggested with some concern. Compared to Lu Xian's results, she was undoubtedly more concerned about Lu Xian's safety. I believe in him. Lu Xian isn't an impulsive person. Since he doesn't choose to give up, he definitely has his reasons. I feel that we should support his decision. Xia interrupted Lin Sini's words. Compared to Lin Sini, he understood Lu Xian's thoughts better. Hearing the two's words, Elder Qing frowned and muttered, let's wait for another half an incense stick of time. If he doesn't come out by then, I will apply to stop the test. No matter what, we absolutely cannot let anything happen to Lu Xian. Regarding Elder Qing's words, Xia didn't have any objections. By that time, Lu Xian's spirit energy would probably be exhausted. If he didn't come out by then something really would happen. Time passed by bit. Lu Xian's name still hung high on the top of the ranking board. It was extremely bright, indicating that he was at least safe and sound. Everyone's gazes were focused on the ranking board. Their eyes didn't even blink as they waited for the final result. And at this moment, within the Sword Forest, Lu Xian's situation was getting worse and worse. The combined attack of 3 martial artists at the 7th rank of body refinement was much stronger than he had imagined. Although he had held on until now, he was already like an arrow at the end of its flight. Unless he took the risk of being injured, he wouldn't be able to break through this situation. Previously, Xing Feng was able to take the risk of being injured to break through, but now, Lu Xian couldn't. At that time, Xing Feng's opponent was only at the 6th level of body refinement, which was only one level higher than him. But now, Lu Xian had to withstand the attack of a 7th level body refinement cultivator at the 5th level of body refinement. One mistake and he would be seriously injured, affecting his future cultivation. No matter what, he did not dare to gamble. Even so, Lu Xian still clenched his teeth and did not have the slightest intention of giving up. Even though he did not have a movement technique, he still had a great advantage, and that was sword intent. His current sword intent was only at the entry level and could not be considered to have truly comprehended sword intent. If he could truly comprehend sword intent, then once his sword intent was unleashed, combined with the high-grade yellow level blinking sword art, these 3 martial artists at the 7th rank of the body refinement realm would not be a problem at all. The sword intent emanating from the sword forest was constantly tempering Lu Xian's will. Besieged by powerful enemies from the outside and assaulted by sword intents from within, Lu Xian had almost been pushed to his limits. Under these circumstances, Lu Xian's understanding of sword intent had reached a speed of 1,000 miles in a single day. Traces of comprehension constantly emerged in his heart, confirming each and every one of them. There was no doubt that Lu Xian belonged to the former if he did not erupt in silence or perish in silence. When water was full, it would overflow. Quantitative change would lead to qualitative change. Just when Lu Xian was pushed to his limits, his mind suddenly became clear. In an instant, everything became crystal clear. At that moment, he was suddenly enlightened. So, this is sword intent. A soft murmur came from Lu Xian's mouth. Using the heart to comprehend the sword, using the sword to condense the heart, there is a heart in the sword, there is a sword in the heart. As long as the sword intent is not extinguished, the heart of the sword will not die. This is the small success of sword intent. At this moment, the door of sword intent that had already been half opened by Lu Xian was finally completely pushed open by him. With regards to sword intent, he had never had such a deep and clear understanding before. Right now, Lu Xian's sword intent was no longer at the entry level, but had reached the small success level. It could be said that he had truly comprehended sword intent. For a sword cultivator, it was an extremely important and 1 in a million sword intent. 3 martial artists at the 7th rank of the body refinement realm attacked again. Lu Xian's eyes flashed. Since that was the case, then I will use you as my test subjects for the small success of sword intent. Lu Xian, who had been constantly retreating and being forced into a corner, finally stopped retreating when faced with a pincer attack from 3 enemies. He wanted to use the small success level sword intent to exterminate these 3 enemies. As he slowly raised his sword, an invisible aura was released from Lu Xian's body without any warning. His entire person had completely fused with the sword in his hand. The person was the sword was the person. There was a heart in the sword, and there was a sword in the heart. Facing this state of Lu Xian, the 3 martial artists at the 7th rank of the body refinement realm could not help but slightly pause their attacks. This was because they could not determine whether the person standing in front of them was Lu Xian, or Lu Xian's sword, or nothing at all. It was as if at this moment, Lu Xian no longer existed. And at this moment, Lu Xian suddenly launched his attack. With his hand holding the sword, he used his heart to control the sword. With a shake of the sword, his entire person and sword rushed out like lightning. Blinking sword technique. This was an extremely beautiful sword technique, but unfortunately, besides Lu Xian and the 3 enemies in front of him, no one else was able to experience the elegance of this sword technique. The duration of this sword technique was extremely short. With a flash of sword light, this sword technique had already ended. From start to finish, only a split second had passed. The throat of one of the 3 enemies had already been pierced by the tip of the sword. He died instantly. His body instantly turned into a pile of ash and disappeared without a trace. The joint attack of the 3 martial artists at the 7th rank of the body refinement realm had already been broken. There were only 2 enemies left. Facing Lu Xian, who had already completely comprehended sword intent, it was simply not a problem. Lu Xian swung his sword again, and his swordsmanship reappeared in the blink of an eye. 2 extremely sharp sword auras shot out almost at the same time at the 2 of them. However, those 2 seemingly simple sword auras contained Lu Xian's sword will, which was indestructible and unstoppable. The two rays of sword chi almost simultaneously landed on the bodies of the two martial artists at the 7th rank of the body refinement realm. In an instant, their bodies were pierced through. Not even blood had the time to flow out before they were directly killed and turned into flying ash. The small success stage sword intent was extremely terrifying. There's movement. Lu Xian's points have increased by another 1,000 points. Oh no, it's still increasing, it's 3,000 points. It's really 3,000 points. Instantly increasing his points by 3,000 points, doesn't that mean he has killed another 3 martial artists at the 7th rank of the body refinement realm? Is he really only at the 5th rank of the body refinement realm? This is simply unbelievable. It's fine if he doesn't make a sound, but he amazes the world with a single brilliant feat. This Lu Xian is definitely an absolute genius. Compared to him, that Jinggang doesn't count for anything at all. Lu Xian's sudden eruption caused the disciples to clamor. At this time, they were no longer afraid of offending Jinggang. In front of Lu Xian's results, Jinggang's meager results were simply not worth mentioning. Thinking back to how Jinggang had recklessly provoked the sword sect, it was simply the biggest joke under the heavens. Lu Xian did not want to bother with him. Otherwise, if he had appeared together with Jinggang in the first round, he would have been able to completely suppress him. Besides the changes on the ranking stone tablet for the new disciples, on the overall ranking stone tablet, Lu Xian's ranking had also changed. An increase of 3,000 points directly raised Lu Xian's ranking from 500 to 380. Good job. He's already entered the top 400, but he still hasn't come out. Could it be that he can really enter the top 300? This is simply unprecedented. Elder Jin's eyes flashed with a trace of excitement. Although he had previously proposed that entering the top 500 would be rewarded with 2,000 contribution points, and the top 300 would be rewarded with 5,000 contribution points, but that was only to inspire the fighting spirit of the disciples. He had never thought that someone would actually achieve it. Directly entering the overall ranking in the assessment of the new disciples, how could the difficulty be ordinary? But now, Lu Xian had actually rushed to the 380th place, and was only less than 100 places away from the top 300. It was not impossible for him to achieve it. If he really did achieve it, this would be an unprecedented result since the establishment of the Wind Sword School. At this moment, Lu Xian's heart was as calm as still water. The entrance test for new disciples had already been thrown to the back of his mind. His current battle was not for the so-called test. Results. Compared to this result, his own strength was the most important. He was fighting to hone himself. Fighting was the fastest way to increase his strength. Just like before, if Lu Xian hadn't been forced to his limits, he wouldn't have been able to reach the small success stage of sword intent so quickly. Following the death of the 3 martial artists at the 7th rank of the body refinement realm, the sword forest once again regained its tranquility. But Lu Xian didn't stop. He once again lifted his feet and stepped forward. He wanted to see exactly what step he could reach. Continuously taking a few steps forward, the sword intent emitted by the sword forest became stronger and stronger. If it was the previous Lu Xian, he might have already felt a little strained. But now that he had reached the small success stage of sword intent, facing these scattered sword intents, he didn't feel the slightest bit of pressure. Only a few so-so sounds could be heard. A new wave of enemies appeared. Lu Xian swept a glance over. This time, the number of enemies that appeared was much more than before. There was a total of 7 people. Their strength was still at the 7th rank of the body refinement realm. But the combined attack of 7 people far surpassed the previous 4. Not to mention, martial artists who were at the 7th rank of the body refinement realm had different strengths. How could someone who had just entered the 7th rank of the body refinement realm be compared to someone who had just entered the 7th rank of the body refinement realm, facing enemies whose cultivation and numbers far surpassed his? Lu Xian didn't have the slightest bit of fear. With a sword in hand, he had the boldness to conquer the world. After the 7 enemies appeared, they didn't have the slightest bit of hesitation. They uniformly attacked Lu Xian. In a split second, 7 rays of Yuan power rushed over. The power was rather terrifying. Lu Xian was in the center of these 7 attacks. He was like a small boat in the middle of a raging storm. He seemed so frail, as if he was in danger of capsizing at any time. At this time, Lu Xian made his move. Sword light flashed. A familiar sound of thunder rang out again. The lightning light sword technique appeared again. The same lightning light sword technique was once again used by Lu Xian. Its power was at least 50% stronger than before. Because it contained a trace of sword intent, swish swish swish, Lu Xian's attack speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, 3 sword strikes were launched consecutively. It was the first 3 styles of the lightning light sword art. Facing the combined attack of 7 people, although Lu Xian was not afraid, he did not dare to be careless. Although the power of the lightning light sword technique was extraordinary, it was still only a yellow-tier lower-grade martial technique. He knew that with just the lightning light sword technique, he would not be able to block the attacks of 7 people. The 3 sword techniques were unleashed one after the other, and the attacks they brought were each stronger than the one before. Sure enough, it was as Lu Xian had expected. Under the combined attack of the 7 people, the first move instantly disappeared. The second move successfully caused a little trouble for the 7 people. It was only until the third move that he was able to block the combined attack of the 7 people. However, a portion of the force still landed on Lu Xian's body. Relying on his 5th-level body refinement body, Lu Xian forcefully withstood it and was not seriously injured. After the 3 moves, Lu Xian did not stop. With a turn of his long sword, the ownerless sword intent within the forest of swords was directly mobilized. It was attached to the 4th and 5th moves of the lightning light sword technique. 2 even more powerful attacks were once again launched. The first combined attack did not succeed. The 7 martial artists once again advanced and launched another attack. This time, the power was even stronger than before. When this joint attack collided with Lu Xian's attack, it instantly gave rise to a formidable origin energy storm that shot out in all directions, and a few clear cracking sounds could be heard as the few sword bamboos that were between them were actually forcefully slashed apart. These sword bamboos had already existed for an unknown period of time. They had long since become incomparably hard after being enveloped in sword intent. They could cut through iron like mud, but at this moment, they were actually broken apart by the origin energy storm created by the collision of the attacks from both sides. Its might could be seen clearly, seeing that these 7 people were actually so formidable. A trace of surprise couldn't help but flash on Lu Xian's face. However, the battle intent in his eyes grew even stronger. He actually became more courageous the more he fought. Damn! Eat 2 more moves of mine. With a loud shout, the 6th and 7th moves of the lightning light sword technique were swiftly launched from Lu Xian's longsword. A dazzling lightning burst forth, practically wrapping Lu Xian into a ball. After launching 2 moves, Lu Xian utterly disregarded the result and didn't stop in the slightest. The Tai convergence technique circulated madly, forcefully raising a strand of origin energy and pouring it into his sword. His longsword swept out, and the 8th move of the lightning light sword technique exploded forth. Under Lu Xian's frenzied attacks, these 7 martial artists at the 7th level of the body refinement realm were finally unable to remain indifferent any longer. The 6th move directly counteracted their attacks, the 7th move completely destroyed their defenses, and right when they were wide open, the incomparably formidable 8th move arrived late. Along with the arrival of the 8th move, the sword intent contained within Lu Xian's attack finally exploded forth. A swift and fierce sword intent instantly firmly locked onto these 7 people, and they were utterly unable to escape. Right when the 7 of them withdrew their attacks and wanted to protect themselves, the sword intent that enveloped the 7 of them suddenly converged, and its target was directly towards one of them before instantly shooting out explosively. Lu Xian knew that although his sword intent was strong, his cultivation level was still low. It was extremely unrealistic for him to want to kill 7 people in one go. If he scattered his attacks, it was possible that all of them would be blocked. Rather than that, it was better to concentrate all of his strength and kill one person first before doing anything else. The martial artist that was locked onto didn't have any time to react. The space between his eyebrows was directly pierced, and a sparkling line of blood shot out, and he immediately breathed his last. The first enemy to die had already appeared. Lu Xian's points had increased by another 1,000, his ranking on the overall ranking stone tablet once again advanced by tens of places, leaping from 380th place to 350th place. The battle was still ongoing. Although the lightning light sword technique had only killed one enemy, it had also successfully broken the joint attack of the 7 people. Now was the best time for Lu Xian to attack. Unfortunately, after continuously fighting for so long, Lu Xian's origin energy was finally starting to run out. Even if it was because of the Tai convergence technique that his origin energy was far more vigorous than others, and his recovery speed was also far superior to ordinary martial artists, his cultivation level was still only at the 5th level of the body refinement realm. Cultivation was the foundation of a martial artist. He had to end the battle quickly. Taking advantage of the fact that the joint attack of the 7 had been broken and the 6 had yet to recover, Lu Xian struck again. Lu Xian channeled all the energy in his body into his sword. This was the last strike. Yellow tier upper grade martial technique, blinking sword art, burst forth. The sword intent of the minor success stage burst out. At this moment, Lu Xian's figure had been raised to the limit. His sword had turned into a blur and no one could see its trajectory clearly. Even a cultivator with a movement technique would find it difficult to escape this attack. Swish 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 swish. 6 swords struck at the same time. Attacking 6 people simultaneously, Lu Xian was able to block over 10 poisoned steel needles with a single strike of his sword that day in the Lin City arena, let alone now. To him, striking out 6 times in an instant was as easy as flipping his hand. The power of the first sword was the greatest. It directly slashed across the neck of an enemy, and the sharp sword chi instantly sliced open his throat. Dead, Lu Xian's points rose by another 1,000, and he was ranked 332th in the overall ranking. The power of the second sword was not as great, but it was still powerful. Another enemy died, overall ranking 315th place. The power of the third sword was reduced again, but it was still unstoppable. Another enemy fell. Overall ranking 298th place. Lu Xian had successfully entered the overall ranking top 300. This result was enough to shock the audience. It was definitely the strongest result in the history of the Wind Sword School's entrance test, and it was unprecedented. Lu Xian had killed 3 people in an instant, but his origin power had also been greatly consumed. Without enough origin power to support it, the power of his sword technique had finally reached its limit. The following 4th sword was not able to continue killing the enemy, but was blocked, unable to accomplish anything. The power of the 5th and 6th sword gradually decreased. But even so, Lu Xian's sudden explosion was enough to shock everyone present. Now, Lu Xian's points had already broken through 10,000, reaching more than 11,000 points. The second place Xianxia's points were merely 3,000 points. The difference between the two was simply like the difference between clouds and mud. At this moment, Xianxia's face was ashen. The blow that Lu Xian had given him was too great. To think that he had shamelessly provoked all the genius disciples of the sword sect. Now that Lu Xian's results were out, his face was about to be slapped swollen. All words were powerless in the face of the iron-like truth. If Lu Xian had only surpassed him by a little, perhaps he could still find some excuses and shirk the reason. But unfortunately, Lu Xian had already not surpassed him, but completely crushed him. At this moment, in the sword forest, there were only 3 enemies in front of Lu Xian. In terms of threat, it was far less than the previous 7 people's joint attack. But unfortunately, Lu Xian's origin power was already insufficient. Without the support of origin power, even if it was a mere martial artist at the 7th rank of the body refinement realm, it was still not something that he could deal with. Seeing these 3 people attack again, Lu Xian decisively crushed the teleportation jade token and ended this time's test. A white light lit up in front of the sword forest. Within the sword forest, there was only Lu Xian alone. At this moment, the one who was teleported out was naturally Lu Xian. Seeing this light, all the disciples present let out a long sigh of relief. Was it finally over? Just now, Lu Xian's performance was too eye-catching. They were really worried that Lu Xian would be able to kill his way to the 8th rank of the body refinement realm in one go. That would be too shocking. But fortunately, he finally came out now. The light dissipated, and Lu Xian's figure appeared in front of everyone. Seeing that Lu Xian's clothes were as clean as new, without the slightest damage, everyone could not help but nod slightly. To be able to obtain such a great result and still be unharmed, it could be seen that Lu Xian's strength might be stronger than they had imagined. The reason why he chose to give up was perhaps because he did not want to pay the price of being injured. If it was in a real battle, Lu Xian would definitely be even more terrifying. After coming out from the sword forest, Lu Xian could not help but take in a deep breath. This time's test could be said to be extremely rewarding. Apart from his results, what was more important was that he had finally comprehended sword intent. This had a great effect on increasing his battle strength. Sweeping his gaze across the faces of the crowd, Lu Xian saw envious expressions. His results were too heaven-defying, to the point that all the disciples could only look up to him, unable to develop any feelings of jealousy. When your results exceeded others by a little, others would be jealous of you. But when your results far exceeded others, others would not be jealous, but would only worship you. Good. Lu Xian, right? You are indeed a peerless genius. A deep voice rang out. It was the vice-sect leader of the Wind Sword School, Elder Jin. At this moment, his face was brimming with a smile as he looked at Lu Xian with a rather approving gaze. Previously, when Lu Xian was able to successfully fight his way into the overall ranking, it was already enough to make him look at him in a new light. He did not expect that Lu Xian would actually be able to charge into the top 300 in one go. This kind of battle talent could be described as monstrous. Furthermore, Lu Xian had already reached the 5th layer of the body refinement stage at the age of 16, so his cultivation talent was not bad. I did not expect that there would be a genius like you in this batch of disciples. This time, you have successfully fought your way into the top 300 in the overall ranking. This old man will definitely not renege on the reward that I promised you. When the test is over, it will be given out together with the reward for being the first among the newly admitted disciples. From Elder Jin's words, he had already listed Lu Xian as the first among the newly admitted disciples. Although the test was not over, no one raised any objections. What a joke, just Xinjiang's score alone was already something that they could only look at but could not hope to obtain. Lu Xian's score was several times that of Xinjiang's, wanting to surpass Lu Xian was simply a fool's dream. Hearing Elder Jin's words, Lu Xian then turned his head to look at the 2 ranking stone tablets. Indeed, on the ranking stone tablet for the newly admitted disciples, he was at the top, and on the overall ranking stone tablet, his name impressively appeared at the 298th position. Not expecting himself to achieve such a good result, Lu Xian's eyes couldn't help but flash a trace of joy. Previously, when he fought in the Sword Forest, although he knew how many points he had obtained, he didn't know the exact ranking. He could only be sure that he would definitely become the first among the newly admitted disciples, but he did not expect that he would actually make it into the top 300 in the overall ranking. There were so many inner sect disciples in Wind Sword School. Just this batch of newly admitted disciples alone had nearly 600 people. Adding up all the previous batches, the number had reached thousands of people, and now Lu Xian's strength was in the top 300 among these thousands of people. Moreover, Lu Xian had yet to enjoy the resources of Wind Sword School, while the disciples on the overall ranking had at least been cultivating in Wind Sword School for a year. Both parties were simply not on the same starting point. Just the Sword Forest and Wind Sword School alone had already allowed Lu Xian to successfully understand the sword essence. This was the difference between having a sect and not having a sect. If Lu Xian could enjoy more resources, his strength would definitely improve even more. More importantly, Lu Xian remembered that Elder Jin had previously promised that if anyone could enter the top 500 in the overall ranking, he would be rewarded with 2,000 contribution points. If he could enter the top 300, he would be rewarded with another 5,000 contribution points. One must know that even if he obtained the first place among the newly admitted disciples, the reward was only 2,000 contribution points, and the reward for entering the top 300 was more than double that of the newly admitted first place. The difficulty was obvious. Although Lu Xian still didn't know the value of the contribution points, he thought that since Elder Jin had used it as a reward, the value would definitely not be low. Otherwise, it would be a shame for Lu Xian to achieve such a good result. As he thought about it, Lu Xian bowed slightly to Elder Jin and said, "Thank you, Deputy Sect Leader, for your reward. I will definitely work hard to cultivate and not let you down." Seeing that Lu Xian was so humble, Elder Jin's smile widened. He stroked his beard and nodded slightly. They were both geniuses, but not only was Lu Xian's talent far superior to Xinjiang's, he was even more respectful and courteous. Xinjiang's strength was far inferior to Lu Xian's, but his arrogant and despotic attitude was straight to the sky. With this comparison, Elder Jean naturally liked Lu Xian more. It's a pity that the sect entrance assessment has ended. Otherwise, based on your qualifications, I will definitely recommend you to become a core disciple. However, now that the assessment has ended, you can only stay in the inner sect for another year. As long as you work hard, I will guarantee that you will become a core disciple next year. Elder Jean seemed to think that Lu Xian's glory was not big enough. Once he said this, the disciples were in an uproar. The envy and jealousy in their eyes were released without reservation. Core disciple, this was the highest position among all the disciples in the Wind Sword School. It was also the goal that countless inner sect disciples strived for. Once they entered the core, they would instantly obtain the qualifications to be on equal footing with the inner sect elders and enjoy all kinds of resources. If they were to enter the secular world, in the 3 empires governed by the Wind Sword School, even the emperor would have to pay respects to them. It could be said that they would enjoy endless glory and wealth. But now, Elder Jean actually announced in front of everyone that as long as Lu Xian trained hard, he would definitely guarantee that he would become a core disciple next year. What an honor this was. It could be said that Lu Xian had already obtained the qualifications to enter the core in advance. Becoming a core disciple was a sure thing. How could this kind of treatment not make many disciples envious? However, this was not something that could be obtained even if they were envious. Because this was something that Lu Xian had earned with his own strength. His performance had not only conquered Elder Jean, but also many disciples. Feeling the fiery gazes of the disciples, Elder Jean smiled slightly. He glanced at the crowd and said, "The test is not over yet. If you can achieve the same results as Lu Xian, I will not be stingy with my rewards and guarantee that you will also enter the core." All the disciples could only shake their heads and smile bitterly at this. They knew very well what they were capable of. With regards to Elder Jin's promise, Lu Xian was naturally pleasantly surprised. He had promised Xianxia that he would look for her within a year. Although Lu Xian was confident that even with his own strength, he would definitely be able to stand out and enter the core, but with Elder Jin's guarantee, it was undoubtedly more stable. After thanking Elder Jean once again, Lu Xian walked back to the Sword Faction's main formation. Seeing Lu Xian walking back, the disciples of the Sword Faction were a little excited. As a member of the Sword Faction, the glory that Lu Xian obtained was not only his personal glory, but also the glory of the Sword Faction. As fellow disciples of the Sword Faction, they also felt honored. "Great Elder, I'm glad that I didn't fail you." Lu Xian walked up to Elder Qing and bowed. Before the battle, Lu Xian had sworn before Elder Qing that he would definitely seize the first. Now, not only had he succeeded in seizing the first, he'd even shocked everyone and caused the sword sect to be in the limelight. He could be said to have completed his mission beyond expectations. "Haha, well done. When you said you wanted to get first place, I thought you were talking about getting first place for this round. I didn't expect you to get first place for this round. This is really surprising." Elder Qing laughed heartily. Previously, when Elder Su said that you're a peerless genius, I didn't quite believe him. Now, it seems that I was wrong. You, Lu Xian, truly deserve the title of peerless genius. Elder Qing openly admitted that he'd misjudged Lu Xian. Although Elder Su had said that Lu Xian's natural talent was extraordinary, as far as he was concerned, Lu Xian was only at the 4th level of the body refinement realm. No matter how much of a genius he was, there was still a limit to how much of a genius he could be. So, he placed more of his attention on Xingfeng instead. It was even to the extent that when he fought Xinggang, he'd first thought of sending Xingfeng to fight. But now, it seemed that he was ridiculously wrong before. Lu Xian couldn't help but be slightly surprised when Elder Qing took the initiative to admit his mistake. Truthfully speaking, Elder Qing's attitude towards him earlier had indeed made him feel slightly displeased. Because all geniuses were proud, but Lu Xian's pride was more restrained. But at this moment, Elder Qing didn't put on any airs and admitted his mistake, so the trace of displeasure in Lu Xian's heart naturally vanished. This couldn't be completely blamed on Elder Qing. Who asked him to conceal it so deeply? It should be known that before he fought, not a single person was optimistic that he would be able to defeat Li Hu. Lu Xian, just now the vice sect leader, said that 1 year later, he'll guarantee that you'll enter the core disciples. Once you become a core disciple, you'll automatically leave the 9 branch sections. So, you only have 1 year left in my sword sect. I hope that 1 year later, you'll be able to lead the sword sect to regain the glory of being the number 1. This can also be considered as a request of mine. I wonder if you can agree to it. Elder Qing stared at Lu Xian and said with an extremely sincere gaze. This wasn't a request, but a request. Right now, only Lu Xian alone could lead the sword sect to glory. Originally, he'd planned to properly nurture Lu Xian, hoping that Lu Xian could help the sword sect regain the number 1 position within 3 years. But unfortunately, Lu Xian's brilliance was too dazzling, and it directly caught the vice sect leader's attention. If Lu Xian agreed, then there would only be 1 year left for him. Lu Xian's opponents would not be the new students present, but the senior students who had already cultivated in Wind Sword School for many years. For example, the Saber Sect's Su Wenyang, who was currently ranked first, and the Spear Sect's Mo Qingchen, who was ranked second. If he wanted to lead the sword sect to win the number 1 position, then Lu Xian needed to catch up to these people within 1 year. Time was rather tight. Elder Qing slowly heaved a sigh of relief and said, I also know that this is a bit too much. If you're given time, I believe that you'll definitely be able to defeat them, but time waits for no one. If I miss out on you, I don't know when the sword sect will rise again. Hearing this, Lu Xian only smiled slightly. 1 year's time? That's enough. Since he had promised Xianxia that he would look for her in 1 year, he was already prepared to only stay in the inner sect for a year. Great Elder, you're too kind. As a member of the sword sect, I should do my best for the sword sect. Moreover, Elder Su has done me a great favor. Whether it's for public or private reasons, there's no reason for me to refuse. In 1 year sect tournament, I will definitely lead the sword sect to fame. Lu Xian's words were resolute and straightforward. It made people believe that he could really do it. Good. The sword sect's glory or not depends on you. In 1 year's time, I will satisfy all your needs and do my best to provide the best guarantee for your cultivation, Elder Qing said excitedly. Lu Xian bowed and left, returning to Lin Sini and Xiaoye's side. Xing Feng was here as well, and his gaze was filled with a complicated expression when he saw Lu Xian return. He'd already admitted defeat when Lu Xian defeated Li Hu, but he'd never imagined that Lu Xian would actually be able to attain such a peerless level. You've won, and I accept my loss wholeheartedly. Xing Feng gazed at Lu Xian as he spoke. I hope you'll be able to lead the sword sect back to glory. Lu Xian smiled, and then he shook his head and said, You can't say that. The sword sect doesn't belong to me alone. Only by working hard together will the sword sect truly be able to return to glory. Lu Xian's words caused the glow in Xing Feng's eyes to light up once more. Right, the sword sect doesn't belong to a single person. He'd originally taken it for granted that since the sword sect had a genius like Lu Xian, it had nothing to do with him anymore. But now, Lu Xian's words had enlightened him. Only when everyone in the sword sect was strong would the sword sect truly be strong. Otherwise, even if Lu Xian seized the first position, if the other disciples' results weren't satisfactory, then the sword sect would still return to its starting point after Lu Xian left. Lu Xian's existence could only serve as a leader. Lu Xian is right. Xing Feng, your strength isn't bad as well. As long as we work hard in our cultivation, we might be able to shine brilliantly in 1 year's time. Let's work together and push the sword sect to the peak. Xiaoye said, and at the same time, she stretched out a hand between Lu Xian and Xing Feng. The three of them looked at each other and smiled. Lu Xian and Xing Feng stretched out a hand as well, and the three of them held each other's hands tightly. There was no need for words, and this was the friendship between men. While everyone in the sword sect was excited about Lu Xian's strong results and wanted to join hands to create a new situation for the sword sect, Jin Gang's eyes were filled with jealousy at this moment. He was about to go mad with jealousy, his hands tightly clenched into fists and his heart roared with all his might, glory, rewards, it's all mine. All of this should have been mine. I am the true genius. This Lu Xian only had good luck and relied on a few tricks to achieve such a high result in the sword forest. In terms of realm, he is far inferior to me and his strength is definitely inferior to me. Lu Xian's brilliance was too dazzling and Jin Gang had already been completely overshadowed. Even if someone mentioned this test in the future, they would only remember that there was a Lu Xian and not Jinggang. No, perhaps there would still be people who would remember. They would remember that there was a guy who overestimated himself and tried in vain to provoke Lu Xian, but in the end, he slapped his own face. In front of Lu Xian, Jinggang was completely a supporting character. For someone as proud and arrogant as him who believed himself to be a genius, how could he accept this? In his eyes, it was Lu Xian who had used underhanded means to steal everything that should have belonged to him. He was unwilling. He did not believe that Lu Xian could rely on a mere fifth-layer body refinement cultivation to be so powerful. In order to take back everything that belonged to him, Jinggang forcefully suppressed the jealousy in his heart and took a step forward. He once again opened his mouth and said, "By sect leader, we did not see what happened in the sword forest just now. I do not believe that Lu Xian could rely on a fifth-layer body refinement cultivation to reach such a level. Maybe he used some underhanded means. Only if he can defeat me will I be convinced." Yes. We also do not believe it. Unless Lu Xian can defeat Senior Zheng, we will not accept it. That's right, a mere fifth-layer body refinement martial artist was actually able to kill so many seventh-layer body refinement enemies. How is this possible? With Jinggang taking the lead, the Saber sect disciples immediately began to clamor and strongly requested for Lu Xian to fight with Jinggang. Are you questioning me? A hint of anger flashed across Elder Jin's face. He had just expressed his high opinion of Lu Xian, yet Jinggang and the others had jumped out to question the results of the test. How could he not be angry? As the deputy head of Wind Sword School, although Elder Jin's temper wasn't bad, it didn't mean that he didn't have a temper. How dare a few newly matriculated disciples behave atrociously in front of him? How outrageous! When they saw Elder Jin get angry, all the Saber sect disciples that were causing a commotion earlier were instantly terrified to the extreme, and they immediately went silent while avoiding eye contact with Elder Jin's threatening gaze. However, Jinggang wholeheartedly wanted to reclaim the glory that he deserved. Even if he was facing an enraged Elder Jin, Jinggang still became bolder. He braced himself and said, "This disciple naturally doesn't dare to question Deputy Head. I'm only worried that you've been deceived by a vile person. If Lu Xian is really that strong, then come down and fight with this disciple and the results will be clear. Even if I lose, this disciple will be convinced of my loss." Upon hearing this, Elder Jin coldly snorted and said, "There's no need. There has never been a problem in the Sword Forest test for so many years. Lu Xian's results will definitely not be wrong. Don't try to play some tricks just because your results are not as good as others. Working hard to raise your own strength is the right path." How could the experienced Elder Jin not see through what Jinggang was planning? He immediately pointed it out. Currently, Elder Jin already felt a trace of disgust towards Jinggang. To think that he had previously felt that Jinggang's talent was not bad and was a promising talent. He never imagined that he was actually such a narrow-minded disciple. It was unknown how he had passed the character test during the sect entrance test. Jinggang's face alternated between red and white when he was mercilessly criticized by Elder Jin. He couldn't continue speaking, but he was unwilling to back down. Lu Xian walked over to Elder Cheng's side and asked, "Grand Elder, the members of the Saber sect are too arrogant. If I don't fight them, it would damage the reputation of the Sword sect. I would like to go down and teach them a lesson. I wonder if it's possible?" Elder Cheng laughed loudly when he heard this. The members of the Saber sect? Of course it's possible. Trample on them however you want. There's no need to give me face. They've been arrogant for many years. Every dog has its day. This time, I'll let them experience the might of my sword sect. Go. When he spoke these words, Elder Chim felt a wave of exaltation. This sort of feeling was truly satisfying. After obtaining Elder Cheng's approval, Lu Xian instantly stepped forward and said to Elder Jin, "Thank you for your concern, sect leader. However, since there are people who are unconvinced, then I'm willing to fight Jinggang and let the facts speak for themselves." When Lu Xian's words came out, the hesitant Jinggang was overjoyed. He was worried that he wouldn't be able to fight Lu Xian. He didn't expect that Lu Xian would actually deliver himself to his doorstep. Facing Lu Xian, Elder Jin's expression also eased up. He slowly said, "Challenges between disciples are a common occurrence. Since you're willing to accept this challenge, then this old man naturally won't stop you. Yes, you've just come out from the sword forest. It would be unfair for you to fight now. How about this, recover your origin power first and make your preparations before you challenge. He helped Lu Xian block the challenge out of consideration for Lu Xian. However, since Lu Xian had agreed to the challenge himself, then he naturally had no reason to stop him. Furthermore, Elder Jean also wanted to see what abilities Lu Xian had to actually be able to charge into the top 300 of the overall ranking with the strength of the 5th level of the body refinement realm. But what surprised him was that Lu Xian actually tactfully rejected his kind intentions once again. Elder's good intentions, Lu Xian appreciates it. However, I've just recovered 10% of my origin power. It's naturally not enough to charge into the sword forest, but if it's just to deal with this senior apprentice brother Zheng, it's enough. When Lu Xian's words came out, everyone was shocked, wild. Simply too wild. They admitted that Lu Xian was very powerful, but right now, Lu Xian actually wanted to use 10% of his origin power to accept Xingang's challenge. Wasn't this too arrogant? Elder Jin's eyes also couldn't help but flash a trace of astonishment. Lu Xian's cultivation level was lower than Xingang's, but at this moment, he actually dared to accept the challenge with 10% of his origin power. Moreover, he looked full of confidence. Just what gave him this confidence? When Lu Xian's words reached Xingang's ears, Xingang's entire body was trembling with anger. Humiliation, this was simply undisguised humiliation. When had he, Xingang, suffered this sort of humiliation before? This was completely not putting him in his eyes at all, but right at this moment, a familiar voice transmission landed in Xingang's ears. Calm down. The more arrogant this Lu Xian is, the greater your chances of winning. When you attack later, don't show the slightest bit of mercy. Xingang suddenly turned his head and saw that his father, Elder Zheng, was currently looking at him. The voice transmission earlier was sent out by him. Getting Elder Zheng's reminder, Xingang instantly calmed down. Indeed, the more arrogant Lu Xian was, the greater his chances of winning. Thinking up to here, Xingang's face revealed a trace of a sinister smile. Even if your strength is really stronger than mine, just relying on 10% of your origin power and you want to defeat me? Dream on. This is you seeking death yourself, so don't blame me. Elder Jean looked deeply at Lu Xian and asked, are you sure you want to accept the challenge in such a condition? That's right. Lu Xian answered without the slightest hesitation. Alright, I will respect your decision. I want to see what kind of surprise you can bring. Elder Jin's eyes flashed with anticipation. He believed that Lu Xian was not a brainless person. He must have his reasons for doing so. Xingang seized the opportunity and said, Bisect Master, if I may be so bold as to suggest that if Lu Xian were to lose to me, it would prove that his results in the sword forest were fake. I'm the one who came in first this time. Please revoke his results. As soon as Xingang said this, the other disciples from the subsects looked at him with disdain. They knew that this guy was up to no good. He was just trying to gain benefits for himself. Before Elder Jean could speak, Lu Xian laughed and said, you have a good plan. You want to gain something with nothing? If I lose, I will get nothing. If I win, I will get nothing. If you win, you will get all the rewards. If you lose, you will get nothing. Xingang smiled coldly and said, then what do you want? Lu Xian turned his head and glanced at the ranking stone tablet. He shook his head and said, forget it. You don't look like you have anything good to offer. If you lose, I will get all your rewards. If I lose, I will give all my rewards to you. How about that? Xingang was overjoyed. Are you serious? Don't go back on your words. Lu Xian's current reward included 2,000 contribution points for being the first among the newly admitted disciples, 2,000 contribution points for making it to the top 500 of the overall ranking, and 5,000 contribution points for being in the top 300 of the overall ranking. All in all, he had a total of 9,000 contribution points. Xingang, on the other hand, only had 1,000 contribution points for being in the top 3 among the newly admitted disciples. The stakes for both parties were on completely different levels, and it seemed that Lu Xian was at a great disadvantage. Of course. There are so many elders and fellow disciples here as witnesses. Are you afraid that I will go back on my words? Lu Xian shrugged. Good. Since you insist on giving me these rewards, then I won't stand on ceremony. Zheng Gang raised his eyebrows and said. When they saw that Lu Xian and Zheng Gang had come to an agreement, Xing Feng from the sword sect asked with slight puzzlement, what does Lu Xian mean by this? Didn't he suffer a huge loss in this bet? Hearing this, Xiayi laughed and said, although the stakes are high, Zheng Gang has to be able to take it. Then he turned to look at Lin Sini beside him and said, it's as if I've seen a second Long Tai. It's a strong sense of déjà vu. Lin Sini couldn't help but laugh at Xiayi's words. She nodded and said, indeed. This fellow is too evil. This is the third time I've seen him extort people. The first time Lin Sini met Lu Xian had extorted 200 taels of gold from Long Yang in the martial arts arena. The second time was the duel with Long Tai in front of the sword pagoda. The third time was now. Who said it wasn't? It's just that other people are willing to be extorted. Seeing Zheng Gang's confident expression, Xiayi couldn't help but shake his head. 1,000 contribution points was lost just like that. This wasn't a small amount. The two of them were naturally very confident in Lu Xian. While Xing Feng did not know what kind of trump cards Lu Xian had up his sleeves, he believed that Lu Xian must have had absolute confidence in winning the fight. Otherwise, this battle would have been detrimental to him. Under the watchful eyes of countless people, Lu Xian and Zheng Gang slowly approached each other. They only stopped when they were less than 50 steps away. A single blade appeared in Zheng Gang's hand without any warning. Stretching his hand over the blade, Zheng Gang revealed an expression of extreme enjoyment. Looking at Lu Xian in front of him, he said, this blade is called Heaven Splitter. It's one of the best high-grade weapons. Haha, do you think that my true battle strength is only enough to kill a 6th-rank body refinement cultivator? If it wasn't for the suppression of that damned sword intent in the sword forest, a normal 7th-rank body refinement cultivator would be like a chicken or a stray dog to me. You're just a mere 5th-rank body refinement cultivator, yet you dare to clamor in front of me. You really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Today, I'll let you know what a true genius is. The light on your body belongs to me. Facing Zheng Gang, who was brimming with confidence, Lu Xian only smiled indifferently. Do you know why I only recovered a mere 10% of my spirit power, yet dared to accept your challenge? At this moment, the sword forest was extremely quiet. Everyone heard Lu Xian and Zheng Gang's words clearly, and Lu Xian's question immediately aroused the curiosity of many of the cultivators. They were also very curious. Why did Lu Xian, who could obviously recover to his strongest state, reject Elder Jin's proposal, and instead use only 10% of his spirit power to accept the challenge? Was it purely to show off? They felt that it was somewhat impossible. Once Lu Xian's words came out, Zheng Gang couldn't help but blurt out. He asked the question that everyone wanted to ask, why? Because I'm only prepared to strike once. 10% of my spirit power is enough. Lu Xian's reply was not loud, but it was clearly transmitted to everyone's ears in an instant. The cultivators once again drew in a breath of cold air. This Lu Xian was really crazy. Listening to his words, he wanted to finish off Zheng Gang in one move. In a duel between cultivators of the same level, they had seen agreements of 10 moves, agreements of 3 moves, but there was almost no one who dared to boast that he could finish off his opponent in one move. What's more, Lu Xian's level was lower than Zheng Gang's. Was this world too crazy, or was it Lu Xian who was too crazy? All the disciples were somewhat speechless. Hearing Lu Xian's reply, Zheng Gang was slightly taken aback. Following which, he laughed wildly, I've seen crazy people, but I've never seen someone as crazy as you. Even if you're crazy, there must be a limit. If you exceed this limit, then you're an idiot. Your level is lower than mine, and you still want to finish me in one move? I think your brain must be flooded with water. Do you think I'm that kind of trash that came out from the sword forest? I'm a genius. A real genius. Although the cultivators that came out from the sword forest had a high level of cultivation, they only knew how to attack and didn't know any martial techniques. But Zheng Gang had a father who was an inner sect elder of the Wind Sword School, so naturally, he knew quite a lot of martial techniques. It was completely incomparable to those cultivators, which was why he said such a thing. Hearing Zheng Gang's words, Lu Xian actually agreed with him. He nodded his head and said, "Yes, you're not that kind of trash. You should be a little better than those trash." "Humph, you only know how to talk. Draw your sword, I want to see how you're going to finish me in one move." Zheng Gang didn't want to waste any more words with Lu Xian. He already couldn't wait to destroy Lu Xian. Lu Xian also didn't waste any more words. With a flash of light in his hand, the yearning sword was already in his hand. Although its quality wasn't as good as Zheng Gang's heaven-splitting blade, Lu Xian's advantage wasn't the weapon. Seeing that Lu Xian was still using the yearning sword that she gave him to fight, Lin Sini couldn't help but smile. Lu Xian's entire aura changed as soon as he held the sword in his hand. Everyone felt as if they were hallucinating when they looked at him. It was as if the person standing there was no longer Lu Xian, but a sharp longsword, with sword chi shooting into the sky. Lu Xian did not look as if he was about to face a formidable enemy. Instead, he simply stood there with his sword in hand, the tip of the sword slightly drooping. It looked casual, but it was completely natural and flawless. He had not even made a move. Just this posture alone had instantly attracted the attention of all the elders present. The disciples present were weak and their knowledge was not enough. They could not see through the profoundness of Lu Xian's move. However, the elders were different. Even the weakest among them had already reached the spirit refinement stage. Lu Xian's seemingly simple posture was actually not simple at all. Elder Cheng's eyes were wide open, and his eyes were filled with shock. He seemed to be slightly surprised and bewildered, and he seemed to be in slight disbelief. This is, the way of the heart sword? There is a heart in the sword, there is a sword in the heart. Could it be that Lu Xian has really comprehended sword intent? He could not help but exclaim. He was unaware of everything that had happened in the sword forest. Although Lu Xian had not made any moves for a long time after entering the sword forest, Elder Cheng guessed that he was comprehending sword intent. However, comprehending sword intent and comprehending sword intent were two completely different things. Elder Cheng was not the only one who was shocked. Even the deputy sect leader, Elder Jean, could not remain calm at this moment. He stared straight at Lu Xian and muttered, "Sword intent? Could it really be sword intent? Isn't this kid's talent a little too astonishing? He's only 16. He's only at the 5th tier of the body refinement stage." As if remembering something, Elder Jean could not help but smack his own head. "I should have thought of this earlier. No wonder he was able to kill 8 martial artists at the 7th tier of the body refinement stage in the sword forest and enter the top 300 with his strength at the 5th tier of the body refinement stage. It turns out that he has comprehended sword intent." All the doubts in Elder Jin's heart were solved by Lu Xian's posture. There was a feeling of realization. However, this undoubtedly made him think even more highly of Lu Xian. To be able to comprehend sword intent at the 5th tier of the body refinement stage, this kind of talent was not even enough to be described as monstrous. For a moment, Elder Jean was as excited as a child. What was the most important thing to a sect? He was a genius. Geniuses were the core competitiveness of a sect. If a sect couldn't produce enough dazzling geniuses for a long time, then the decline of the sect was only a matter of time. Why did Wind Sword School set up 3 ranks for disciples: outer sect, inner sect, and core sect? It was to select geniuses step by step. Right, Lu Xian stayed in the sword forest for quite a while before he started the test. Obviously, he was comprehending sword intent. Could it be that he comprehended sword intent in such a short period of time? This level of talent, even among the core disciples, there is no one who possesses it. Elder Jean muttered to himself again. Almost all the elders present could see that Lu Xian had most likely comprehended sword intent. As soon as Lu Xian made his move, they would be able to confirm it in an instant. Zheng Gang's father, Elder Zheng, was already ashen. He didn't expect Lu Xian to have such a powerful trump card. Although Zheng Gang was 1 rank higher than Lu Xian, for a martial artist who comprehended sword intent, it was normal for him to fight someone of a higher rank. Unless Zheng Gang could comprehend saber intent, he would only have a fighting chance. Defeated. Elder Zheng had already decided on Zheng Gang's ending in his heart. He was about to send a telepathic message to Zheng Gang to cancel the duel so that he wouldn't embarrass the saber sect. However, at this moment, he felt a sharp gaze directed at him. Elder Zheng could not help but shiver when he felt this gaze. He raised his head and saw that the sharp gaze belonged to Elder Jean. The warning in his gaze was self-evident. The Saber sect was the one who said they were unconvinced, and the Saber sect was also the one who suggested the duel. Now, the Saber sect was the one who wanted to cancel the duel. Wasn't this looking down on him, the deputy sect leader? Even a clay figurine would have a temper. After receiving Elder Jin's warning, Elder Jing didn't dare to make a move. He could only watch Xingang embarrass himself again in front of everyone. Although many elders could see that Lu Xian had comprehended sword intent, Xingang didn't have the ability to see it. However, he could sense that Lu Xian's posture was slightly unusual. He couldn't see any flaws at all. He didn't know where to start and couldn't help but hesitate. However, at this moment, Lu Xian's calm voice was heard. Make your move. You only have one chance to make your move. When Lu Xian said this, the anger in Xinggang's heart immediately rose. Your cultivation level is clearly lower than mine. Do you really want to defeat me with one move? I'll see how much you're worth. With this trace of anger, Xinggang's aura increased greatly. The trace of hesitation had disappeared long ago. Since you don't have any flaws, then I'll make one for you. Even if your martial skills are impressive, I'll use my cultivation level to suppress you. Xingang roared and instantly swung the single saber in his hand. The origin power in his body burst forth without holding back, creating a strong wind that caused their clothes to flutter. This time, he also chose to stake everything on one throw. He wanted to use his powerful strength to directly crush Lu Xian. Xingang let out a roar and his entire body was like a fully drawn bow. His body suddenly exploded and his saber, which was filled with power, slashed towards Lu Xian's head. A majestic saber aura surrounded the saber. If Lu Xian was hit by this slash, the crowd didn't doubt that Lu Xian would be sliced in half. As Xingang slashed with his saber, many disciples couldn't help but have a strange look in their eyes. Previously, because of Lu Xian's dazzling results, they didn't think that Xinggang's strength was that strong. However, after this slash, they realized that Xinggang's strength was indeed incomparably strong. He was indeed worthy of the title of genius. If it weren't for Lu Xian, the first place would definitely belong to Xingang. I didn't expect Senior Zheng to be so strong. The final result might even be Senior Zheng's victory. That's what Lu Xian asked for. He actually dared to say that he could defeat Senior Zheng with only 10% of his origin power. Does he really think he's that strong? You can't say that. Even if Xingang wins this time, it's only because he used a trick. He clearly knows that Lu Xian's origin power isn't strong enough, yet he purposely used origin power to bully him. It's really an unfair victory. TCH, a win is a win, a loss is a loss. There's no such logic. As Xingang slashed with his saber, the crowd of disciples couldn't help but start discussing again. The result of this battle was once again in suspense. After all, Lu Xian's biggest weakness was his origin power. Now that Xingang had specifically targeted this weakness, if Lu Xian wanted to block it, it would be incomparably difficult. Rock, slash. After slashing with his saber, Xingang, who had leaped high into the air, shouted out the name of this move. This move was a middle-grade yellow-grade martial technique. Even though Xingang had only mastered it to 50%, it was still his strongest move, and also his most ferocious move. If Lu Xian chose to block it, he had 100% confidence that he could directly crush Lu Xian. Everyone's gazes were focused on Lu Xian. They wanted to see how Lu Xian, who only had 10% of his origin power, was going to block Xinggang's unparalleled attack. Following Xinggang's move, a strong gust of yuan power attacked, bringing with it a strong gust of wind that blew onto Lu Xian's face, causing his hair to flutter. However, under the gaze of the crowd, Lu Xian still maintained his previous posture. If it wasn't for his indifferent expression, the disciples would even think that Lu Xian was stunned by Xinggang's fierce attack. At this critical moment, Lu Xian finally moved. He suddenly raised the sword that was pointing downwards. The tip of the sword instantly locked onto Xingang, and suddenly exerted force from his feet. Blinking sword technique, quiet like a virgin, moving like a rabbit. This was the description of Lu Xian's current state. No one could clearly see how Lu Xian moved, but he still moved. At the moment when Lu Xian moved, Xinggang's powerful saber finally slashed down. As his saber slashed down, Lu Xian immediately dissipated. Unfortunately, what he hit was only a shadow, because Lu Xian's movement was too fast, even leaving an afterimage at his original position. The saber slashed down, and Jinggang fell to the ground, but he didn't dare to move at all, because there was a trace of coldness on his neck. Without looking, he knew what it was. It was a sword, and the other end of the sword was held in Lu Xian's hand. Right now, his life was completely in the hands of Lu Xian. With just a light slash from Lu Xian, everything he had would vanish like smoke. What glory, what status, all of it would no longer have anything to do with him. You can't kill me. I am the son of the Saber Sect's elder Jing, I am a genius of the Wind Sword School, and I am destined to become a core disciple in the future. If you kill me, you will definitely not have a good time. Jinggang forced himself to be calm as he spoke, but his trembling voice betrayed him. However, before he could finish, he felt the sword on his neck tremble, and he immediately shut up in fear. Sorry, I don't have enough yuan power, I can't hold it steadily. Don't provoke me, I'm afraid that if I get nervous, I'll make a mistake. Lu Xian's somewhat playful voice sounded. Hearing Lu Xian's words, Jinggang couldn't help but curse in his heart. What did not having enough spirit power have to do with not being able to hold a sword steadily? With Lu Xian's strength at the 5th level of body refinement, even if he didn't use any spirit power, he could still use his physical strength to lift a weight of over 1,000 jin. Holding a mere sword was simply child's play. However, Jinggang naturally did not dare to say these words in the slightest. If Lu Xian's hand really trembled, Jinggang was about to cry. He never thought that there would be a day when he would be so close to death. As the two of them spoke, the crowd of disciples finally regained their senses. The scene just now was really too fast. Just a moment ago, they still saw Jinggang majestically slash at Lu Xian, but in that split second, they only saw a flash of sword light, and Jinggang's attack missed. Unknowingly, Lu Xian's sword was already at Jinggang's neck. This is... Lu Xian won? Nonsense. Are you blind? Can't you see that Jinggang's little life is in Lu Xian's hands? Speaking of which, just now, did any of you clearly see Lu Xian's sword? I didn't see it, but I know, that sword was too cool. I should have chosen the sword sect back then, I regret it so much. Lu Xian is too amazing, I'm really convinced. When he said one sword, it really was one sword. I even thought he was going to lose. After a short silence, loud discussions began to resound among the disciples. This was the first time they saw Lu Xian fight. Although they were convinced by Lu Xian's results before, they did not see a real battle after all. Now that they saw this sword, they no longer had any doubts about Lu Xian's results. Lu Xian, hurry up and let go of Jinggang. This is a spar between disciples, you can't kill each other. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. Elder Jing hurriedly shouted when his beloved son's life was in danger. With regards to Elder Jing's words, Lu Xian turned a deaf ear. The yearning sword slightly trembled on Jinggang's neck and said, "Weren't you not convinced? Are you convinced now?" I'm convinced, I'm convinced. Jinggang swallowed a mouthful of saliva and hurriedly said. Didn't you say there's no one in the sword sect? Then let me ask you now. Is there anyone in the sword sect? There is, there is. Jinggang didn't dare go against Lu Xian's words in the slightest. If Lu Xian really wanted to kill him, then even his father wouldn't be able to save him in time. When he saw Jinggang being so cooperative, Lu Xian's voice grew louder, and it was loud enough for everyone present to hear. Then tell me, is my sword sect stronger or your saber sect stronger? Jinggang was slightly hesitant when faced with Lu Xian's question, but as the sword on his neck grew tighter and tighter, Jinggang didn't dare hesitate any longer and said repeatedly, of course the sword sect is stronger. Louder, I can't hear you, or my hand will shake. Lu Xian said lazily. Jinggang instantly steeled his heart, closed his eyes, and shouted loudly. Of course the sword sect is stronger. When they saw Jinggang act like this, the disciples of the other branch sects instantly shook their heads. This time, the saber sect could be said to have lost all its honor. However, they couldn't blame anyone for this, and Jinggang could only blame himself for being too arrogant. Who asked him to take the initiative to offend Lu Xian? At this moment, the members of the saber sect were filled with rage, whereas, Elder Zhang's face was covered in black lines. Now, He discerned that Lu Xian had no intention of killing Xingang at all, and he purely wanted to use Xingang to humiliate the Saber sect. Compared to the Saber sect's shame and rage, everyone in the Sword sect roared with laughter. Lu Xian's actions could be said to have greatly improved the Sword sect's reputation. As for completely offending the Saber sect, Elder Qing wasn't afraid at all. Could it be that if Lu Xian didn't do this, the Saber sect wouldn't have pushed the Sword sect aside? Not to mention that he had Lu Xian with him now, so he was completely confident in his ability to compete with the Saber sect. When he heard the roars of laughter from the Sword sect, Xinggang's face flushed red, and his face was covered in rage and embarrassment. However, for the sake of his life, he endured it. He ceaselessly consoled himself in his heart. It's never too late for a gentleman to take revenge, and he should first preserve his life before anything else. Alright, Lu Xian, let Xingang go. You've won this battle, and I presume no one will be dissatisfied with it. Once Lu Xian had completely stolen the limelight, Elder Jin slowly spoke to help Xingang out of the predicament. After all, this battle was carried out under his supervision, so he naturally couldn't allow Lu Xian to really kill Xingang. Moreover, he could tell that Lu Xian had no intention of killing Xingang at all. Otherwise, the sword wouldn't have been placed on Xinggang's neck, but would have pierced through his throat instead. Since Elder Jin had spoken, Lu Xian naturally had to give him face. He slowly withdrew the yearning sword and smiled at Xingang. I was just joking with senior brother Xing just now. I hope senior brother Xing doesn't mind. When he heard Lu Xian's words, Xinggang's face twitched slightly. He squeezed out a fake smile and said, haha, I don't mind, of course I don't mind. Lu Xian immediately revealed an expression of relief. It's good that you don't mind. However, senior brother Xing, your reward of 1,000 contribution points is mine. Thank you. After he finished speaking, Lu Xian walked towards the Sword sect without looking back. This time, he had completely offended the Saber sect. However, so what? He would offend them sooner or later anyway. Xingang heaved a long sigh of relief as he watched Lu Xian leave. His heart was finally at ease as his life had been saved. However, a hint of hatred flashed across his eyes. He would remember the humiliation he had suffered today. After Lu Xian left, Xingang was the only one left in front of the huge forest of swords. Feeling the gazes of all the disciples on him, he immediately felt embarrassed and annoyed. Right now, everyone he looked at seemed to be expressing their disdain for him. If it were possible, he wanted nothing more than to kill everyone present to cover up his embarrassing behavior. Alright, Xingang, you should go back as well. Lu Xian has already fought with you as you said, and I'm sure you're convinced. You should know that there are always people better than you in this big world. Don't be arrogant in the future and focus on your cultivation, Elder Jin said in a low voice. Xingang could only bow unwillingly and obediently retreat. Elder Jin's gaze only lingered on Xingang for a second before he turned his attention back to Lu Xian. A trace of doubt flashed across his eyes as he watched Lu Xian's back. Had Lu Xian comprehended sword intent, Lu Xian had indeed performed extremely well in his earlier battle with Xingang, and everyone was instantly convinced of his results in the sword forest. However, the battle had ended too quickly. Apart from Lu Xian's stance, there was only one sword move that everyone could use as a reference. All the elders present could see the existence of a trace of sword will from Lu Xian's posture. However, it was a pity that Lu Xian did not use the power of the sword will in the next attack. He only relied on the strength of his martial arts technique to subdue Xingang. It was undeniable that even though they were unable to recognize what kind of martial arts technique Lu Xian had used, they did not doubt the power of that attack. However, for the crowd, especially Elder Jin, there was no doubt that it was a bit of a pity. This was because he wanted to determine if Lu Xian had truly comprehended sword will. From the bottom of his heart, Elder Jin still believed that Lu Xian had comprehended sword intent. Apart from this, there was no other explanation as to how he could go so far in the sword forest with his fifth-layer body refinement realm strength. A glimmer of light flashed across Elder Jin's eyes. If this was really the case, then it meant that Lu Xian did not need to use his full strength against Xingang. This person had hidden his strength very well. He was not a simple person. Thinking of this, Elder Jin smiled. His interest in Lu Xian had increased. He wanted to find out Lu Xian's strength. There was plenty of time in the future, so he did not pursue the matter any further. He shifted his gaze and looked at the disciples of the 9 main branch sections. The second round of the test has ended. The results of all the disciples are very outstanding. I hope that all of you will continue to work hard. Now, let the third round begin. Upon hearing Elder Jin's words, the disciples who had yet to participate in the test smiled bitterly. With Lu Xian's unreachable result in front of them, how could they continue to work hard? However, the test still had to be carried out. Very soon, the various branch sects sent out their representatives. This time, the 10 sword sect disciples who were sent out had their chests puffed out and their morale high. It was completely different from their previous dispirited state. This was the effect of being the leader. With Lu Xian's powerful result in front of them, they naturally did not want to lose the reputation of the sword sect. Each of them rubbed their palms together in anticipation. They did not hope to surpass Lu Xian, but they were unwilling to fall behind the others. The third round of the test proceeded very quickly. As the disciples finished their tests one by one, the results of this round were also displayed on the ranking stone tablet. To everyone's surprise, the 10 sword sect disciples who participated in this round were all ranked in the top 30 of this round. It could be said to be an unprecedented good result. Elder Qing even laughed heartily, as if he had finally seen the bright moon after the clouds parted. He kept praising everyone for their hard work, causing the disciples who had yet to take the test to be filled with energy, wanting to get a good result as well. This was the change brought about by the mentality. After all, these disciples had just entered the Wind Sword School and had yet to experience the training of the Wind Sword School. It could be said that they were standing on the same starting point. The strength of the sword sect disciples might not be inferior to the other sections. However, the sword sect disciples who participated in the test previously only wanted to delay as much time as possible so that they would not be the first to be eliminated. This kind of negative mentality greatly affected their performance, causing their results to be bad. However, the disciples who had just participated in the test all wanted to move forward bravely. They only wanted to kill a few more enemies and obtain a better ranking. It was this kind of drive that allowed them to completely display their strength. The tests were carried out one after another. The sword sect disciples were stimulated by their companions, and just as expected, they did not embarrass sword sect. Even though they did not manage to obtain as good a result as they did in the third round due to their strength, they managed to bring out their potential to the limit, and they had no regrets in their hearts. During the test, the genius disciples of the various branch sects appeared one after another. Basically, every branch sect had 1 or 2 people with outstanding strength. Although they were far from Jinggang and were worlds apart from Lu Xian, they were on par with Xing Feng and Xia Yi. Among them, there was a disciple of the Spear sect who was ranked third together with Li Hu. Although the number of people in the Spear sect was not the highest, their strength was not weak. In the previous sect competition of the Wind Sword School, the top 3 branch sects were the Saber sect, the Fist sect, and the Spear sect. Due to the fact that there were no more problems during the subsequent tests, the test proceeded swiftly. In less than 2 hours, all the disciples had completed their tests. Elder Jin smiled and nodded from time to time as he watched the results of the disciples being announced one by one. The overall standard of this batch of disciples was much stronger than that of the previous batches, and the number of genius disciples far exceeded that of the previous batches. However, it was a pity that with Lu Xian as the bright moon before him, these fireflies were unable to catch his attention. Very good. The entrance test for the new disciples has ended. Elder Jin's dignified voice slowly rang out. From now on, all of you are true inner sect disciples of my Wind Sword School. You will enjoy all the benefits of an inner sect disciple. Every month, the sect will distribute a certain amount of medicinal pills and contribution points, as well as some time to use the specialized training grounds. These are all your training resources. Of course, these training resources are not free for all of you to use. If you want to enjoy the training resources, you must pay a sufficient amount of contribution points. For example, this sword forest. I believe that all of you have sensed its uniqueness. Not only can it judge your score, it can also promote your training. Let me tell all of you that other than this time, every time you attempt to enter the sword forest, you will need to pay 100 contribution points. Other than this, the Martial Skill Pavilion, Elixir Hall, 5-Element Cave and other places can be exchanged and used as you wish as long as you have enough contribution points. Alright, all the disciples who have obtained the rewards for the entrance test, please come forward to receive your corresponding rewards. Before the test, Elder Jean had announced that all those who entered the top 100 would be rewarded. The rewards varied. The top 100 would receive 100 contribution points, while the first place would receive 2,000 contribution points. There was a difference of more than 20 times. Xianxia subconsciously took a step forward when he heard Elder Jin's words. He was the second place this time, so he would receive 1,000 contribution points. It was not a small number, but he suddenly paused. It seemed that in the duel with Lu Xian, he had already lost his reward to Lu Xian. When he thought of this, his face could not help but twist, and he looked at Lu Xian with resentment. However, he did not expect to see Lu Xian looking at him with a playful expression. Lu Xian had a good impression of this guy who gave him 1,000 contribution points for free. Their eyes met, and when he saw Lu Xian's faint smile, Xianxia snorted coldly. What are you so proud of? It's only 1,000 contribution points. It's your reward. Lu Xian could not be bothered with him and walked straight to Elder Jean. Although he had never used these contribution points before, it sounded quite useful, so he was naturally interested. There were 100 people who received rewards, and they were all walking towards Elder Jean, so it was natural that it was a little crowded. However, when they saw Lu Xian, all the disciples stopped and consciously made way for Lu Xian. They were not fools. Lu Xian's fame was so great that he would definitely be extraordinary in the future. They could not wait to curry favor with him, so they naturally did not dare to offend him. Although Lu Xian might not remember them if they made way for Lu Xian, at least they would not offend him. They did not want to be rewarded, but they hoped that they would not make mistakes. The disciples of the sword sect behind him followed Lu Xian, and they took the lead and arrived in front of Elder Jean. Other than Lu Xian, Xingfeng, Xiayi, and the other 12 disciples all entered the top 100. Speaking of which, the sword sect's results were not bad. Out of the 9 subsects, 15 of them made it into the top 100. More importantly, 3 of them made it into the top 10. Lu Xian was in first place, Xingfeng was in 5th place, and Xiayi was in 10th place. It could be said that it was a rare achievement for the sword sect to achieve in so many years. Greetings, Vice-sect leader. Lu Xian bowed first, and the disciples behind him followed closely, as if they were following Lu Xian's lead. Elder Jean nodded. Lu Xian, I've made my intentions very clear. I'll keep an eye on you. Don't slack off this year. I want to see how far you can go after a year. Don't disappoint me. Don't disappoint me. After he finished speaking, he did not care about Lu Xian's reaction. He extended his hand and said, "Give me your identity token. All your contribution points will be stored in it." Hearing this, Lu Xian quickly took out the nameplate that represented his identity and handed it over. After taking the nameplate, Elder Jean took out a nameplate that was almost identical to Lu Xian's except for the color. He then swiped it over Lu Xian's nameplate. Elder Jin's identity token was golden. From the color of the token, one could easily identify the person's identity. Lu Xian's token was black, which symbolized his identity as a disciple. The green token represented his identity as a deacon, the silver token represented his identity as an elder, and the golden token represented his identity as a vice-sect leader. As for the sect leader, he also had his own token, which was purple-gold in color. It was one level higher than the vice-sect leader. The use and exchange of contribution points is very simple. It's just like using a storage ring. You can enter the nameplate with your mind and find out your contribution points. If you stick it to another nameplate, you can transfer your contribution points to someone else at any time. However, only you can control your own nameplate, Elder Jean explained as he distributed the contribution points to Lu Xian. This time, you obtained the first place among the newly admitted disciples, so you will be rewarded with 2,000 contribution points. You will be rewarded with 2,000 to 5,000 contribution points for entering the top 500 and top 300. Adding the 1,000 contribution points that Xianxia lost to you, you will be rewarded with 10,000 contribution points in total. This is not a small sum, so make good use of it. After he finished speaking, Elder Jean passed the nameplate back to Lu Xian. Lu Xian naturally received it respectfully with both hands. After Lu Xian received his reward, Xing Feng, Xia Yi, and the other disciples of the sword sect stepped forward. However, Elder Jean was not as patient with the other disciples as he was with Lu Xian. He did not waste any time and only distributed the rewards that they deserved. The disciples of the sword sect who received their rewards returned to Elder Cheng's side. When the disciples who did not receive their rewards heard Elder Jean mention the importance of contribution points, they naturally looked at the returning disciples with envy. Elder Cheng waved his hand and said, "All of you performed well in this test. I've said that as long as you can make the sword sect famous, you will definitely be rewarded. This time, our sword sect has really made a name for itself." Lu Xian's performance was especially outstanding. All the disciples will be rewarded. This time, the sword sect had achieved such great results. How could he be stingy? In any case, the number of disciples in the sword sect this time was far less than in previous years, so they were not lacking in resources. Our sword sect will also reward according to the rules set by the vice sect leader. The first place will be rewarded with 2,000 contribution points, the top 3 will be rewarded with 1,000 contribution points, the top 10 will be rewarded with 500 contribution points, and everyone else will be rewarded with 100 contribution points. When Elder Cheng said this, the disciples who did not receive any contribution points immediately beamed with joy. Xia Yi and Xing Feng were also very happy. Apart from Lu Xian, they were one of the top 3 in the sword sect. They only received 500 contribution points from Elder Jean, but they did not expect to receive another 1,000 contribution points from Elder Chen. This time, Lu Xian received another 2,000 contribution points, and his contribution points directly soared to 12,000. Even some of the veteran disciples who had been in the Wind Sword School for a few years might not be able to match his contribution points. However, Lin Sini did not receive any contribution points this time. Although she was also in the connected body 4 layer, she was not good at fighting, so she was not able to enter the top 10 in the sword sect. She only managed to get 100 contribution points, but it was better than nothing. After distributing the rewards to the disciples, Elder Cheng once again said, "After participating in the entrance test, you are now official inner sect disciples of the Wind Sword School. As long as you have enough contribution points, elixirs, martial techniques, it is all up to you. There is no need to be in a hurry to train. First, familiarize yourself with the sect. The map of the sect is inscribed on your nameplate. You will be able to see it when you send your consciousness into it. The elixir hall is the place to exchange elixirs. The martial technique pavilion is the place to store martial techniques and martial techniques. The 5-element cave is the place to train. If you want to obtain enough contribution points, you can go to the mission tower. There are various missions there, and after you complete them, you will be able to obtain the corresponding contribution points. There are also some miscellaneous things, so you can slowly learn about them." Elder Cheng gave Lu Xian and the rest a simple introduction of the things in the Wind Sword School, and then left by himself. He knew that the disciples would definitely be interested in these things and would definitely want to check them out. "Lu Xian, where are we going first?" Xia Yi asked excitedly. He wanted to visit all the places that Elder Cheng had mentioned. "Anywhere. At most, we will just visit all of them once." Lu Xian shrugged. He was not in a hurry to train. It would not be too late to take a look at the things in the Wind Sword School first. Then let's go to the martial technique pavilion first. I wonder if there are any powerful martial techniques in the Wind Sword School. The core competitiveness of the sect was undoubtedly martial techniques. Many disciples who joined the Wind Sword School basically came for these things. After saying that, Lu Xian, Xia Yi, and Lin Sini prepared to go to the martial technique pavilion first. "I will go with you." Xing Feng also interrupted. After looking at the map, the 4 of them found the right direction and headed towards the martial skill pavilion. With Lu Xian in the lead, Xing Feng, Xia Yi, and Lin Sini followed closely behind. Along the way, there were many new disciples heading towards the martial skill pavilion. When they saw Lu Xian and the others, they would naturally whisper to each other. Lu Xian had just entered the Wind Sword School and his performance was already so dazzling. who knew what level he would reach in a year's time? Lu Xian, have you really comprehended the sword will? Xingfeng could not help but ask along the way. Although countless elders had guessed that Lu Xian had comprehended the sword will, he had never used it. Because of this, even Elder Jin, who had seen far more than everyone else, could not be sure. The importance of the sword will to a sword cultivator was self-evident. Therefore, even though he knew that it was a very friendly thing to ask someone else's trump card, Xingfeng could not help but ask the question in his heart. Lu Xian smiled faintly. He did not admit nor deny it, the sword forest is filled with sword will. The deeper you go, the stronger the sword will be. If you want to, you can go there often to feel it. Even if you cannot comprehend it, it will still be very beneficial to your cultivation. Xingfeng nodded thoughtfully in response to Lu Xian's ambiguous answer. He didn't try to get to the bottom of it. After pondering for a moment, he opened his mouth again and said, Lu Xian, I wonder if you can tell me exactly what this sword intent is. In the entire Wind Sword School, there were less than 5 people who had comprehended the sword will. Even the current sword faction's great elder, Elder Qing, had not comprehended the sword will. Even if Xingfeng wanted to ask for guidance, he could not find anyone. At this moment, there was an existence in front of him that could possibly comprehend the sword will. How could he let it go? Hearing Xingfeng's question, Lu Xian couldn't help but burst into laughter. Sword intent isn't a thing. No, it's still a thing. It's just that this thing is very mysterious. It can only be understood, but not described. I'll give you these 24 words. As soon as Lu Xian said this, not only Xingfeng, but Xiaoyi and Lin Sini also pricked up their ears and stared at Lu Xian, afraid that they would miss a single word. After all, this was a rare and precious comprehension of the sword will, not to mention the extremely important comprehension of sword intent. Even if it was an ordinary cultivation comprehension, a cultivator might not be willing to share it with others. After all, this was something that they had painstakingly cultivated for. How could they be willing to easily guide others? Perhaps some elders would be willing to guide their disciples. After all, they weren't on the same level. However, it was different for disciples. Because they were in a state of competition, if they gave their comprehension to others and were surpassed by them in the future, then the amount of resources they would receive would be lesser. However, this wasn't a problem for Lu Xian. Even if it was someone like Xinggang or a genius like Xianxia who had entered the core, he didn't treat them as an opponent, let alone Xingfeng. Moreover, Lu Xian didn't have a bad impression of Xingfeng. From the fact that Xingfeng was able to directly challenge him and directly ask about his experience, Lu Xian knew that Xingfeng wasn't a scheming person. Xingfeng only wanted to work hard for the sword sect and pursue the martial Dao. As for Xiaoyi and Lin Sini, Lu Xian had long since treated them as friends. How could he be stingy with a mere bit of comprehension? Stopping his steps, Lu Xian slowly turned around and swept his gaze across the faces of the 3 of them. These 24 words are: comprehend the sword with the heart, condense the heart with the sword. There is a heart in the sword, and there is a sword in the heart. As long as the sword intent is not extinguished, the sword heart will not die. However, this is only my current superficial view. It's very weak. You guys can just listen to it. Perhaps it will give you some inspiration. Lu Xian shook his head after he finished speaking. His current sword intent had only reached the initial level, and he didn't know how far it was from the true pinnacle. However, in Lu Xian's opinion, his rather shallow comprehension caused a raging storm when it landed in the ears of the 3. In an instant, the 3 of them were stunned. All of their minds were focused on the 24 words that Lu Xian had just said. Among the 3 of them, Xingfeng's talent was the highest. After receiving Lu Xian's guidance, he felt as if something in his mind had cracked. He seemed to have caught a glimpse of the unattainable sword intent. Although he was still far from comprehending the sword intent, he had at least grasped a trace of it. As long as he had enough opportunities in the future, he would be able to successfully break through. As for Xiaoyi and Lin Sini, their talent was not as great as Xingfeng's, but they also had great comprehension. Although they might not comprehend the sword intent, they would at least be able to go further on the path of the sword. What Lu Xian didn't know was that these 24 words were the general outline of the initial level of the sword intent. Even Elder Qing could only vaguely feel the 2-word sword heart. He couldn't explain it as clearly as Lu Xian. Even if Lu Xian were to say those 24 words in front of Elder Qing would definitely be able to understand them, let alone the fact that Xing Feng and the other two were the only ones listening to Lu Xian's comprehension. Seeing that the three of them seemed to have comprehended something, Lu Xian wasn't in a hurry to leave. After waiting for a while, the three of them came out of their comprehension one after another. Xiaoyi let out a long sigh of relief and said, Lu Xian, those short 24 words of yours are worth 3 years of hard work for me. In the future, your path will definitely be much further than mine. I'll have to cling on to your thigh tightly. When Lin Sini heard this, she smiled lightly and said, that's natural. The vice sect leader has already said that in 1 year, Lu Xian will definitely become a core disciple. You are still far from that. However, to be honest, these 24 words are indeed extraordinary. After listening to them, even I have gained a lot of comprehension. In response to Lin Sini's mockery, Xiaoyi did not back down and retorted, what are you so happy about Lu Xian becoming a core disciple? Don't you still have to stay in the inner sect? When that time comes, don't fall in love with him alone. Xiaoyi, what nonsense are you spouting? Lin Sini was a little embarrassed as she interrupted Xiaoyi. Her face couldn't help but turn slightly red, and she didn't dare to raise her head to look at Lu Xian. Although she didn't say it out loud, the few of them were well aware of her feelings for Lu Xian. It was just that they didn't say it out loud. They didn't expect Xiaoyi to say it out loud in a moment of desperation. When Xiaoyi realized that she had said the wrong thing, she immediately chuckled. She didn't explain, nor did she say anything else. She only looked at the two of them with a rather ambiguous gaze. Just when Lu Xian and Lin Sini were feeling rather awkward, Xing Feng suddenly spoke up and broke the awkward situation. This caused both Lu Xian and Lin Sini to heave a sigh of relief. Lu Xian, I will remember this favor of imparting the way to you. While I may not be able to help you in the future, as long as there is anything I can do to help you, I will not refuse it at all. Xing Feng said solemnly. For Lu Xian to be able to speak out such an important comprehension without holding back, it was completely worth his promise. Right now, he was almost completely sure that Lu Xian had definitely comprehended sword intent. Otherwise, how could he possibly say these 24 words? In response to Xing Feng's words, Lu Xian smiled slightly and didn't refuse. Xing Feng's guidance was indeed worthy of this promise. Moreover, who knew if there would be a time when he would need Xing Feng's help? The four of them continued on their way to the martial skills pavilion. What had just happened was only an interlude. Very soon, a not too tall but extremely majestic pavilion appeared in front of the three of them. A meticulously mounted signboard hung above the pavilion, with the words Martial Skills Pavilion written in flamboyant calligraphy. They had arrived at the Martial Skills Pavilion. At this moment, there were quite a number of disciples standing in front of the Martial Skills Pavilion. As long as one was a member of the Wind Sword School, regardless of whether one was an outer sect disciple, an inner sect disciple, or a high-ranking core disciple, one could enter the Martial Skills Pavilion. Of course, core disciples naturally had better resources and would not be interested in the items in the Martial Skills Pavilion. The chances of them coming here was almost zero. Therefore, the disciples who came here were basically outer sect and inner sect disciples. Among them, the majority were inner sect disciples. Although outer sect disciples were eager to enter, there was a threshold to enter the Martial Skills Pavilion. This threshold was contribution points. This Martial Skills Pavilion was divided into 3 floors. The first floor required 100 contribution points, the second floor required 1,000 contribution points, and the third floor required 10,000 contribution points. Because of this, most of the disciples could only stand here and watch. For the time being, they did not have enough contribution points to enter. If they wanted to enter, they had to first complete some missions in the mission building and earn enough contribution points. However, to Lu Xian and the rest, contribution points were naturally not lacking. After casually glancing at the exterior of the Martial Skills Pavilion, Lu Xian lost interest. The attractive thing about the Martial Skills Pavilion was not its appearance, but the items inside. Let's go in and have a look. Lu Xian led the way to the entrance of the Martial Skills Pavilion. At the entrance of the Martial Skills Pavilion, a middle-aged warrior dressed like a deacon was lazily sitting behind a table. It seemed like he was in charge of supervising the Martial Skills Pavilion. Lu Xian only took a glance at him and did not Pay much attention to him as he walked straight in. Stand. Just as Lu Xian was about to step through the door, the deacon stopped them. His tone was not polite at all. Lu Xian's eyebrows slightly furrowed. Soon after, he relaxed and stopped as he was told. Although he had made a name for himself during the entrance test, the only people who knew of him in such a large wind sword sect with thousands of disciples were probably the newly matriculated disciples. For now, he did not have the qualifications to put on airs. Seeing Lu Xian and the rest look over, the deacon lazily glanced at the four of them and asked, "Newcomers?" Lu Xian nodded. "No wonder you don't know the rules." The middle-aged deacon muttered, then slowly sat up straight. He waved his hand at Lu Xian and the others, indicating for them to walk over and said, "To enter the martial skill pavilion, we need to test your qualifications. Take out your nameplates. Please swipe your card before entering. This is the first rule for entering the martial skill pavilion." Lu Xian naturally had no reason to reject the middle-aged deacon's request. This was the rule of Wind Sword School, so he immediately took out his nameplate. Lin Sini and the other two naturally did the same. Xiayi and Xing Feng both received thousands of contribution points, and Lin Sini also received 100 points, which was enough to enter the first floor. "Where can I swipe it?" Lu Xian glanced around and didn't see any place to swipe a card. Looking at the nameplates in the hands of Lu Xian and the other three, a hint of greed flashed across the middle-aged deacon's eyes. He laughed and said, "Please swipe your card before entering. This is only the first rule. Now I will teach you the second rule." As he spoke, the deacon also took out a nameplate from his body. It was green, representing the deacon's identity. If he was not wrong, it must be the deacon's own nameplate. While Lu Xian and the others were confused, the deacon pointed at his nameplate and said, "Each of you, transfer 10 contribution points here. This is the second rule." "Why?" Before Lu Xian could speak, Xiayi became angry. This guy was obviously using his position to forcibly steal the disciples' contribution points. Lu Xian didn't say anything. He only looked at the deacon, waiting for his answer. "What? Do you want to fight?" The middle-aged deacon's face instantly darkened. He looked at Lu Xian and the other three and sneered, "Newcomers should behave like newcomers. Not to mention you group of new students, even the older students have to listen to me if they want to enter this door. This is the second rule. Don't you understand?" Managing the pavilion of martial arts was a lucrative job. Those disciples who were not strong enough would have to pay some contribution points to the deacon if they wanted to enter. This was the rule of the Wind Sword School. Therefore, facing Xiaya's provocation, the deacon did not take it to heart at all. What could a few new disciples do? Every year, when the new disciples entered the sect, it was his best harvest. If he couldn't suppress Lu Xian and the others, how could he earn extra money from the other disciples? Naturally, he couldn't start with this. Xiayi still wanted to challenge Lu Xian, but he was stopped by Lu Xian. They had just entered the Wind Sword sect, and were not familiar with the rules of the Wind Sword sect. It was not good for them to be too high profile. Since this guy dared to ask for extra money so arrogantly, it must be the usual practice. With his current strength, it was still not enough to break the rules of the martial arts pavilion. "Forget it. It's only 40 contribution points in total," Lu Xian said faintly. While speaking, his eyes were staring at the deacon's face, remembering his appearance. Although he admitted defeat this time, when he had the strength to break the rule, he would make him pay back with interest. Seeing that Lu Xian had admitted defeat, a hint of mockery flashed across the attendant's eyes. "You know what you're doing, kid. Hurry up and don't disturb my sleep. Remember this rule. I won't have to waste my breath the next time you come." "Lu Xian, I only have 100 contribution points. If I transfer 10 points, I won't be qualified to enter." Lin Sini bit her lips and said. She was the dignified Miss Lin of Linqing and was spoiled all the time. How could she ask someone for help? Can she be exempted? Lu Xian looked at the deacon and said. "What are you talking about? Give her what she deserves. If any of you have more, just give it to her. Hurry up, don't talk nonsense." The deacon waved his hand impatiently and said. Xiaya's anger rose again. Xiaya's anger flared up again. When he was a spoiled brat in Lin City, he had never suffered such humiliation. Just as he was about to lose his temper despite Lu Xian's attempts to stop him, a commotion suddenly came from behind him. A group of 5 people directly broke through the crowd and walked to the side of Lu Xian and the others. One of them walked at the front while the other 4 followed closely behind. However, this group of people didn't even look at Lu Xian and the others. One of the 4 people walking at the back took a step forward and said to the deacon impatiently, "Take out the things." The deacon glanced at the group of people. Just a moment ago, he was looking at Lu Xian with a stern face, but in an instant, he was filled with a smile. The change in his expression was so fast that it made people speechless. "So it's young Master Lin, please wait a moment," the deacon said with a face full of smiles. Then, as if he was performing a magic trick, he suddenly took out an item. Lu Xian looked at the item and noticed that there was a card slot carved on it. It was exactly the same width as the nameplate. Seeing this item, the disciples didn't waste any time and took out their nameplates and swiped them over the card slot. Immediately after, a beep sound could be heard. Even the leader of the group, young Master Lin, was no exception. He obediently swiped his nameplate and the 5 of them didn't stay any longer and directly entered the martial skill pavilion. Looking at the backs of the 5 people, Lu Xian's eyes flashed with a hint of understanding. The first rule that the deacon had mentioned, to enter by swiping a card, seemed to be correct. But as for the second rule, why don't they need to transfer their contribution points to you? Lu Xian pouted at the 5 people from before and asked the attendant. What? Do you want to learn from them? After the so-called young Master Lin left, the middle-aged martial artist's apologetic smile was long gone. He regained his annoying sneer. He's ranked in the top 10 of the stone steel. It's very likely that he'll enter the corps. You're just a newbie. What makes you think you can compete with him? Don't waste my time. Be a good boy and transfer your contribution points to me. I will give you another 3 breaths of time. Otherwise, I won't be asking for 10 points, but 20 points. The middle-aged deacon's tone was threatening. He was getting impatient. Usually, the newcomers wouldn't dare to speak up in front of him. He didn't expect these people to be so unreasonable today. Hearing this, Lu Xian instantly laughed. The reason why he didn't let Xiayi make a move was because he thought that the second rule was extremely powerful. If it was really the unspoken rule of the Wind Sword School, he naturally wouldn't dare to break it. Since he had just entered the Wind Sword School, Lu Xian still maintained the principle of keeping a low profile. However, he didn't expect a mere top 10 inner sect disciple to be able to ignore the second rule. It seemed like this rule was far from being as unbreakable as he thought. If that was the case, how could he, Lu Xian, be someone to be trifled with? His temper wasn't any better than Xiaye's, but he was more tolerant. Now that he realized there was no need to be tolerant, how could Lu Xian be willing to swallow his anger? "Xiayi, swipe the card and enter," Lu Xian ordered indifferently. Seeing Lu Xian's expression, Xiayi was instantly delighted. He knew that Lu Xian obviously didn't intend to give in. He didn't waste any more time and copied what the previous few people did. He took the nameplate and inserted it into the card slot. Pa, the middle-aged deacon waved his right hand and pressed on the card slot. He looked at Lu Xian with a gloomy face. "You refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. Those who don't follow the rules won't have a good ending. I'll give you one last chance." Hearing this, Lu Xian extended his right hand. Lin Cini, who was at the side, very considerately handed her sword to Lu Xian. Seeing Lu Xian's actions, the middle-aged deacon immediately laughed 3 times. "Very good. I haven't seen such an arrogant newcomer in a long time. You use a sword, and you're from the sword sect? If you were from the saber sect, perhaps I would be a little afraid. But a trash sword sect disciple, you dare to be so arrogant and challenge me? As long as I'm here, don't even think of taking a step into this martial skills pavilion. Even if you invited your sword sect's elder here, you can only invite him once or twice. Can you invite him 8 or 10 times? You refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. I think it's better to give it to you. I'll also give you one last chance. Take your hand away." The corner of Lu Xian's mouth curled up into a smile. A newcomer at the 5th rank of the body refinement realm dares to attack me? Provoking a deacon, although it's not a crime worthy of death, it's enough to expel you from Wind Sword School. Facing Lu Xian's provocation, the middle-aged deacon sneered. His strength was not considered strong, but he was still at the 7th rank of the body refinement realm. Moreover, after staying at Wind Sword School for so long, his combat ability was not weak at all. A mere 5th rank of the body refinement realm, a newcomer who had just entered Wind Sword School, was completely not in his eyes. Looks like you're going to eat a forfeit. Lu Xian smiled slightly. The middle-aged deacon suddenly pulled out a saber and fearlessly confronted Lu Xian. He had already made up his mind. Although he didn't dare to directly kill Lu Xian, if he didn't teach him a lesson, he wouldn't be able to stay here anymore. Since he used a saber, this guy must have been a member of the saber sect. This was not strange. The martial skills pavilion was a lucrative job. Based on the saber sect's strength these years, this place would definitely not be taken advantage of by outsiders. I originally wanted to be low-key, but I didn't think that there would always be people who would force me to do things in a high-profile manner. As soon as Lu Xian finished speaking, his entire body's aura burst forth. An indescribable aura instantly engulfed the surroundings. Xiayi and the others who were in this area only felt a chill, as if a cold winter wind had suddenly attacked them. They couldn't help but shiver. Xingfeng's eyes suddenly burst with a glimmer of light, sword intent. This feeling could not be wrong. In the sword forest, Xingfeng could feel the sword intent emitted by the sword forest. Although he could not successfully comprehend it, it did not hinder him from remembering this feeling. When facing Jinggang, Lu Xian did not reveal his sword intent. At this moment, facing the middle-aged deacon, he finally revealed it. The middle-aged deacon's strength had reached the 7th layer of the body refinement realm. Even if Lu Xian did not use his sword intent, it was not impossible for him to defeat him. However, Lu Xian did not want to defeat him, but to intimidate him. He did not have a reputation that was as powerful as the top 10 on the overall ranking, so he had to rely on his own strength to intimidate the middle-aged attendant. As such, he did not hesitate to use the sword will that he had just recently comprehended. Lu Xian slowly raised the tip of his sword. A sharp killing intent tightly locked onto the middle-aged deacon's forehead. Faced with this sudden turn of events, the middle-aged deacon's back was drenched in cold sweat. He felt as if an extremely sharp needle had pierced the space between his eyebrows, and it could penetrate deep into his body at any time. He did not dare to move his right hand that was holding the single saber. He was afraid that the self-proclaimed newbie in front of him would attack him regardless of the consequences if he made a mistake. Indeed, in the eyes of the middle-aged deacon, Lu Xian was merely claiming to be a newbie. If he were truly a newbie, how could he possibly be so powerful? Lu Xian's aura alone was enough to make the deacon freeze before he even made a single move. Furthermore, his instincts told him that this aura was very likely the 1 in a million sword will. He was a member of the Saber sect and had been working in the Martial Skill Pavilion for many years. Every disciple that entered the Martial Skill Pavilion had to pay a certain amount of entrance fee to him. This was something that many disciples of the Wind Sword School were well aware of. Although there were some who were dissatisfied and had caused trouble more than once, they all ended up in vain. In the end, they still had to obediently pay the entrance fee. This was because the entrance fee that he collected wasn't for himself. Instead, most of it had to be handed over to the Saber sect. It could be said that he was only a representative that the Saber sect had placed here. It was precisely because of this that a mere deacon like him dared to openly provoke all the disciples. In any case, if something were to happen, there would naturally be people from the Saber sect to protect him. As time passed, this became the second rule when entering the Martial Skill Pavilion. The tyranny of the Saber sect was evident. They relied on their strength to control all sorts of lucrative jobs, and the contribution points they obtained were returned to the members of the Saber sect. This was one of the reasons why the Saber sect was becoming stronger and the Sword sect was becoming weaker. Of course, it wasn't that these deacons didn't have any discerning eyes. Most of their targets were newcomers and seniors who weren't that strong. For example, young Master Lin and his group who had just entered were people that they couldn't afford to offend. But who would have thought that today, he would be pecked in the eye by a goose and run into Lu Xian? Move your hand away. Lu Xian's aura disappeared, and his sword intent didn't dissipate. He spoke indifferently. Hearing this, the middle-aged deacon hurriedly moved his left hand away from the card reader. He wasn't an idiot. At his age, he had already lost his drive. He clearly knew who he could offend and who he couldn't. Regardless of whether Lu Xian was a newcomer or not, he was able to suppress him with his aura when he was only at the 5th layer of the body refinement realm. There was no doubt that Lu Xian would become famous in the future. Perhaps Lu Xian couldn't do anything to the Saber sect, but as the representative of the Saber sect, he definitely wouldn't have a good ending. Thus, he decisively chose to give in. If I knew that you had such strength, I wouldn't have dared to offend you. I hope that young master will be magnanimous and not bother with me. Please come in. The middle-aged deacon squeezed out a smile and looked at Lu Xian as he spoke. The weapon in his hand had already been put away. Lu Xian was a bit stunned by this guy who changed his attitude faster than flipping a book. He didn't expect that this guy, who seemed so unyielding before, would immediately become so submissive after Lu Xian revealed his strength. Didn't you want to make me drink as a punishment? Lu Xian said with a playful smile. I didn't want to, but this is my job. If I don't do it well, this job will be taken by someone else. I hope that young master will be magnanimous and forgive me. The middle-aged deacon said with a sad face. Everyone had their own difficulties. Who would be willing to be the bad guy every day? As the saying goes, don't slap a smiling person. Since this guy had already admitted his mistake, Lu Xian didn't bother to argue with him. As for the entrance fee that he continued to collect from the other newcomers, Lu Xian didn't want to care. He probably couldn't. It was reasonable. Since the second rule could exist for so long, it must not be that simple. With his current strength, it would be good if he could guarantee that his group wouldn't suffer a loss. Withdrawing his sword intent, Lu Xian returned the sword to Linsini. Without the threat of the sword intent, the middle-aged deacon couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. Although Lu Xian's sword intent wasn't as majestic as the sword forest, it was better in terms of sharpness and concentration. In terms of threat, it was far better than the sword forest. The four of them swiped their nameplates on the card slot. This time, the middle-aged deacon naturally didn't dare to stop them. In his heart, the status of Lu Xian's group had been raised to the same level as young Master Lin. This is my first time coming to the Martial Skill Pavilion. Are there any rules? Tell me. Lu Xian asked. Since he had successfully intimidated this guy, it would be a waste not to use the free guide. Hearing this, the middle-aged deacon muttered to himself. First time here, it seems like they are really newcomers. If they are so powerful as newcomers, how strong will they be in the future? Although he thought so, he didn't dare to be careless with his words. This martial skill pavilion is divided into 3 floors. The first floor only requires 100 contribution points to enter. As for the stairs leading to the second and third floors, there is a barrier. If the contribution points in the nameplate are not up to the standard, you won't be able to go up. In order to ensure that the martial skills and cultivation methods are not leaked, the martial skills and cultivation methods in the Martial Skill Pavilion are not allowed to be taken out. They can only be viewed in the Martial Skill Pavilion. In every floor, there are many quiet rooms for the disciples to use. The quiet room on the first floor costs 5 contribution points a day, 50 for the second floor, and 500 for the third floor. The middle-aged deacon didn't hide anything and told Lu Xian all the information about the Martial Skill Pavilion. However, the amount of contribution points needed to stay in the Martial Skill Pavilion made Lu Xian speechless. 500 contribution points were needed to stay in the third floor for a day. Even with all the contribution points he had, he could only stay for 20 days. After listening to the middle-aged deacon's explanation, Lu Xian nodded his head slightly. Without further ado, he led the 3 of them to the Martial Skill Pavilion. He wanted to see what kind of good stuff the Wind Sword School had in the Martial Skill Pavilion. Young master, please wait. May I know your name so that I can address you the next time you come? The middle-aged deacon said with a smile. Lu Xian didn't stop walking. Before he entered the Martial Skill Pavilion, he uttered 2 words, Lu Xian. Stepping into the Martial Arts Pavilion, in the hall on the first floor, there were many bookshelves. Countless books were displayed on the shelves, and many disciples were browsing between the bookshelves. The books in the martial arts pavilion did not only contain various martial techniques and cultivation methods, but also the personal notes and cultivation experiences of some elites. The value of these things was not lower than those martial techniques and cultivation methods. Suddenly seeing so many books, not only Lu Xian, but also Lin Sini and Xia Yi, who were of high birth, could not help but be shocked. As expected of the Wind Sword School, there are so many martial techniques and cultivation methods in the martial arts pavilion. I thought that the cultivation methods in the governor's mansion were quite a lot, but compared to here, they are simply a drop in the ocean. Xia Yi could not help but praise. Lu Xian was also a little dazed. With a yellow-level lower-grade dragon catcher hand, Ryuka could become the richest family in Xianxia town. If all the books in the Wind Sword School were to be leaked out, how many Ryuka would there be? However, Lu Xian laughed at himself. It was not appropriate to compare Ryuka with Wind Sword School. Ryuka could only hide in a small place like Xianxia town, while Wind Sword School ruled over the 3 nearby empires. There was no comparison at all. Seeing Lu Xian and the other 3 stunned at the entrance, some of the disciples who were browsing the books glanced at them and laughed in disdain. It was obvious that they were newcomers who had just joined Wind Sword School and had not seen much of the world. They were making a fuss over nothing. Just when they were feeling proud of their status as seniors, Lu Xian said, "Let's go. I don't think there is anything good on the first floor. Let's go to the second floor." As soon as Lu Xian said that, a few seniors immediately burst into laughter. One of them mocked, "The second level isn't a place you can enter just because you want to. Do you really think you can enter the second level without 1,000 contribution points?" Since ancient times, freshmen and seniors had always been a pair of contradictions that could not be resolved. It seemed that no matter where it was common for seniors to bully freshmen. At this moment, when they saw that Lu Xian and the other freshmen did not seem to know anything, the seniors were naturally happy to seek superiority. Hearing this, Lu Xian only smiled. He did not want to waste time arguing with them and walked directly to the stairs to the second floor. "Sini, give me your nameplate. I will transfer 1,000 contribution points to you." Lu Xian did not wait for Lin Sini to speak. Lin Sini only had 100 contribution points. Naturally, she did not have the right to go to the second floor. Fortunately, Lu Xian had 12,000 contribution points. Transferring 1,000 to her was not a problem. Lin Sini did not reject Lu Xian's gift. She smiled sweetly and handed the nameplate to Lu Xian. After transferring 1,000 contribution points to Lin Sini, the 4 of them passed through the barrier on the stairs without any hindrance as the older students looked on, waiting for a good show to unfold. They easily made it to the second floor. The eyes of the person who mocked Lu Xian just now were about to pop out of their sockets when he saw that. F***CK. What's going on? Can we really go to the second floor after entering? I've been here for a year and I've only gone up a few times. These freshmen are quite impressive. They probably have powerful backgrounds. The number of bookshelves on the second floor was obviously much less than the first floor. Looking around, there were only about 10 bookshelves. Moreover, the bookshelves were scattered everywhere. This time, Lu Xian did not rush to go up. Instead, he flipped through the items on the second floor. Water Immortal's Blade, Blade Manual, Low-Grade Yellow Grade. Startling Rainbow Spear, Spear Manual, Mid-Grade Yellow Grade. Beast Emperor's Claw, Claw Technique, Low-Grade Yellow Grade. Lu Xian flipped through quite a few martial arts manuals in a row. Most of them were lower-grade yellow tier, and there were some middle-grade yellow tier. Martial arts manuals. However, there weren't many of them. Even if they were middle-grade yellow tier martial arts manuals, they would most likely be trash. It wasn't hard to imagine that the manuals on the first floor were all lower-grade yellow tier martial arts manuals. The Long family's Dragon Catcher Hand, as well as the Lightning Sword technique, which had been improved by the Sword Crystal, might be qualified to be placed on the second floor. Regarding these kinds of martial arts manuals, Lu Xian was not interested. He immediately said to the 3 excitedly choosing martial arts manuals, "You guys take your time, I'll go to the third floor to take a look." "Oh right, don't wait for me later. I might train on the third floor for a few days." Xia Yi and the other 2 nodded their heads. Entering the third floor required 10,000 contribution points. Such a large amount of contribution points was not even available to the majority of the elders. To be able to enter the third floor right after entering the Wind Sword School, Lu Xian was probably the only one who had done so in all these years. After bidding farewell to the three, Lu Xian walked straight to the stairs leading to the third floor. On the stairs, there was still a barrier, making it hard to see the situation on the third floor. However, the barrier would only stop disciples with less than 10,000 contribution points. Naturally, Lu Xian passed through without any suspense. The number of bookshelves on the third floor was even more pitiful. There were only 3 bookshelves. After taking a glance, Lu Xian estimated that there were less than 100 manuals on the entire third floor. Of course, there was no guarantee that some of the manuals had been taken away by others. As soon as he stepped into the third floor, several pairs of eyes swept over. When they saw Lu Xian's appearance, they immediately let out a soft gasp of surprise. Obviously, they were a little surprised at the appearance of a new face. There were less than 100 disciples who were qualified to enter the third floor. Although they might not be familiar with each other, they would at least have an impression of each other. Obviously, it was their first time seeing Lu Xian. Instantly, they all looked at this guy who had just entered the third floor with great interest. As they were looking at Lu Xian was also looking at them. There were only 9 people on the third floor, including him. Lu Xian had some impression of 5 of them. They were the group called Young Master Lin. As for the other 4, he had never seen them before. Presumably, they had already entered the third floor. Lu Xian paid special attention to Young Master Lin. According to the middle-aged deacon, this Young Master Lin was in existence in the top 10 of the overall rankings. Lu Xian silently recalled the rankings he had seen before. Although he did not remember all of the names on the rankings, he still had an impression of the top 10. This Young Master Lin seemed to be called Lin Tian? That's right, he seemed to be someone from the Sword Sect. Lu Xian did his best to recall and finally remembered most of the information about this Young Master Lin. When he realized that the other party was someone from the Sword Sect, Lu Xian instantly became interested. After all, they were from the same sect. Moreover, in the previous Grand Sect competition, Lin Tian was the first place of the Sword Sect. Unfortunately, he was only ranked 10th in the overall rankings, causing the Sword Sect to end up at the bottom. At this moment, this Young Master Lin did not pay any attention to Lu Xian. His gaze was still fixed on the bookshelves. He could not be bothered to pay attention to someone who was of no importance to him. In any case, Young Master Lin was a senior disciple of the Sword Sect. Originally, Lu Xian had the intention to go up and greet him. However, when he saw Lin Tian's expression, he immediately dispelled this idea. He would not be able to do something like being treated coldly. Ignoring the gazes of the others, Lu Xian directly walked towards the bookshelves. His goal was to choose a martial skill, not to sightsee. The grades of the martial techniques on the third level were finally incomparable to the ones on the second level. There were no longer any low-grade yellow level manuals, the lowest was at least mid-grade yellow level. Unfortunately, Lu Xian flipped through a few books and didn't find any high-grade yellow level manuals. It seemed like high-grade yellow level manuals were extremely rare even for the Wind Sword School. It wasn't that they didn't have any, but they wouldn't take them out easily. Those martial techniques were most likely with the core disciples. After all, the core disciples were the most important talents of the Wind Sword School. Lu Xian didn't lack martial techniques. The Tai origin art could support him to the 10th level of the body refinement realm. For now, it was enough. However, this didn't stop him from studying these mid-grade yellow level manuals to see how powerful they were. Although he had been using the Tai origin art to train and could clearly feel its power, what made Lu Xian curious was that the Tai origin art didn't indicate what grade it was. Using this mid-grade yellow level martial technique as a reference, he might be able to guess a thing or two. Lu Xian randomly picked a middle-grade yellow level cultivation method and skipped over the introductory part. He flipped to the back and read the meridians that were circulating. Lu Xian could not help but be slightly shocked when he read it. There were only 3 meridians indicated in the manual, but the Tai origin returning technique had as many as 26 meridians. The difference was almost 10 times, Although he already knew that the Tai Origin Arts grade might be extraordinary, he didn't expect it to be this powerful. Lu Xian quickly flipped through a few more manuals that were similarly mid-grade yellow-level manuals, but they all only had 3 meridians. After confirming that he didn't see wrongly, Lu Xian couldn't help but lick his lips in excitement. A mid-grade yellow-level manual only had 3 meridians, then with 26 main meridians, what kind of level could the Tai Origin Art reach? High-grade yellow level. Definitely more than that. Mystic level manual? Probably more than that. Lu Xian vaguely guessed that the Tai Origin returning technique was at least an earth-level cultivation technique. Cultivation methods and martial techniques were divided into 4 major levels according to heaven, earth, black, and yellow. Below them, they were further divided into upper, middle, and lower grades. Just by looking at the martial technique pavilion of Wind Sword School, there was not a single upper-grade yellow-grade cultivation method. It could be seen that upper-grade yellow-grade cultivation methods were extremely rare in Wind Sword School. As for the mystery level skill, even if there was one, it would at most be at the lower grade of the mystery level, and it was very likely to be the most precious treasure of the sect. As for the earth level skill, not to mention a level 3 sect like the Wind Sword School, even a level 4 sect above the Wind Sword School might not have one. Lu Xian's heart could not help but pound when he thought about how it was very likely that he now possessed a set of earth level or above cultivation methods. No wonder his cultivation speed was so much faster than others. He actually had such a huge treasure on him. Moreover, Lu Xian was only speculating about the earth level cultivation method. There might even be a slight possibility that it was a sky-level cultivation method. Lu Xian could not help but be shocked by his own thoughts when he thought of this. A sky-level cultivation method was one of the best cultivation methods out there. The only regret was that the Tai Origin Art that he had now was only for the body refining stage. He didn't know if there would be a follow-up cultivation method in the mysterious sword crystal. Lu Xian stood in front of the bookshelf and let his imagination run wild. His face showed ecstasy one moment, and then became worry the next. His expression, as well as his action of flipping through the books, naturally fell into the eyes of a few seniors who were observing him. That seemingly indifferent Lin Tian also glanced at Lu Xian with a trace of disdain in his eyes. One look and they could tell that he was a country bumpkin who had never seen the world. He was so excited by just a few cultivation methods. Naturally, they didn't know that Lu Xian was excited by the power of the Tai Origin Art. In their view, Lu Xian was obviously shocked by so many powerful cultivation methods. Suppressing the trace of restlessness in his heart, Lu Xian took a deep breath and slowly calmed down. He placed the cultivation methods back on the bookshelf and then walked to another bookshelf. The previous bookshelf was filled with cultivation methods, which Lu Xian didn't need. With the powerful Tai Origin Art, even if the entire Wind Sword School's cultivation methods were placed in front of him, he wouldn't be moved at all. And now, the bookshelf that Lu Xian walked to was filled with martial skills. This was his real goal this time. Previously, when he participated in the assessment in the Sword Forest, Lu Xian realized the importance of movement martial skills. Because he didn't have any movement martial skills, he couldn't dodge enemies who were far faster than him. He could only choose to face them head-on or use the blink sword art to instantly kill his enemies. However, doing so would consume a considerable amount of yuanli, and it would greatly reduce his ability to continue fighting. If he had been able to obtain a set of movement techniques during the assessment, he would definitely have been able to advance further. As such, he was extremely eager to obtain a set of movement techniques at the moment. Other than a movement martial skill, he also needed a sword art. Currently, he only had 2 sword arts, the lightning light sword art and the blink sword art. However, both sword arts had their flaws. Although the blink sword art was powerful, it consumed a lot of yuan power. It was his trump card and he wasn't willing to use it easily. On the other hand, the lightning light sword art's power could only be considered average. It was enough to deal with ordinary warriors, but it was still not enough to be used in a battle. Although its power wasn't bad at the end, it needed to be accumulated over time. During a battle, one might not be given enough time. Picking his own martial skill, Lu Xian didn't dare to slack off and looked through the books one by one. After image technique, yellow grade medial grade martial skill. After mastering it, one's speed will greatly increase. At most, one can create 3 after images. Dark Shadow Step, Yellow Grade Medial Grade Martial Skill. Uses Yuan power to change the light in the surroundings, increasing the concealment effect. Demon Subduing Sword Art, Yellow Grade Medial Grade Martial Skill. Other than choosing a movement martial skill, Lu Xian didn't miss out on any of the sword martial skills. Every time he found a book, he would seriously study it. Perhaps it was because his vision was too high, but after looking through a few books, Lu Xian was slightly dissatisfied. However, he didn't reveal any impatience. Finding a martial skill that was suitable for him was the most important thing. However, after looking through the entire bookshelf, there wasn't a single book that caught his attention. Finally, on the lowest shelf, Lu Xian found a movement martial skill that he was satisfied with. Rushing Thunder Flash, Yellow Grade Medial Grade Martial Skill. Fast as thunder, fast as lightning. Can be used for quick movement in a small area, dodging sudden attacks. I choose you. Lu Xian let out a sigh of relief and made his decision. The Rushing Thunder Flash wasn't suitable for long-distance travel, but it was extremely useful in battle. No matter if it was used to dodge an attack or to attack an enemy. Although he had chosen a movement martial skill, Lu Xian still hadn't found the sword martial skill that he wanted. The bookshelf that contained martial skills had already been searched by him. Could it be that he couldn't find a sword martial skill that was suitable for him in such a large martial skill pavilion? Lu Xian wasn't willing to give up, so he shifted his gaze to the last bookshelf. However, the last bookshelf didn't contain martial skills or cultivation methods. Instead, it contained the personal notes of a few experts, or the words of their experiences. It would be extremely helpful for cultivation. Holding on to the mentality of a desperate situation, Lu Xian walked towards the bookshelf. The last bookshelf had the least amount of manuals. The value of these manuals was not the slightest bit inferior to martial skills or secret arts. After all, these were the experiences of numerous experts. If one could comprehend them, they would be able to avoid many detours on the path of cultivation. After flipping through a few more manuals, one of them attracted Lu Xian's attention. Black Iron Sword Technique? Isn't this the manual of an expert? Why is there a martial skill here? A trace of doubt flashed in Lu Xian's eyes. However, his original goal was to find a sword technique. Now that he had found this sword technique, he naturally could not miss it. He reached out and took it. When he flipped to the first page, the rank of this sword technique immediately leapt into his eyes. Black Iron Sword Technique, Yellow Rank Upper Grade Martial Skill. It was actually Yellow Rank Upper Grade. Lu Xian was immediately stunned. He had flipped through all the martial skills and secret arts on the first two bookshelves but had not found a Yellow Rank Upper Grade Martial Skill. He did not expect that on the last bookshelf, there would actually be a Yellow Rank Upper Grade Martial Skill. There was no doubt that a Yellow Rank Upper Grade Martial Skill was powerful. Putting aside the Tai Origin Art of Unknown Rank, Lu Xian's trump card, the Blinking Sword Technique, was only a Yellow Rank Upper Grade Martial Skill. However, before Lu Xian had the time to be excited, he realized that he had missed two words. After the Yellow Rank Upper Grade Martial Skill, there were two smaller words, defective. Lu Xian heaved a sigh of relief. He was a little disappointed. So it was a defective item, no wonder it was placed here. However, even if it was a defective item, it was still a Yellow Rank Upper Grade Martial Skill. Out of curiosity, Lu Xian flipped through this Black Iron Sword Technique to see if there was anything worth studying. When he flipped to the next page, he saw 8 large words vividly written on the paper. A heavy sword without an edge, great skill without work. When he saw these words, Lu Xian felt as if his mind had been struck by a violent blow. He suddenly understood and was stunned for a moment. A heavy sword without a sharp edge, great skill does not work. Lu Xian could not help but mutter these words as he held the incomplete copy of the Mystic Iron Sword Technique. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that these words were truly exquisite. There was no need to look at the rest of the words. Just the realm described in these words had already surpassed many exquisite sword techniques. The more ordinary a sword technique was, the more difficult it would be for the enemy to block it. Because the more exquisite a sword technique was, the more flaws it would have. If one just stabbed with a sword, there would be fewer flaws instead. The essence of the mysterious iron sword technique was similar to the general principles of the blinking sword technique. The general principles of the blinking sword technique only had one word, and that was speed. In the world of martial arts, there was nothing that couldn't be broken, but speed was the only thing that couldn't be broken. On the other hand, the black iron sword technique was heavy. No matter how wonderful the opponent's technique was, as long as one's strength was fierce enough, one strike could defeat 10. After being stunned for a moment, Lu Xian carefully felt the subtlety of these words and continued to flip to the back. The next few pages were all about these words, including the essence of the black iron sword technique and some of the insights of the creator of this sword technique. The entire sword technique was only a few pages long and most of them were about the creator's experiences. Only until the last 2 pages did the sword techniques appear. However, calling it a sword technique was still an exaggeration because there were only some straight thrusts, horizontal slashes, backward slashes, and other basic movements. After that, there was nothing else. After reading through it, Lu Xian finally understood. No wonder it was stated that this martial arts technique was incomplete and was placed on the bookshelf where cultivation experience was stored. At this moment, a cold voice suddenly came to Lu Xian's ears. "Put it down." The person who spoke had a slightly commanding tone. He appeared very indifferent, as if it was a matter of course. It was as if Lu Xian had no choice but to obediently listen to him once he said those words. Unfortunately, Lu Xian was someone who could be persuaded by reason but not cowed by force. After hearing this, he frowned. Not only did he not put the black iron sword technique back, but he held it even more tightly. Turning his head to look, the person who spoke was Lin Tian. He didn't know when, but he was also in front of the bookshelf. At this moment, he was looking at Lu Xian with a face full of indifference, or rather, the black iron sword technique in Lu Xian's hand. It was as if even looking at Lu Xian was a great pity. Looking at the senior of his own sect, the current #1 disciple of the sword faction, Lu Xian slowly opened his mouth and said, "In this martial skill pavilion, do I have priority in choosing martial skills? If I tell you to put it down, then put it down. Why do you have so many questions? Do you know who is standing in front of you right now? It is your honor to be able to see what you have in your hand." Before Lin Tian opened his mouth, the lackeys that came with him spoke first and looked at Lu Xian with unfriendly expressions. Lin Tian raised his hand to stop them from speaking. His gaze shifted to Lu Xian's face and his calm eyes met Lu Xian's. The corner of his mouth slightly curled up, revealing a trace of a smile as he said, "The martial skill pavilion doesn't have such a rule. However, I do." After Lin Tian's words, the lackeys immediately laughed and said, "Of course, if young Master Lin has his eyes on something, who would dare to steal it?" Since he knew that the martial skill pavilion didn't have such a rule, a trace of a smile immediately appeared on Lu Xian's face. He waved the black iron sword technique in his hand and said, "You want it? Naturally, it's not a problem. Just wait for me to finish reading it." After Lu Xian's words fell, the entire 3rd floor of the martial skill pavilion instantly quieted down. Not only were Lin Tian's group stunned, even the other 2 disciples stopped what they were doing and walked out from behind the bookshelves. They watched the conflict with interest. Interesting. Although Lin Tian is only ranked in the top 10, no matter what, he is still the #1 disciple in the sword sect. Other than the few people ranked in front of him, there are not many who would dare to provoke him so arrogantly. As expected, a newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. This newcomer probably doesn't know Lin Tian's identity and strength, right? One of the disciples revealed a trace of a smile on his face as he spoke in a low voice to the person beside him. "Hey, newcomer, do you know who you are provoking right now?" The other disciple smiled and shouted at Lu Xian. The 2 of them were not from the sword sect. Although they were not Lin Tian's opponent, they were not afraid. At this moment, seeing Lin Tian being provoked, they were naturally happy to watch the show and add fuel to the fire. Lu Xian glanced at the 2 of them, then his gaze once again returned to Lin Tian. He said, "Lin Tian, the #1 disciple in the sword sect and the top 10 of the inner sect ranking. Of course I know. However, since the books in the martial skill pavilion can be chosen at will, I think that even if the one standing here is the #1, there is no need for me to give it away, right?" After speaking, Lu Xian did not stay any longer and directly walked towards the quiet room on the 3rd floor. Now that he had obtained the movement technique and sword technique he needed, there was nothing to choose from. In the face of Lu Xian's disregard, a trace of anger flashed across Lin Tian's eyes. A mere newcomer actually dared to treat him with such an attitude? Speaking of which, the book in Lu Xian's hands was not something he absolutely needed, he was merely a little interested in. However, Lu Xian's current attitude had thoroughly infuriated him. Go out and investigate this fellow's background, Lin Tian said in a low voice. Martial arts were not allowed in the martial skill pavilion, or else he would make Lu Xian suffer the consequences on the spot. When they heard the anger in Lin Tian's tone, a few of his lackeys immediately responded. It was not difficult to investigate Lu Xian's background, they only needed to meet two conditions. One was that he was a newcomer, and the other was that he could enter the third floor of the martial skill pavilion. After leaving, Lu Xian did not even turn his head back, and directly found an empty quiet room. There was also a card slot at the door of the quiet room. After swiping his nameplate, the door opened. As long as Lu Xian remained inside, his contribution points would automatically be deducted by 500 every day. Lu Xian did not take what had just happened to heart. He would not take the initiative to provoke others, but he was not afraid of others' provocation. Lin Tian's superior attitude and matter-of-fact tone made him unhappy, so he would naturally return the favor. Originally, Lu Xian was prepared to befriend Lin Tian. After all, both of them were from the sword sect, and they might even have to fight side by side in the grand sect competition. However, from the looks of it now, even if he wanted to befriend Lin Tian, he would have to wait until he displayed sufficient strength, just like with Xing Feng. Right now, the most important thing was to raise his strength. As the door to the quiet room closed, the surroundings became completely silent. Lu Xian took in a deep breath, expelling the messy thoughts in his mind, and took out the body technique manual, Galloping Lightning Flash. Dashing Thunder Flash was about explosive power. It was as fast as thunder and as fast as lightning. Other than familiarizing himself with the circulation of elemental energy, a long period of practice was also indispensable. But now, Lu Xian had to first memorize the circulation of elemental energy and understand the outline of Dashing Thunder Flash. Comprehension and perseverance were both indispensable. Fortunately, Lu Xian's comprehension was not bad in the first place, and after the sword crystal's transformation, his aptitude had also been raised to the peak, allowing him to achieve twice the results with half the effort. Time flew by quickly. In the blink of an eye, Lu Xian had already stayed in the quiet room for an entire day. He did not take a single step out of the room. When he was hungry, he would eat some of the dry rations in his storage ring. Such hard training had brought him great rewards. Lu Xian had already thoroughly comprehended the Thunder Dash martial technique manual. He had memorized the circulation routes of various types of elemental energy, as well as the techniques and footwork needed in battle. He had already memorized all of it in his mind. He already had enough theoretical knowledge. What he lacked now was just a long period of bitter practice. However, he was not in a hurry to leave. He put the Thunder Dash aside and another book appeared in his hand. It was the Black Iron Sword Technique. The characteristics of the Black Iron Sword Technique could be said to be the complete opposite of the two martial techniques that Lu Xian currently possessed. The Lightning Light Sword Technique was extremely gorgeous, and its moves were extremely gorgeous. It even used lightning and thunder to interfere with the enemy. Even though the Blink Sword Technique was straightforward and not extravagant, it walked the path of lightness and speed, displaying the extreme speed. However, the Black Iron Sword Technique was different. To use the Black Iron Sword Technique, the first weapon requirement was to use a heavy sword. Only an extremely heavy weapon would be able to display the Black Iron Sword Technique to the extreme. The 8 words had already explained everything. A heavy sword without a sharp edge, it was a skillful but not skillful work. There were many types of swords, but the heavy sword was without a doubt the most unpopular one among the many types. Many sword cultivators relied on the lightness of the sword and the swiftness of the moves. They used the sharpness of the sword to kill the enemy invisibly. Before, Lu Xian had only roughly skimmed through the Black Iron Sword Technique. Now, he had the opportunity to carefully ponder over it. He opened the ancient book and carefully felt every word written on it. The more he read, the more Lu Xian felt that the master who created the black iron sword technique was very amazing. Not to mention anything else, but the sword theory that he had explained was enough to make Lu Xian feel enlightened. Especially since Lu Xian had already comprehended the sword intent and verified it with the sword intent, he had benefited a lot. Even though the black iron sword technique is a heavy sword technique, it is not only the practice of the heavy sword. It also complements the training of the body and the fast sword. Because of the heavy weight of the heavy sword, it also imperceptibly trains the body and lays a solid foundation. If one can get used to the power of the heavy sword and be able to display the power of the heavy sword as if it was his own arm, then the next time he uses the fast sword, it will go to another level. Originally, Lu Xian was still hesitating whether or not he should try the path of the heavy sword. After reading this passage, he immediately made up his mind. No matter what, he had to give it a try. Right now, he had practiced the blink sword technique to the extreme. If he wanted to go further, he had to find another way. Practicing the heavy sword was undoubtedly a breakthrough. After spending nearly half a day, Lu Xian finally digested the entire black iron sword technique. Even the last few basic movements such as the straight stab, the horizontal cut, and the reverse chop, he didn't forget them and firmly remembered them in his heart. After reading it, a trace of doubt flashed in Lu Xian's heart. Was this black iron sword technique really incomplete? The reason why it was classified as an incomplete book was that there were no fixed martial arts moves in the black iron sword technique. There were no gorgeous 8 moves like the Thunder Light Sword art, where each move was stronger than the last. There was also no stunning sword move like the Blink Sword art that could kill the enemy in one move. Previously, Lu Xian also thought this way. However, after he truly digested the black iron sword technique, Lu Xian's view had completely changed. Even though he didn't know why, Lu Xian always had a feeling in his heart that the black iron sword technique originally didn't have any moves, and it didn't need any moves, because the words "a heavy sword without a sharp edge, great skill without skill" were already the most exquisite moves in the black iron sword technique. If one could bring out the essence of these words, whether the sword was sharp or not, whether the moves were ingenious or not, it didn't matter anymore. No matter how strong the opponent was, he could break it with his own strength. The last few basic sword techniques of the black iron sword technique were the key to bring out the black iron sword technique. Great skill is great skill. After thinking about this, Lu Xian suddenly felt a burst of enlightenment. He couldn't hold back anymore and directly stood up. He couldn't wait to try it out right now. He wanted to see what would happen when he truly mastered the black iron sword technique. After swiping the nameplate on the card slot in the quiet room, the door of the quiet room suddenly opened. Lu Xian's mind entered the nameplate. There were only 10,000 contribution points left. Staying on the 3rd floor for 2 days had consumed a total of 1,000 contribution points. An ordinary warrior wouldn't be able to withstand it. At this moment, there were also 4 or 5 warriors on the 3rd floor. However, they were all unfamiliar faces. Lin Tian and the others had already left. Lu Xian paid no attention to the astonished expressions of these people. He returned the Rolling Thunder Flash and the Dark Steel Sword Technique manuals and walked straight out of the Martial Skill Pavilion. He had already told Xia Yi and the others not to wait for him, so he must have left long ago. Next, Lu Xian's destination was the Armament Pavilion. Since he had decided to cultivate the black iron sword technique, he first needed a heavy sword. The yearning sword couldn't satisfy Lu Xian's needs. The Armament Pavilion was also a very important place in the Wind Sword School. All the weapons were produced here, from low-grade iron to high-grade iron. As long as you had enough contribution points, you could even exchange for a treasure-level weapon from here. However, the contribution points required were easily 100,000, or even hundreds of thousands. Even the top 10 disciples in the overall ranking would find it extremely difficult to exchange for a treasure weapon. Even the weapons used by the inner sect elders were only low-grade treasures. Therefore, to be able to obtain a high-grade treasure weapon was already very good. For the inner sect disciples, if they wanted to obtain a treasure-level weapon, they could basically only obtain a ranking in the sect's grand competition and obtain the reward. After finding the location of the Armament Pavilion from his nameplate, Lu Xian headed there alone. Along the way, a building that was even grander than the Martial Skill Pavilion quickly came into view. This was the Armament Pavilion. Inside the armament pavilion, there were all kinds of weapons. No matter if it was a common weapon or a unique weapon, this place had almost all of them. Therefore, the area it occupied was very large. Standing in front of the armament pavilion, Lu Xian raised his head and looked. The entire armament pavilion was divided into a total of 5 floors, shaped like a tower. The area of each floor was smaller than the one before, but the higher the floor, the more luxurious the decorations. Compared to the armament pavilion of the Wind Sword School, the jewel pavilion in Lin City where the ninth uncle presided over seemed a little small. It was currently early in the morning, so the armament pavilion was not very crowded. There were a few scattered disciples going in and out. Without further delay, Lu Xian directly stepped into the armament pavilion. After entering, a young martial artist dressed as a deacon quickly came to greet him. "Junior, do you want to exchange for a weapon?" the deacon asked with a smile. The deacons of the Wind Sword School were basically all previous disciples. After staying in the Wind Sword School for 5 years, if they could not enter the core disciples, they would leave their disciple status, choose to return to their hometown, or choose to become a deacon. Therefore, it was not bad for him to call Lu Xian Jr. After becoming a deacon, one would still be able to earn contribution points and use the Wind Sword Sect's resources to train. In time, if one had sufficient connections or strength, one would be able to slowly be promoted to a manager or even an inner sect elder. Lu Xian sized up this deacon. His strength was only at the 4th rank of the body refinement realm, which was lower than his own. He was probably an outer sect disciple who had become a deacon. If he was an inner sect disciple, after 5 years of training, he would not only reach the 4th rank of the body refinement realm. "Yes, I'm here to pick a weapon that's convenient for me. I wonder if you could introduce it to me, senior deacon?" Lu Xian did not look down on the other party because of his identity, and he was still polite and considerate. Seeing Lu Xian's politeness, the deacon's smile became even wider. No one wanted to be looked down on. "Hee, my surname is Zhou. Junior can call me Senior Zhou. From your words, it seems that this is your first time coming to the armament pavilion. You must be a new disciple?" Lu Xian nodded and answered, "I am Lu Xian, I have indeed just entered the sect." Seeing Lu Xian nod, a trace of surprise flashed through the deacon's eyes. He could not help but ask, "Are you the peerless genius who took first place in this year's entrance test and made it into the top 300 in his first test, Sword Sect's Lu Xian?" Once the deacon named Zhou said this, Lu Xian immediately blushed with shame. Did the news spread so fast? The entrance test had only been 2 days and even the deacon of the armament pavilion knew. "Senior is too kind. How can I be called a peerless genius? However, I am indeed Sword Sect's Lu Xian." Lu Xian did not know that these deacons of the Wind Sword School were usually very idle. They had always been very passionate about the gossip of the Wind Sword School. Right now, Lu Xian's name had already spread throughout the inner sect. If Lu Xian went to the martial skill pavilion now, even if he did not show any of his strength, the middle-aged martial practitioner would definitely not dare to ask for a bribe from him. Seeing that the Lu Xian in front of him was indeed that Lu Xian, the deacon named Zhou immediately laughed. "I was wondering why my eyelids kept twitching today. It turns out that I met a benefactor. Junior has such a cultivation just after entering the sect, your potential in the future must be limitless." Everyone knew that Vice Sect Master Jean had personally promised to send Lu Xian into the core a year later. Deacon Zhou was no exception. In his eyes, Lu Xian was truly a benefactor. If he built a good relationship with him now, he might even be able to help him in the future. For a deacon like him who did not have much talent and strength, if he wanted to go up a level, he could only rely on his connections. Since he knew that the person in front of him was Lu Xian, Deacon Zhou immediately became even more enthusiastic. He did not waste any words and directly introduced the situation of the armament pavilion to Lu Xian. He knew that if he wanted to build a good relationship with Lu Xian, instead of wasting his breath, it was better to do things more beautifully. "Let me first introduce the general situation of the armament pavilion to junior brother Lu. This armament pavilion is divided into 5 floors. Each floor represents a level of weapon and equipment. The weapons placed on the first floor are all normal weapons or some iron weapons that have failed to be forged. We call them fake iron weapons. They are stronger than normal weapons, but not as good as iron weapons. They are mainly provided for the use of the outer sect disciples. Lu Xian nodded slightly. There were a lot of outer sect disciples, and it was harder for them to earn contribution points compared to inner sect disciples. Most of them could only afford to use normal weapons. Deacon Zhou continued, the higher you go, the higher the level of the weapons. The second floor is for low-grade iron weapons, the third is for middle-grade iron weapons, and the fourth is for high-grade iron weapons. As for the fifth floor, it is where treasure rank weapons are placed. Deacons like us do not have the authority to enter. As for what it is like inside, even I am not sure. Lu Xian could not help but be speechless upon hearing this. This meant that there really were treasure rank weapons in the armament pavilion. Thinking up to this point, he could not help but raise his head to look at the ceiling. It was as if he wanted to look past these floors and directly see the fifth floor. He did not know when he would be able to obtain a treasure rank weapon. It was likely that it would greatly increase his combat strength. As if he had seen through Lu Xian's thoughts, Deacon Zhou laughed and said, with junior brother Lu's talent, you will definitely be able to obtain treasure rank rewards in the future. I wonder what level of weapon junior brother Lu wants. I can give you a bit of advice. Lu Xian pondered for a moment and asked, how many contribution points do I need for different levels of weapons? Low-grade iron weapons require between 500 to 1,000 contribution points. Middle-grade iron weapons require between 1,000 to 10,000 contribution points. High-grade iron weapons require between 10,000 to 100,000 contribution points. As for treasure rank weapons, the lowest is 100,000. Hehe, I have been in the armament pavilion for so long, but I have never seen anyone come to exchange for treasure rank weapons. The contribution points requirement is too high. After listening to Deacon Zhou, Lu Xian could not help but nod his head. The contribution points requirement was indeed quite high. Right now, he only had 10,000 contribution points left. In other words, he could only exchange for one of the trashiest high-grade iron weapons. However, in reality, Lu Xian could not spend all of his contribution points. After obtaining a weapon, he still needed to use the cultivation resources of the Wind Sword School to cultivate his martial skills. Thinking up to this point, Lu Xian opened his mouth and said, then give me a mid-grade iron weapon. Alright, the mid-grade iron weapons are placed on the third floor. Junior brother Lu, please follow me. Attendant Zhou said with a slight smile. He led the way and led Lu Xian to the third floor to choose a mid-grade iron weapon. The attendant in charge could get a certain amount of commission from the disciples spending here. A mid-grade iron weapon of mid-grade quality was worth at least a few thousand contribution points. If Lu Xian exchanged for one, Attendant Zhou could get nearly 100 contribution points, which was enough for him to stay in the first floor of the martial skill pavilion for a dozen or so days or use the 5-element cave to cultivate for a long time. The attendant in charge of the armament pavilion was also a lucrative job. As they walked, Attendant Zhou continued to enthusiastically introduce the layout of the armament pavilion to Lu Xian. The armament pavilion has many weapons. Weapons above the iron weapon grade cannot be placed together to prevent the clash of weapon intents and damage. Therefore, each floor of the armament pavilion is divided into 9 pavilions, corresponding to the 9 branch sects of the inner sect. Since junior brother Lu is a member of the sword sect, I believe you want to exchange for a sword-type weapon. Then I will directly bring you to the sword pavilion. Thank you, senior brother. Lu Xian nodded and did not refuse. Soon, the two arrived at the third floor. Lu Xian looked over and saw an extremely long corridor with rooms on both sides. Attendant Zhou did not stop walking, so Lu Xian naturally followed closely behind. Lu Xian felt an extremely overbearing aura when he passed by the first room. The aura penetrated through the walls and hit him in the face. If a mortal without any cultivation were to walk through that room, that aura alone would have been enough to make him fall ill. Lu Xian couldn't help but raise his head to take a look. As expected, the words Saber Club were hung high above. Sabers were domineering weapons to begin with, and they could emit such a domineering aura. However, to be able to emit such a heavy saber aura with just the aura of the weapon itself, it was evident how many weapons there were in the Saber Club. When he arrived at the second door, Lu Xian instantly felt a familiar aura. It was sharp, proud, and unyielding. Standing at the door, he felt like there were thorns on his back. However, this aura was very comfortable for Lu Xian. Other people would feel uncomfortable in it, but Lu Xian was like a fish in water. For him, who had comprehended the sword intent, this aura was not even as strong as the aura in the sword forest. Without a doubt, this was the sword pavilion. Junior brother Lu, we have arrived at the sword pavilion. Deacon Zhou stopped and said, the swords here are all middle-grade iron weapons. Depending on the quality, the price will be different. You can choose any one you like. If you have any special needs, you can tell me. I can recommend some for you. Stepping into the sword pavilion, Lu Xian looked around and saw countless weapon racks. On each of the weapon racks, there were many swords of all kinds. There were long swords, short swords, single swords, double swords, horse-slaying swords. It was dazzling. After casually looking at a few swords, Lu Xian found that the quality of these swords was not as good as his yearning sword. The material of the yearning sword was enough to make a middle-grade ironware. Although it became a middle-grade ironware due to a mistake, it was still a top-notch middle-grade ironware. Seeing this, he suddenly lost interest. He turned to Deacon Zhou and asked, I wonder if there are any heavy swords here? Hearing this, Deacon Zhou was slightly stunned. Heavy swords were not very popular in Wind Sword School. Just from the name, one could tell that Wind Sword School was named after the wind sword. Naturally, it walked the path of lightness and swiftness. Because of this, even though the mysterious iron sword technique was an incomplete middle-grade yellow sword technique, not many people paid attention to it. However, he was only stunned for a moment before he recovered and answered, of course there are heavy swords. However, because the demand is not big, there are not many of them. Junior brother Lu, please follow me. Following Deacon Zhou, they walked around the weapon racks and came to the last row. Sure enough, on the weapon racks in the last row, there were several heavy swords. The weapons placed at the last row were basically weapons that no one cared about. It could be seen that no one really wanted heavy swords. Lu Xian counted. There were only 6 heavy swords in total. He could not help but ask, only these few? Hearing this, Deacon Zhou smiled awkwardly and said, all the heavy swords are here. Because there are not many people who need heavy swords, plus the sword sect has been declining these years, there are no more heavy swords being made. Only these few were left a few years ago. Lu Xian sighed in his heart. The situation of the sword sect was really bad. It could be seen from all aspects. He did not continue to ask. After all, there were still 6 heavy swords. He hoped that there would be one that was convenient for him. Walking forward and looking at the 6 heavy swords, Lu Xian shook his head every time he looked at one. Too small, too light. Even this kind of sword dared to be called a heavy sword. At best, it could only be regarded as a big sword. When he looked at the last sword, Lu Xian reluctantly nodded. This sword was not bad, but it was still too far from his requirements. Seeing that Lu Xian seemed to have taken a fancy to the last sword, Deacon Zhou went forward and introduced, this sword is called Collapsing Mountain. It weighs 36 kilograms. Just based on the strength of the sword itself, it cannot be underestimated. Moreover, it is different from ordinary heavy swords. The Collapsing Mountain is specially sharpened. Not only is its weight shocking, it also possesses the sharpness of a long sword. Before Deacon Zhou finished speaking, Lu Xian shook his head continuously. The so-called sharpness was really superfluous. A heavy sword without a sharpness was the way to go. Adding this sharpness not only caused the essence of the heavy sword to be lost, but it also greatly reduced the weight of the heavy sword. If this Collapsing Mountain didn't have this sharpness, Lu Xian might still choose it. But if this was the case, it would be like trying to draw a tiger but end up like a dog. But he did not say much. He just shook his head and said, it's too light. Are there any heavier ones? Hearing Lu Xian's words, Deacon Zhou couldn't help but widen his eyes. This was light? This was a total of 36 kilograms. Ordinary long swords would not weigh more than 5 kilograms at most. This mountain collapsing sword's weight was almost 10 times that of those. If it was heavier, it would probably be a huge axe or a heavy hammer. Seeing that Lu Xian didn't seem to be satisfied with the weapons here, Deacon Zhou became a little anxious. He didn't care about the commission. He cared more about befriending Lu Xian. Maybe he could use this relationship in the future. But if he couldn't satisfy Lu Xian's needs this time, befriending him would undoubtedly be a fool's dream. Junior brother Lu, please wait a moment. Let me see if there are any suitable weapons, Deacon Zhou said as he racked his brain. Originally, the number of weapons in the sword pavilion was the highest in the entire Wind Sword School. There were many kinds of weapons in stock. However, in recent years, the status of the sword sect had plummeted. Many of the resources of the Wind Sword School had been taken by the saber sect. Even the weapons forged by the armament pavilion were the same. There were more and more sabers, but fewer and fewer swords. As a result, the number of weapons in the saber pavilion had far surpassed that of the sword pavilion. Many of the weapons in the sword pavilion were left behind from before. There were not many new ones. It was not easy to find a weapon that could satisfy Lu Xian. Deacon Zhou racked his brains and thought about all the weapons in the armament pavilion, but he could not think of a suitable one. Lu Xian could tell from the frown on Officer Zhou's face that he was deep in thought that Officer Zhou must have given it his all. Lu Xian sighed inwardly. It seemed that he would have to make do with the mountain-crushing sword. Just as Lu Xian was about to speak, Deacon Zhou's expression suddenly brightened. He seemed to have thought of something and spoke before Lu Xian could. Junior brother Lu, I just thought about it and thought of something. However, I don't know if the talisman meets your requirements. If you only want weight, that thing is definitely enough. Hearing this, Lu Xian could not help but raise his eyebrows and show a trace of interest. What do you mean? In reality, there is still a sword in armament pavilion storage. However, calling it a sword is not entirely accurate, because it is still a rough embryo. It can barely be considered a sword. It is precisely because of this that it has not been placed in the sword pavilion. Once he started talking, Attendant Zhou immediately found it hard to stop and continued. This was something that happened 2 years ago. At that time, the armament pavilion had obtained a large piece of profound iron. It was perfectly round and extremely rare, but it was also because of this that it was extremely difficult to separate it. Later on, it was taken away by a rather experienced artificer from the armament pavilion who was prepared to forge it into a heavy sword. Looking at the size of that profound iron, it was the most suitable to be forged into a heavy sword, so no one objected. For this piece of profound iron, that artificer spent a lot of effort. Just to grind it into a sword-shaped embryo took a whole 3 months. Afterwards, he used various methods to forge it. If he could successfully forge it, then the grade of the sword would most likely have a chance of becoming a treasure weapon. At the very least, it would be at the peak of high-grade iron weapons. However, it was a pity that before the forging was completed, the artificer passed away due to a serious illness. This profound iron sword was left unfinished. Although there were many artificers who had their eyes on it, because this sword had already been forged according to the method of a heavy sword, the chance of changing it into another weapon was extremely small. If they did not want to waste it, they could only continue to forge it into a heavy sword. Haha, junior brother Lu, you also know that the sword sex situation is not very good. Not to mention that heavy swords are not popular in the first place. No one is willing to waste time to complete the latter steps. As time passed, this sword was left untouched. If junior brother Lu did not mention wanting a heavier weapon, I'm afraid I would not have thought of it in such a short amount of time. Deacon Zhou was indeed a deacon of the armament pavilion. His eloquence was quite good. In one breath, he clearly explained the origins of the profound iron sword. After listening to him, Lu Xian's heart pounded. Profound iron sword, didn't that correspond to the name of the profound iron sword art? Moreover, the forging process was not complete and it was only a rough embryo. It complemented the main theme of the profound iron sword art, a heavy sword without a sharp edge, a great weapon without craftsmanship. Why would a truly good sword need to be meticulously carved? Although he had not seen this sword yet, just from Deacon Zhou's description, Lu Xian felt that this sword was his goal. He immediately opened his mouth and said, Senior brother Zhou, where is this sword? Can you show it to me? Seeing that Lu Xian was so interested, Deacon Zhou was also very happy. If he could find a suitable weapon for Lu Xian, this friendship would be formed. Junior brother Lu, please wait here. This sword is still in the armament pavilion storeroom. I will immediately bring it over. After saying this, Deacon Zhou did not linger at all. He directly left the sword pavilion and went straight to the storeroom. Watching him leave, Lu Xian looked at the other weapons in the sword pavilion. Deacon Zhou was indeed attentive to Lu Xian's matters. Not long after, he hugged an item and rushed in front of Lu Xian while panting. That's right, he hugged it. This sword's weight was too heavy. Only by hugging it could Deacon Zhou barely raise his speed. In reality, on the way here, he was thinking as he hurried. Could such a heavy weapon really be used against an enemy? It would probably not be easy to just wave it, right? Deacon Zhou held the hilt of the profound iron sword and put it on the ground. Immediately, the ground of the entire sword pavilion seemed to shake. Even the weapon racks were shaking a little. Junior brother Lu, this is it. What do you think? Deacon Zhou panted as he said to Lu Xian. Without needing him to say anything, Lu Xian's gaze had already landed on the sword. Indeed, as Deacon Zhou said, this sword was really just a rough embryo. There were even some bumps and hollows on the body of the sword. It was not polished at all. Fortunately, the artificer's 3 months of polishing did not go to waste. At least, it did look like a sword. The hilt, the body, the edge, and the tip of the sword were all present. It did not look like a long stick. The sword was more than 3 feet long and was completely black. However, within the darkness, there was a faint red light. The edge and the tip of the sword were all blunt. Although the edge was called a sword edge, it was actually about half an inch thick. The tip of the sword was also round like a hemisphere. There was no sense of sharpness at all. A heavy sword without a sharp edge. Looking at this profound iron sword, these words suddenly appeared in Lu Xian's heart again. Now, he finally understood the meaning of these words. With just one look, Lu Xian fell in love with it. That's it, Lu Xian thought in his heart. Senior brother Zhou, let me try this sword. Lu Xian said. At the same time, he stretched out his hand to hold the hilt of the profound iron sword. Deacon Zhou let go of the sword and said, speaking of which, this sword is exactly 81 kilograms. It's an auspicious number. It's a little difficult for me to hold it with both hands. Junior brother Lu, be careful, don't knock it. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly stopped. His mouth suddenly opened so wide that an egg could almost be stuffed in it. He was about to remind Lu Xian not to knock it, but he didn't expect that Lu Xian would take the sword and directly swing it. This profound iron sword weighed 81 kilograms and 162 kilograms, but it was not as strenuous for Lu Xian to wield it. Lu Xian casually swung a few basic sword moves. A strong gust of wind suddenly spread out and directly forced Deacon Zhou to take a step back. It must be known that this was only the power of the profound iron sword itself. Lu Xian did not use any spirit power. Following a bang sound, Lu Xian heavily put down the profound iron sword and exhaled a mouthful of impure air. Don't be fooled by his ease of wielding the sword. In reality, he was almost at his limit. If he wanted to use this sword against an enemy, he still needed to practice unceasingly. Seeing that Lu Xian had stopped, Deacon Zhou slowly came back to his senses. He looked at Lu Xian as if he was looking at a monster. He knew that Lu Xian's strength was at the 5th level of the body refinement realm, which was only 1 level higher than him. However, it was already very difficult for him to lift the profound iron sword with one hand, not to mention wielding it like this. However, seeing that Lu Xian was stronger, Deacon Zhou was naturally more happy. This meant that he had made the right friend. Immediately, he unobtrusively complimented Lu Xian. Junior Lu is indeed strong. No wonder you were able to directly fight your way into the top 300 of the sect entrance exam. This sword was practically made for you. Lu Xian took a deep breath and adjusted his breathing. Then, he faintly smiled. Senior Zhou is too kind. However, I really like this profound iron sword. How many contribution points do I need? When he asked this question, Lu Xian was a bit nervous. Previously, Deacon Zhou had said that if this profound iron sword was forged well, there was hope that it could become a treasure-level weapon. Even if it was not good enough, it would still be a top-quality high-tier weapon. But right now, Lu Xian's nameplate only had 10,000 contribution points. Even if he took it all out, it would only barely be enough to buy the most trashy high-tier weapon. However, this profound iron sword was something that Lu Xian really liked. He had already made up his mind that no matter how many contribution points it required, even if he had to borrow it from Elder Su or Elder Qing, he would still have enough contribution points to buy it. Seeing Lu Xian's gaze, Attendant Zhou had an idea. Junior brother Lu had just entered Wind Sword School. Although he had received a lot of contribution points as a reward in the entrance test, it was probably not a lot. If he could save some contribution points for him, junior brother Lu would definitely remember his kindness. Once he became rich, he would definitely not forget about him. Providing help in a time of need was far more precious than adding flowers to a brocade. This was a long-term investment. Thinking of this, Attendant Zhou immediately made up his mind. He then laughed and said, if this mysterious iron sword can be successfully forged, its value will be quite high. It will be worth at least 80,000 contribution points. Hearing this number, Lu Xian's heart slightly sank. His change naturally fell into Attendant Zhou's eyes. Without waiting for Lu Xian to speak, he smiled and said again, however, it has not been successfully forged. To put it nicely, it is a semi-finished product. To put it bluntly, it is a defective product. No matter how good the material is, once it has become a defective product, it is worthless. According to its technical content, it is at most at the level of a low-grade iron weapon. However, its material is extraordinary after all. Let's price it according to the highest price of a low-grade iron weapon. Hearing Attendant Zhou's words, Lu Xian's face showed a trace of surprise. He could not help but raise his head to look at him. Their eyes met. Lu Xian could feel the hidden meaning in Attendant Zhou's eyes. He immediately understood and laughed, I see. Then let's do as senior brother Zhou says. When I become successful in martial arts in the future, I will definitely not forget senior brother Zhou. Lu Xian was not stupid. How could he not understand Attendant Zhou's meaning? How could a weapon entirely made of mysterious iron be only worth the price of a low-grade iron weapon? The price of the material alone was far more than that. Obviously, Attendant Zhou wanted to show favoritism and give this mysterious iron sword to him for free. There was no such thing as a free lunch in the world, and there was no such thing as a free lunch. There was no doubt that Attendant Zhou wanted to help Lu Xian after Lu Xian achieved something. Since that was the case, Lu Xian was not stingy. In order to reassure Attendant Zhou, Lu Xian simply gave him a promise. After getting Lu Xian's promise, Deacon Zhou was immediately satisfied. The two of them tacitly laughed out loud. If Lu Xian had not suddenly asked for a sword that was heavy enough, Attendant Zhou would not have thought of it. Even if it suddenly disappeared, no one would know. Moreover, even if they found out that it had disappeared, no one would pay attention to it. It was precisely because of this that Attendant Zhou dared to be so bold as to exchange the sword with Lu Xian at an extremely low price. For a genius disciple who would definitely become a core disciple in the future, it was worth it to take such a small risk. The price of a low-grade iron weapon was between 500 to 1,000 contribution points. The mysterious iron sword was only worth a mere 1,000 contribution points if it was exchanged for the most expensive low-grade iron weapon. It could be said that it was far below Lu Xian's expectations. Deacon Zhou took out a red nameplate and said to Lu Xian, Junior brother Lu, transfer 1,000 contribution points to this nameplate. This mysterious iron sword is yours. The red nameplate wasn't a personal nameplate. It was a nameplate that Armament Pavilion used to store the contribution points obtained from transactions. Lu Xian didn't waste any words. He took out his own nameplate and transferred 1,000 contribution points over. Then, he put this 81-kilogram sword into his storage ring. He had gotten something substantial, and Deacon Zhou had gotten a favor. Both of them were satisfied. Junior brother Lu, since you've exchanged for a weapon, do you still need to exchange for an enchantment scroll? Deacon Zhou asked. Armament Pavilion also produces enchantment scrolls? Lu Xian asked doubtfully. It had been a long time since he had used the art of enchantment. The reason he made the enchantment scrolls last time was to earn money. Now that he didn't lack money, he naturally didn't have any thoughts about it. However, he had heard from Elder Su that after entering the spirit refinement realm, he needed to cultivate his mind energy. The process of inscribing enchantment scrolls also had a certain training effect on his mind energy. Therefore, Lu Xian felt that it was necessary to practice. Deacon Zhou smiled slightly and explained, although Armament Pavilion is called Armament Pavilion, it doesn't forge weapons. Instead, it sells all kinds of things that martial practitioners need. For example, these weapons are made by the people of the Forging Hall, and the enchantment scrolls are made by the Enchantment Hall. Other than that, there is also the Spirit Pill Hall, which is where pills are made. Disciples who are interested in these things can choose to join these places while cultivating. Lu Xian nodded. He didn't think that there would be so many things in this wind sword school. It seemed that if he had the chance, he would have to walk around more. Even if he couldn't learn, it would be good to observe and broaden his horizons. Especially that enchantment hall. He might be able to use the materials there to inscribe the enchantment scrolls he needed. After all, he used the ancient art of enchantment, and the enchantment scrolls he inscribed were far more effective than normal enchantment scrolls. However, he naturally didn't need to explain these things to Deacon Zhou. He only said, "I've already prepared the enchantment scrolls. There's no need to trouble Senior Brother Zhou. If I have time in the future, I'll come and drink with Senior Brother Zhou." Deacon Zhou laughed and said, "Then I'll be waiting for Junior Brother Lu's arrival." After saying goodbye to Deacon Zhou, Lu Xian walked out of the Armament Pavilion feeling refreshed. He didn't think that he would have this kind of convenience as a peerless genius. With a mere 1,000 contribution points, he was able to exchange for a profound iron sword that had a chance of becoming a treasured weapon. It should be known that Lu Xian had spent 1,000 contribution points on the third floor of the Martial Skill Pavilion for 2 days. In this world, strength was indeed the king. As long as he had enough strength, he didn't even need to do anything himself, and all kinds of good things would be delivered to him. After exiting the Armament Pavilion, Lu Xian hesitated for a moment before walking towards the fallen sword edge. Although he wanted to go to the enchantment hall to take a look, he wasn't in a hurry. Next, he prepared to go to the 5-element cave. It was said that it was a place that could assist in cultivation. As for what it was like, he would have to go there personally to find out. However, before that, he needed to return to the sword sect and at least inform Xiayi and Linsini, in case they didn't know where he was going. With the map engraved on the nameplate, Lu Xian naturally didn't need to worry about not knowing the way. He silently circulated his yuan energy and increased his speed. Along the way, the fallen sword edge was already in sight. On the fallen sword edge, the giant stone sword that was said to be carved by the first sect master was still emitting an indescribable trace of the way of the sword. With Lu Xian's current strength, he could only feel a trace of abnormality, but he couldn't truly understand it. Soon, Lu Xian arrived at his residence. As soon as they saw him, many of the new disciples immediately smiled and greeted Lu Xian. "Hello, Senior Brother Lu." "Good morning, Senior Brother Lu." With his performance in the Sword Forest and his battle with Xingang, Lu Xian had completely subdued this group of disciples who were in the same batch as him. They couldn't be jealous of Lu Xian at all, only admiration. Moreover, the stronger Lu Xian was, the more resources they would enjoy. Disregarding everything else, just from this test alone, every one of them had received at least 100 contribution points as a reward. As members of the Sword Sect, they were of the same branch. They were bound together for good or bad. While replying to the disciples, Lu Xian went directly to the place where he, Linsini, and the other two stayed. At this moment, Linsini happened to walk out. When she saw Lu Xian, her face lit up with joy. "Lu Xian, you're back." "Yes, but I'm going to leave soon. I came back to inform you." "Where's Xiayi?" Lu Xian asked. Looking back at Xiaya's closed door, Linsini said, "I guess she hasn't woken up yet." "Where are you going?" "I got a martial art on the 3rd floor of the Martial Arts Pavilion. I'm going to the 5 Elements Cave to practice." "The 5 Elements Cave? I haven't been there yet." "I'll go with you." "Oh yes, you haven't had breakfast, right? Let's go and eat first." Hearing that Lu Xian was going to the 5 Elements Cave, Linsini was happy to go with him. Lu Xian naturally wouldn't refuse. He left a note for Xiayi and left together with her. Looking at the backs of Lu Xian and Linsini, the disciples were envious. Senior Brother Lu is so lucky. Not only is he powerful and talented, but he also has a beautiful girlfriend like junior sister Lin. If I could have one of them, I would be so happy. Yes, but senior brother Lu and junior sister Lin are indeed a match made in heaven. Moreover, I heard that junior sister Lin's family in the mortal world is extremely extraordinary. We also have to work hard to cultivate. Even if we can't reach senior brother Lu's level, as long as we can stand firm in the sect, when we return to the secular world, we'll be able to enjoy endless glory and wealth. All the disciples could clearly see Lin Sini's feelings for Lu Xian. In their eyes, the two of them were a perfect match. Naturally, they would be an enviable couple. The disciples didn't deliberately lower their voices, so their words naturally reached Lu Xian and Lin Sini's ears. Lu Xian was a little embarrassed. After all, his relationship with Lin Sini was far from what everyone imagined. He was worried that Lin Sini would be angry, so he couldn't help but turn his head to look. However, he saw that Lin Sini was blushing. She wasn't angry at all. Instead, she was secretly happy. For the past 2 days, Lu Xian had been staying in the martial skill pavilion and eating the dry rations in his storage ring. He had been stifled for a long time. When faced with the exquisite food in the sword sex canteen, he naturally wolfed it down and drank to his heart's content. After the two of them finished their breakfast, they walked towards the 5-element cave according to the markings on the map. Along the way, Lu Xian wasn't stingy with his comprehension of the sword Dao. He shared all of it with Lin Sini. As for how much Lin Sini was able to comprehend, it would depend on her talent. The two of them talked as they walked. Not long after, they arrived at the so-called 5-element cave. The 5-element cave was indeed worthy of its name. It lived up to its name. A cliff appeared in front of the two of them. On the cliff, there were many caves. Some of the caves were closed, which meant that there were disciples using them. Some of the caves were open, which meant that no one was using them. Lu Xian glanced around and saw a small building at the side. The words 5-element cave management office were written on it. He didn't stay any longer and brought Lin Sini to the management office. He wanted to ask about the wonders of the 5-element cave. They knocked on the door of the management office. An attendant who was about the same age as Attendant Zhou opened the door for Lu Xian. The attendant glanced at Lu Xian and Lin Sini. His gaze paused on Lin Sini for a moment. It was obvious that he was surprised by Lin Sini's beauty. However, he quickly returned to normal and casually sat in front of a table. "Are you here to use the 5-element cave? You are lucky. There are still several empty seats. If you were a little later, you would have to queue up." The attendant said casually, "What kind of array do you want to open? What level?" The deacon's question made Lu Xian and Lu Xian confused. Lu Xian cupped his hands at the deacon and said, "It's my first time here. Please tell me about the purpose of the 5-elements cave, senior deacon." "First time here? A newcomer?" The attendant raised his head and looked at Lu Xian. Then he said, "The contribution points needed to use the 5-element cave is not a small amount. You have just joined the sect. Do you have enough contribution points? Even if you only open one array for 2 hours, it will cost 50 contribution points." Hearing this, Lin Sini, who was standing behind Lu Xian, could not help but show a surprised expression. The price was really high. 50 contribution points for 2 hours. This was the lowest price. If she did not have the 1,000 contribution points that Lu Xian gave her, she could only use the 5-element cave for 2 hours with her 100 contribution points. However, Lu Xian smiled and said, "Although my contribution points are not much, it should be enough to use for a period of time." The attendant nodded slightly. He did not look down on Lu Xian and Lin Sini. He was just reminding them. After all, newcomers who had just joined the sect would not have any contribution points. They would be busy accumulating contribution points to enter the martial arts pavilion. How would they have the time to spend on the 5-element cave? If that's the case, I will tell you about it. Do you see the cave on the cliff? After you enter it, there is a huge space inside. All the caves are covered with arrays. When these arrays are activated, different environments can be created. If you can practice martial skills in these environments, your efficiency will be very high. So that's how it is. Lu Xian couldn't help but secretly nod. It seemed that the 5-element cave was indeed worthy of its reputation. It could actually create various kinds of environments to assist in cultivation. In this way, the speed of cultivation would naturally be much faster than in the normal environment outside. The attendant continued, however, although the five-element cave is called the five-element cave, there are not only arrays of the five elements here. There are also arrays of wind and thunder. In order to achieve the best effect, these arrays can be stacked. It will cost 50 contribution points to activate one array for 2 hours. Each additional array will increase the contribution points by 50. You can choose which array to activate according to your needs. Lu Xian pondered for a while and asked, I want to practice agility martial skills. What kind of array should I use? As for the movement technique, it depends on the type. If it's a close-range movement technique used in battle, you can choose the thunder and lightning formation. Once the thunder and lightning formation is activated, the entire cave will be shrouded in lightning, and lightning will strike down continuously. However, if this formation is activated, it won't be easy to practice it. Once you get hit by it, you'll suffer a lot of physical pain, even though it won't cause you much damage. The attendant tried his best to give Lu Xian suggestions. Hearing this, Lu Xian nodded his head slightly. This thunder and lightning array was the most suitable for practicing his rolling thunder flash. He wanted to see if the rolling thunder flash was as fast as lightning and as fast as lightning as its name suggested. Since he had made up his mind, Lu Xian did not waste any more time and said directly, Then please open a thunder array for me, Senior Deacon. Arrays are also divided into different levels. Disciples with different strengths will choose different levels of arrays. Generally speaking, the level of the refinement realm is the most suitable level to open. The deacon shook his head and said. Lu Xian pondered for a while. Although he was only at the 5th level of the refinement realm, his actual combat strength had already surpassed that level. However, considering that he was practicing a new martial skill this time, he did not dare to be careless, so he said, Since that is the case, then open the 5th level thunder array. Let's try for 2 hours first. Yes, transfer 50 contribution points to here. Also, report your name, strength, and which branch sect you belong to. The attendant tossed out a red nameplate. At the same time, he took out a jade slip, preparing to record the information. Naturally, Lu Xian was familiar with this. It was the same transaction method as before in the armament pavilion. While transferring the contribution points, he said, Lu Xian, 5th level of the refinement realm, sword master. The deacon, who was concentrating on recording the information, was suddenly startled. He could not help but raise his head and look at Lu Xian. This was the first time he seriously looked at Lu Xian. There were many disciples coming and going from the Five Elements cave. He was too lazy to pay attention to ordinary people, not to mention a new disciple. But now, Lu Xian's name finally attracted his attention. He immediately asked, Lu Xian? Are you this year's top new disciple, Sword Master Lu Xian? He naturally did not pay attention to ordinary disciples, but he did not dare to neglect some of the influential figures in the Wind Sword School. For example, Lin Tian and the other top 10 in the overall ranking, as well as Jing Gang, who had a strong background. As for Lu Xian, although he did not belong to these two categories, there was no doubt that he was in the limelight. This was a person who could be recommended to become a core disciple in 1 year's time. To be honest, Lu Xian's value was probably much higher than the so-called top 10 in the overall ranking, because even the top 10 in the overall ranking might not have the chance to become a core disciple. I am Lu Xian of the Sword Master. Seeing the deacon's expression, Lu Xian could not help but touch his nose. His name must have spread here. Haha, it's junior brother Lu. I'm so stupid. I should have thought of it earlier. I'm afraid only junior brother Lu has enough contribution points to use the Five Elements cave when he just entered the sect. My surname is Li, you can call me senior brother Li. Speaking of which, junior brother Lu and I are from the same sect. When he heard Lu Xian introduce himself, Officer Li's attitude immediately took a 180-degree turn. He laughed and stood up right away, no longer sitting down. Lu Xian was also happy. From Deacon Li's words, it seemed that he was also from the Sword Master. This was the first deacon he met after entering the Wind Sword School. As a member of the Sword Master, he naturally had a good impression of him. Moreover, he had heard from Elder Su that many disciples would leave the sword master after practicing for half a year after seeing the decline of the sword master. Since Deacon Li could stay in the sword master and persevere in practicing swordsmanship, he must have a good temperament. After speaking, Deacon Li looked at Lin Sini, who was behind Lu Xian. Is this sister-in-law? When Lu Xian was about to explain, Lin Sini smiled and took a step forward to stop Lu Xian. Sini greets senior brother Li. Like Lu Xian, I am also a disciple of the sword master. Tut-tut, junior brother Lu is really lucky. You have a good relationship with both martial arts and love. Deacon Li laughed out loud. Lin Sini's attitude naturally made him certain that the two of them were in a relationship. As a senior brother, I should at least give you a gift. However, I don't have anything with me now. Do you want to use the 5 Elements cave? I will give sister-in-law a few hours of cultivation time. Deacon Li said with a smile. His idea was similar to that of Deacon Zhou of the Armament Pavilion. Normally, they had no chance to contact the real core disciples. Even the top 10 in the overall ranking were all arrogant. However, Lu Xian in front of him was a core disciple who might have the opportunity to become a senior member of the Wind Sword School in the future. If he could establish a relationship with Lu Xian, he would definitely take care of Lu Xian in the future. However, the way they established a relationship was different. Deacon Zhou played the card of interest, while he played the card of affection. Although Lu Xian felt that it was inappropriate, since Deacon Li mentioned that they were in the same sect, it was hard for him to refuse. Moreover, if he refused, it would inevitably cause Lin Sini to think too much. Therefore, he immediately accepted Deacon Li's kindness. Seeing that Lu Xian did not refuse, Lin Sini was naturally even happier. Compared to Deacon Li's gift, she cared more about Lu Xian's attitude. Moreover, last time on the 2nd floor of the Martial Skill Pavilion, she also chose a martial skill, which was a set of middle-grade yellow-level sword art. This time when she accompanied Lu Xian here, she also planned to use the 5 Elements cave to cultivate. Under Deacon Li's suggestion, Lin Sini opened a level 4 wild wind formation. Practicing the sword in the wind could greatly improve the stability and accuracy of a martial practitioner's moves. Deacon Li was quite generous. He gave Lin Sini 10 hours of cultivation time in one go. 10 hours was a total of 250 contribution points. Although it was far less than the profound iron sword given by Deacon Zhou took advantage of the Armament Pavilion's loophole, while Deacon Li paid for it with his own money. The caves that Lu Xian and Lin Sini used were adjacent to each other. They were Cave 18 and Cave 19 respectively. After they were done, Lu Xian and Lin Sini bid farewell to Deacon Li and prepared to enter the cave to cultivate. Junior brother Lu, if you have any problems during your cultivation, feel free to look for me, Deacon Li said with a smile after sending the two off. Lu Xian chuckled and agreed. He only opened it for 2 hours to test the effects. After 2 hours, he would definitely look for Deacon Li to adjust the difficulty and extend the time. Lu Xian's cultivation area was Cave 18, while Lin Sini's was Cave 19. After giving her some instructions, Lu Xian directly stepped into the cave. Just like what Deacon Li had said, there was indeed a whole new world inside the cave. From the outside, it looked like a cave that was less than 3 meters wide, but the inside was a few hundred meters wide. It was enough for him to practice his movement skill or his sword skill. After entering, according to Deacon Li's instructions, Lu Xian looked to the right. As expected, there was a mechanism. Once the mechanism was activated, the formation would be opened, and this Cave 18 would close. Unless Lu Xian turned off the mechanism or reached the time limit, it would not open. Without hesitation, Lu Xian directly activated the mechanism. In an instant, the entire cave immediately changed. The light suddenly dimmed, and black clouds gathered above. Lightning flashed and thunder roared. Lu Xian felt as if he was no longer in this cave, but under a thundercloud, facing the coming storm at any time. Without a doubt, in order to create the best effect, not only was there a lightning formation, there was also an illusion formation. Raising his head to look at the black clouds above, Lu Xian secretly said, "Come, let me see what this lightning formation looks like." At this moment, a clap of thunder suddenly rang out. Lu Xian only saw a flash of lightning in the thunderclouds above his head, and a bolt of lightning instantly struck down. Its speed was so fast that no one would be able to react in time. In that split second, Lu Xian's powerful instincts finally came into play. He forcefully shifted his body to the right, narrowly avoiding the attack. However, before he could even catch his breath, the lightning array had no intention of letting Lu Xian go. In the blink of an eye, another 2 bolts of lightning struck down, one directly towards Lu Xian, and the other towards his side. This time, Lu Xian was already prepared. The circulation method of the thunder dash instantly flashed through his mind. During the time he had spent in the quiet room on the 3rd floor of the martial skill pavilion, he had already memorized the thunder dash to perfection. He had also practiced the circulation method countless of times. The only thing he lacked was actual combat experience. Now that he was facing the threat of the lightning array, he quickly calmed his heart and started to circulate the thunder dash according to the route he was already familiar with. With the circulation of the thunder dash, Lu Xian suddenly felt his body become lighter, and his legs were filled with strength. It was as if he only needed to casually take a step and he would be able to move around the cave with ease. The lightning array's attack was already about to strike Lu Xian's head. Without any hesitation, Lu Xian casually slid a step forward. As if he had teleported, he instantly left his original position and appeared at the side without any warning. A look of joy flashed across Lu Xian's face. The thunder dash truly lived up to its name. If he had possessed the thunder dash back in the Sword Forest, his battles would have been much easier. But at this moment, something strange happened. The lightning bolt that was supposed to strike Lu Xian's side suddenly made a small change in the air, and actually struck him once again. This lightning bolt could actually make a turn. The lightning bolt was extremely fast, and it was already too late for Lu Xian to use the thunder dash again. Caught off guard, he only had enough time to avoid being hit in his vitals. The lightning bolt immediately struck Lu Xian's left arm. Hiss! Lu Xian couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. A piercing pain could be felt, and he felt as if his left arm was about to go numb. Damn it, it really wasn't a good feeling to be struck by this lightning array. Previously, Deacon Li had told him that although the lightning array's effects were not bad, if he was struck by it, he would still suffer some physical pain. Now, Lu Xian could truly feel it. But now was not the time for Lu Xian to digest this wave of pain. The sound of thunder rang again, and this time, a total of 3 lightning bolts struck down. Once again, and once again, where he was standing, while the other 2 were scattered. However, now that he had experience, he would not be fooled again. After all, these lightning bolts could make turns. Activating the thunder dash again, Lu Xian flew a large distance away, and dodged the lightning bolt that was directly aimed at him. Sure enough, as he moved, the other 2 lightning bolts immediately changed direction, and once again attacked him. Now that he was prepared, how could he continue to suffer losses? The thunder dash didn't stop, and continued to wander around the cave. The 2 lightning bolts suddenly missed, and disappeared into the ground. Another sound of thunder rang out, and the next wave of attacks came. This time, the number of lightning bolts had already increased to 4. Seeing this, Lu Xian felt a burst of fear. My goodness, this thing can't be increasing by 1 every time, right? Then, will I be able to survive later on? While he was distracted, Lu Xian was hit again. He dodged 3 of the lightning bolts, but the 4th one struck his right hand. Without any suspense, another wave of pain came, and this time, his left hand hadn't recovered, and his right hand was paralyzed. Lu Xian laughed bitterly. Luckily, the thunder dash only required the use of his feet, and not his hands. But he didn't dare to be distracted again. While he worked hard to dispel the numbness in his hands, he stared at the incoming attacks of the lightning formation. The next wave of attacks was just as he expected, and the number of lightning bolts had already reached 5. 1 struck towards Lu Xian, and the other 4 sealed off his front, back, left, and right. Lu Xian's footsteps staggered, and he didn't know how he moved, but his body quickly flashed away from the upper right corner. 2 lightning bolts changed direction, and continued to strike towards him. But Lu Xian had already anticipated this, and his body only slightly touched the ground, and in the blink of an eye, he flashed to another place. At this time, the 5 lightning bolts finally missed, and struck the ground before disappearing. Lu Xian let out a sigh of relief, and made preparations to dodge the next wave of attacks. Luckily, the appearance of this wave of attacks allowed his somewhat nervous heart to finally calm down, because this time, there were still only 5 lightning bolts. Looks like, the upper limit of this level 5 lightning formation is only 5 lightning bolts, so it's not impossible to deal with. Lu Xian thought to himself. After a few waves of attacks, he had already gradually adapted to the frequency and methods of the attacks. But with regards to the thunder dash he had just learned, there was still a dry feeling when he revolved it. It wasn't smooth, and he would occasionally get stuck. Although he had already memorized the cultivation method in the martial skill pavilion, when he truly used it, he still wasn't able to control it like it was his own arm. Otherwise, every fighter would just memorize the martial skill, and wouldn't need to practice. Because of this, Lu Xian's hands were always in a state of numbness. Occasionally, he would still take a few hits. Although it was so painful that he grimaced in pain, seeing that he was becoming more and more proficient in using the thunder dash, he was also happy. For a moment, the entire cave was filled with the continuous lightning strikes from the thunderclouds above. Lu Xian, on the other hand, was constantly dodging and moving around under the pursuit of the lightning. He pushed the thunderbolt flash to its limits to avoid the lightning strikes. The thunder dash was an explosive movement technique, and the consumption of spirit power was also very large. After approximately 15 minutes, Lu Xian felt that his spirit power was already almost depleted, and immediately began to shift towards the control mechanism of the formation. Seizing an opportunity, he pulled the mechanism, and the lightning formation immediately closed, and the entire cave returned to normal. He didn't pay attention to it, and panted as he sat down on the ground. Adjusting his breathing, he revolved the Tai return to origin technique, and began to recover his spirit power. Once his spirit power had completely recovered, he turned on the switch again, and the game of I'll run and chase began again. Time continued to pass as he practiced, and after nearly an hour, Lu Xian's hands, which had always been numb, were finally released. This was because as he became more and more proficient in the circulation of the thunder dash, even though he was still in a somewhat difficult situation, the 5 lightning bolts were no longer able to cause too much trouble for him. Occasionally, he would make some mistakes, but it was controlled to less than 5%. Basically, he would only get hit once every 20 lightning bolts. The 2 hours quickly passed, and without Lu Xian needing to turn off the switch, the lightning formation above his head began to dissipate, and the tightly shut cave door also slowly opened. After slightly adjusting his breathing, Lu Xian wiped the sweat from his forehead, walked out of the cave, and directly walked towards Deacon Li. Of course, he didn't want to stop practicing, but to increase the difficulty. The 5th level of difficulty was no longer a threat to him, and if he wanted to force himself to his limit, he had to continue increasing the difficulty. When Lu Xian arrived, Deacon Li was bored and stayed in the management office. When he saw Lu Xian, he immediately smiled and stood up. "Junior brother Lu, how do you feel? The 5 Elements Cave really deserves its reputation. The contribution points are well spent. This time, I came to ask for senior brother's help to open it for another 4 hours. However, the level of the formation needs to be upgraded to level 6. Lu Xian went straight to the point and stated his intention. Seeing that Lu Xian had requested to increase the difficulty level after only 2 hours of training, Deacon Li could not help but have a flash of surprise in his eyes. He praised, "No problem. Junior brother Lu, your strength is indeed extraordinary. This thunder and lightning formation is different from other formations. Ordinary disciples would find it very difficult to resist a formation of the same level as their own. I did not expect junior brother Lu to be able to challenge a formation of a higher level after just starting training." Lu Xian didn't explain much. He just smiled and transferred 100 contribution points to Deacon Li. Deacon Li quickly opened the formation for him. After everything was done, Lu Xian returned to the 18th cave and started a new round of practice. After the thunder and lightning formation was upgraded to level 6, the difficulty had increased. Every time there was a lightning strike, in addition to 5 lightning strikes directly, there was another lightning strike looming in the thunderclouds. It could attack Lu Xian at any time when he was exhausted. In this way, Lu Xian's reaction ability was greatly increased. In addition to avoiding the 5 lightning strikes that could make a turn, he also needed to be on guard against the sudden attack of the last lightning strike. However, this was exactly what he wanted. In a battle, the enemy's attack was not like the thunder and lightning formation. It also had a pattern. No one knew when the danger would come. No matter when, he had to leave a trace of strength to deal with the hidden danger that might come at any time. The stronger the reaction ability, the higher the chance of survival. At first, Lu Xian was not very used to it. He was struck by several bolts of lightning in a row, and it could be said that he had suffered quite a bit. Compared to the level 5 thunder and lightning formation, which he had been able to do with ease, training in the level 6 thunder and lightning formation was torture. That was because as the level of the formation increased, the bolts of lightning from the thunder and lightning formation would become stronger, and it would be more painful to be struck by them. However, he still held his breath. He would rather suffer a bit than lower his level. That was because he knew that even though being struck by the lightning of the thunder and lightning array was painful, it wouldn't be fatal. If he didn't completely grasp the rushing thunder flash now, then in the future, if he made a mistake in battle, then he wouldn't just suffer physical pain. At the very least, he would be injured, and at the very least, he would be killed. Since he was young, Lu Xian was famous for being crazy about training in Xianxia town. Unfortunately, he didn't have good cultivation methods and resources. No matter how hard he worked, he couldn't reach the level of the disciples of the big clans. Now that he had the cultivation methods and resources, he naturally wouldn't waste this rare opportunity. Lu Xian's body wasn't very strong. He kept running in the cave, dodging one attack after another. Occasionally, he would be hit by a lightning strike, but he would grit his teeth and endure it. With such a persistent spirit and such hard work, Lu Xian had already met the most basic requirements of a strong practitioner. In his dantian, the sword crystal was still slowly revolving. It seemed to be completely unaware of what was happening in the outside world. However, it was unknown whether it saw Lu Xian's posture. People were really forced out. Previously, under the level 5 thunder and lightning formation, Lu Xian felt that he had almost mastered the thunder and lightning flash. But now, under the pressure of the level 6 thunder and lightning formation, the power of the thunder and lightning flash was still increasing. Lu Xian had lost count of how many times he had been struck by lightning within the span of 4 hours. Aside from the huge improvement in his rolling thunder flash, he was surprised to find that his body, which he thought had been trained to the extreme, had actually become more and more solid under the tempering of the thunder and lightning. Even his resistance to thunder and lightning had increased by quite a bit. This was especially true for his hands, which had been struck by lightning the most. After being struck by lightning, the pain he felt was far less intense than it had been the first time, and the time it took for him to dispel the numbness had also decreased. This discovery made Lu Xian a little surprised. This was an unexpected gain. After the 2 hours, Lu Xian was still not satisfied, especially since he felt that he hadn't mastered the thunder and lightning flash to the extreme. There was still a lot of room for improvement, so he prepared to continue practicing. When he returned to Deacon Li's place, Lu Xian saw an unexpected person. It was Linsini. At this moment, Linsini was holding a bamboo basket in her hand. She was standing at the entrance of the 5-element case management office, looking at Lu Xian from afar. A light breeze passed by, and her light blue dress fluttered in the wind. Her black hair, which was draped over her shoulders, formed a sharp contrast with her fair skin. The ends of her hair were slightly raised, slightly covering her delicate face. She looked like a little woman waiting for her husband to return home. When Lu Xian saw this scene, the softest part of his heart seemed to be touched by something. His eyes, which had always been tough, became gentle at this moment. With a smile, Lu Xian walked forward and said, "Why are you standing outside? Why don't you go in and sit?" Linsini mischievously waved the bamboo basket in her hand and said, "I saw that it's almost lunchtime, so I came out. I went back to the sword sect to get you a meal, but it may be a little cold now. I don't know if you can eat it." At the end of her words, Linsini pouted. Obviously, she felt that the food was not delicious when it was cold. Hearing this, Lu Xian smiled, revealing his snow-white teeth. He reached out to take the bamboo basket from Linsini's hand and said, "I'm never picky when I eat. Even if it's cold, it's still much better than the dry food I brought." Perhaps because he heard the sound, the door behind the two was opened by Deacon Li. When he saw Lu Xian, he immediately laughed and said, "Junior brother Lu, you're finally back." Sister-in-law has been waiting for you here for a full hour. It's not that I'm being unreasonable. I asked sister-in-law to come in and wait for you, but she insisted on waiting outside. TSK, you're really lucky. Sister-in-law is so beautiful and so considerate. I'm very envious. Deacon Li's words made Linsini feel a little hot. To be honest, she had never been so concerned about a man. But for some reason, when she saw Lu Xian, she seemed to have completely fallen for him. She only thought about how to treat him well. Lu Xian was also a little touched. He didn't think that Linsini had already waited for an hour. He had cultivated in the cave for a full 6 hours. It was already afternoon. Presumably, Linsini would come at noon. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. He just scratched his head and said, "You must be tired from standing. Go in and rest for a while." Linsini nodded and agreed softly. Deacon Li was also proficient in the ways of the world. He immediately said, "Junior brother Lu, you two go in and talk for a while. I'll go over there and inspect the situation of the Five Elements cave." He didn't want to inspect the cave. He didn't want to be a third wheel for Lu Xian and Linsini. After Deacon Li left, Lu Xian asked about Linsini's cultivation in the morning while eating. Although his strength wasn't high, it was enough for him to give some advice to Linsini. When Lu Xian almost finished eating, Deacon Li came back. Then, Lu Xian opened the thunder array for another 4 hours. Linsini also continued to cultivate with Lu Xian. The time given by Deacon Li to her hadn't been used up yet. In the following period of time, Lu Xian spent almost every day at the Five-Element Cave. Although it required 50 contribution points for 2 hours, which was quite expensive, Lu Xian had a total of 9,000 contribution points, which was enough for him to squander for a period of time. As he became more and more familiar with the Thunder Dash, Lu Xian also experienced the power of this martial skill. If he could master it to the extreme, he would undoubtedly be like a fish in water in a battle, which would greatly increase his battle strength. Therefore, he was determined to master the Thunder Dash to the extreme. Every day, he would spend 10 hours in the Five-Element Cave to practice the martial skill. At night, he would return to his residence to practice the Tai origin art. Although the martial skill was powerful, the foundation of a martial artist was still his own strength. Regarding the Tai origin art, Lu Xian naturally did not dare to slack off. Moreover, Linsini would always send lunch to Lu Xian on time every day and watch him eat. She was very considerate. Over time, Lu Xian got used to it. In the eyes of others, the two of them were undoubtedly a pair of lovers, which was envied by others. In order to completely force out his potential, although Lu Xian did not continue to increase the level of the lightning array and maintained it at the 6th level, he made some changes in other aspects. Under the pressure of the level 6 lightning formation, Lu Xian spent 3 days to completely master the thunderbolt flash. He was able to dodge and maneuver as he pleased in the face of the lightning attacks. He was able to dodge them almost instantly with just a single thought. His failure rate was reduced to almost 1%. However, Lu Xian was still not satisfied with this. In a battle, it was very likely that 1% chance would lead to his death. Therefore, he carried the 81-kilogram heavy black iron sword on his back. After carrying the black iron sword, Lu Xian's weight almost doubled. Even if he had already mastered the Thunder Dash, when faced with the fast and strange lightning attacks, it was inevitable that he would be hit. It took him another 2 days to endure the attacks of the lightning bolts. He was now able to nimbly evade the lightning bolts while carrying the mystic iron sword on his back. Seeing that the progress of the Thunder Dash had stagnated again, Lu Xian still did not intend to give up. Instead, he once again pressured himself. He found Deacon Li and asked him to add another gravity array on top of the lightning array. In this way, Lu Xian was undoubtedly under a lot more pressure. He continued to practice while enduring the gravitational force. Fortunately, after these days, he had developed a considerable resistance to the lightning attacks. Otherwise, his body would not be able to withstand the lightning attacks before he mastered the Thunder Dash. This time, the practice lasted for another 3 days. When he was able to successfully dodge most of the lightning attacks under the effect of the gravity array, Lu Xian continued to add another violent wind array on top of the 2 major arrays. The violent wind array only had one effect, and that was to randomly generate violent winds in the cave. One would not know where the wind would come from. Just resisting the violent winds was not an easy task, not to mention that Lu Xian still had to dodge the attacks from the lightning array under such circumstances. Under the cover of the three major arrays, the environment in the cave that Lu Xian was in was extremely bad. Even Deacon Li, who was in charge of the Five Elements cave, was shocked by Lu Xian's craziness. He could almost imagine the scene of Lu Xian's practice. He was now filled with admiration for this fellow disciple of the same sect. It was definitely not a coincidence that Lu Xian was able to fight his way into the top 300 in the sect entrance exam. Those who had not seen Lu Xian's practice would only be envious and jealous of the results that Lu Xian had achieved. They thought that he was just lucky and was born with a good talent. Naturally, they thought that if they had the talent of Lu Xian, they would also be able to achieve the same results easily. As for the hard work that Lu Xian had put in behind the scenes, they could not see it at all. Opening the three arrays consecutively required more than 150 contribution points per hour. In one day, Lu Xian would need to use up more than 700 contribution points. Even for him, this was somewhat unbearable. In exchange for such a huge price, Lu Xian's strength had greatly increased. After being continuously attacked by lightning, not only did Lu Xian's lightning resistance increase, it also tempered his body to a more perfect state. Even though he was still at the fifth layer of the body refinement realm, compared to before, his strength had increased by a lot. What the raging wind array brought to Lu Xian was an increase in stability. At the beginning, when he was attacked by the raging wind, he could not even stand steadily. However, after a period of time, not only could he cleverly deflect the force of the wind on his body and stand steadily, he could also nimbly avoid all the lightning attacks within the raging wind. In the blink of an eye, 11 days had passed since Lu Xian arrived at the five-element cave. He had used up a huge amount of 5,000 contribution points, and a large portion of it was used up during the last few days when he opened the three major arrays. After he had once again recovered his yuan power, Lu Xian slowly stood up and activated the mechanism. In an instant, the entire cave suddenly changed. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. A sudden gust of wind rose and an invisible pressure quietly descended on Lu Xian's body. As for Lu Xian, who was in the center of the storm, he just stood there quietly, waiting for the attack to arrive. A gust of wind suddenly came from his right side. If an ordinary person faced this gust of wind, they would probably be blown more than 10 meters away in the blink of an eye. However, Lu Xian did not move in the slightest. His body swayed slightly with the wind and made some small adjustments. This was a technique that he had come up with in the past few days to divert the force of the wind blowing on his body. At this moment, a thunderclap sounded and 5 lightning bolts rapidly struck down, enveloping him in an instant. The lightning bolts flashed and struck the place where Lu Xian was in the blink of an eye. However, at this moment, he was no longer in the same place. Unknowingly, he had quietly flashed to the side. 2 lightning bolts continued to pursue him relentlessly. Lu Xian's figure flashed again, but immediately after, the 6th lightning bolt suddenly struck from the thunderclouds, aiming directly at the place where Lu Xian was about to reach. Lu Xian had already lost count of the number of times he had encountered such a situation. His expression was as calm as usual, and his heart was as calm as still water. However, his body that was moving rapidly came to an abrupt halt. Seeing that the lightning bolt was about to miss, suddenly, a gust of wind came from behind Lu Xian. Caught off guard, it directly pushed him towards the lightning attack. From the looks of it, Lu Xian had no way to avoid it and could only resist this attack. However, in that split second, Lu Xian's speed suddenly exploded. Unbelievably, he once again rushed forward for a distance, narrowly dodging this attack. This was another survival technique that Lu Xian had learned in the past 11 days. No matter what, he could only use 90% of his strength and leave 10% of his strength as a final trump card. It was this technique that could not be considered too profound, but it allowed Lu Xian to avoid countless attacks under the lightning array. A new round of attacks came. Lu Xian had long gotten used to it. Even under the pressure of the 3 major formations, he was still able to move about in the cave as if he was taking a stroll in the park. He continued to dodge and evade, and not a single attack was able to land on his clothes. At this point, the dashing thunder flash had finally reached the large success stage. Mastery of the rolling thunder flash did not mean that Lu Xian's training had come to an end. This time, in the third floor of the martial skill pavilion, he did not only obtain the rolling thunder flash, but also the dark steel sword technique. After closing the formation of the cave, Lu Xian strode out. Seeing Lu Xian's arrival, Deacon Li was a little surprised. In the past 10 days, Lu Xian's training time was very stable. According to the usual pattern, Lu Xian should not have come out at this time. Junior Lu, is there a problem with the formation? It seems like it's not time yet. Deacon Li asked enthusiastically. That's not it. This time, I came to ask Senior if there is a water-type formation in the 5-element cave. It would be best if there is a waterfall. In the records of the dark steel sword technique, the expert who created the dark steel sword technique gave a method to train in the dark steel sword technique. It was to find a place with a waterfall to train. When he could cut off the flow with a sword, then the dark steel sword technique would be mastered. When Lu Xian first saw this, he could not help but be fascinated. To cut off a waterfall with a sword, how powerful must one be? Just thinking about it made him a little excited. Since he believed the words of the expert, Lu Xian naturally wanted to find a waterfall to see if it was really like what the expert said. When the dark steel sword technique was mastered, he would be able to cut off the flow with a sword. Waterfall? Deacon Li was slightly stunned, then he recovered. It seemed that Junior Lu no longer trained in movement martial skills. Instead, he trained in other martial skills. There is a waterfall, but it is not created by a water-type formation. It is a real waterfall. This waterfall was originally located in the back mountain of the sword sect. However, in order to make it convenient for the disciples to train, they deliberately led it here. There is only one waterfall in the entire 5-element cave. Normally, it is quite popular, especially for the disciples of the Spear sect and the Axe sect. They like to train at that waterfall the most. Hearing this, Lu Xian couldn't help but frown. Since it was so popular, it seemed like it would be difficult for him to cultivate non-stop like he had been doing for the past few days. He might not be able to snatch it every time. Deacon Li observed Lu Xian's expression. Naturally, he knew what Lu Xian was thinking when he saw the awkward look on Lu Xian's face. He immediately smiled and said, although this place is highly sought after by others, if junior brother Lu wants to cultivate here, I can be of some help. From now on, I will set a time in advance between the hours of the morning and the hour of the afternoon. Lu Xian was immediately overjoyed. Sure enough, it was easy to get things done with someone. If Deacon Li could help him set the time in advance, it would naturally be the best. These 10 hours from dawn to dusk was exactly the 10 hours that Lu Xian usually came to cultivate, so Deacon Li naturally remembered it clearly. Many thanks, senior brother. Lu Xian cupped his hands towards Deacon Li with gratitude. Perhaps it was as easy as lifting a finger to Deacon Li, but it was extremely important to Lu Xian, and it was able to save him a great deal of time. Haha, it's fine. My sword sect hasn't produced a genius disciple for many years, and it's rare for junior brother Lu to possess such outstanding natural talent. As your senior brother, I naturally have to do my best to help. Deacon Li sighed with emotion. He'd taken great care of Lu Xian partly because he wanted to befriend Lu Xian, and another part of it was indeed for the sake of the sword sect. He'd stayed in the sword sect for a few years, and he had a rather deep relationship with it. Even though he'd always wanted to make the sword sect famous, it was a pity that his own natural talent wasn't good enough, so he could only entrust this hope onto Lu Xian. Even though Lu Xian had asked Deacon Li to help him book the training time, he naturally couldn't let him pay for the contribution points. Lu Xian immediately transferred 2,500 contribution points to him, and booked the training time for 10 days in one go. However, the waterfall was currently being used, and Lu Xian couldn't enter it for the time being, and Deacon Li couldn't help him either. After waiting for an entire hour, when the waterfall was empty, Lu Xian then proceeded. The place where the waterfall was located was the last cave in the 5-element cave. Before entering the cave, Lu Xian heard a deafening rumbling sound at the entrance of the cave. It was the sound of the huge waterfall crashing into the ground. Stepping into the cave and closing the door, Lu Xian then looked at the waterfall. He saw a waterfall that was about 7 to 8 meters wide, and it was falling from a height of more than 10 feet. It was as if the sky and the earth were covered, and it was like the Milky Way was falling. It was extremely spectacular. Below the waterfall was a cold pond, and it was constantly receiving the water from the waterfall. In the cold pond, there was a huge rock at the bottom of the waterfall. After being hit by the waterfall for a long time, it had already become extremely smooth. It seemed that this huge rock was not an ordinary rock. As the saying goes, dripping water wears through a rock. If it was an ordinary rock, it would have already been smashed into pieces under the impact of the huge waterfall. Drawing out the mysterious iron sword, Lu Xian took a deep breath, and with a leap, he immediately landed on the top of the huge rock. The purpose of this huge rock was to provide a foothold for warriors, and it was the best way to withstand the impact of the waterfall. The impact of a 10 feet tall waterfall was extremely huge. A huge stream of water instantly came crashing down. Lu Xian, who was facing the impact, only felt as if 1,000 pounds of force was transmitted to him. He, who had just landed on the huge rock, was caught off guard. For a moment, he was unable to stand firmly, and was directly sent flying by the impact of the water. Fortunately, at this moment, the rushing thunder flash had already reached the advanced stage. Lu Xian, who was sent flying, quickly stabilized his body in the air, and activated the rushing thunder flash. His body instantly rushed forward, and once again returned to the huge rock. But this time, Lu Xian was already prepared. He activated his Yuan power and firmly fixed his body on the huge rock, to prevent himself from being washed away by the water. At the same time, he poured his Yuan power into the mysterious iron sword and slowly lifted it up. According to the method introduced in the mysterious iron sword technique, the first step was to practice stability. If one wanted to use a heavy sword like the mysterious iron sword to kill an enemy, one must first be able to wield it as if it was one's own arm. If one could hold the sword steadily under the powerful impact of the waterfall, then after leaving the waterfall, there would no longer be any hindrance when using the heavy sword. Wave after wave of the powerful water battered against Lu Xian's body, continuously slapping against the top of the mysterious iron sword. One could only see the tip of the sword continuously being slapped down. Lu Xian once again stubbornly lifted it up, continuously fighting against the water. No matter what, the mysterious iron sword technique was always firmly held by him. Even though he appeared to be in a difficult situation, Lu Xian did not care in the slightest. This was his first time practicing, and he had already expected this type of situation. On the contrary, if he was able to reach the requirements of the mysterious iron sword technique on his first try, then that would be abnormal. In this world, there had always been a rule: the greater the effort, the greater the reward. The harder the mysterious iron sword technique was to practice, the more it proved its strength. While stabilizing his body and holding the sword, Lu Xian's Yuan power continuously flowed away. The first time, he held on for half an hour before his Yuan power ran out. Putting away the mysterious iron sword, he used the rushing thunder flash to leave the cold pond. Lu Xian sat cross-legged on the ground and began to recover his Yuan power in preparation for the next round of practice. Lu Xian, why is your hair wet? Looking at Lu Xian gulping down food, Lin Sini asked curiously. After cultivating under the waterfall, Lu Xian's whole body was drenched. Although he took out a set of clean clothes from his storage ring and put them on, his hair was still wet. Lu Xian replied while wolfing down the food, I've changed my training location. I'm now practicing my swordsmanship under a waterfall. Waterfall? Is there a waterfall in the Five Elements cave? How's the effect of your sword practice? Lin Sini continued to ask with interest. Yes, but there is only one place. Senior Brotherly specially reserved it for me, so I can cultivate there every day. Speaking of this, Lu Xian seemed to think of something. He looked up at Lin Sini and said, by the way, the sword technique you've been practicing recently seems to be the flowing water swordsmanship? If you can carefully understand the characteristics of water, your cultivation will definitely be twice the result with half the effort. Lin Sini's eyes lit up when she heard this. Really? Then can I go to the waterfall with you to practice swordsmanship? Lu Xian thought for a moment. The boulder in the cold pond was quite big. Not to mention accommodating 2 people, even if 2 people practiced swordsmanship together, it would not be difficult. Thinking of this, Lu Xian immediately agreed, okay, you can go with me later. The cave of the Five Elements cave could not only be entered by one person. Sometimes, when some disciples needed to practice a joint attack, it would require 2 or even a few people to practice together. After getting Lu Xian's consent, Lin Sini smiled happily. There was a trace of joy in her beautiful eyes. Not only could she practice martial arts better, but she could also stay with Lu Xian all the time. It was already a very happy thing for her. Lu Xian quickly finished the remaining food, and the two of them set off to the cold pond waterfall. Wow! So beautiful! As soon as she entered, Lin Sini couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise when she saw the huge waterfall that poured down like the Milky Way and the clear cold pond under the waterfall. Although there were also artificial mountains and waterfalls in the Lin mansion, they were all man-made. How could they compare to this natural waterfall that was 10 feet high? She couldn't help but turn around to glance at Lu Xian who was by her side, and she thought to herself, this place is simply like a paradise. If I'm able to stay here with Lu Xian forever, then it would truly be a wonderful thing. Unfortunately, Lu Xian didn't have the slightest intention of flirting. He pointed at the enormous rock in the middle of the cold pool and said, "Do you see that? We're going to cultivate on top of that enormous rock in a while. But the force of the flow of water is extremely great. Remember to circulate your origin energy to stand firm." Lin Sini nodded her head at first, but then she revealed a troubled expression. "My movement technique isn't good enough. I'm afraid it'll be a little difficult for me to cover such a long distance." Lu Xian was slightly taken aback. This wasn't difficult, but... After thinking for a while, he asked tentatively, "Then should I carry you over?" Hearing this, a blush appeared on Lin Sini's face. She seemed a little shy, but she didn't say anything to reject him. She lightly nodded her head and said, "That's the only way." Looking at Lin Sini's graceful figure, Lu Xian's heartbeat couldn't help but speed up. Young men and young women were at the age where they first awaken to love. However, he had never had any intimate contact with a woman before. If one were to talk about the most intimate contact, it was probably that time when he unintentionally hugged Xianxia in the Jewel Pavilion. But compared to this time, that time couldn't be considered as intimate contact. This time, he really had to carry Lin Sini and leap over. Taking in a deep breath, Lu Xian didn't think too much. He slightly squatted down, his left hand stretched out from the bend of Lin Sini's leg, while his right hand gently wrapped around her fair neck. Immediately, he easily lifted Lin Sini up. Lin Sini's face turned even redder. However, she gritted her teeth and stretched out her hands to naturally wrap around Lu Xian's neck. She buried her blushing face deep into Lu Xian's chest and sniffed the manly scent coming from his body. She couldn't help but feel a little flustered, but also at ease. Ever since she was young, she had never had such intimate contact with a man. Even her father had only hugged her when she was young. As he held Lin Sini in his arms, he could feel her soft and delicate body, as well as the faint warmth of her body. A whiff of the fragrance of a virgin wafted from her body. Lu Xian felt a little restless. Her skin was extremely smooth, giving him the urge to caress it wantonly. However, he did not dare to move recklessly in the end. He held her with both hands obediently and said softly, "Get ready. I'm going." Lin Sini, who was in Lu Xian's embrace, gently nodded her head. Lu Xian immediately took a deep breath, circulated his yuan power, and activated the galloping thunder flash. With all his might, he leaped forward, and the two of them steadily landed on the giant boulder. But at this moment, something happened that caught the two of them off guard. The waterfall poured down unceasingly and the water instantly soaked their clothes. Lu Xian didn't care, but Lin Sini let out a cry of surprise. Hearing the cry of surprise, Lu Xian couldn't help but lower his head to take a look. He saw that Lin Sini's clothes were completely soaked and stuck tightly to her body. Her wonderful parts were faintly discernible and didn't have the slightest bit of cover. More importantly, 2 captivating red spots were unreservedly presented in front of his eyes. This could be said to be an erotic scene and instantly caused the head of Lu Xian to flush with blood. His lower body also failed to live up to expectations and stood up straight. "Lu Xian, you're bullying me. You're not allowed to look." Lin Sini was so anxious that she was about to cry. Previously, she only saw that Lu Xian's hair was dripping wet, but she didn't think that this was the case. This time, Lu Xian really saw everything. Fine. I won't look anymore." I really didn't do it on purpose. I also didn't think. I'll put you down now. Lu Xian hurriedly explained. He really didn't do it on purpose. He only thought that this place would be beneficial for his cultivation and didn't think that this would happen. He quickly put Linsini down, but something strange happened again. The force of the waterfall was so strong that even Lu Xian couldn't stand steadily when he first came here. Linsini was caught off guard and slipped. She let out another scream and was almost washed away. Fortunately, Lu Xian reacted quickly and reached out to pull Linsini up again. Lying on Lu Xian's shoulder, Linsini sobbed softly. Lu Xian didn't have this kind of experience and was completely helpless in this situation. He could only stay where he was and wait for Linsini to speak. But at this moment, her body was completely wet. Although he was carrying her through her clothes, it was no different from not wearing anything. This undoubtedly stimulated Lu Xian even more, but he didn't dare to move recklessly. The water continued to flow and both of their clothes were completely wet. From afar, it seemed as if they had become one. And with a trace of coolness in the water, Lu Xian gradually calmed down. Fortunately, both of them were martial artists and wouldn't catch a cold because of this little bit of water. After a long time, Linsini stopped sobbing. Still lying on Lu Xian's shoulder, she asked softly, "Lu Xian, do you like me? Do you like me?" Linsini's faint voice rang in Lu Xian's ears. Hugging a beauty and suddenly hearing this question, Lu Xian did not know how to answer for a moment. Although Linsini had never hidden her feelings for Lu Xian, there was always a layer of window paper between them. Even if Xiaoyi had accidentally pointed it out, the two of them would tacitly not mention it. However, the incident just now had completely shattered Linsini's psychological defense. For some reason, she actually asked this question directly. However, she did not regret it. She had wanted to ask this question for a long time. Now that she had asked it out of impulse, she felt relieved. However, her heart immediately tightened again. She was afraid that she would get a disappointing answer. At this moment, in Lu Xian's mind, the various ways Linsini had taken care of him since the two of them got to know each other. From the time he saw Linsini at the martial arts arena, to the time she gifted him a sword at the jewel pavilion, and then to the time she took care of him meticulously recently. Bit by bit, like flickering light and passing shadows, appeared in his mind one by one. After a long silence, Lu Xian slowly opened his mouth and said, "Sini, I am very clear about your feelings for me. To think that I, Lu Xian, am just a disciple of a small family. To be able to receive your favor, it is the blessing of several generations of my ancestors to have this opportunity. However, right now, I only want to pursue the path of martial arts. I want to walk out of this Tianwu Empire and walk out of this Wind Sword School. I want to see this vast heavenly sword continent, and see what it looks like." Linsini was slightly disappointed. In the end, she did not get the answer she wanted. However, immediately after, her eyes lit up again. That's right, this is the man I like. What she liked the most was Lu Xian's confidence and pride. If he only stopped at the Wind Sword School and was satisfied with his current achievements, how could she fall in love with him so much? Thinking of this, Linsini raised her head from Lu Xian's embrace. After crying, her tear-stained face made people feel pity for her. She stared at Lu Xian with her bright eyes and continued to ask, "Then, do you hate me?" Lu Xian decisively shook his head. Linsini's smile became wider. She could not help but twist in Lu Xian's embrace. She changed into a more comfortable position and continued to ask, "Then, do you like me?" While resisting the heat caused by Linsini's rubbing in his embrace, Lu Xian nodded his head firmly. "That's enough." Linsini smiled in satisfaction. Then, she did something that Lu Xian could not even dream of. She closed her eyes and moved closer to Lu Xian. Her warm and tender lips were tightly pressed against Lu Xian's mouth. Lu Xian's eyes instantly widened. He could not help but open his mouth and gently kiss Linsini's lower lip. Feeling Lu Xian's reaction, Linsini's face became even redder. She closed her eyes even more tightly. She did not dare to look at Lu Xian at all. However, her actions did not slow down. Her small, fragrant tongue stuck into Lu Xian's mouth and offered itself to him to taste. How could Lu Xian hold back? He quickly grabbed this agile little snake and gently sucked on it. He felt that this was the most delicious thing in the world. He could not bear to let go of it for a moment. The heat in Lu Xian's heart became more and more intense. No matter how cold the spring water was, it could not help Lu Xian cool down. After putting Lin Sini down gently, Lu Xian's hand directly held onto her ample bosom. He could not help but rub it gently, changing its shape and size to match Lu Xian's palm. Faced with Lu Xian's sudden attack, Lin Sini could not help but tremble all over. She let out a soft moan and almost lost her balance. If it was not for Lu Xian holding her, she would have been instantly washed away by the water. Separated by clothes, Lu Xian was no longer satisfied. Just as he was about to put his hand under the clothes to further communicate, Lin Sini finally mustered up the courage to let go of their lips and pressed down on Lu Xian's mischievous big hand. She was a little breathless. Her chest heaved up and down as she said, "No, I'm not ready yet." After saying that, her face became incomparably red. She lowered her head and did not dare to look at Lu Xian. Recalling the scene just now, she felt that the virgin land that she had protected for so many years had been unscrupulously rubbed by Lu Xian. She felt that it was really too embarrassing. Lu Xian also realized that he was a little abrupt. However, his desire had just gone to his head and he could not remember anything at all. Looking at Lin Sini, who had her head lowered in front of him, and thinking about how the dignified eldest daughter of the Lin family did not blame him for such profanity, Lu Xian realized that at this moment, he seemed to have fallen a little in love with her. It was not just like. He reached out and pulled Lin Sini into his arms again. Lu Xian hugged her tightly and said, "I'm sorry, I was impulsive just now." Suddenly being hugged by this man, Lin Sini was a little stunned. Then, a trace of sweetness suddenly emerged in her heart. She could clearly feel the change in Lu Xian's attitude before and after. Moreover, she did not have the slightest intention of blaming Lu Xian. "You don't need to explain, I know. And, if you really want to, in the future, there will be a chance." Speaking up to this point, Lin Sini's voice was already as soft as a mosquito. She could not speak anymore. She felt that her ears were burning. Seeing that Lin Sini was so cute, Lu Xian could not help but smile. He reached out and scratched her nose, saying, "What are you thinking about? Am I that kind of person?" Lin Sini pretended to be angry and pouted her little mouth. "How would I know?" At least just now, it seemed like Lu Xian's face was instantly covered with black lines. However, did he seem to be a little impulsive just now? Looking at Lu Xian's embarrassed look, Lin Sini immediately burst into laughter. "I'm just joking. Of course I know what kind of person you are." As she spoke, she reached out and wrapped her arms around Lu Xian's waist and continued, "I know that your future will definitely not stop at Wind Sword School. And I may not be able to keep up with your footsteps. Perhaps Xianxia can barely do it." Hearing that Lin Sini suddenly mentioned Xianxia, Lu Xian's heart suddenly trembled. Women were all sensitive. Even if Xianxia hid her feelings for Lu Xian very well and Lin Sini pretended to not know anything, in fact, how could she not notice it? Lu Xian was about to open his mouth to speak, but Lin Sini stopped him and continued, "I'm very stupid. I clearly know that I can't keep up with your footsteps, but I still fell in love with you without hesitation. Although I really want you to stop and accompany me, I know that if you stop now, then you are not the Lu Xian that I like. I only hope that no matter where you go, you can remember that in a small place called Lin City, there is a very, very stupid woman waiting for you." Raising her head again, Lin Sini looked into Lu Xian's eyes and said, "Lu Xian, can you agree to a request of mine?" "Okay." Lu Xian nodded without the slightest hesitation. Seeing that Lu Xian actually agreed so readily, Lin Sini couldn't help but smile sweetly. "You agreed so readily, aren't you afraid that I will make things difficult for you? For example, letting you stay with me at Wind Sword School? Will you?" Lu Xian asked back. Lin Sini was a little helpless. "It seems that you really have me in your grasp. My request is, no matter what good weapon you obtain in the future, you must bring the yearning sword with you, okay? Yearning, yearning. Every time you see this sword, you will remember that there is someone yearning for you. The yearning sword." Indeed, from the moment Lin Sini gave it to Lu Xian, the two of them were destined to only be yearning for each other. After the two of them hugged for a while, Lin Sini suddenly felt as if something was poking her from below. She suddenly blushed, but she did not want to let go just like that. She could only find another topic to divert her attention. Lu Xian, do you think this waterfall will really help me practice my swordsmanship? Lu Xian breathed a sigh of relief when Lin Sini brought up matters related to cultivation. He did not want to have a reaction, but anyone who was holding a drenched beauty in their arms would not be able to help but feel a little enchanting. Of course, but, are you sure you want to practice with me here? Lu Xian was naturally referring to Lin Sini. She was already drenched, and it was a little unsightly. As he spoke, he could not help but lower his head to take a peek. Unexpectedly, his little action was caught by Lin Sini. She immediately glared at Lu Xian, annoyed and amused at the same time. Pervert, I already said that you are not allowed to look. Why are you still looking? Lu Xian could only smile awkwardly. I didn't mean it. It's your fault for being too charming. Lin Sini chuckled and lightly punched his body twice. She was not really angry. She was already in Lu Xian's arms. What else could she do if she looked a little? Moreover, he had done more than that before. Although I may not be able to keep up with your pace, I also want to be a little closer to you. I will work hard on my cultivation. But let's make this clear. You will practice your cultivation, and I will practice mine. You are not allowed to peek anymore. Lin Sini said with a hint of shyness. Although she said that, she also knew that Lu Xian would definitely not be honest. However, since she had already fallen in love with him, she could only let him see her body. Yes, I definitely won't peek. Lu Xian solemnly vowed. Then he laughed mischievously. If I want to look, I want to look openly. Lin Sini raised her dainty fists and pretended to strike. However, her fists were caught by Lu Xian, and the smile on his face faded a little as he said, then I'll let go. Circulate your yuan power to stabilize yourself. The impact of this stream is extremely great. Seeing that Lu Xian was no longer teasing her, Lin Sini also became serious. She started to circulate her qi to resist the impact of the waterfall. Although she was only at the 4th layer of the body refinement stage and was not as strong as Lu Xian, it was more than enough to resist the impact of a waterfall. Slowly releasing Lin Sini, Lu Xian saw that she had already steadied herself. He walked towards the other side of the boulder and made room for Lin Sini to train. Turning his head, he saw that her clothes were tightly clinging to her body, outlining her almost perfect figure. The beauty of her body was faintly discernible, and he could not help but feel a nefarious desire. But soon after, he forcefully dispelled the distracting thoughts in his mind, and his eyes once again became clear. Lin Sini treated him this way. In order to keep up with his pace, she even forcefully cast aside her feminine modesty and disregarded her image to train with him. How could he continue to blaspheme her? Lu Xian immediately turned around and no longer looked at Lin Sini's graceful figure. He took out the black iron sword from his storage ring and continued to train with the sword. After entering a state of training, Lu Xian only had the sword in his hand and his eyes. All other distracting thoughts no longer existed. She did not expect that Lu Xian would really not look at her. The love in Lin Sini's eyes became even stronger. Even though she would not do anything if Lu Xian really peeped at her, but now that Lu Xian respected her so much, she was naturally even happier. At that moment, she did not think too much about it, took out the long sword, and began to comprehend the characteristics of the flowing water. The sword technique that Lin Sini practiced was called the flowing water sword technique. It was a very elegant and light sword technique. It emphasized on taking advantage of the situation, borrowing the opponent's strength to fight back, and as natural as flowing water. It was the complete opposite of Lu Xian's black iron sword technique. The black iron sword technique was to go against the flow, to use force to suppress the opponent, and to cut off the flow with one strike. Time slowly passed as he trained. Lu Xian still did not move, but the black iron sword in his hand became more and more stable. Under the impact of the waterfall, the sway of the sword was extremely small. As for Lin Sini, as she comprehended, she began to brandish the long sword in her hand. When she could wield her sword under the flow of water without any obstruction and completely blend in with the flow of water, then this sword technique would reach the grand accomplishment stage. 4 hours in the afternoon unknowingly passed by in the midst of training. When Lu Xian let out a long sigh of relief and finished holding his sword, he turned his head and saw the beautiful figure of Linsini practicing her sword technique. He saw her nimbly dancing in the water, her delicate body faintly discernible. Her long sword continuously thrust out, and for a moment, Lu Xian was mesmerized. It was as if the Linsini in front of him had already transformed into a water fairy, like a lotus flower emerging from the water. After a set of sword technique, she saw Lu Xian staring at her blankly. Linsini smiled and said, "What are you looking at, Sha Dan?" Watching a beauty practicing her sword technique. A trace of a smile appeared on Lu Xian's face. "Let's go, it's almost time. Change into a clean set of clothes and get ready to leave. This appearance of yours can only be seen by me. Why didn't I realize that you have such a glib tongue in the past?" Although Linsini said this, her heart was filled with sweetness. She took the initiative to open her arms to Lu Xian and said, "Carry me out of here." "That's exactly what I wanted." Lu Xian chuckled and used the rushing thunder flash to instantly appear beside Linsini. As she let out a cry of surprise, he easily grabbed her with both hands and carried her in his arms. Immediately after, his figure flashed and he easily leaped out of the cold pond. However, this time, it was awkward again. If Linsini wanted to change her clothes, she would have to take off everything she was wearing. However, in this cave, there was actually no cover. Seeing that Lu Xian was staring at her, Linsini could not help but stomp her feet. She glared at him and said, "What are you looking at? Turn around, I'm going to change my clothes." "You are not allowed to turn around." After being reminded, Lu Xian finally reacted and hurriedly turned around. Looking at Lu Xian's back, Linsini bit her lips. She steeled her heart and began to remove all the wet clothes on her body. Hearing the rustling sounds behind him, Lu Xian kept reminding himself not to let his thoughts run wild and not to move recklessly. However, the more he did this, the more his imagination ran wild. Now, as long as he turned around, Linsini's perfect body, which was not covered in the slightest, would be presented to him without reservation. After all, he was a hot-blooded youth. His breathing became more and more hurried. However, fortunately, his willpower was very strong. Otherwise, when he first fused with the sword crystal, he probably would not have been able to withstand it. Therefore, in the end, he firmly suppressed the idea of turning around. After a long while, the sounds behind him finally stopped and Lu Xian let out a long breath. "All right, you can turn around now." Linsini's voice sounded. Lu Xian turned around and saw a charming little beauty standing in front of him. He could not help but secretly mutter in his heart. Strange, even though he had thought that Linsini was beautiful, why did he not feel that she was this attractive? Seeing that she was also looking at him, Lu Xian confidently said, "I'm also going to change my clothes." "Don't tell me you want to look?" Linsini's pretty face blushed. She hurriedly turned around and lightly spat, "I'm not looking." For the next few days, the two of them traveled together. They came to the Five Elements cave together in the morning and returned to the cave together in the evening. They ate their lunch in the cave with dry food. They were almost inseparable. In the eyes of outsiders, the two of them were naturally very close. Of course, they were indeed very close. "Ah, where are you putting your hand?" My mistake, my mistake." Why does it seem to be bigger than last time?" "You're still talking. Did you secretly turn your head just now?" A mosquito bit me. I just turned my head. I definitely didn't see anything." Every time they practiced, Lu Xian would carry Linsini back and forth between the two sides of the cold lake. Then they would take off their wet clothes and change into clean ones. With such intimate contact, Lu Xian could not help but sneak a few glances at Linsini from time to time. However, the feelings between them became stronger, and they became more and more like a young couple. However, in the end, these were just small interludes. Their strength advanced by leaps and bounds during their cultivation. Staying under the waterfall for a long time and feeling the characteristics of the water, Linsini's flowing water swordsmanship improved by leaps and bounds. Her talent was not bad, especially since she was born in the Lin family. As the most beloved daughter, she had taken a lot of natural treasures to improve her physique. She might not be as talented as Xianxia, but she was more talented than Xiayi. However, she loved to play and neglected practice. Therefore, her strength was far behind Xianxia and Xiayi. However, at this moment, in order to keep up with Lu Xian's pace, she was motivated to practice. Moreover, Lu Xian, a genius in swordsmanship, accompanied her all day and constantly instilled some insights into her, which greatly reduced the detours in her practice. Lu Xian's advancement was even more extraordinary. In merely 2 days, he had completed the step of raising the sword. As the powerful waterfall washed down, the enormous force unreservedly pounded on the mysterious iron sword. However, the tip of the sword did not move at all. It was as if it was not being held in Lu Xian's hand, but was fixed to the stone wall. Moreover, when he watched Lin Sini use the flowing water sword technique, he understood some of the essence of the flowing water sword technique and integrated it into the dark iron sword technique. He no longer used brute force, but began to use ingenuity. The greater the impact force of the waterfall, the greater the strength he used to hold the sword. When the impact force decreased, the strength of his hand also decreased. After practicing the word steady, Lu Xian began to practice the sword moves in the black iron sword technique. The so-called sword moves were actually some basic sword movements. All the sword moves were derived from these basic movements. It sounded like the basic sword moves were nothing special, but when one really practiced them, especially when practicing under the powerful impact of the water flow, one would realize how difficult it was to practice them. During his daily training, Lu Xian wielded the heavy dark iron sword and continuously stabbed, slashed horizontally, chopped downwards, and slashed diagonally. It looked somewhat comical. Especially when compared to Lin Sini's graceful and agile movements, it seemed even more unsightly. However, as time passed, Lu Xian's movements became more and more accurate. He was no longer affected by the flow of water. Although it still looked very ordinary, perhaps only Lu Xian's enemies would know its power. The yuan power was poured into the mysterious iron sword and the sword was stabbed straight out. It seemed like there was nothing special about it, but the place where Lu Xian stabbed, a huge flow of water instantly separated. For a moment, Lu Xian had a strange feeling. It was as if this straight stab was not inferior to his blink sword technique that amazed countless people. The attack power of the blink sword technique was actually not strong. It also walked an extreme path, which was speed. As long as one's body was fast enough and could block it, the blink sword technique was not worth mentioning. Of course, it was quite difficult to be faster than it. The black iron sword technique could not be blocked at all. It had already reached the peak of its power. An idea suddenly popped up in Lu Xian's mind. What if he could combine these two martial arts? After thinking about it, Lu Xian began to intentionally or unintentionally integrate the profound meaning of the blink sword technique into the black iron sword technique. It was naturally unrealistic to increase the speed of the black iron sword technique to the level of the blink sword technique. However, it was still possible to integrate a part of the profound meaning. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. In fact, on the 9th day, Lin Sini had already mastered the flowing water sword technique. She no longer felt any hindrance when using her sword under the waterfall. The flowing water sword technique was only a middle-grade yellow-level martial art. It was much more difficult to practice compared to the black iron sword technique. As for making a breakthrough, it could not be achieved by just practicing hard. She needed to comprehend it in actual combat. Without a doubt, the sword forest was the best place for actual combat. However, the price was also much higher than the 5 Elements cave. One entry into the sword forest would cost 100 contribution points. Although she did not need to continue practicing, she still followed Lu Xian here. That was because Lu Xian's black iron sword technique was about to be mastered. Every day, she only saw Lu Xian brandishing his sword. She also wanted to see what was so special about this seemingly ordinary martial art. Jumping into the cold pond and stepping on the boulder, the black iron sword in Lu Xian's hand was constantly waving. Compared to before, the black iron sword technique was much more powerful in the hands of Lu Xian. Every stab seemed ordinary, but if you stood in front of Lu Xian, you would find that the tip of the black iron sword technique was a bit erratic. It seemed that no matter how you dodged, you would still be stabbed. What was even more rare was that although the tip of the sword was erratic, the heavy feeling of the black iron sword technique itself was not the slightest bit affected. This was the result of Lu Xian integrating the profound meaning of the blink sword technique into the black iron sword technique. The current black iron sword technique was a lot stronger than before. As the sword stabbed out, Lu Xian gradually entered the state. The movements of his hands became more and more fierce, and the amount of origin energy he poured in was also increasing. The power of the black iron sword technique finally began to show. These days, in order to be able to practice longer in the waterfall, Lu Xian did not pour in a lot of origin energy. It was just enough for him to practice. Therefore, in Lin Sini's eyes, it seemed that there was nothing special. But now, all the moves that needed to be practiced, all the basic skills, Lu Xian had already practiced well. It was time to test the results. As Lu Xian mobilized more and more origin energy, the entire waterfall had been chopped into pieces by Lu Xian. The water flew out chaotically, as if the entire cold pond was shrouded by a layer of water curtain. Seeing such great power, Lin Sini's small mouth slightly opened. She stared at Lu Xian without blinking. The power of the black iron sword technique had already far exceeded her expectations. If her flowing water sword technique met the black iron sword technique, she would not even have the chance to make a move and would be directly killed. No matter how ingenious the move was, it would be useless. This was the profound meaning of the black iron sword technique: great skill, no skill, and at this moment, Lu Xian's origin energy had been mobilized to the maximum. With a loud shout, the black iron sword in his hand swept out without holding back. An incomparably powerful origin energy burst out in an instant, carrying an unparalleled power, and fiercely slashed at the top of the waterfall. In Lin Sini's shocked eyes, only to hear a loud bang, the entire waterfall came to an abrupt stop. It completely violated the laws of nature and stopped in the air. One sword cut off the flow. The powerful impact lasted for a breath's time. The waterfall stopped abruptly for a breath's time before it started to fall again. Lu Xian didn't move at all. The mysterious iron sword technique had finally reached the great accomplishment realm. Lu Xian's eyes flashed a trace of uncontrollable joy. He didn't expect the mysterious iron sword technique to be able to cut off the flow when it reached the great accomplishment realm. Lu Xian could only cut off the waterfall now. With the improvement of his realm, he would be able to cut off the river or even split a mountain in the future. Lu Xian was very excited when he thought of that earth-shattering scene. Lin Sini also recovered from the shock and slowly said, "I didn't expect the power of the mysterious iron sword technique to be so powerful and amazing." Lu Xian jumped out of the cold pond and smiled. "Let's go. It's time to say goodbye to Senior Li." His purpose of coming to the Five Elements cave was to practice martial skills. Now that he had reached the great accomplishment realm for the rushing thunder flash and the mysterious iron sword technique, he might not come back in a short period of time. After all, these were the only two martial skills in the martial skill pavilion that he was interested in. Lin Sini walked in front of Lu Xian and helped him tidy up his messy hair. She smiled and said, "Change your clothes first. They are all wet." The two of them walked out of the cave and found Deacon Li. Lu Xian naturally thanked him for taking care of them during this period of time. In these 10 days, Lu Xian had dominated the cold pond waterfall. Without Deacon Li's help, it was almost impossible for Lu Xian to master the mysterious iron sword technique so quickly. Even Lin Sini had reached the great accomplishment realm for the flowing water sword technique. Should we go to the Tower of Missions to have a look? Your contribution points are almost used up. Let's do some missions first and earn some contribution points. Lin Sini suggested as they walked back. Lu Xian nodded lightly. We definitely have to go to the Tower of Missions. When the time comes, call Xiayi and Xingfeng along. However, before that, let's make a trip to the Sword Forest and check on our progress. Last time, Lu Xian only relied on a set of Thunder Light Sword Art and Blink Sword Art to directly enter the top 300. Now that he had mastered the Thunder Dash and the mysterious Iron Sword incantation, he wanted to see how far he could go with his current strength. Ryuka still had 2 surviving members in the Wind Sword School, especially the eldest son of Ryuka, Long Tian, who was ranked 86th. Lu Xian hated him for killing his father and exterminating his family. Both sides had already reached a situation of life and death, so he had to be careful. Along the way, the Sword Forest was already in sight. The Soaring Sword Intent was still hovering above the Sword Forest. There were also attendants in charge of managing the Sword Woods. Apart from the entrance examinations for the new disciples, Anyone who wished to enter the Sword Woods would have to pay 100 contribution points and obtain a teleportation jade token before they could enter. Are you Junior Lu Xian? Before Lu Xian could speak, one of the attendants in charge of managing the Sword Woods looked at Lu Xian with interest and took the initiative to ask. During the previous entrance examination, when Lu Xian was in the limelight, they clearly saw it from the side. Naturally, they had a deep impression of the person who broke the record of the Wind Sword School. That's me. Lu Xian cupped his hands at the attendant and said in a neither servile nor overbearing manner. Haha, Junior Lu was very impressive the previous time. I didn't expect that in less than a month, you would come to challenge the Sword Woods again. It seems that you have enough confidence to break the previous record? Seeing Lu Xian's arrival, a few attendants walked up to him one after another. However, all of them had different expressions on their faces. Some were interested, some were curious, some had a stern face, and some had a hint of disdain in their eyes. Without a doubt, the attendants who were hostile to Lu Xian were all from the Fist faction and the Saber faction. Lu Xian completely ignored their existence and said with a smile, I had some enlightenment recently, so I came to the Sword Woods to test the results. The attendants felt a slight chill in their hearts. As expected, Lu Xian was here to challenge the ranking stone tablet. He had only cultivated for less than a month, yet he was here to challenge the Sword Forest. Wasn't this Lu Xian a little too arrogant? With just a thought, several sound-transmitting talismans immediately shot out, notifying some of their good friends and spreading the news of Lu Xian challenging the Sword Forest. Many people were very interested in this new genius who openly challenged the Saber sect and had hopes of leading the Sword sect to rise again. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded behind Lu Xian. Lu Xian! Suddenly, someone called out to him. Lu Xian turned his head in confusion. This voice was very unfamiliar, yet there was a hint of familiarity to it. With a glance, Lu Xian immediately recognized the person who called out to him. It was Lin Tian, whom he had a conflict with in the martial arts pavilion, and the current #1 disciple of the Sword sect. There were still a few people following behind him, and Lu Xian felt that they were vaguely familiar. They seemed to be the followers that he had met in the martial arts pavilion previously. Lu Xian, 16 years old, 5th layer of the body refinement realm. He fought his way into the top 300 during the entrance test and shocked everyone. He is seen as the hope of the Sword faction's rise. Even the vice sect leader, Elder Jean, thinks highly of him and said that he would be guaranteed to become a core disciple. Am I wrong? As Lin Tian walked towards Lu Xian, he calmly explained his situation to him. Lin Tian stopped when he arrived in front of Lu Xian. Then, the corners of his mouth curled up and he laughed lightly. No wonder you refused to give me face in the martial skill pavilion and made me embarrassed in front of everyone. You really do have some skill, but, when he spoke up to hear, the smile on Lin Tian's face disappeared, and he looked directly at Lu Xian. A mere top 300 is no different from a chicken or a dog in my eyes. If you think that you have the qualifications to provoke me like this, then that's a huge joke. Only I, Lin Tian, can lead the Sword faction to rise. Lu Xian didn't like to fight with others, but Lin Tian's arrogant tone really made him unhappy. He didn't know how he had offended him. Even in the martial skill pavilion, it was Lin Tian who had spoken rudely first. Originally, because Lin Tian was his senior brother, Lu Xian didn't want to make a fuss about it. But now that Lin Tian had come to bite him, if he retreated, it wouldn't be Lu Xian's style. Not to mention, Lin Sinu was by his side. How could he admit defeat in front of the woman he admired? Is that so? Then why was the Sword faction still at the bottom last year under your leadership? Lu Xian imperceptibly mocked. However, his words infuriated Lin Tian. The Sword faction was still at the bottom last year, and this was something that he was the least willing to mention. Humph, what do you know? The few people ranked in front of me all cultivated a year more than me in the Wind Sword sect. This year, I will definitely be able to surpass them. Lin Tian bowed solemnly. Lu Xian shook his head and puckered his lips. He couldn't be bothered to make a fuss about this kind of person who only attributed the reason to something else. After this year, Lin Tian had indeed cultivated for one more year, but didn't the others cultivate for one more year as well? What do you mean? You dare to look down on me? Lu Xian's attitude made Lin Tian furious, Why did he find trouble with Lu Xian? His followers all thought that he was angry because Lu Xian had been disrespectful to him in the martial skill pavilion, but only he himself knew the real reason. It was because of jealousy. Why was Lu Xian able to receive so much attention when he had just entered the sword faction? Why did they not think highly of him, the dignified #1 disciple of the sword faction, and instead believed that a newcomer could lead the sword faction to rise within a year? Why was he able to receive the vice sect leader's favor, and even said that he would be guaranteed to enter the core? Yes, he was jealous. I'm going to enter the sword forest, and I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. If you really want to find trouble with me, then let's fight in 3 months' time. Lu Xian spoke impatiently, and casually made a challenge. But as soon as he said those nonchalant words, it instantly shocked everyone present. The deacons of the sword forest stopped what they were doing and looked at Lu Xian in disbelief. Lin Tian's followers all had their mouths wide open. Even Lin Tian himself could not help but widen his eyes, as if he had heard something unbelievable. A thought appeared in everyone's mind. Did I hear wrongly? A newcomer who had just entered Wind Sword School for less than a month actually said that he would challenge the current #1 disciple of the sword faction in 3 months' time? Even if the sword sect was the weakest sect right now, and Lin Tian was at the bottom of the top 10, but even if he was at the bottom, he was still in the top 10. Among the thousands of inner sect disciples, he was one of the top 10. They didn't deny that Lu Xian had a high chance of surpassing Lin Tian in the future, but that was in the future. To challenge Lin Tian in just 3 months, they only had one word to say about Lu Xian: crazy. Too crazy. Ha 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 ha, interesting. Lin Tian suddenly laughed out loud. You want to challenge me, so I have to accept it? What qualifications do you have to challenge me? If I win, it's natural. I won't be able to show off my abilities, and you can use my fame to climb up. I think that's your goal, right? Lu Xian was speechless. This Lin Tian's conspiracy theory was too strong. He was the one who stirred up trouble, but he was also the one who didn't accept the challenge. Lu Xian really didn't know what he was trying to do. Lu Xian didn't want to waste any more words with him. Fine, then I won't challenge you, okay? You can keep your fame for yourself, whoever wants to climb up can. Lu Xian's unconventional words made Lin Tian speechless. According to his thinking, shouldn't Lu Xian be angry out of humiliation? If I don't accept your challenge, some busybodies will spread that I, Lin Tian, am afraid of you. Then I will give you this chance. However, I, Lin Tian, am not someone who can be challenged by anyone. Don't you want to challenge the sword forest? If you can get into the top 200, I will consider you barely qualified. Lu Xian didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This person was really troublesome. He helplessly said, fine, then I thank you for giving me this chance. Although Lu Xian's words sounded like he was admitting defeat, Lin Tian still felt that it was strange. However, he didn't say anything else. He just stood to the side and prepared to see Lu Xian's results. On the other hand, the deacons on the sword forest side had already spread the news of the conflict between Lu Xian and Lin Tian. To these deacons, watching the conflict between the disciples was a great joy in their boring days. This was especially so for the deacons from the Fist faction and Saber faction. They were even more delighted to see the internal strife within the sword faction. In fact, before the clash between Lu Xian and Lin Tian, there were already many disciples who came here. Now that the conflict had escalated, they naturally called their friends over to watch the show. Right now, more and more disciples were rushing over to the sword forest. Lin Tian no longer pestered him. Only then did Lu Xian turn his head and say, Deacon Senior Brother, can I enter the sword forest now? Of course you can. However, many disciples are rushing over now. Junior Brother Lu, why don't you wait until there are more people and you'll be in the limelight? The deacon reminded with a smile. Lu Xian shook his head. Apart from increasing his strength, everything else was insignificant to him. He didn't intentionally stand out last time. He immediately paid 200 contribution points and received 2 teleportation jade tokens. He passed one to Linsini. Let's go together. Remember the profoundness of the flowing water sword technique. We'll borrow strength to fight. That way, we'll be able to go further, Lu Xian reminded Linsini. Linsini nodded. She hesitated for a moment before she took the initiative to hold Lu Xian's arm under everyone's gazes. Her face was slightly red. Seeing this, the jealousy in Lin Tian's eyes became even more intense. This Lu Xian was simply taking advantage of all the good things. Ignoring the gazes of the crowd, Lu Xian and Lin Sini walked towards the sword forest. They only separated when they reached it and entered the sword forest separately. At this moment, there were more and more disciples in the vicinity. All of them had specially come to watch Lu Xian challenge the sword forest. There were new and old disciples among them. The new disciples came because they had personally witnessed Lu Xian's strength for the first time. They wanted to see how much he would improve after a month, while the old disciples came because they heard of his fame. During this period of time, the news of Lu Xian's performance in the sect entrance test had already spread. Most of them were doubtful and came to seek confirmation. Of course, there were also some who were purely curious and wanted to see what kind of person Lu Xian was. Ah, hello, Senior Brother Su. I didn't expect Senior Brother Su to come as well. This time, Lu Xian's face is really big. It really is Senior Brother Su. Could it be that Senior Brother Su thinks that Lu Xian can threaten him in the future? There was a sudden commotion among the disciples. They saw a martial artist in a white robe with a jade-like face. With a few subordinates opening the way, he walked out from the crowd at a leisurely pace. His posture was extremely elegant. The disciples in front consciously made way for him and at the same time, constantly greeted this person. Senior brother, who is this person? Why do you all know him? A new disciple quickly asked the old disciple beside him. A newcomer? No wonder even Senior Brother Su doesn't know him. The old disciple said with a sense of superiority. He pointed to the huge ranking stone tablet at the side and continued to say, do you see the person ranked first in the overall ranking? In the entire inner sect, other than Senior Brother Su, who is ranked first in the overall ranking, there is no other Senior Brother Su. The person who came was the number one of the inner sect disciples, Saber Sect Su Wenyang. He didn't expect that even he would come for Lu Xian's challenge of the sword forest. This time, Lu Xian's face was really big. However, the commotion caused by Su Wenyang's arrival had yet to subside. Another disciple from another location became excited again. It's Senior Brother Mo. Senior Brother Mo actually came too. Senior Brother Mo is even harder to see than Senior Brother Su. He often appears and disappears. How can Lu Xian's face be so big? Hearing the clamor of the disciples, Su Wenyang couldn't help but turn his head to look. He saw a young martial artist with a cold expression and a long spear on his back. He also stepped out of the crowd. Although he didn't have a follower to help him clear a path, his aura wasn't inferior to Su Wenyang's. Without a doubt, this Senior Brother Mo was ranked second in the overall ranking, Spear Sect Mo Chochin. In terms of strength, he was second only to Su Wenyang. He was the existence that could threaten Su Wenyang the most. Mo Chochin walked to Su Wenyang's side unhurriedly. He didn't even look at Su Wenyang. He just stared in the direction of the sword forest, as if he wanted to see the scene of Lu Xian's battle through the sword forest's illusory array. Mo Chochin, I didn't expect you to come too. This is rare. Su Wenyang said with a faint smile. He didn't care about Mo Chochin's indifference at all. I heard that he comprehended sword intent, so I came to take a look. Mo Chochin said in a low voice. He was famous for being a spear maniac. Other people would find weapons to be a hindrance to their hands, especially a long weapon like a spear. Therefore, he always kept it in his storage ring, but his weapon was always carried on his back, never leaving his body. Hearing this, Su Wenyang sneered, how can sword intent be easy to comprehend? It's just a rumor. Moreover, you can't see him fighting in the sword forest. How do you know whether he has comprehended sword intent or not? I only need to see him to know. Mo Chochin said concisely. Hey, has your spear intent reached the small success stage? Su Wenyang probed. During the sect grand competition, Missouri Chochin had reached the small success stage. Now that so much time had passed, Su Wenyang didn't know whether he had reached the small success stage. However, Mo Chochin didn't say a word. He didn't answer him. Su Wenyang was snubbed, so he pursed his lips and no longer spoke to him. Instead, he glanced at Lin Tian and revealed a mysterious smile. Su Wenyang was originally handsome, so when he suddenly smiled like this, many female disciples were instantly enchanted. Senior brother Su is so handsome. It would be great if I could be his girlfriend. Yes, yes. However, senior brother Su is a bit fickle. I heard that a few days ago he broke up with the #1 beauty of the saber school, Yi Qian. I heard that they were together for less than a month. Not only is senior brother Su handsome, he is also very strong. It is acceptable for him to be fickle. Moreover, I feel that Yi Qian is not suitable for senior brother Su at all. I am more suitable. Hee hee. A few female disciples were whispering to the side. Their voices weren't loud, but they weren't soft either. It was just enough to reach Su Wenyang's ears. Hearing the female disciples' voices, Su Wenyang turned around and saw that the female disciple who was speaking was quite beautiful. His lips curled up into a charming smile, and he didn't bother to hide his ambiguous gaze. The female disciple seemed to be flattered. A trace of happiness flashed on her face. She also sent him a flirtatious look. She was quite excited. However, Su Wenyang did not continue to look at her and turned his head away. Normally, he loved to play with women's feelings the most. With his naturally handsome appearance and extraordinary strength, he never lacked women. The speed at which he changed women was comparable to changing clothes. The #1 beauty of the saber faction that he had just gotten his hands on only lasted for less than a month before he got tired of her. He had been thinking of changing his target for the past few days, and this female disciple just now was not bad. However, now was not the time to make a move. He calmed himself down and looked at Lin Tian again. He revealed a playful smile and said, "Lin Tian, last year you could barely get the 10th place. This year, with Lu Xian, I'm afraid you won't be able to keep the 10th place. Moreover, you will lose your title as the #1 disciple of the sword school." Ha ha ha. Looking at Su Wenyang coldly, Lin Tian snorted and said, "I don't need you to worry about me. During the sect competition, I will definitely surpass you." Although he was a bit jealous of Lu Xian's good luck, he was still a disciple of the sword school. He was determined to lead the sword school to rise. He would not be able to coexist with the saber school. Facing Su Wenyang, he naturally would not be nice. "Oh? Is that so? Ha ha ha, then I will wait for you to surpass me." Su Wenyang laughed loudly. He said that he would wait for Lin Tianlai to surpass him, but his smile was filled with disdain. It was as if he had heard the greatest joke in the world. "You two are so annoying," Mo Dachin said impatiently. Su Wenyang immediately stopped laughing. He was still a little afraid of Mo Melancholy. In the previous Great Sect competition, he had barely managed to win against him by half a move. If Mo Melancholy's spear intent was able to reach the small success stage this year, then the first and second places might change hands. No longer mocking Lin Tian, Su Wenyang seemed to have run out of patience. He whispered to a follower behind him, "Go, tell that female disciple that I'll wait for her at the lotus pond after I'm done here." At this moment, there were more and more disciples arriving at the sword forest. Originally, if it was only Lu Xian entering the sword forest, there might not be so many people coming. However, after the news of his conflict with Lin Tian spread, and he announced that he would challenge Lin Tian in 3 months, more people came. Then, after knowing that Su Wenyang and Mo Melancholy, the 2 strongest disciples of the inner sect, had arrived, even more people came. Of course, Lu Xian, who was in the sword forest, did not know any of this. Even if he knew, it would not affect him at all. Stepping into the sword forest, this time, Lu Xian did not ask for a long sword, but a heavy sword. Although it was not as easy to use as the profound iron sword, it was still much stronger than the ones in the armament pavilion. At least, it deserved to be called a heavy sword. With a sword in hand, Lu Xian's journey through the sword forest was like a leisurely stroll. The enemies that appeared in the previous rounds could not harm him in the slightest. Without using any martial skills or sword intent, no matter who he met, Lu Xian only relied on the heavy sword in his hand to fight. Whether it was stabbing, slashing, or chopping, no one was able to block his attack. The power of the profound iron sword had just begun to be displayed. Almost in the blink of an eye, the enemies at the 5th rank of the body refinement realm had already been easily annihilated by him. Taking another few steps forward, the enemies at the 6th rank of the body refinement realm finally appeared. The last time Lu Xian rushed through the sword forest, he had only just broken through to the 5th rank of the body refinement realm. Although his current realm was still the same, in this past month, every night, he had not stopped cultivating. Even if he was still a distance away from the peak of the 5th rank of the body refinement realm, he was not far from the large success realm. More importantly, he had gained 2 new martial skills, especially the extremely practical rushing thunder flash in battle. Facing the combined attack of 6 martial artists at the 6th rank of the body refinement realm, Lu Xian was not as passive as last time. Using rushing thunder flash, his figure instantly changed. Without warning, he left his original position and flashed to the side of the 6 martial artists. With a bang, their attacks missed. The 6 martial artists were greatly shocked and hurriedly joined forces again, preparing to continue attacking Lu Xian at the side. But how could Lu Xian give them the chance? The heavy sword in his hand had already been prepared. Waiting for their attacks to miss, their spirit power had already dissipated, and before they could regenerate, the heavy sword in his hand swept out without reservation. Carrying the might of the heavy sword, a violent spirit power swept out. This attack seemed extremely crude and simple, not at all beautiful, but it was incomparably practical. This was an attack that could instantly split a waterfall. Feeling the strength of Lu Xian's attack, the 6 martial artists quickly changed their attacks, focusing on offense and defending. But how could they defend? Under the enormous force, the 6 people were directly sent flying. Lu Xian did not stop, as if he had already expected this result. Taking another step forward, he fiercely chopped down with his sword. The heavy sword that was over 100 jin in weight danced in his hand like it was a toy. In reality, this was indeed the case. After getting used to the weight of the black iron sword that was 81 jin, this heavy sword that was over 100 jin felt somewhat uncomfortable to use. It was too light. The 6 martial artists in the air were no longer able to put up an effective defense. Under Lu Xian's chop, they were all instantly annihilated. Lu Xian's face didn't show any joy after eliminating 6 enemies who were stronger than him in 2 moves. He was calm as usual, slowly sheathed his heavy sword, and stepped forward once more. What he would face next was a martial artist at the 7th level of body refinement. The last time he came here, Lu Xian had already used all of his strength. But when facing martial artists of the 7th rank of body refinement, if not for the strong pressure that forced him to achieve small success in his sword intent, he would not have been able to enter the top 300 of the overall ranking. But now, in the same position, he was still as relaxed as before. He had only used less than 30% of his strength. Whoosh 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 whoosh, 4 martial artists of the 7th rank of body refinement quickly appeared, forming a crescent moon to block in front of Lu Xian. Not waiting for them to make a move, this time Lu Xian made the first move. Activating Thunder Flash, his body instantly appeared in front of one of the martial artists. The heavy sword in his hand had already been prepared, and with the force of a forward charge, he stabbed forward. Facing Lu Xian's sudden attack, the martial artist who bore the brunt of the attack immediately turned pale with fright. The tip of the heavy sword fiercely pierced into the warrior's chest and an incomparably powerful force instantly exploded. After receiving such a fierce blow, the warrior spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. His body was sent flying and in midair, he disappeared into nothingness. Instant kill. With the strength of a 5th-layer body refinement practitioner, he was able to instantly kill a 7th-layer body refinement practitioner. Previously, by relying on the blinking sword technique, this was the most Lu Xian could do. After killing this warrior in one strike, Lu Xian fell into the encirclement of the other 3 enemies. If it was the previous time, Lu Xian would not have dared to be so careless. But now that he had the galloping thunder flash, he was not the slightest bit afraid. Forcefully taking a deep breath and circulating yuan power, Lu Xian's figure flashed again and instantly escaped from the combined attack of the 3 enemies. Once again, he appeared behind a warrior and swung his heavy sword downwards. Although the heavy sword was not edged, its powerful yuan power formed a sharp blade. With a single slash, the warrior was directly split in half from the back by Lu Xian. Even though it was an illusory scene, it was still rather bloody. Of the 4 7th-layer body refinement enemies, 2 had already been eliminated in the blink of an eye. The remaining 2 were no longer a threat. Without using the galloping thunder flash, Lu Xian relied on the heavy sword in his hand and began to clash with the other two. Galloping thunder flash also consumed yuan power, so he would save as much as possible. Relying on the heavy sword and the most ordinary of thrusts and slashes, the two 7th-layer body refinement practitioners were not even able to last 5 breaths against Lu Xian before successively losing their lives. Taking a deep breath and slightly adjusting his breathing, Lu Xian once again stepped forward to meet the next wave of enemies. The suppression of the sword intent within the sword forest grew stronger and stronger. However, to Lu Xian, whose sword intent had already reached the initial level, it was basically no threat at all. Several figures of martial artists quickly gathered in front of him. A total of 7 martial artists at the 7th layer of the body refinement realm blocked his path. Although there were only 3 more people than before, the combined attack of 7 people was already much stronger than before. Last time, when Lu Xian came here, he had almost reached his limit. Relying on the blink sword technique to end the battle quickly, he was able to kill 3 people and leave. But this time, he was determined to completely annihilate this wave of enemies. He wanted to see what a martial artist at the 8th level of body refinement was like. Among the 7, 4 martial artists attacked at the same time. The 4 attacks merged into one, and their target was Lu Xian. Before the attack arrived, an oppressive force had already reached Lu Xian's face. However, instead of retreating, Lu Xian's figure flashed, bypassing the wave of attacks. Turning defense into offense, the heavy sword swept out horizontally. In terms of power, it was not inferior to the combined attack of the 4 people. But at this moment, the 3 people who had not attacked, decisively attacked. They simultaneously launched an attack that fiercely collided with Lu Xian's sword. With a loud bang, a powerful impact was transmitted over. Lu Xian's forward momentum was immediately blocked and he had no choice but to stop and counteract the force of the attack. Both sides were actually evenly matched. But the enemies in front of them did not want to let Lu Xian go so easily. The 4 people who had attacked before had already recovered. Taking advantage of the fact that Lu Xian was forced to retreat, they launched a second wave of attacks. They wanted to directly eliminate Lu Xian in one strike. Facing this double attack, Lu Xian gave a low shout and once again used the thunder rush. With a bang, the attack missed. Dodging this attack, Lu Xian secretly thought in his heart, facing the attacks of 7 martial artists at the 7th rank of body refinement, it really is not that simple. It seems, I have to bring out some real skills. The heavy sword in his hand was raised again, but this time, Lu Xian's aura was clearly stronger than before. Holding the heavy sword in his hand, Lu Xian was like a towering mountain, steady, heavy, and unshakable. The small success stage of sword intent was finally taken out by Lu Xian. The small success stage of sword intent paid particular attention to the path of the heart sword. There was a heart in the sword and a sword in the heart. If Lu Xian held a long sword in his hand, then his entire person would be an incomparably sharp blade. If he held a short sword, then he would be a ghost hidden in the darkness. But now, he held a heavy sword, and was like a towering mountain. As if they had sensed the change in Lu Xian, the 7 enemies in front of them unexpectedly did not choose to pursue and kill him at the first moment. Since you guys are not going to make a move, then I won't be polite. Lu Xian's leg slightly bent, and then suddenly exploded. His body abruptly rushed forward, both hands holding the sword. In midair, he fiercely chopped downwards. A thick and powerful yuan power burst forth, as if Mount Tai was pressing down. It was simply unblockable. An enormous oppressive force came over, and the 7 people that were enveloped by Lu Xian's attack were actually unable to move a single step. They could only raise the weapons in their hands and use all their strength to resist this frightening attack. Perhaps because the attack power was not enough, the sword intent that surrounded Lu Xian's body, emitted from the sword forest, was instantly mobilized by him and integrated into this attack, forcefully chopping downwards. Previously, when Jing Gang challenged Lu Xian, he used the rock-breaking slash, which was also a martial technique that used force to suppress the opponent and break technique with force. However, his blade was not even worth mentioning when compared to the sword attack that Lu Xian had just unleashed. The powerful sword force forcibly broke through the defenses of the 7 enemies. Vigorous yuan power instantly erupted, and the 7 enemies that were enveloped by the attack were all sent flying by the huge impact. The three martial artists that were at the center of the attack were even turned into nothingness in midair, killing 3 people with a single strike and seriously injuring 4 others. If such a brilliant achievement were to spread, even Su Wenyang and Mo Kuichen would be shocked. Even when they were at the 5th tier of the body refinement realm, they were far from being able to reach such a level. It could be said that they were far from being able to catch up. Unfortunately, only Lu Xian himself was able to experience the might of this sword attack. Previously, when he charged into the sword forest, Lu Xian could no longer persevere after reaching this step. Now, he was still unscathed, but the other 4 enemies had suffered heavy injuries and their strength had been sharply reduced. Even though this attack had consumed a lot of yuan power from Lu Xian, it was more than enough to kill these 4 people. After receiving the impact of this attack, the 4 lucky survivors had already been scattered. Lu Xian did not give them any time to catch their breath. Risking the consumption of yuan power, rushing thunder flashed continuously, and 4 consecutive sword strikes killed these 4 people one by one. However, following Lu Xian's 4 sword strikes, at this moment, a huge uproar had already been stirred outside the sword forest. Previously, he had relied on the result of killing 7 martial artists at the 7th tier of the body refinement realm to successfully charge into the top 300 rankings, occupying the 298th rank. But just now, he had used this as a foundation to kill another 4 martial artists at the 7th tier of the body refinement realm. His ranking on the ranking stone tablet had crazily shot up by a large chunk. When he killed the first person, on the ranking stone tablet, which had not moved all this time, Lu Xian's ranking suddenly jumped. Countless spectating disciples' hearts also jumped along with it. Although they knew that Lu Xian would definitely break the previous record, they did not think that it would be so fast. After killing the first person, Lu Xian's ranking instantly jumped to 254th rank. With the change in ranking, even more disciples' gazes turned to the ranking stone tablet. At this time, the ranking flashed again. 216th rank. Lu Xian had already killed the second martial artist, and was only a step away from the top 200, before the crowd could even cry out in surprise. Lu Xian's name stopped at the 216th rank for less than half a breath's time before it disappeared again. In the next moment, it had already appeared at the position of the 188th rank. The third enemy had already been killed by Lu Xian. At this moment, the crowd of disciples had already been shocked beyond belief. These were not cabbages, but martial artists at the 7th tier of the body refinement realm. To the majority of them, any one of them could easily defeat them. But in the hands of Lu Xian, they were like wheat being reaped, falling one after another. This Lu Xian, is he really only at the 5th tier of the body refinement realm? An older disciple's voice was dry and hoarse. He had come because he had heard of Lu Xian's battle results in the sect entrance examination. Originally, he was still a little skeptical, thinking that it was just a rumor, but now he was completely convinced. The truth was right in front of his eyes. Entering the sect for less than a month, directly killing his way into the top 200 rankings, what kind of battle results was this? That's natural, Senior Lu is a genius in battle. Even though he is only at the 5th tier of the body refinement realm, but killing those martial artists at the 7th tier of the body refinement realm is like killing chickens and dogs. A new disciple said proudly, as if the one who obtained such a battle result was not Lu Xian, but him. As a fellow new disciple, Lu Xian being so strong, naturally earned a lot of face for the new disciples. Let's wait and see. Senior brother Lu definitely won't stop here. In my opinion, this time, Senior brother Lu is aiming for the top 100. Otherwise, why would he make a move so easily? Another new student echoed. But as he said this, the older disciple beside him immediately had a face full of disbelief. This joke is too big. Do you think the top 100 rankings are so easy to enter? The top 100 rankings are all existences that can kill martial artists at the 8th tier of the body refinement realm. Who knows how many disciples are stuck at this step? Once these words were spoken, the 2 new disciples did not dare to speak nonsense. A 5th tier of the body refinement killing a 7th tier, this was already close to the limit of what they could accept. Even if they were extremely confident in Lu Xian, they still did not believe that he could kill an existence at the 8th tier of the body refinement realm. And just as these people were speaking, Lu Xian's ranking once again changed, from 185 to 152. After reaching this point, he finally did not continue to advance. Those 4 martial artists at the 7th tier of the body refinement realm had already been completely killed by Lu Xian. Lin Tian's expression was somewhat gloomy. Although he had already expected that Lu Xian would be able to kill his way into the top 200, in his opinion, that should already be Lu Xian's limit. But he did not expect that Lu Xian would be able to so easily break through to the 150th place. This Lu Xian is not bad. With this score, he should have already killed all the martial artists at the 7th tier of the body refinement realm. Somewhat interesting. A trace of a smile hung on Su Wenyang's face, appearing rather relaxed and carefree, as if he did not care at all. But in reality, in the depths of his eyes, there was a trace of fear, as well as a bit of killing intent. He himself had also passed through the sword forest, so he naturally knew what this score meant. If he wanted to kill all the martial artists at the 7th tier of the body refinement realm, and at the same time continue to exist in the sword forest, then he would have to completely destroy the joint attack of the 7 people. This was completely different from killing 5 or 6 martial artists at the 7th tier of the body refinement realm. With his current strength, this naturally did not count for much. But it must be known that Lu Xian was currently only at the 5th tier of the body refinement realm. If Lu Xian was able to reach this level at a mere 5th level of body refinement, then if he allowed Lu Xian to continue growing, surpassing Su Wenyang would simply be a sure thing. Ever since he had reached 1st place in the overall rankings, he had never felt such a strong threat from anyone. Although Imo Chochin was only slightly inferior to him, he was still inferior in the end. Even if Imo Chochin could successfully comprehend the spear intent and improve his strength, wouldn't he have a trump card up his sleeve? Of course, the most important thing was that Imo Chochin was a spear maniac and didn't care about anything else. Even if he took 1st place, Su Wenyang was confident that he would still be in the limelight. But Lu Xian was different. He had just entered the Wind Sword School and caused all kinds of disturbances. If Lu Xian were to ride on top of him in the future, then he would probably become a green leaf. The scene was silent for a while. Lin Tian, Su Wenyang, and Imo Chochin, who were at the front of the crowd, had different thoughts running through their minds. The names on the ranking stone tablet stabilized again. Lu Xian was still at the 152nd position and didn't move for a long time. But he also didn't get sent out. More and more disciples gathered to watch. Everyone was waiting for the final result. They didn't know if this unprecedented and powerful newcomer would stop here, or if he could really kill his way into the top 100. In the sword forest, Lu Xian held his sword in one hand and stood steadily. In front of him, there were 3 different dressed martial artists. One was holding a spear, one was holding a saber, and the last one was holding a sword. The only thing they had in common was that they all emitted a powerful aura, 3 existences at the 8th rank of the body refinement realm. Even if the 3 of them stood there motionlessly, the pressure on Lu Xian was unprecedented. Up until now, the most powerful person Lu Xian had killed was the head of the Ryuka clan, Long Zhan. But even Long Zhan was only at the 7th rank of the body refinement realm, and hadn't stepped into the 8th rank. The aura emanating from the 3 enemies grew stronger and stronger, pouring down on Lu Xian without reservation. Lu Xian, who was in the center of the storm, felt like he was a small boat in the middle of a vast ocean, surrounded by raging waves that could capsize him at any time. Was this the power of the 8th layer of body refinement? Lu Xian was struggling under the pressure, but he gritted his teeth and refused to take a step back. He knew that if he retreated, he would lose his momentum. What he would face next would be a thunderous strike from these 3 cultivators, and he would lose without a doubt. The 7th rank of organs refinement, the 8th rank of blood transformation. The 8th rank of the body refinement realm was also known as the realm of blood transformation. After reaching the realm of blood transformation, the entire body, including the skin, flesh, bones, arteries and veins, and the 5 internal organs, had all been refined to completion. The impurities in the blood had begun to be removed, and the entire person's spirit, energy, and spirit had all been raised to the peak. Compared to the 7th rank of the body refinement realm, there was already a qualitative change. With Lu Xian's strength at the 5th rank of the body refinement realm, being able to endure the pressure of 3 martial artists at the 8th rank of the body refinement realm for so long was already quite good. But this was not Lu Xian's goal. He wanted to break through this obstacle and behead the enemies in front of him, the aura that assaulted his face became stronger and stronger, and the powerful pressure almost formed a substantial pressure. Lu Xian's bones began to make crackling sounds. Lu Xian clenched his teeth and stubbornly persevered. In his heart, he was desperately roaring, just a little bit more. Facing the powerful pressure, Lu Xian's body was undergoing a huge change. Under the pressure, the muscles and bones in his body began to become more and more solid, more and more durable. He was impressively using the pressure of these three enemies to cultivate. Right now, Lu Xian was at the 5th rank of the body refinement realm, the muscle refinement realm. What he needed was to condense the muscles and bones in his body to the extreme. Right now, the pressure of these three enemies was undoubtedly a catalyst. If it wasn't for the fact that he wanted to use them, Lu Xian would have long ago used his sword intent to break apart their aura. Although the aura created by the 8th rank of the body refinement realm was great, in the face of the sword intent that could cut through everything, it was completely unable to obstruct it. Just when Lu Xian felt that he was about to reach his limit, a muffled cracking sound suddenly came from within his body. His mind suddenly became clear, and the pressure on his body abruptly decreased. His entire body felt incomparably comfortable, as if a person who was about to suffocate to death had suddenly breathed in a breath of fresh air. Under the enormous pressure, the 5th rank of the body refinement realm had already reached the large success stage. Relying on the large success stage of the 5th rank of the body refinement realm, Lu Xian once again faced the pressure of the three enemies. Although he still couldn't move, it was already a lot easier. A glimmer of light flashed in Lu Xian's eyes, and he let out a low murmur. Then, it's time to launch a counterattack. Give me a longsword. Following his loud shout, the heavy sword in his hand instantly disappeared, and in its place was a low-rank iron longsword made from fine steel. Although he had been training with the heavy sword during this period of time, without a doubt, what Lu Xian was most proficient in was still the fast sword. Originally, the reason why he chose the black iron sword technique was not only because the profound meaning of the black iron sword technique attracted him, but more importantly, it was because the black iron sword technique said that training with the heavy sword was also to better practice the fast sword. When the fast sword was practiced to the extreme and could no longer make any breakthroughs, then training with the heavy sword was one of the ways to go one step further. Because when you can use the heavy sword to display the speed of the fast sword, once you truly obtain the fast sword, at that time, you will discover that the sword you use at that time is the true fast sword. Fast to the extreme, with the longsword in his hand, Lu Xian's temperament instantly changed. His whole person stood there, as if he was a sharp longsword, indestructible, indestructible. The three enemies at the 8th rank of body refinement emitted a terrifying aura, and without reservation, poured towards him in torrents. But the strange thing was, when this aura reached Lu Xian's side, it seemed to ignore his existence, and directly slid past him. This was the incomparably sharp sword intent. Not only could it cut through solid objects, but it could even cut through an illusory aura. As if realizing that something was wrong, the three martial artists at the 8th rank of body refinement withdrew their aura, and decisively attacked. For a moment, spear aura, blade aura, and sword aura, all shot towards Lu Xian at lightning speed. Before, in order to condense their aura, although Lu Xian was unable to move, they were also unable to divert their attention to attack. Originally, they wanted to rely on their aura to directly overwhelm Lu Xian, but they didn't expect that Lu Xian actually had sword intent. Relying on their weak aura, it was impossible for them to do anything to the small success stage of sword intent. Facing the three attacks head-on, Lu Xian naturally didn't dare to forcefully resist them. These were the attacks of martial artists at the 8th rank of body refinement. Although he could block their aura, it didn't mean that he could withstand their attacks. If the weapon in his hand was the black iron sword, then perhaps he would be interested in giving it a try. The lightning light sword technique was a low-grade yellow-level martial technique, and it was simply unable to support Lu Xian in a battle that was 3 ranks higher than him, so he directly used the blink sword technique. He didn't even use the rushing thunder flash, and directly used the blink sword technique. The powerful speed caused Lu Xian to instantly leave his original position, and when his figure reappeared, he was already in front of the 3 martial artists, the tip of his sword pointed straight at the martial artist holding the spear. The strength that Lu Xian exploded out, causing the martial artist to be shocked. But the spear had already left his hand, and it was too far for him to reach. Seeing that he was about to be pierced by Lu Xian, the power of the 8th rank of body refinement finally revealed itself. In the time it took for a spark to fly off of a flint, the spear abruptly came to a stop. It simply violated the laws of physics, and took a large step back, narrowly avoiding the sword. But because he suddenly stopped his attack, his spirit energy backfired, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He had already suffered internal injuries, but compared to directly losing his life, it was still much better. At this moment, the other 2 martial artists had already arrived to support him. A sword and a saber, they were all pointed at Lu Xian, forcing Lu Xian to be unable to attack again. Although he felt a bit of regret in his heart, Lu Xian's expression was still as calm as ever. Using the rushing thunder flash, the 3 martial artists only saw a blur in front of their eyes, and Lu Xian had already disappeared. But at this moment, the tip of a sword suddenly pierced through the chest of the martial artist holding the spear. Lu Xian had actually silently flashed behind him, killing him in one strike. Enemies, 1 out of 3, on the ranking stone tablet, Lu Xian's points suddenly shot up by 100 points. His name suddenly disappeared from the 152nd position, and directly jumped to the 108th position. The disciples that had been paying attention to the ranking stone tablet had faces full of shock, and an uproar sounded out. Lu Xian killed an existence at the 8th rank of body refinement. He actually did it. Lin Tian, Su Wenyang, and even the somewhat expressionless Mo Chochin couldn't help but change their expressions. A 5th rank body refinement cultivator killing an 8th rank body refinement cultivator. There was actually someone who could do it, but at this moment, a light flashed in front of the sword forest, and it was obvious that someone had come out from the sword forest. Fortunately, it seems that Lu Xian can only stop here. In the end, he was not able to rush into the top 100. Lin Tian let out a long breath, and couldn't help but say. Su Wenyang also felt his entire body relax, and he secretly let out a sigh of relief. This Lu Xian, he was too monstrous. Fortunately, he could only kill an 8th rank body refinement cultivator. Mo Chochin, who had been staring at the white light, suddenly said, "It's not him." Su Wenyang and Lin Tian both froze at the same time. Focusing their eyes, the white light disappeared, and what came out was actually a woman. It was not the Lu Xian they thought. Without a doubt, the person who came out was Lin Sini, who had entered the sword forest with Lu Xian. Her flowing water sword technique was not the extremely powerful martial technique that Lu Xian had, and her killing speed could not be compared to Lu Xian's. Therefore, she had spent a lot of time in the sword forest, and only came out now. Besides the people who were here from the beginning, almost everyone thought that only Lu Xian had entered the sword forest, and didn't know that she was also here. Although Lin Tian saw her enter, because he was too focused on Lu Xian, he actually forgot about it. When Su Wenyang saw Lin Sini's appearance, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he couldn't help but say, "What a beautiful woman." That so-called number 1 beauty of the Saber sect, Yi Qian, can't be compared to her at all. I didn't think that such a beautiful woman would come to the Wind Sword School, and I actually didn't know about it. This is really a sin, a great sin. At this moment, he didn't care about the gazes of the people around him, and could no longer hold back. He stepped out of the crowd, and with a movement technique, he gracefully arrived beside Lin Sini. He revealed a trace of a smile that he thought was charming, and who knew how many ignorant girls fell under his smile. "Junior sister, you look unfamiliar. Are you a new disciple?" Su Wenyang asked as he looked at Lin Sini affectionately. Lin Sini was puzzled by the sudden appearance of this fellow. She could not help but think, is there something wrong with this fellow's head? She was not like Xianxia, who was gentle to everyone. Her gentleness was only directed towards Lu Xian. She immediately opened her mouth and said, "Who are you? I don't even know you. Please move aside." After speaking, Lin Sini let Su Wenyang pass and prepared to return to the crowd. However, Su Wenyang quickly took a step forward and blocked Lin Sini's path. The smile on his face became even wider. "A beauty with a personality? I like it. Coincidentally, I'm tired of those girls who throw themselves at me. It's so boring. Hee, this is the first time we've met. Junior sister naturally doesn't know me. However, it's not too late to get to know me now. My name is Su Wenyang. I believe junior sister should have heard of my name before." After saying this, Su Wenyang's face revealed a trace of satisfaction. With his outstanding appearance and the title of the number one in the inner sect, this move of his was almost always successful. He reckoned that no matter how much of a personality Lin Sini had, she would definitely look at him in a different light. After hearing this, Lin Sini was slightly startled. Seeing this, Su Wenyang's heart was filled with joy. No matter how much of a personality you have, you still can't escape from the palm of my hand. However, Lin Sini's following words caused Su Wenyang's smile to slightly freeze. Su Wenyang? The number one in the overall ranking? Don't worry. After this year, you won't be number one anymore. As she spoke, Lin Sini subconsciously revealed a trace of pride. The first place naturally belonged to Lu Xian. As for Su Wenyang, he should just stand aside. While Su Wenyang was pestering Lin Sini, the crowd burst into an uproar again. Seeing that everyone was staring at the ranking stone tablet, Lin Sini was delighted. She knew that Lu Xian must have achieved a good result again. She immediately turned to look at the ranking stone tablet. Su Wenyang couldn't help but turn to look at it subconsciously. Just at that moment, Lu Xian's points actually increased by another 5,000 points, from 108th to 86th. He had completely killed his way into the top 100. What was even more interesting was that Long Tian, who originally occupied 86th place, had been pushed down to 87th place by Lu Xian. Their names were right next to each other. Those older students who had previously sworn that Lu Xian would not be able to kill his way into the top 100 were now all dumbfounded. They almost didn't dare to believe that this was true. According to the increase in points that Lu Xian had, he had already successfully killed 2 martial artists at the 8th rank of body refinement. This was a shocking battle record. A martial artist at the 5th rank of body refinement, surrounded by 3 martial artists at the 8th rank of body refinement, had actually beheaded 2 of them. Compared to this record, the results of the previous entrance test were not even worth mentioning. Seeing Lu Xian's name appear at 86th place, Lin Tian felt as if his heart had been struck by a heavy blow. This Lu Xian, he was actually this strong. Thinking back to Lu Xian's attitude when he spoke to him, Lin Tian felt that his attitude was extremely hateful. His mouth said that he was thanking him for giving him a chance, but in reality, he was already ridiculing him in every possible way in his heart. This was because the top 200 that he had mentioned to Lu Xian was simply a joke, but if Lu Xian knew that Lin Tian's conspiracy theory was so strong, he could only bitterly smile. He really didn't have any intention of ridiculing Lin Tian, he just felt that this fellow was too annoying. Just as the older students were guessing, and the new students were looking forward to whether or not Lu Xian would be able to take another step forward, a ray of light flashed in front of Sword Forest. Lu Xian's figure appeared. In the end, he still wasn't able to completely exterminate the 2 martial artists at the 8th layer of body refinement. It wasn't that his strength was insufficient, but that he had underestimated the powerful bodies of martial artists at the 8th layer of body refinement. After exterminating the spear-wielding martial artist with his sword, he followed up with another attack, wanting to behead the swordsman. But he didn't expect that when his sword was about to pierce the swordsman's heart, the swordsman would forcibly move, avoiding a vital point. This caused Lu Xian's sword to only pierce through the right side of his chest. If it was just like that, then it wouldn't have mattered. But after the right side of his chest was pierced, the swordsman became extremely swift and fierce. The muscles and bones of his entire body instantly tightened, firmly clamping down on Lu Xian's long sword. A martial artist at the 8th layer of body refinement had all the muscles and bones of their entire body refined to the large success stage, making them incomparably hard. For a moment, Lu Xian was actually unable to pull his sword out in time. With this delay, the swordsman's attack had already exploded towards Lu Xian. With no other choice, Lu Xian could only instantly erupt with Yuan power, directly blasting the swordsman into pieces. Afterwards, before the swordsman's attack could reach him, Lu Xian crushed the jade tablet, ending this time's adventure into the sword forest. After exiting the sword forest, the first thing Lu Xian did not do was look at the ranking stone tablet or the people present. Instead, he was reflecting on the battle just now. In the end, his actual combat experience was still too little, and he had underestimated the strength of a martial artist at the 8th layer of body refinement. This time in the sword forest, he was able to use the jade tablet to escape with his life. If he were to encounter such a situation in actual combat in the future, then he could only die with regret. Casting a glance at Lu Xian, Su Wenyang no longer paid any attention to him. Even if Lu Xian was a great threat to him, he could not do anything to Lu Xian right now. Moreover, that was a matter for the future. Right now, he had to first settle this absolute beauty in front of him. Turning his head, he saw that Lin Sini was staring at Lu Xian in a daze. Su Wenyang's heart was filled with joy. This was a good opportunity. Immediately, he stretched his hand towards Lin Sini's hair and said, there seems to be a weed in junior sister's hair. Let me help you get it off. Sensing Su Wenyang's improper actions, Lin Sini abruptly woke up with a start. She quickly retreated a step, her eyes filled with anger. What are you doing? The smile on Su Wenyang's face was still there, as if he did not care about Lin Sini's angry shout in the slightest. He unwillingly took a step forward and said, Junior sister, you have misunderstood. I only saw that there was a weed in your hair and wanted to help you get it off. If junior sister does not want my help, you can do it yourself. Speaking up to here, Su Wenyang's voice came to an abrupt halt. This was because a trace of coldness came from his neck. It seemed to have already pierced through his skin, because he felt a trace of pain. What are you doing? A slightly low voice rang out. The words spoken were exactly the same as what Lin Sini had just said. However, the effect was completely different. This was because Su Wenyang's life was already in the hands of the person who spoke. This scene was witnessed by all the disciples of the Sword Forest. Almost all of them were stunned. They were still unable to recover from the shocking results obtained by Lu Xian. They did not expect that an even more exciting scene had already played out here. Someone had actually placed a sword on the neck of the number 1 inner sect disciple, Saber Master Su Wenyang. Of course, this was not the only exciting thing. The person who was holding the sword was the main character that they had been paying attention to earlier, Sword Master Lu Xian. Just now, they only saw Lu Xian walking out of the Sword Forest with his head lowered. He seemed to be thinking about something. After that, he heard Lin Sini's sudden angry shout. Only then did Lu Xian raise his head. The moment he raised his head, he saw Su Wenyang approaching Lin Sini. And after that, they did not see anything clearly. They only saw Lu Xian's figure suddenly flash. When they looked again, Lu Xian's long sword had already been placed on Su Wenyang's neck. Standing behind Su Wenyang, Lu Xian's face was gloomy. The yearning sword in his hand was placed on Su Wenyang's neck. The sharp blade was pointed at Su Wenyang's carotid artery. It seemed that because he used too much force, the skin was scratched and a trace of blood seeped out. When he heard Lin Sini's angry shout, Lu Xian saw that the guy in front of him was approaching Lin Sini. He immediately activated Thunder Dash. At the same time, the yearning sword directly jumped out of the storage ring and into his hand. He quietly appeared behind Su Wenyang. For the past few days, Lu Xian had been staying in the 5 Elements cave with Lin Sini. Although he did not do anything, he had already silently regarded Lin Sini as his woman. How could he tolerate her being bullied? Therefore, without thinking, Lu Xian directly chose to take down Su Wenyang. If it was in a battle, Su Wenyang would not be easily taken down by Lu Xian. However, in the Sword Forest, he was not prepared at all. In addition, Lu Xian's Thunder Dash was too fast and came without any warning. Therefore, Su Wenyang was taken down directly. Of course, the process was not important. What was important was the result. Now, Su Wenyang was being threatened by Lu Xian with a sword. Seeing that their boss was being threatened, several of Su Wenyang's lackeys rushed over and shouted at Lu Xian, "How dare you? Do you know who is in front of you? Quickly pull out the sword and maybe senior brother Su will let you go." Naturally, Lu Xian turned a deaf ear to them. Lin Sini had already left Su Wenyang and stood beside Lu Xian. A trace of worry flashed in her eyes. She believed that in this year's sect competition, Lu Xian would definitely be able to defeat Su Wenyang. However, there was still a big gap between the two of them. "Lu Xian, why don't we retreat? When you have the strength in the future, you can teach this guy a lesson." Lin Sini whispered in Lu Xian's ear. Lu Xian did not answer her. His long sword was already placed against Su Wenyang's neck. However, his left hand took the initiative to hold Lin Sini's smooth, small hand. Lin Sini's heart warmed and she did not try to persuade him any further. She knew that Lu Xian would definitely have his own way of thinking. Didn't Xianxia remind her to listen to Lu Xian more before she left? Perhaps Su Wenyang had remembered who was threatening him with the sword. His face sank and the hatred in his eyes grew even more intense. Threatening him in front of so many disciples and putting him on the spot without giving him any face was no different from killing him. However, Su Wenyang immediately took a deep breath and hid the hatred in his eyes. Instead, a warm smile appeared on his face and he moved his feet slightly as if he wanted to turn around and face Lu Xian. At that moment, perhaps sensing Su Wenyang's movements, Lu Xian pressed his long sword downwards. "Don't move, I can't guarantee that my hand won't tremble. I'm asking you, what are you doing?" As Lu Xian pressed his long sword downwards, more blood began to seep out from Su Wenyang's neck. His pure white robes were stained with a trace of blood. Su Wenyang's face couldn't help but twitch when he felt the piercing pain on his neck and the eerie chill on the blade of the sword. He felt that he was wrong. Lu Xian actually dared to attack for real. The smile that Su Wenyang had squeezed out with great difficulty disappeared in an instant, but he really did not dare to move anymore. Who knew if Lu Xian would really draw that sword in the next moment? This world of sensual pleasures was too beautiful, and he had not seen enough. He had not played enough with all kinds of women. He did not want to die without knowing why. "I will make you pay for it 100-fold in the future." After taking a few deep breaths, he suppressed the anger in his heart and tried to speak in a calm tone. "Are you junior brother Lu?" "I think junior brother Lu must have misunderstood. Just now, I just saw a weed on this junior sister's head and wanted to help her get it off. I really didn't mean anything else. I'm Su Wenyang. I believe junior brother Lu should have heard of my name, right? It's just a misunderstanding. We are all disciples of Wind Sword School and can help each other in the future." Lu Xian sneered. "Weed? Why didn't I see it? I don't care if you are Su Wenyang or Su Wenyu. If you dare to touch my woman, there is nothing I can't do." Hearing the words "my woman" from Lu Xian, Lin Sini, whose hand was held by Lu Xian, blushed. However, she felt extremely sweet in her heart. She looked at the side of Lu Xian's face affectionately. Su Wenyang's face turned red when he heard Lu Xian deliberately distorting his name and insulting him. Ever since he was born, he had never been humiliated. "Alright, Lu Xian, let go of Su Wenyang. We are all disciples of Wind Sword School." "What a scandal." A rather dignified voice suddenly sounded. The voice came from afar and approached. The disciples only felt a gust of wind. When they looked again, there was an old man beside Lu Xian. It was the deputy head of Wind Sword School, Elder Jean. Elder Jean had received a telepathic message from the attendant of the Sword Forest and learned that Lu Xian had actually made a breakthrough into the top 100 of the overall ranking. That was why he had rushed over. The first reason was to give Lu Xian his reward, and the second was to properly encourage Lu Xian. Of course, the latter was the most important. Otherwise, if he had come over regardless of who made it into the top 100 of the overall ranking, he would not have been able to do anything else. However, what he did not expect was that when he arrived, he saw Lu Xian holding a sword against Su Wenyang's neck. He could not help but smile bitterly in his heart. This Lu Xian was indeed not easy to deal with. Last time, he had a conflict with Xingang, and this time, he had a conflict with Su Wenyang. He did not know if the sword and saber sects were naturally at odds. However, based on his understanding of Lu Xian, he knew that Lu Xian had a peaceful temperament. There must be a reason for this. Looking at the situation, it was definitely Su Wenyang who was dishonest and wanted to attack the female disciple beside Lu Xian, which provoked Lu Xian to attack. Therefore, he did not say much and only asked Lu Xian to release Su Wenyang. After all, there was a clear rule in Wind Sword School that disciples were not allowed to fight. Elder Jin's timely arrival helped Lu Xian out of his predicament. While he had Su Wenyang in his hands, Lu Xian did not really dare to do anything to him. It would have been fine if they were alone, but they were now under the watchful eyes of so many people. There was no way he could do anything to Su Wenyang. Immediately, Lu Xian kept the yearning sword and bowed to Elder Jin. He said, "Disciple greets deputy head. I did not initiate the provocation, but Su Wenyang attempted to attack junior sister Lin, so I took action." Elder Jean stroked his beard and nodded slightly. It was as he had expected. He immediately turned to look at Su Wenyang and reprimanded, "Su Wenyang, I've heard of your actions. If both parties were willing, then it's fine. However, if you continue to do such a thing that ruins the sect's reputation, don't blame me for not showing mercy." At this moment, Su Wenyang's situation was a little embarrassing. The skin on his neck had been cut by Lu Xian, and blood was still dripping slowly. The entire right side of his shirt was already stained with blood. Although his followers wanted to help him stop the bleeding, they were afraid of Elder Jin's power and did not dare to step forward. Faced with Elder Jin's scolding, Su Wenyang's face flushed red. Even if someone lent him more courage, he would not dare to talk back to Elder Jin. He forced a smile and said, "Deputy Head is right. I will definitely remember your words. But this is really a misunderstanding. I hope Junior Brother Lu will not take it to heart. I apologize to Junior Brother Lu here." As he finished speaking, he took 2 steps forward and bowed to Lu Xian, showing his sincerity. "We are all disciples of Wind Sword School. I hope to be able to support Junior Brother Lu in the future. As your senior brother, I will apologize first." Su Wenyang's face revealed his signature smile again, as if he had completely forgotten what had just happened. He even walked in front of Lu Xian and reached out to give Lu Xian a gentle hug, as if they were brothers. However, when he moved closer to Lu Xian's ear, he said softly, "Lu Xian, the mountains will not change, and the rivers will flow forever. I will return today's humiliation 100-fold in the future. Good luck." As soon as he finished speaking, he laughed and let go of Lu Xian. He bowed to Elder Jin and left first with his group of followers. No one could tell that the words just now were actually said by him. Su Wenyang turned around. When no one could see his expression, the smile on his face disappeared and he instantly became gloomy. He said in a low voice, "You guys come here. From today onwards, send people to keep an eye on Lu Xian and the woman beside him. If there is any news, report to me at any time. Do you hear me?" "Yes, I will send people to do it in a moment," a follower said quickly. "Get lost. What do you mean by a moment? Go now." Su Wenyang shouted angrily. He had been holding back a bellyful of anger and urgently needed to vent. "Also, go find that Yi Qian for me. Give her another chance to be my woman." Looking at Su Wenyang's back, Lu Xian's eyes were gloomy. He could feel that Su Wenyang was extremely dangerous, more dangerous than any opponent he had met before. Whether it was Long Yang, Long Tai, Zheng Gang, or Lin Tian, none of them could be compared to him. To be able to hide the emotions in his heart so deeply, how could an ordinary person be able to do it? "Lu Xian, you have to be more careful of Su Wenyang. It's easy to dodge a spear in the open, but hard to guard against a stab in the dark. Today you have offended him, be careful of his revenge." Elder Jin suddenly reminded Lu Xian. Although Su Wenyang hid his emotions very well, Elder Jin was able to sit in the position of the deputy head of the Wind Sword School. How could he be an ordinary person? Su Wenyang's little tricks were just child's play in front of him. When Su Wenyang was playing tricks, Su Wenyang's father might not even be born yet. Lu Xian was slightly stunned, then a trace of gratitude flashed in his eyes. Although Elder Jin did not say it, he would still be on guard. But now that Elder Jin actually reminded him to his face, there was no doubt that he truly regarded him as a close person. "Thank you for your advice, Elder. This disciple will definitely keep it in mind. Well, you just have to be more careful. As long as you are in the Wind Sword School, he will not dare to act recklessly. Give me your nameplate, I will brand it with my imprint. If anything happens, you can contact me through the sound transmission talisman at any time." It was not easy for an ordinary disciple to take the initiative to contact Elder Jin. Unexpectedly, Elder Jin took the initiative to pass his sound transmission talisman to Lu Xian. It could be said that he really thought highly of Lu Xian. As he passed the sound transmission talisman to Lu Xian, Elder Jin said, "This time, you have directly entered the top 100 of the overall ranking. You will receive 2 sets of rewards. One is 8,000 contribution points for entering the top 200, and the other is 10,000 contribution points for entering the top 100. You have a total of 18,000 contribution points. I have already transferred them to your nameplate. Use them well. Elder Jean gave Lu Xian some words of encouragement after he was done with all of that before he left. He was getting more and more optimistic about Lu Xian. Putting aside the fact that Lu Xian had made it into the top 300 last time, he had actually made it into the top 100 in less than a month. The difficulty of making it into the top 100 was much greater than making it into the top 300. After Su Wenyang and Elder Jean left, the disciples finally broke into a commotion and excitedly discussed what had just happened. Without a doubt, after this battle, Lu Xian would become completely famous in the inner sect. He had announced that he would challenge the number 10 of the overall ranking, the number 1 disciple of the sword sect, Lin Tian, in 3 months. In less than a month after entering the sect, he had directly fought his way into the top 100 of the overall ranking. He had ignored the title of the number 1 disciple of the inner sect, and in a fit of rage, he had placed his long sword against Su Wenyang's neck. After entering the sword forest, he had once again alarmed the vice sect leader to descend, help him out, and help him reprimand Su Wenyang. If any one of these incidents were to spread, it would be enough to shock the entire inner sect. When the main character of all 4 incidents was the same person, the degree of shock could be imagined. While the disciples were busy discussing among themselves, Lin Tian walked up with a few of his followers. Mo Qingchen, who had always been rather quiet, walked up to Lu Xian as well. Lu Xian, who was about to leave, instantly stopped when he saw them arrive, and he stood on the spot and waited silently. When he arrived in front of Lu Xian, the arrogance in Lin Tian's eyes had completely vanished, and there was instead a feeling of sympathy. When he saw Lu Xian point his sword at Su Wenyang earlier, he was similarly shocked, but he felt a wave of delight soon after. How could he not want to be like Lu Xian and embarrass Su Wenyang in front of him? Unfortunately, he didn't dare to do so, but Lu Xian had done it. As a fellow disciple of the sword sect, Lin Tian felt that since Lu Xian had done it, then it was equivalent to him having done it, so his jealousy towards Lu Xian wasn't as strong anymore. Lin Tian raised his brows and said, 3 months from now, we'll fight in the sword sect square. If you win, then the title of the number 1 disciple of the sword sect will belong to you. I'll make it on time. Lu Xian nodded. Although he had casually made this challenge, Lin Tian had taken it seriously, so he naturally couldn't avoid it. Let me give you a friendly reminder, I'm currently at the advanced 7th layer of the body refinement realm, and I'm only a step away from the peak. As for Su Wenyang, he just stepped into the 8th layer of the body refinement realm not long ago, so you can decide for yourself. After he finished speaking, Lin Tian didn't stay any longer, and directly left with a few of his followers. Hearing this, Lin Sini couldn't help but cover her mouth. She didn't expect that the opponent Lu Xian was about to face would be so much stronger than him, especially Su Wenyang, who had actually reached the 8th layer of the body refinement realm. Su Wenyang had been in the Wind Sword School for quite a few years. He was now 20 years old. Although it was impressive to reach the 8th level of the body refinement realm at the age of 20, he was still not qualified to become a core disciple of the Wind Sword School. Otherwise, he would have become a core disciple long ago. As Lin Tian left, Mo Qiuchen slowly walked forward. While Lu Xian had never seen Mo Melancholy before, he was able to recognize Mo Melancholy just by looking at the long spear on his back and the aura he exuded. Mo Melancholy? When he first joined the sword sect, Elder Su told him that the sword sect and the spear sect had a rather good relationship. As such, he did not feel depressed about the spear sect. Even though he had never met the spear sect before, he still had a good impression of him. Looking at Lu Xian's eyes, Mo Qiuchen nodded and softly grunted. After a moment of silence, he opened his mouth again. In this year's sect competition, I will be waiting for a battle with you. Mo Qiuchen did not say anything else after he said that. He simply turned around and left. Lu Xian was rather taken aback for a moment. What was the purpose of this strange challenge? Is this person the spear sect Mo Qiuchen who is ranked 2nd in the overall ranking? He is indeed very cold. However, why did he challenge you? Lin Sini asked in confusion. Lu Xian shook his head, spread out his hands, and said, I'm not sure either. However, I sensed a hint of familiarity from him. It's very likely that he has comprehended the will of the spear, just like me. Perhaps he also saw through my sword will, and that's why he challenged me to a battle. As he said this, Lu Xian's eyes became brighter. Although he had comprehended sword intent, he was not arrogant enough to think that he was invincible. If he could fight against a martial artist who had also comprehended weapon intent, it would definitely be very beneficial. However, his current level was still too low. Even if he were to fight against a Mo Qiuqian, he would not even need to use his spear intent to defeat Lu Xian. There was still a long way to go before the sect tournament. Lu Xian did not take Mo Qiuqian's words to heart. What he needed to prepare for was the battle with Lin Tian that would take place 3 months later. Since he had made a promise to meet in 3 months, he naturally would not do so without thinking. Although Lin Tian was already at the body refinement realm's 7th realm, which was 2 realms higher than Lu Xian, there were still 3 months left. Who knew how far Lu Xian could improve? At this moment, 2 figures quickly rushed out from the crowd. Lu Xian focused his eyes and saw that it was Xia Yi and Xing Feng. Well done, Lu Xian. You are really something. Top 100 in the overall ranking. Xia Yi laughed and punched Lu Xian's chest fiercely. Although the force was strong, he did not use yuan power. With Lu Xian's current body, it was naturally not a problem for him to withstand it. Killing someone at the body refinement realm 8th realm, I am really convinced. Xing Feng also gave Lu Xian a thumbs up. However, I am even more convinced that you actually dared to attack Su Wenyang. Just thinking about it makes me feel better. Let's see how arrogant the Saber Master is, let's ruthlessly slap his face. The 2 of them had rushed over when they heard the news of Lu Xian charging into the sword forest. However, they did not expect that apart from seeing Lu Xian charge into the top 100, there would actually be such a good show. Lu Xian smiled. In the past month, he had been staying together with Lin Sini, while Xia Yi had been hanging out with Xing Feng. The relationship between the 2 had also become very close. The current Xing Feng no longer had the arrogance he had in the beginning. No matter who was beside Lu Xian, they would not be able to be arrogant. Although it feels better, Lu Xian, this time you have offended Su Wenyang. That guy doesn't look like a good person, so don't be careless. Xia Yi could not help but remind him. Lu Xian nodded his head, I naturally know this. However, within the sect, he would not dare to openly deal with me. Let's not talk about this anymore. Sini and I are preparing to go to the mission tower to take a look. What about you guys? What a coincidence. Xing Feng and I have used up our contribution points and we're also preparing to go to the mission tower. Halfway through, we heard about your news, so we rushed over. It just so happens that we can go together. Xia Yi chuckled. The 4 of them had the same goal, so naturally there was no need to say much. They chatted as they walked. Lu Xian had just completed the sword forest and obtained another 18,000 contribution points. Although he was not lacking, it was not a bad idea to go and take a look. Moreover, Xia Yi and the rest would not let go of such a strong battle strength like Lu Xian. With Lu Xian's help, they could definitely take on more difficult missions and obtain more contribution points. Very quickly, the 4 of them arrived at the mission tower. The mission tower looked rather ordinary, but the area it occupied was extremely large. This was because this was one of the most popular places in Wind Sword School. This was because as long as one was a member of Wind Sword School, no matter if one was an outer sect disciple or an inner sect disciple, they could come here to take on missions. The entire Wind Sword School had thousands of inner sect disciples and countless outer sect disciples. With so many people being able to take on missions, one could imagine the popularity of the missions. There were also many types of missions. The most common ones were lifestyle missions and combat missions. Lifestyle missions were to go to places like the Forging Hall, Alchemy Hall, and other places to do some hard work, or to go to the Armament Pavilion to sort out the inventory, or to mine and gather herbs. There were even more combat missions. With such a huge Wind Sword School, the amount of materials consumed every day was huge. A large portion of these materials came from various kinds of beasts, so naturally, the disciples had to kill them to obtain them. Furthermore, other than the missions issued by Wind Sword School itself, the disciples could also issue missions if they had any needs. Without a doubt, with the strength of Lu Xian and the others, they naturally disdained to do those unskilled hard work. Instead, they would take on combat missions. The more difficult the combat mission, the more contribution points they would receive. What difficulty do you think we should take on a combat mission? Xiaoyi looked at Lu Xian and asked. Although Lu Xian, him and Xingfeng were all in the 5th rank of the refinement realm, their combat abilities were not on the same level. After a slight hesitation, Lu Xian said, take on a 7-star difficulty mission. As for an 8-star difficulty mission, I can't guarantee your safety. A 7-star difficulty mission required them to kill a rank 7 beast or a group of rank 6 beasts. Beasts were also divided into different levels. Beasts were equivalent to warriors in the refinement realm. From rank 1 to rank 10, they were equivalent to warriors in the 1st to 10th rank of the refinement realm. Above the beasts were called demonic beasts, which were equivalent to warriors in the refinement realm. They were far from what Lu Xian and the others could handle with their current strength. However, the physical quality of the beasts was far better than warriors of the same rank. In a real battle, their strength was even stronger than warriors of the same rank. After listening to Lu Xian's words, the others also let out a sigh of relief. They were really afraid that Lu Xian would take on an 8-star difficulty mission in one go. Lu Xian might still have the strength to fight, but they couldn't. At that time, if there was an accident, they would die. For a mere mission, it was naturally not worth it. Although rank 7 beasts were strong, with Lu Xian and the 3 of them, their chances of winning were still very high. Let us take a look at the 7-star difficulty mission. Xiaoyi turned his head and said to a deacon in the mission building. The deacon looked at Lu Xian and the others in surprise and said, This is the first time you have come to the mission building to accept a mission, right? That's right. Are there any rules? Xiaoyi couldn't help but frown. He remembered that the martial arts pavilion made things difficult for them last time. Naturally, there are no rules. However, I see that you all want to take on a 7-star difficulty mission right from the start. I want to remind you that a 7-star difficulty mission is not as easy as you think it is. I advise you to take on a lower-level mission first to familiarize yourself with it. The deacon kindly reminded them. This time, Xiaoyi had misunderstood him. Lu Xian's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately asked, Senior Brother Deacon, please tell me. Is there any danger? Of course there is danger. You may think that as long as you have the strength to kill a 7th-rank beast, you can complete a 7-star mission, right? In fact, it is not so simple. These beasts live in the forest all year round, which is their home ground. Once warriors enter the forest, their strength will definitely be reduced to a certain extent. More importantly, there are many beasts in the forest. When you are looking for your target, you will inevitably encounter other beasts. During the battle, even if there are no casualties, your strength will still be consumed. At that time, even if you find your target, can you guarantee that you still have the strength to complete the mission? After hearing the deacon's words, Lu Xian couldn't help but secretly nod his head. What he said was indeed very reasonable. These were all words from experience. There were all kinds of people in the Windsword School. There was the middle-aged deacon of the martial arts pavilion who was arrogant, there was the deacon of the armament pavilion who wanted to work hard to climb up, there was the senior brotherly of the 5 Elements cave who took care of his juniors, and there were also the people in front of him who were warm-hearted and didn't ask for anything in return. Thank you for telling us, senior brother. Then let's take a 6-star mission in addition to the 7-star mission. If we can't do it, we will give up the 7-star mission. Seeing that Lu Xian still didn't want to give up the 7-star mission, the deacon nodded and stopped persuading. He believed that when the time came, Lu Xian and the others would naturally know the difficulty and give up. He took out 2 jade slips and said, these 2 jade slips record the information of the 6-star and 7-star missions respectively. The mission requirements and time are all recorded. You must remember the time well. Otherwise, once you exceed the time limit, even if you bring back the required items, the mission can only be announced as a failure. In addition, some missions have a limited number of missions. If other warriors finish the mission before you, the mission will also fail. This thing is really troublesome. Xiaoyi couldn't help but mutter. Let's just take it as actual combat training. Contribution points are extra income. Xingfeng was quite open-minded and said. Then, he and Lu Xian each picked up a jade slip and used their mental power to check. Xingfeng checked the 6-star mission, while Lu Xian naturally checked the 7-star mission. After all, if they really wanted to complete the 7-star mission, Lu Xian would be the real main force. The rest of the people could only play a role of holding him back. The few of them quickly picked a mission. They accepted a 6-star mission and a 7-star mission. The 6-star mission was to kill a rank 6 lightning ferret. They only needed to bring back the corpse of the lightning ferret. There was no need for Lu Xian and the others to deal with it. The mission reward was 4,000 contribution points. There were 4 people on Lu Xian's side. If they could complete this mission, each of them could get 1,000 contribution points, which was quite a generous reward. The 7-star mission that Lu Xian chose rewarded even more contribution points. It was a whopping 10,000 contribution points, which was more than double that of a 6-star mission. Of course, the difficulty of the mission was also greatly increased. The mission requirement was to kill a striped flame tiger. The striped flame tiger was a 7th-order beast with fiery red stripes all over its body. Hence its name, the striped flame tiger, did not mean that it could spit fire. Let's go. You guys follow closely later. Don't be careless. Lu Xian reminded. This was their first time entering the mountain. Without the guidance of the seniors, accidents could easily happen. The place where these beasts lived was in the back mountain of Wind Sword School. The back mountain of Wind Sword School was a huge forest. There were countless birds and beasts living in it. It was said that there were demonic beasts in it. It was not something that ordinary disciples could deal with. However, those demonic beasts lived in the depths of the forest. When the disciples of Wind Sword School went hunting, they would not encounter them. Moreover, those demonic beasts were quite intelligent. They knew that there were countless experts in Wind Sword School and did not dare to come out. Otherwise, they would definitely be killed by the elders of Wind Sword School. A demonic beast was worth a lot. Every part of its body was a treasure. Even its flesh and blood were excellent tonics. It was extremely beneficial to practitioners. With the map engraved in the nameplate, the few of them naturally did not have to worry about getting lost. They went straight to the back mountain. Along the way, they passed by many disciples. Looking at their route, they were also heading to the back mountain like Lu Xian and the others. After walking for nearly an hour, Lu Xian felt that the road was getting more and more desolate. There were trees everywhere. Occasionally, they could hear the roars of beasts from afar. This should be the range of the back mountain, everyone be careful. Lu Xian scanned his surroundings vigilantly. With a flash of his sword, he took out the yearning sword from his storage ring and held it in his hand. When he was in Xianxia town, he had entered the mountains many times. He knew that the beasts in the mountains were very cunning, and there was no telling when they would fall for their tricks. Moreover, the beasts here were stronger than those in Xianxia town, so their intelligence was bound to be higher. Seeing this, Xingfeng, Xiayi, and the others gripped the swords in their hands tightly. They knew that this was no laughing matter. If they were to encounter any danger, they might lose their lives. However, even though they were nervous, they were more excited than anything else. Although the back of the mountain was dangerous, it was not as dangerous as imagined. After all, countless disciples came to the back of the mountain every day to kill beasts to complete their missions. Moreover, they were still in the periphery. It was already rare for a rank 5 beast to appear. With a hint of vigilance, under Lu Xian's lead, the group of 4 began to advance into the depths of the forest. After all, the target of their mission was the Class 6 lightning ferret. Ferocious beasts of such strength would never appear in the outskirts. Lu Xian walked in front, while Xiayi and Xingfeng walked behind, protecting Linsini in the middle. Speaking of which, with Linsini's current strength, a 6-star mission was already her limit. She would not be of any help in a 7-star mission. For the sake of safety, she should not have come. However, Lu Xian was worried that Su Wenyang would not be safe, so he brought her along. He thought that dealing with a rank 7 beast would not be a problem. Moreover, Linsini was not the kind of person who would not know what to do. Even if she could not help, at least she would not be a hindrance. At this moment, the bushes beside them suddenly flashed, and a huge figure instantly broke through the bushes. It flew out at lightning speed, directly attacking Lu Xian and the others. There was no doubt that Lu Xian was the first target of the attack. Although the attack speed of this figure was extremely fast, It was not that fast in Lu Xian's eyes. For someone like him who possessed the thunderbolt flash, this kind of speed was not even worth mentioning. Lu Xian did not dodge or evade. He shook his wrist and waved the yearning sword. A beam of origin power instantly shot out and accurately hit the beast. The beast was in pain, and with a howl, its figure suddenly stopped. Everyone focused their eyes and saw that it was a wolf-shaped beast. At this moment, it was staring at Lu Xian and the others with its teeth bared. It looked very fierce, but there was a trace of fear hidden in its eyes. It had the intention of being fierce in appearance but weak in heart. Just now, when its attack was blocked by Lu Xian, it knew that the people in front of it were not to be trifled with. It's a shrub wolf, a rank 4 beast. This kind of wolf is different from other wolves. It has always lived alone and likes to hide in the bushes to ambush its enemies. It is extremely fast, and if it is ambushed, it can often kill with one blow. Xiaoyi took a step forward and stood next to Lu Xian. His family was not ordinary, and there were many ancient books in the mayor's mansion, among which there were books about various kinds of beasts. Under the pressure of his father, he had read a lot of books when he was young, so naturally, he recognized it immediately. Lu Xian nodded gently, but his eyes were fixed on the shrub wolf. He had also heard about the shrub wolf. It was said that there were also shrub wolves in the mountains behind Xingshan town, but there, shrub wolves were at the top of the food chain. He did not expect that in the back mountain of Windsword School, they could only be reduced to hunting in the periphery. At this moment, the shrub wolf suddenly roared and made a forward posture, as if it wanted to attack again, but its subsequent action was beyond the expectations of Lu Xian and the others. It suddenly stopped its forward momentum and instantly scuttled backward. It was actually trying to escape, it was not a fool. It knew that these people in front of it were not easy to deal with. Since it failed to attack, it immediately wanted to escape. However, there was no way Lu Xian would let him do as he wished. It was just a rank 4 beast. If he let it escape, how would he be able to kill an existence of a higher rank? Activating Thunder Flash, Lu Xian instantly appeared in front of the shrub wolf. A soft sound of thunder could be heard as the yearning sword slashed down. It was the lightning sword technique. Against such a beast, the lightning sword technique was enough. But at that moment, something unexpected happened. The bushes that the shrub wolf had just jumped out of flashed again. Another figure rushed out at an extremely fast speed, and its target was Linsini, who was the last to come out. The shrub wolf just now turned out to be a bait. This beast's intelligence was too high. It actually knew how to lure the tiger away from the mountain and create a diversion. Xiaoyi was shocked. Originally, he should have been standing behind Linsini. But just now, he thought that there was no danger and walked to the front. He did not expect that there would be a hidden enemy. Xingfeng moved very quickly. With a low shout, he instantly rushed to Linsini's side. But the shrub wolf originally relied on speed to survive, so there was no time at all. Realizing that she was being targeted, Linsini panicked for a moment. But she immediately calmed down and swung the long sword in her hand. It was the yellow-level middle-grade martial technique, flowing water sword technique. Although her strength was the lowest among them, it did not mean that she was just a vase. This month, she stayed with Lu Xian every day. Under the influence of what she saw and heard, she had also been influenced a lot. In this situation, panicking was useless. Moreover, the shrub wolf was only a rank 4 beast. She was also at the 4th level of body refinement, so she was not much weaker than it. Because Linsini's sword was timely, when the shrub wolf attacked, it just happened to hit her sword. Linsini did not resist it directly. The flowing water sword technique was not famous for its power. She only saw her body slightly retreat, and with a swing of her sword, the shrub wolf was directly lifted up. Using the momentum of its forward charge, Linsini fiercely threw it out. Bang! The shrub wolf was smashed to the ground by her. At this moment, Xingfeng finally arrived. Without any hesitation, he rushed forward. With a slash of his sword, the sneak attack of the shrub wolf was instantly cut open. The crisis was resolved. On the other side, Lu Xian had already killed the shrub wolf that was used as a bait. I was careless. Otherwise, Sini would not have been threatened. Xiaoyi took the initiative to admit his mistake. If he was next to Lin Sini just now, he would not have needed Xing Feng to help her in time. It's good that you know you're wrong. Don't do it again next time. This was only the periphery, and we were only facing the attack of 2 shrub wolves. If there were 2 more just now, not only Sini, but even Xing Feng would have been injured, said Lu Xian with a straight face. When it came to this kind of thing, no matter how good their relationship was, Lu Xian would not be lenient. Because a small mistake could lead to injury, or even death. Forget it, Lu Xian, don't blame Xiayi. I'm not here to enjoy the scenery. Naturally, I don't need your help for small troubles. Lin Sini said to help. It's okay, Lu Xian is right. Fortunately, it didn't lead to a big mistake. Otherwise, I would not be able to explain it to Uncle Lin. Xiayi smiled bitterly. It seems that my father was right when he said that I'm not suitable to go out. Naturally, he would not hold a grudge against Lu Xian for scolding him. He was in the wrong in the first place, and Lu Xian was merely judging the matter as it stood. If Lu Xian really did not say anything, he would be being irresponsible to the team. Seeing Xiayi's sincere attitude, Lu Xian nodded softly. His purpose was not to blame Xiayi, but to let him remember this lesson. After all, they would be facing stronger and more numerous enemies. Put away the bodies of these 2 shrub wolves. Later, we will go back and see if there are any missions that require shrub wolves. No matter how small a mosquito's leg is, it's still meat. Xing Feng said aloud. At the same time, he squatted down and put away the shrub wolf he killed. Xiayi, on the other hand, threw the shrub wolf that Lu Xian killed into his storage ring. After that, the team moved forward again. With the experience just now, they were even more vigilant, especially Xiayi. He did not dare to relax anymore. The first mistake could be forgiven, but if he made the same mistake again, he would not be able to forgive himself. Moreover, he understood that the things in the books were not necessarily true. The book said that shrub wolves had always lived alone, but in fact, there were 2 shrub wolves moving together. In order to survive, habits could be completely changed. The deacon of the mission building was right. Danger lurked everywhere in the back mountain. Who knew when they would meet a beast hiding in the dark? Moreover, these beasts had been in contact with the disciples of the Wind Sword School for a long time. Their battle experience was much richer than Lu Xian's group. Many times, it was impossible to guard against them. As the 4 of them ventured deeper, they encountered 6 or 7 waves of attacks in succession. Each wave of attacks was stronger than the last. Fortunately, they had learned their lesson from the first time, so the dangerous situation from the first time did not occur again. After all, apart from Lin Sini, Xiayi and Xing Feng were also at the 5th level of body refinement. With Lu Xian as the anchor, dealing with the wild beasts on the periphery could be considered easy. Lu Xian stopped after killing another rank 5 shadow fox that tried to ambush them. He said, "Let's rest here for a while. I'll stand guard. You guys hurry up and recover your origin power. Make sure that your strength is at its peak. It's very likely that rank 6 beasts will appear in front of us." Lu Xian had the Tai fusion technique. Even when walking, he could continue to circulate it slowly. Unless it was a high-intensity battle, he did not have to worry about the energy problem. But the 3 of them could not. Hearing this, the 3 of them did not argue. They sat cross-legged and quickly circulated their techniques, leaving their safety in Lu Xian's hands. Lu Xian scanned his surroundings vigilantly, and a faint sword intent was released from his body. As long as it was not a ferocious beast that was stupid enough to sense Lu Xian's sharp aura, it would definitely not come looking for trouble. After about half an hour, the 3 of them recovered and stood up. The team set off again. After entering this area, the 4 of them clearly felt that the surrounding atmosphere was different from before. There were far fewer ferocious beasts moving about. The deeper they went into the forest, the higher the rank of the ferocious beasts. Low-rank ferocious beasts did not dare to enter at all, or they would only end up as food. Lu Xian's pupils shrank as he circled around a few more trees and looked up ahead. A huge bear had appeared in front of them. It was in the middle of eating, but when it sensed Lu Xian and the others' arrival, it stopped what it was doing and stared at Lu Xian with its bell-sized eyes. The 3 people following closely behind also saw this giant bear. Xiayi couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. He lowered his voice and said, "This is a sixth-order ferocious beast, the iron armor bear. It's also a top-notch existence among sixth-order ferocious beasts. I've seen pictures and books before, but I didn't expect the real thing to be so big." Seeing that the iron armor bear didn't seem to have any intention of attacking at the first moment, Lu Xian didn't rush to attack. He asked calmly, "Its characteristics?" "Its defense is especially strong. If it was any other rank 6 beast, I would still have some confidence. But for this guy, I don't think I can break its defense with one strike." Xiayi said quickly, and then couldn't help but add, "And its vitality is extremely tenacious. If possible, we shouldn't choose to fight it." Hearing this, Lu Xian's mind raced, but the aura he emitted didn't weaken in the slightest. Instead, it grew stronger. "You and Xingfeng, protect Sini and retreat first. I'll hold it off," Lu Xian said calmly. Since this iron armor bear was so difficult to deal with and wasn't the target of their mission, there was naturally no need to take risks and waste time on it. However, from his previous experience in Qingshan town, Lu Xian also knew that if the 4 of them turned around and left now, this beast would probably not let them go. They had to deter it and let it know that they were not to be trifled with. "Lu Xian, be careful." As Xiayi and Xingfeng retreated, Lin Sini couldn't help but say. Lu Xian didn't answer. The sword intent of the minor accomplishment stage was released without reservation. In the eyes of the iron armor bear, at this moment, Lu Xian was like a sharp blade that could cut through anything. The defense it was so proud of was probably not so difficult to break in the hands of this human. The fear in its eyes grew stronger and stronger. One man and one bear faced off for 5 breaths of time. Only then did Lu Xian slowly take a step back. The deterrence was enough. If they really fought, Lu Xian might not be afraid of it. No matter how strong its defense was, could it be stronger than his sword intent? However, since it was an unnecessary battle, it was naturally best to avoid it if possible. During the battle, no one knew if other beasts would be attracted, lest Lin Sini and the others fall into danger. Seeing Lu Xian retreat, the ferocity in the bones of the iron armor bear suddenly surged again. It subconsciously wanted to rush up and tear this human to pieces. However, feeling the sword intent that had not yet faded from Lu Xian's body, it dispelled this thought. It was better not to do things that it was not confident in. In any case, it had already eaten and drunk enough. For it, survival was the most important thing. During this time, Lu Xian had already retreated a few steps. Seeing that there was no danger, the iron armor bear picked up its unfinished food again and began to gnaw on it, throwing Lu Xian to the back of its mind. Lin Sini and the others did not go far. Seeing that Lu Xian had retreated, they relaxed. Xiayi let out a sigh of relief and said, "It seems that the deacon was right. A 7-star mission is still a bit difficult for us. I didn't expect a rank 6 iron armor bear to be so strong." Xiayi had seen illustrations of those beasts in books before, and he did not think that they were that terrifying. He thought that he would have no problem killing them above his level. Now that he saw it with his own eyes, he realized that his thoughts were a bit naive. This trip to the back mountain had indeed benefited him a lot. It was also an actual battle, but this was a world of difference from the Sword Forest. In the Sword Forest, as long as one had the teleportation jade in hand, there was no pressure. At worst, one could just run away at any time. But here, one's life or death was not in their hands. If it was not for Lu Xian's existence, even if they could escape in the end, they would have to pay a certain price. Let's not talk so much for now. Let's leave the 7-star mission and finish the 6-star mission first. Let's continue looking for the lightning mink," Lu Xian said. Just as the 4 were about to leave, suddenly a roar came, followed by a series of angry roars. Xingfeng was the first to react and quickly said, "It's the sound of the iron armor bear. Did someone make a move on the iron armor bear?" Xiayi was startled. They did not dare to make a move on the iron armor bear, but it did not mean that others could not. There were so many disciples in the Wind Sword School. If there were 5 or 6 body refinement tier 6 in a team, dealing with the iron armor bear would not be a problem. "Let's go and take a look. Don't expose yourself." Lu Xian was the first to turn around. To be honest, he really wanted to fight with the iron armor bear, but he was worried about the safety of Linsini and the others. Now that someone had taken the lead, it was not a bad idea to go back and take a look. The four turned around again, and with ease, they found their way to the side and looked at the place where the iron armor bear was. They could only hear the iron armor bear's continuous roars. The unfinished prey had long been thrown to the side. Its huge body was constantly pouncing forward, jumping back, and rolling. The seemingly cumbersome body was actually incomparably agile. What made Lu Xian and the others even more surprised was that there was a small golden figure that was even faster than the iron armor bear. It rapidly circled around the iron armor bear, and from time to time it would attack. One big and one small, the two beasts' attack rhythm was quite fast. Lu Xian could barely keep up with the golden beast's attack speed, but Xia Yi and the others were completely dazzled. Even if they could not see clearly, they could still distinguish that the golden beast had the upper hand in this battle. Because although the iron armor bear's attack looked frightening, not a single one hit. On the other hand, although the golden beast did not attack many times, it hit every time. Moreover, every time it hit, the iron armor bear would cry out in pain. Obviously, the iron armor bear's strong defense could not block the golden beast's attack at all. Xia Yi couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. It was even stronger than the iron armor bear. Could it be that the golden beast was a rank 7 beast? The continuous counterattacks finally allowed the iron armor bear to find a sliver of an opportunity. The huge bear claw fiercely slammed into the golden figure, instantly sending it flying. The battle in the field finally stopped. The golden figure nimbly turned around in the air and landed firmly on the ground. However, his complexion didn't look too good. Clearly, the iron armor bear's attack wasn't so easy to deal with. However, the iron armor bear was even worse off. Its body was covered in blood, and its skin, which could be called iron armor, had been scratched in countless places. As the two beasts confronted each other, Lu Xian and the other three were finally able to take a closer look at the small beast. There was no doubt that this was a ferret-type beast. Its small eyes revealed a hint of gloominess, and its golden fur should be very beautiful. However, after receiving a blow from the iron armor bear just now, there was a cut on its fur, and it seemed to be in a rather sorry state. Xia Yi, what beast is this? Lu Xian asked as he looked at the golden figure. This looks like a lightning ferret? But the color is not right. Xia Yi said with some uncertainty. Lu Xian was startled. Lightning ferret? Could this be their target, the lightning ferret? But if the lightning ferret was this powerful, comparable to a rank 7 beast, the deacon should have warned them. It's a lightning ferret. Linsini said with some excitement, Xia Yi, you don't seem to be reading seriously. Ordinary lightning ferrets do have greenish-gray fur, but there is a mutated species called a golden lightning ferret. Its strength is comparable to a rank 7 beast. Why would such a powerful beast appear here? Xingfeng couldn't help but ask. Linsini continued to explain, the golden lightning ferret is evolved from ordinary lightning ferrets. Its speed and attack power are both stronger. I see that there is a trace of impurity in this golden lightning ferret's fur. It should have just evolved. It wants to hunt some prey here and stabilize its strength before entering a higher level area. Hearing this, Lu Xian's eyes flashed with a hint of joy. Sure enough, one can wear out iron shoes in fruitless search, only to find it by chance. Now that this golden lightning ferret and the iron armor bear are fighting, we can reap the benefits. Not only will we be able to complete the task, but we will also get a peak rank 6 iron armor bear. These two fellows are not to be trifled with. I think the golden lightning mink has a higher chance of winning. Lu Xian, do you have the confidence to keep it here? Xia Yi asked as she looked at the two beasts. I'll give it a try. Don't make a move later. You're not its opponent. Just make sure to protect yourselves. Lu Xian said softly, afraid to alarm the two beasts. The iron armor bear and the golden lightning mink confronted each other for about 10 breaths of time. It couldn't bear it anymore. If this dragged on, the situation would only become more and more disadvantageous. The golden lightning mink's claws were extremely sharp. It had left a dozen wounds on the iron armor bear's body, and blood was still flowing out. With a roar, the iron armor bear suddenly rushed forward, revealing its sharp teeth. It pounced directly at the golden lightning mink. The gold lightning mink's eyes flashed with a hint of disdain. To it, this kind of speed was as slow as a snail. Its small body rose into the air without warning, quickly dodging the iron armor bear's pounce and attacking its back. The golden front claws struck out like lightning, fiercely slashing across the back of the steel armor bear, leaving behind a clear trail of blood. But at this moment, the steel armor bear suddenly rolled, and its huge bare paw carried a whistling sound as it directly pressed down on the gold lightning mink. The iron armor bear actually wanted to trade injury for injury. It purposely exposed the weakness on its back to lure the golden lightning mink to attack and then counterattack. In terms of speed, 3 iron armor bears were not a match for the golden lightning mink. But in terms of endurance, even 10 golden lightning minks could not compare to the iron armor bear. The iron armor bear's attack came too suddenly, and the golden lightning mink did not expect it at all. It immediately took the full brunt of the iron armor bear's paw. The golden lightning mink could not help but scream in pain. With a bang, its body was directly slapped to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. The iron armor bear continued to press forward, but it had already suffered a loss once, so how could the gold lightning mink fall for the same trick again? It quickly dodged to the side. That palm strike had indeed hurt it. The contempt in its eyes had already disappeared, and all that was left was endless anger. It was a gold lightning mink, whose strength was comparable to that of a rank 7 ferocious beast. Unexpectedly, it had suffered a great loss at the hands of a stupid bear. The golden lightning mink's body instantly turned into a bolt of golden lightning. It constantly circled around the iron armor bear and attacked even faster. Claw after claw left marks on the iron armor bear's body. In the face of such a fast attack, the iron armor bear simply couldn't keep up. As the number of attacks increased, its movement speed became slower and slower. In less than 10 breaths of time, the iron armor bear's entire body was covered in blood. It looked incomparably miserable. Seizing this opportunity, the golden lightning mink did not stop and instantly rushed to the iron armor bear's head. Its sharp claws extended and directly slashed at its neck. Although it realized that this was a matter of life and death, the iron armor bear struggled to lift its front paw, wanting to block this attack. Unfortunately, it was too heavily injured, and its strength was not as good as it wished. In the end, it was still a step too slow. After the golden lightning mink's claw passed, a trace of fresh blood seeped out from the iron armor bear's throat. The iron armor bear, dead. Although it had killed the iron armor bear, the golden lightning mink had also consumed a lot of energy. It crouched beside the iron armor bear's corpse, its lower abdomen constantly moving up and down. It was obviously constantly gasping for breath. The after effects of the iron armor bear's attack had finally begun to take effect. But even so, the golden lightning mink did not lower its guard, nor did it touch its spoils of war. It still maintained its fighting posture, its pair of small eyes looking towards the hiding place of Lu Xian and the others. Xiaoya's heart could not help but skip a beat. This beast, it had already discovered their position, as an existence comparable to a rank 7 beast. How could the golden lightning mink's wariness be so low? Even though it was fighting with the iron armor bear, it still sensed the arrival of Lu Xian and the others. It was just that it was busy dealing with the iron armor bear and felt that the aura of Lu Xian and the others was not strong, so it could not be bothered to pay attention to them. Now that the iron armor bear had been dealt with, it naturally wanted to deal with this group of humans. For the golden lightning mink, just based on rank, Lu Xian and the others were indeed nothing to worry about. 3 of them were at the 5th rank of the body refinement realm, and 1 was at the 4th rank of the body refinement realm. It could even easily kill a peak rank 6 beast, the iron armor bear, not to mention a few insignificant human warriors of even lower ranks. I will deal with it, you guys back off. Lu Xian warned and directly walked out. Since they had already been discovered, there was no point in hiding anymore. As Lu Xian stood in front of the golden lightning mink, it felt the weak aura of Lu Xian's body. A trace of contempt flashed in the golden lightning mink's eyes. With this kind of strength, even before it had advanced, it could easily deal with him. Without any hesitation, the golden lightning mink's body suddenly exerted force. Like a golden lightning, it instantly rushed towards Lu Xian. Its sharp claws had already stretched out and directly slashed towards his neck, intending to kill him in one strike. However, upon closer inspection, one would discover that the golden lightning mink's speed was not as fast as before. The iron armor bear's attack still had a certain impact on it. When the golden lightning mink was at its peak, Lu Xian was not afraid, let alone after it was injured. The golden lightning mink's speed was fast, but Lu Xian was even faster. With a flick of his wrist, the blink sword technique was unleashed. The yearning sword suddenly flashed, perfectly blocking the golden lightning mink's attack path. From the perspective of Xiaoyi and the others, it seemed as if Lu Xian had directly raised the sword in his hand, and then the golden lightning mink foolishly rushed towards it. Seeing the sword suddenly appear in front of it, the golden lightning mink's hair all stood on end, and its heart was filled with vigilance. At that critical moment, its small and nimble body actually made an unimaginable bend, barely changing its forward path, and just barely brushed past the yearning sword's tip. However, even if it could change its move, did it mean that Lu Xian could not? The yearning sword instantly slid down, slicing through the golden lightning mink's deviated path. The long sword swept past its tail, not only directly opening a hole in its body, but also using the momentum of the golden lightning mink's forward charge, it ruthlessly flung it away. This was the profound meaning of Lin Sini's flowing water sword technique. A sharp scream rang out, and the golden lightning mink's eyes were filled with shock and anger. It didn't expect that the human in front of it, who looked weak, was actually so strong. Just now, the iron armor bear had not been able to make it bleed, but Lu Xian had actually injured it with a single slash. Moreover, the speed that it was so proud of had been used by this human. What made it even more shocked and angry was that Lu Xian's sword had just cut its tail. If it had been just a little bit off, it would have died. How could it tolerate this kind of hatred? Another sharp cry rang out. Disregarding its own injuries, the golden lightning mink wanted to launch another attack, but this time, Lu Xian had made the first move. Without waiting for it to attack, Lu Xian's body and the long sword in his hand had already quickly stabbed towards it. Having learned its lesson from the previous mistake, the golden lightning mink instantly dodged, and moved to the side in the blink of an eye. When it landed, it wanted to look for Lu Xian's figure. Suddenly, a trace of doubt appeared in its eyes. That human had actually disappeared? Soon, Lu Xian's attack told it that he hadn't disappeared. It was just that his speed was faster than the golden lightning mink. It was very easy to deal with the golden lightning mink, because its strongest point was its speed. As long as the speed was faster than the golden lightning mink, no matter how powerful its attack was, it would be useless. In the world of martial arts, there was nothing that couldn't be broken, except speed. In the Five Elements cave, Lu Xian was carrying the dark iron sword on his back, resisting the gravity matrix, and facing the gale matrix. Under the triple pressure, he could still accurately dodge the lightning from the thunder matrix. Although the lightning mink was called lightning, it couldn't be compared with real lightning. After these days of hard training, Lu Xian finally got the reward in this battle. Even when facing the lightning mink, which was famous for its speed, he could still easily deal with it. Lu Xian, who had soundlessly arrived behind the golden lightning mink, stabbed it in the back with his sword, injuring it yet again. After being injured twice in a row, the golden lightning mink could be said to be really angry. However, in this anger, there was also a trace of fear mixed in. Its body flashed quickly, and it used the same tactic that it used to deal with the iron armor bear. It wanted to use its powerful speed to regain the upper hand, and completely torture Lu Xian to death. However, very soon, the fear in its eyes became more and more intense. This was because its set of tactics that had always been successful was ineffective in front of Lu Xian. Lu Xian forcefully gathered his essence force, and the rushing thunder flash constantly flashed along with the golden lightning mink's changes. A competition of speed immediately unfolded, and the two figures constantly chased each other in the field. Xiaoyi and the other two who were watching from the back were dumbfounded. They knew that Lu Xian was very strong. After all, the result of the sword forest was there for them to see. However, they didn't expect that Lu Xian was actually this strong. In a competition of pure speed, he was even slightly better than the golden lightning mink. This competition of speed lasted for almost 15 breaths of time. Whether it was Lu Xian or the golden lightning mink, it was a huge burden on both of them. However, the golden lightning mink could no longer suppress the aftereffects of the injuries it had suffered at the hands of the armored bear, and its speed suddenly dropped. How could Lu Xian let go of such a good opportunity? The yearning sword instantly swung out, and another wound opened up on the mink's abdomen. Fresh blood immediately poured out. After suffering another heavy injury, the golden lightning mink was finally afraid. It felt the threat of death. It spent so much effort to evolve into a golden lightning mink, and it still didn't want to die. It glanced at the corpse of the iron armor bear on the ground. That was its spoils of war, but now, it didn't have the strength to take it away. Reluctantly throwing away the iron armor bear's corpse, the golden lightning mink no longer tangled with Lu Xian, and quickly retreated. It wanted to escape. However, how could Lu Xian, who had complete control of the situation, let it go? The rushing thunder flash was activated again, and it instantly blocked the golden lightning mink's escape route. However, at this moment, a strange change occurred. The golden fur on the golden lightning mink's body stood up like steel needles. Lu Xian didn't have time to react, and countless golden steel needles all shot out at an extremely fast speed. Facing this attack, Lu Xian could only choose to dodge. If he missed even one needle, it would probably instantly pierce through his body. Although Lu Xian successfully dodged the attack with rushing thunder flash, he also opened up a path for the golden lightning mink to escape. Without Lu Xian's obstruction, the golden lightning mink, which had lost a large portion of its fur, didn't stop and fled. The direction it fled in happened to be the direction where Xia Yi and the others were. Lu Xian seemed to have suddenly thought of something. He immediately activated rushing thunder flash and dashed over. At the same time, he shouted, "Let it escape. Don't attack." He already had a clear understanding of the golden lightning mink's strength. With its speed, Xia Yi and the others definitely weren't a match for it. Even if they could block the golden lightning mink, the three of them would definitely be heavily injured, if not dead. In comparison, Lu Xian would rather not complete this mission. Originally, when they saw the golden lightning mink rushing over, Xia Yi and Xing Feng were already prepared to attack. In their opinion, the golden lightning mink had already suffered such heavy injuries. No matter how strong it was, it shouldn't be a problem for them to block it. However, now that Lu Xian specifically reminded them, he naturally had his reasons. So the two of them immediately stopped their thoughts of attacking and stayed in place, preparing to let the golden lightning mink escape. However, when it rushed in front of the three of them, the golden lightning mink's figure suddenly paused and actually took the initiative to rush towards the three of them. It suffered a huge loss at the hands of Lu Xian. Not only did it lose its spoils of war, it was also heavily injured. It was even forced to use its life-saving technique, greatly reducing its strength. The golden lightning mink was filled with hatred. Since it couldn't take revenge on Lu Xian, it also decided to kill the two of Lu Xian's companions as revenge. Damn it, Lu Xian's eyes instantly turned red. His essence energy completely erupted. Rushing thunder flash flashed again, raising his speed to the limit. The golden lightning mink's sudden attack was completely out of the three of their expectations. They didn't think that this beast would be so ruthless. It would rather risk the threat of Lu Xian to make a move on them. Xing Feng's reaction was the fastest. With a roar, he flew to the front and slashed his longsword at the golden lightning mink. After all, the golden lightning mink was heavily injured and was not as fast as before. Xing Feng's sword actually blocked its path, but it was still in existence comparable to a rank 7 beast. Its body instantly twisted in midair, and its speed didn't decrease. It went around Xing Feng and continued to rush towards Xia Yi and Lin Sini. It was determined to take one of them down with it. Damn it, do you think I'm easy to bully? Xia Yi roared angrily as he swept his longsword horizontally, trying to force the golden lightning mink away. However, the golden lightning mink was simply too fast. It nimbly landed on Xia Yi's longsword. Xia Feng's sword, and lightning mink's blade. At this moment, Xia Yi's eyes widened. He had never felt so close to death before. He could even clearly see the 5 sharp nails on the golden lightning mink's claws. He believed that with just a light swipe, his throat would be instantly torn apart, and he would die instantly. But at this critical moment, the golden lightning mink's attack suddenly deviated. Its claw struck Xia Yi's shoulder, leaving 5 deep scratches. Blood immediately gushed out. The sudden pain woke Xia Yi from his daze. I'm not dead yet. Although his shoulder was in pain, it was nothing compared to death. The person who saved Xia Yi's life was Lin Sini. Although she wasn't strong, the Golden Lightning Mink's defense wasn't strong either. She had just used the flick technique of the flowing water swordsmanship. Her sword slashed upwards, and directly struck the Golden Lightning Mink's abdomen. The impact caused the Golden Lightning Mink's fatal attack to deviate. It didn't accurately slash Xiaoya's throat, and only struck his shoulder. The three of them worked together and finally dispelled the Golden Lightning Mink's fierce attack. Xingfeng blocked its charge, Xiaoyi faced its attack, and Lin Sini broke its fatal attack. With this delay, Lu Xian, who had increased his speed to the maximum, finally arrived. "Go to hell!" Lu Xian roared. The yearning sword seemed to have turned into an afterimage as it instantly pointed at the Golden Lightning Mink. The tip of the sword struck the Golden Lightning Mink one after another. Every strike was aimed at the Golden Lightning Mink's weakest spot, its neck, eyes, and abdomen. More importantly, every single one of those attacks was imbued with Lu Xian's all-conquering sword will. As the sword will invaded the Golden Lightning Mink, its insides were instantly torn to shreds. It did not even have the chance to let out a cry before it died. The mink's body fell to the ground with a thud. "I thought I was going to die." Xiaoyi held his right shoulder with his left hand, and forced a smile on his pale face. Now that he thought about it, he couldn't help but feel weak all over. So that was the feeling of facing death. "Don't talk anymore. You did well." "Sini, quickly bandage Xiaoya's wound," Lu Xian said as he supported Xiaoyi. Hearing Lu Xian's words, Lin Sini quickly took out a white cloth from her storage ring and carefully wrapped it around the wound on Xiaoya's right shoulder. The area that was cut was a bloody mess. It was a terrifying sight. One could imagine that if it wasn't for Lin Sini's critical strike, it wouldn't be Xiaoya's arrowhead that was bleeding, but his throat. "It's nothing. It'll heal after a while. But I'm afraid I won't be able to fight in the short term." Although Xiaoyi was grimacing in pain, he still pretended to be brave. However, he was in a good mood. After escaping from death, he realized how wonderful life was. "I think we shouldn't go for the 7-star mission for now. If we're already in such a state in the 6th Order Beast area, the 7th Order Beasts are probably stronger than I thought." Xingfeng also started to retreat. For a mission and a few thousand contribution points, it was really unnecessary to risk their lives. Lu Xian nodded. Although he wasn't afraid, he had to think for Lin Sini and the others, especially now that Xiaoya's right hand was injured and he had lost all his combat strength. If there was any danger, he wouldn't even have the ability to protect himself. He immediately said, "Xingfeng, put away the Golden Lightning Mink and the Iron Armor Bear's bodies. We'll prepare to go down the mountain. This Iron Armor Bear's body is probably worth a few thousand contribution points." As Xingfeng put away the 2 pinnacle 6th Order Beasts' bodies, Xiaoyi had also finished bandaging his wound. Lin Sini's bandaging skills were not bad. At least it looked good. Just as the 4 of them were about to leave, a sudden noise came from behind them. Lu Xian turned his head and saw trees falling continuously. It seemed that something powerful was madly rushing towards them. Xingfeng and the others couldn't help but change their expressions. What was that thing? How could it have such a powerful impact? Perhaps even the Iron Armor Bear from before didn't have such a powerful force. Moreover, it seemed that there was a 7th Order Beast area over there. Could it be that a 7th Order Beast had rushed out? Thinking of this, the 3 of them revealed a trace of fear. Just now, a Golden Lightning Mink that was comparable to a 7th Order Beast had almost killed the 3 of them. If it was a real 7th Order Beast, how powerful would it be? "Take Xiaoyi and retreat quickly." "I'll block it, hurry." Lu Xian's expression also became solemn. After the battle with the Golden Lightning Mink, he also knew that the beasts in the mountain behind Wind Sword School were far stronger than he imagined. In the Sword Forest, he could deal with 3 warriors at the 8th level of body refinement at the same time. But in the mountain behind, he was afraid that he could only deal with one powerful 7th Order Beast. "Lu Xian, be careful." Xingfeng exhorted and immediately retreated with Xiaoyi and Lin Sini. He knew that in this level of battle, he couldn't help at all. Instead, it would distract Lu Xian. The battle just now was an example. "Xian, act according to your strength." Lin Sini was also worried for Lu Xian. She didn't think that there would be so many accidents this time. They were about to leave, but they still encountered a battle. As the three of them retreated at lightning speed, Lu Xian also felt relieved. Now that he was alone, he could fight freely. After thinking for a moment, he immediately put away the yearning sword, and the mystic iron sword instantly appeared in his hand. The guy that rushed over looked so fierce. He was afraid that it was a strength-type beast. The yearning sword might not be suitable for battle. On the contrary, the black iron sword was more suitable for head-on clashes. With the black iron sword in his hand, feeling the weight in his hand, Lu Xian's fighting spirit became stronger and stronger. Come on, let me see how strong a 7th order beast is. Are there any disciples from the inner sect in front? Help me stop this striped flame tiger. I will reward you handsomely after this. A voice suddenly came from afar. Listening to the direction, it was right behind the beast. It seemed that this beast was being chased by them and didn't know which way to run. Lu Xian's heart stirred. Striped flame tiger? Wasn't that the target of their 7-star mission? Before Lu Xian had time to think, a deafening roar was heard. The beast had already broken through the shrubs in front of Lu Xian. A ferocious tiger with fiery red stripes all over its body suddenly appeared in front of Lu Xian. It was the striped flame tiger. However, the situation of this striped flame tiger didn't look good. One of its ears was already gone, and its body was covered in wounds. Its breathing was chaotic. It was obvious that it had experienced a huge battle. But even so, the powerful aura belonging to a 7th order beast didn't diminish in the slightest. Instead, because of the pain, it had completely stimulated its ferocity, making it look more dangerous than usual. Facing this powerful 7th order beast, Lu Xian held the black iron sword in one hand. His mind was as calm as an ancient well. He stood firmly on the spot, blocking its path. Seeing that someone was blocking its path, the striped flame tiger only paused for a moment. Immediately after, it revealed a ferocious expression. Its mouth was full of sharp teeth, chilling people's hearts. It suddenly exerted force on its hind legs and leaped with all its might. Carrying an incomparably powerful aura, it directly pounced towards Lu Xian. It was as if it didn't care about this weak human in front of it. Facing the striped flame tiger's powerful charge, Lu Xian's body slightly crouched down. With a low shout, his entire body instantly rose from the ground. The heavy dark steel sword rose upwards, chopping down towards the rapidly charging striped flame tiger's head. Roar! With a loud roar, the striped flame tiger neither dodged nor dodged. Its massive body met Lu Xian's attack head-on. With a loud bang, the dark steel sword carried the descending momentum and directly chopped down on the tiger's head. With one strike, the striped flame tiger's forward momentum was actually forcibly blocked. Not only that, but it was even sent tumbling by Lu Xian's strike. Lu Xian didn't have it any better. The striped flame tiger's charge was extremely powerful, and the powerful recoil was transmitted over. He only felt his hands go somewhat numb, and the blood in his entire body churned. However, this strike, which was filled with power, caused Lu Xian's blood to boil. This kind of head-on battle was truly refreshing. Previously, he had wanted to battle with the iron armor bearer, but he could only give up because he was worried about the safety of Xiaoyi and the others. Now that this even more powerful striped flame tiger had crashed into him, how could Lu Xian let it go? Without waiting for it to react, Lu Xian, who had landed on the ground, only paused for a moment to calm his chaotic breathing. He once again mobilized all the essence energy in his body, and with a circulation of rushing thunder flash, he instantly arrived at the right side of the striped flame tiger. Carrying the momentum of an impact, he once again swept out with his sword. Caught off guard, the striped flame tiger was simply unable to dodge. Once again, it was hit, and its massive body was instantly sent flying horizontally. With a few cracking sounds, a few thick trees were directly snapped in half. The striped flame tiger, which had suffered successive heavy blows, rolled and stood up again. Its ferocious gaze firmly stared at Lu Xian, as if it wanted to directly tear Lu Xian apart. This was like a tiger falling from a mountain. Just now, when it saw that Lu Xian didn't seem to be very strong, it didn't put him in its eyes at all. Who would have thought that Lu Xian would suddenly erupt and beat it up? Shaking its tiger head, the striped flame tiger slightly dispelled the dizziness brought about by Lu Xian's 2 consecutive attacks. Abruptly, the striped flame tiger pushed off the ground with its 4 claws and took the initiative to attack, pouncing angrily at Lu Xian. As the saying goes, the clouds follow the dragons, and the wind follows the tigers. With a single pounce, a gale blew toward Lu Xian. However, in the 5-element cave, Lu Xian was not affected by the attack of the gale formation, let alone the gale brought by a mere striped flame tiger. It could be seen that Lu Xian didn't dodge or evade. The black iron sword stabbed straight out. It looked ordinary, but in reality, this strike was a combination of the profound meaning of the black iron sword technique and the blink sword technique. The striped flame tiger, whose body was pouncing in the air, only felt that the tip of Lu Xian's sword seemed to be very erratic. It seemed that no matter where it attacked from, it would collide with this sword. Greatly alarmed, its body suddenly arched, and it abruptly twisted its body. Its front claws exerted all its strength to slap Lu Xian's sword. As long as it could deflect this sword, it would be able to pounce on Lu Xian's body and tear him into pieces. However, how could Lu Xian fall for this trick so easily? His mind stirred. He had just tested the black iron sword technique's hard strength, so now he would try the soft strength. Facing the striped flame tiger's claw, Lu Xian didn't dodge or evade. Instead, he directly delivered the black iron sword to its claw. The sword and the claw clashed, and Lu Xian's offensive suddenly changed. He changed from hard to soft. The tip of the sword trembled, and a force actually wrapped around the striped flame tiger's front claw. The sudden change was immediately noticed by the striped flame tiger. It wanted to shake off the sword, but it discovered that there seemed to be a mysterious attraction that bound the two together. At this moment, the black iron sword moved along with its charging momentum, and Lu Xian suddenly flung it. This sudden change was immediately noticed by the striped flame tiger. It wanted to shake off this sword, but it discovered that there seemed to be a mysterious attractive force that bound the two together. At this moment, the black iron sword moved along with its charging momentum, and Lu Xian suddenly flung it. A muffled bang rang out, and the striped flame tiger's body solidly collided with the large tree, then immediately slid down. No matter how tough its body was, it was still somewhat unable to endure after receiving 2 strong attacks from Lu Xian and fiercely coming into close contact with the large tree. Although it still quickly stood up again, its hind legs were a bit weak. The soft strength of Lu Xian's sword was naturally inspired by Lin Sini's flowing water sword technique. Combining hard and soft, it could deal with almost any situation. Of course, this was also thanks to Lu Xian's solid foundation. Otherwise, his body wouldn't be able to endure the sudden change in strength. When it looked at Lu Xian again, the hostility in the striped flame tiger's eyes was no longer as thick. Instead, a trace of fear appeared. The guy in front of it seemed to be even more powerful than the group of people that had surrounded it before. Although it looked a bit bleak before, in reality, they were only superficial wounds. With its body, as long as it was given a bit of time, it would be able to recover in no time. However, the few attacks from Lu Xian just now had seriously injured it. Without a period of rest, it wouldn't be easy for it to recover to its previous strength. More importantly, there were quite a few people surrounding it before, but now, Lu Xian was only one person. It didn't think that previously, it thought that this guy's strength wasn't strong, but it didn't think that he was pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. This was really eating a tiger. When it thought that the few people behind it would probably catch up very soon, the striped flame tiger seemed to be even more anxious. It abruptly turned around, not wanting to compete with Lu Xian any longer. It wanted to escape first. How could Lu Xian allow the striped flame tiger to escape just like that when he saw the striped flame tiger actually wanting to run? Not to mention that the battle earlier had already caused the blood in his heart to boil. Merely for the sake of the 7-star mission, he couldn't allow it to escape just like that. He forcefully gathered a strand of origin energy, and the thunderbolt flash flickered continuously before fiercely sweeping out once again. A majestic force directly attacked the back of the striped flame tiger. Lu Xian's speed was able to compare with the gold lightning mink. How could the striped flame tiger have imagined that not only was Lu Xian's strength shocking, his speed was actually so formidable as well? Although it tried its best to dodge, it was still unable to avoid this attack. A cry of pain resounded, and one of its hind legs could be seen bending at a strange angle. It was actually directly broken by Lu Xian. With its hind leg broken, wanting to escape was practically impossible. Hardening its heart, the striped flame tiger decisively turned around, and its eyes revealed a trace of determination. Obviously, it was prepared to fight like a cornered beast. Lu Xian didn't have the mind to care about its thoughts. Since it was already unable to escape, naturally it would be better to end the battle as soon as possible. After all, there were still other disciples chasing after them, and this striped flame tiger was also chased by them. When the time came, the distribution of the spoils of war would be somewhat troublesome. It would be better to directly and cleanly behead this fellow and leave with the corpse. The tiger roared repeatedly, and Lu Xian's moves didn't stop either. Whether it was chopping, slicing, or stabbing, the black iron sword constantly greeted its body. It seemed like the striped flame tiger's death was only a matter of time. But at this moment, a few voices resounded. From the corner of his eyes, Lu Xian saw a few martial artists dressed in inner sect disciple attire rapidly chasing from behind. That group of people from before had finally arrived. Immediately, he sighed in his heart. It seemed like a portion of the spoils of war had to be split. Lu Xian wasn't an unreasonable person. If it wasn't for this group of people chasing after the striped flame tiger, it wouldn't have been an easy task for him to find it. But he didn't make a sound. The most important thing now was to first behead this striped flame tiger. And at this moment, a strange change suddenly occurred among the group of people chasing after them. One of them actually made a move, and his target wasn't the dying striped flame tiger, but actually Lu Xian. Before the attack arrived, a gust of chilly wind had already assaulted him. The sudden attack caused Lu Xian to be overwhelmed with shock. He didn't expect that this group of martial artists would actually be so vicious and vicious. They didn't even say a single word before directly attacking him. What made him even more furious was that the angle of this attack was extremely tricky. Its goal wasn't to force him to let go of the striped flame tiger, but to directly kill him. At this crucial moment, the powerful reflexes that Lu Xian had trained in the five-element cave had finally come in handy. Under the attack of the thunder and lightning array, Lu Xian understood a principle. No matter what, he could only use 90% of his strength. He had to leave 10% to deal with unexpected situations. The sword that was originally aimed at the striped flame tiger was abruptly stopped in its tracks. It turned around at an almost impossible speed, and the dark iron sword swept out horizontally. Only a dang sound could be heard as the dark iron sword collided with the oncoming person's weapon. Even if it was a hasty move, Lu Xian's attack power wasn't weak. With one strike, not only did he block the attack, but he also forced the person to retreat. However, the other party didn't just have one person. Very soon, another two people attacked. Lu Xian, who was unable to respond, could only hatefully circulate the rushing thunder flash. His body instantly dodged to the side, giving up the striped flame tiger. As Lu Xian dodged, another person immediately took his place. He quickly rushed in front of the striped flame tiger and fiercely smashed both his fists. Suddenly, it became the last straw that broke the camel's back. The powerful 7th-level striped flame tiger died just like that. The martial artist who killed the striped flame tiger didn't hesitate at all. He directly put the striped flame tiger's corpse into his storage ring. Only then did he turn around to look at Lu Xian. He revealed a trace of a smile and said, "Junior brother, thank you for helping me stop this striped flame tiger. I really can't thank you enough." Lu Xian's face was gloomy as he stared at the person who spoke. The anger in his heart was almost unable to be suppressed. The actions of this group of people had completely infuriated him. If it was just to snatch the striped flame tiger, then so be it. However, they had actually attacked him without saying a word. Moreover, they had directly tried to kill him. If it wasn't for his great strength, then he would have already become a corpse by now. What's the meaning of this? Haha, nothing much. I'm sure you've seen it. The first wound on this striped flame tiger was inflicted by me. In the end, I was also the one who took its life. Don't tell me that the spoils of war belong to me? Isn't that a matter of course? Could it be that you have some objection? The person laughed coldly. He looked at Lu Xian and said. He simply didn't put a mere fellow at the 5th level of the body refinement realm in his eyes. And at this moment, a person behind this person suddenly opened his mouth and shouted angrily, "Lu Xian, you bastard. Do you still recognize me?" This angry shout immediately attracted Lu Xian's attention. Previously, he had only been staring at the leader and had not taken a good look at the people behind him. After taking a closer look, Lu Xian felt that this person seemed somewhat familiar. He quickly reacted and a strange look appeared in his eyes. "Long Hai? You bastard, you still recognize me. The hatred of killing your father and exterminating your clan is absolutely irreconcilable. I never thought that after searching far and wide for you, I would find you by chance. If you had obediently stayed in the inner sect, I would not have been able to do anything to you. Unfortunately, you sought death by coming to the back mountains." Long Hai's face was hideous, as if he wanted to skin Lu Xian alive. Without a doubt, the person who had angrily shouted at Lu Xian was one of the remnants of Ryuka's second son, Long Hai. Elder son had already told him everything that had happened in Xianxia town. Now that he saw Lu Xian, how could he possibly suppress the murderous intent in his heart? Ryuka had a total of 3 sons, the eldest son Long Tian, the second son Long Hai, and the third son Long Tai. In Lin City, Long Tai had died at the hands of Lu Xian. After returning to Xianxia town, the patriarch of the Ryuka clan, Long Zhan, had wanted to exterminate the Lu family. Unexpectedly, Lu Xian had rushed back in time. With the help of the 9th uncle and elder Su, not only had he protected the Lu family, he had even exterminated the Ryuka clan. Regardless of who it was, the extermination of one's clan was an irreconcilable enmity. However, Lu Xian did not regret exterminating Ryuka at all. Regardless of whether it was Long Tai or Long Zhan, they had both sought death. Even if Long Hai didn't come looking for him, Lu Xian would still try to find a way to eliminate him in the future. If he didn't remove the roots of the weeds, it would inevitably lead to endless disasters in the future. After recognizing Long Hai, Lu Xian knew that today's matter would not end so easily. He coldly snorted and said, "Could it be that only your Ryuka can attack my Lu family, but my Lu family cannot destroy your Ryuka?" Long Hai turned a deaf ear to Lu Xian's words as a sinister smile flashed across his face. "No matter what you say, you're dead today. I'll use your blood as a sacrifice to my father and third brother's souls in heaven." "You?" Lu Xian sneered. "Humph, it's more than enough to deal with you. Besides, I'm not alone. In short, this day next year will be the anniversary of your death." Long Hai appeared to be full of confidence. He had a total of 5 people on his side, and one of them was even at the 7th layer of the body refinement realm. In his opinion, killing a mere 5th layer of the body refinement realm like Lu Xian would be a piece of cake. When he thought about how he was about to exact his revenge, his heart was instantly filled with joy. At this moment, the leader standing in front of Long Hai revealed a playful smile on his face. "So you're Lu Xian. I've heard so much about you. During the entrance test, your name has spread throughout the inner sect, and you're hailed as the hope of the sword sect's rise. However, if this hope dies in the back mountains while on a mission, I'm sure you'll become even more famous." "And who are you?" Lu Xian stared at this person and asked. Since this person dared to attack the striped flame tiger, his strength was definitely not low. Compared to Long Hai, Lu Xian valued him more. "I'm Imo Chen." This person raised his head slightly and announced his identity rather proudly. He and Long Hai were both from the Fist sect, and their strength could be ranked 3rd in the entire Fist sect, and they were ranked 31st in the overall ranking. Although their fame was not as great as the top 10 in the overall ranking, in the inner sect, they could still be considered as a small influential figure. "Imo Chen? I don't know him." Lu Xian shook his head. He only had a slight impression of the top 10 in the overall ranking, and he had never heard of this Imo Chen. But this way, he was at ease. If it was someone in the top 10 in the overall ranking, he would not have the confidence to defeat him. Since he was not in the top 10, then he might still have the strength to fight. Even if he could not defeat him, with his movement technique, escaping for his life would not be a problem. However, in Imo Chen's ears, his words were naturally a little harsh. He subconsciously thought that Lu Xian was deliberately belittling him, so he immediately smiled eerily and said, "It's okay if you don't know him. Anyway, he is going to die." The Fist sect and the Saber sect were not on good terms with the Sword sect. If he could kill Lu Xian, who was known as the hope of the sword sect, here, not only would he not be punished by the fist sect, but he would also be rewarded. Although the Wind Sword School had a clear rule that disciples were not allowed to kill each other, the higher-ups had policies and countermeasures. There were already countless murders in the back mountain. Many disciples only went in and never came out. They might not have died in the hands of those ferocious beasts, but more of them died in the hands of their enemies. Hearing that Emochen seemed to have the intention to kill Lu Xian, Long Hai immediately cupped his hands towards him and said, "Senior Emochen, this Lu Xian has a grudge against me for killing my father and exterminating my clan. I hope to be able to kill my enemy with my own hands. Senior Emochen, help me hold the line and prevent this bastard from slipping away. Go. You are a 6th-tier body refinement cultivator after all. You are in the top 200 of the overall ranking. It won't take much effort to deal with a mere 5th-tier body refinement cultivator," Emochen said. They had been in the mountain for a period of time, but their understanding of Lu Xian was still at the time of the entrance test and the top 300 of the overall ranking. They did not know that just a while ago, Lu Xian had already fought his way into the top 100 of the overall ranking. Otherwise, Long Hai would not have dared to fight with Lu Xian at all. Long Hai passed by Emochen and directly walked in front of Lu Xian. A pair of steel claws were already in his hands. He had also trained in claw techniques. "Lu Xian, enjoy your last moments. In less than a quarter of an hour, you will become food for the wild beasts of this mountain," Long Hai said with a sinister smile. The reason why this back mountain had become a place for many disciples to settle their personal grudges was because it was the most suitable place to destroy corpses. As long as the corpses were killed and thrown away, there would soon be all sorts of wild beasts fighting for a share. Otherwise, Emochen and the others would not have dared to make a move against Lu Xian. Otherwise, if the sword sect elders pursued the matter, he would not have a good ending. "With so many wild beasts, I alone will not be enough to eat. I think it would be more suitable for the 5 of you to stay here," Lu Xian said tit for tat. Hearing this, Emochen's expression turned cold. Lu Xian's words clearly meant that he wanted to rely on his own strength to exterminate the 5 of them. He immediately shouted, "Arrogant! You don't know the meaning of death. Long Hai, quickly kill him." He was also afraid that other disciples would pass by and see them. At that time, it would be difficult to deal with them. Long Hai no longer hesitated. His body suddenly exerted force and rapidly approached Lu Xian. The steel claws in his hands carried a trace of fierce energy as they ruthlessly slashed out. Compared to Long Hai's strength, Long Hai's strength was indeed much stronger. After all, Long Hai's strength had reached the 6th level of body refinement. However, this bit of strength was not enough in Lu Xian's eyes. His right foot suddenly kicked the tip of the black iron sword. The black iron sword instantly bounced up and origin power directly poured into the sword's blade. A series of movements were completed in one breath. His speed was extremely fast and incomparably smooth. Long Hai turned pale with fright. Before his attack could even reach Lu Xian's body, the black iron sword's powerful energy had already rushed towards him, forcing him to focus on defense. This brat, when did he become so strong? To the side, Emochen was also shocked by Lu Xian's smooth attack. Forcing Long Hai back in one move wasn't much, he could also do it easily. However, he had already broken through to the 7th level of body refinement, while Lu Xian was only at the 5th level of body refinement. While Emochen was still in shock, Lu Xian's movements did not stop. His body suddenly soared into the air and the black iron sword drew a semicircle in the air, fiercely chopping downwards. At this moment, Long Hai had just blocked Lu Xian's first move. Facing the following chop, he was completely powerless to block. Under this great shock, Long Hai no longer cared about killing his enemy with his own hands. He immediately shouted, "Senior Emochen, save me! Brat, don't you dare!" Emochen shouted loudly and revolved his spirit power. It was unknown what kind of movement martial skill he used, but his speed was raised to the limit as he directly rushed towards the 2 people fighting. Emochen's speed was extremely fast. In a flash, he blocked in front of Long Hai. Both his fists punched out and a similarly strong force was released, fiercely colliding with Lu Xian's sword. However, he had hurriedly made this move and did not even use 50% of his strength. Moreover, the power of Lu Xian's move had also greatly exceeded his expectations. When the fist and the sword collided, Emochen let out a muffled groan as his body explosively retreated 5 steps. Although he had helped Long Hai block the sword, he himself did not feel any better. The blood in his body churned, and for a moment, he was unable to revolve his spirit power. On the other hand, although Lu Xian's attack had been blocked, he did not suffer any injury. The mysterious iron sword was quickly raised once again, thrusting straight forward. His target was still Long Hai to the side. Long Hai was completely unprepared for the sudden thrust of the sword. When he saw Emochen's attack, he had originally felt relieved. In his opinion, even if Lu Xian could defeat him, he would definitely not be Emochen's match. After all, Emochen was in existence in the top 30 of the overall ranking. Furthermore, he was 2 ranks higher than Lu Xian. In their eyes, he was already an incomparably powerful existence. However, he did not expect Emochen to be similarly forced back by the sword. Lu Xian's attack once again came towards him. In his haste, Long Hai hurriedly dodged, but to his horror, it seemed that no matter where he dodged, the sword would stab into his body. In a battle, thousands of changes occurred in an instant. There was no time for Long Hai to consider. In an instant, the sword had already reached his chest. Puff, Long Hai only felt an incomparably powerful force coming towards him. His chest suffered a heavy blow and directly caved in. A stream of blood instantly sprayed out, and his consciousness had already begun to fade. The tip of the mysterious iron sword was not sharp. It was like a small hemisphere. However, such a design allowed it to unleash 100% of its strength. When Lu Xian struck, the other 3 disciples had already rushed over. However, they were still a step too late. They only had time to catch Long Hai's body, or rather, his corpse, which had been sent flying. Under Lu Xian's all-out attack, the strength of the mysterious iron sword was extremely great. It seemed like it had only collided with Long Hai's chest, but when the force entered his body, all his internal organs were smashed into pieces. Senior brother Emochen, Long Hai, he's dead. A Fist faction disciple could not help but swallow a mouthful of saliva as he looked towards Emochen. This Lu Xian's strength had far exceeded their expectations. Aside from Emochen, who was at the 7th layer of the body refinement realm, everyone else was at the 6th layer of the body refinement realm. Normally, they would not care about a 5th layer like Lu Xian. However, in the blink of an eye, Emochen had been forced back and Long Hai was already dead. At this moment, Emochen's discomfort had already disappeared. He looked at Lu Xian with a gloomy expression. Under his protection, Long Hai had still lost his life. To him, this was simply the greatest humiliation. More importantly, Long Hai was elder son's grandson. He had followed him out alive and well, only to return as a corpse. How was he going to explain this to elder son? Lu Xian must die. Only then could he atone for his crimes. How daring, you actually dared to kill someone right in front of me. I never thought that I would misjudge you. Emochen stared at Lu Xian as he slowly said, I believe that you must have held back some of your strength last time. Lu Xian could not be bothered to explain as he stared wordlessly at Emochen. Just now, Emochen had hastily made a move and had actually managed to block his attack. Although Emochen had similarly been forced back, his strength was definitely not weak. Seeing that Lu Xian did not reply, Emochen did not waste any more words. He took a step forward and at the same time said to the 3 people behind him, You 3, keep an eye on him. Don't let him escape. Since Lu Xian had taken the initiative to kill, Emochen no longer had any reservations. Even if other disciples passed by, he would still have the status of avenging Long Hai. The aura around Emochen's body continued to rise. Soon, the strength of the 7th layer of the body refinement realm was completely revealed. Lu Xian's expression also became increasingly serious as he tightened his grip on the mysterious iron sword in his hand. When Emochen's aura reached its peak, he suddenly let out a roar as his body suddenly charged forward at an extremely fast speed. It was obvious that he also possessed a pretty good movement technique. In the blink of an eye, Emochen had already arrived in front of Lu Xian. Both of his fists punched out, one aimed at Lu Xian's chest and the other at his face. This time, he had come prepared. Compared to his previous hasty attack, it could be said to be completely different. As he stared at Emo Chen's movements, Lu Xian suddenly felt a powerful force rushing towards him. Not daring to be negligent, he raised his mysterious iron sword diagonally upwards, from bottom to top, from right to left. Although it was simple, it was extremely practical. If Emo Chen's attack speed did not decrease, although this punch would land on Lu Xian's body, both of his arms would definitely be crippled. How could Emo Chen bear to put his life on the line against Lu Xian? With a cold snort, his feet suddenly stomped on the ground and his body rose into the air, instantly dodging Lu Xian's sword. The momentum of his fist did not decrease as it once again smashed down towards Lu Xian. Activating the galloping thunder flash, Lu Xian's body disappeared from Emo Chen's fist in the blink of an eye. When he reappeared, he was already behind Emo Chen. The heavy sword swept out, carrying a power that was not the slightest bit inferior to Emo Chen's attack. The tables had turned, but Emo Chen did not panic. He forcefully gathered a mouthful of yuanli in the air, and his body actually stayed in the air for a moment. In that short moment, he managed to evade Lu Xian's attack. Lu Xian retracted his sword, and Emo Chen's body landed on the ground. The two of them confronted each other again. Although their bodies did not make contact, and there was not even a direct collision of yuan power, only the two of them knew how dangerous it was. As for the three people from the Fist faction, a hint of astonishment flashed across their eyes. They did not expect Lu Xian to actually have such strength to be able to face Emo Chen head-on. They had seen the battle between the two of them just now, especially Lu Xian's last sword. If it were them, they would probably have been turned into a corpse like Long Hai. When they recalled that the striped flame tiger was already on the verge of death when they arrived, the hearts of the three of them couldn't help but tremble. Could it be that the striped flame tiger was actually beaten to such a state by Lu Xian alone? The more they thought about it, the more they felt that the possibility was extremely high. There was no one else nearby, and before the striped flame tiger escaped, it did not suffer any serious injuries other than some flesh wounds. Because of Long Hai's interruption, they did not have the time to think about it in detail. Now that they thought about it, this Lu Xian's strength was probably far beyond their understanding. How could his strength be ordinary if he could beat the striped flame tiger to such a serious injury alone? Now, they could only hope that Emo Chen could successfully kill Lu Xian. Otherwise, the three of them would probably be in trouble. Looks like senior brother Emo Chen can't do anything to that Lu Xian. Should we go and help him? One of the disciples asked in a low voice. Don't. Senior brother Emo Chen values his face the most. He definitely won't let us help him against a mere body refinement layer 5th layer Lu Xian. Otherwise, even if he kills Lu Xian, senior brother Emo Chen will take his anger out on us. That's right. I think senior brother Emo Chen did not use his full strength just now. Just wait and see. No matter how powerful that Lu Xian is, how could he be a match for senior brother Emo Chen? Senior brother Emo Chen is ranked 31st in the overall ranking. That's true. Senior brother Emo Chen is 2 layers higher than Lu Xian. Even if he were to exhaust him, he would still be able to kill him. As the three of them whispered to each other, Emo Chen slowly opened his mouth. You are stronger than I imagined. It seems that the rumors were not exaggerated. You are indeed a genius in battle. If you are allowed to continue developing, the sword sect may really rise again. However, since it is like this, I cannot let you leave alive. Now that you have met me, no matter how much of a genius you are, you will still fall by my hands. Anyone can brag. Show me your true ability. Lu Xian stared at Emo Chen and said. Although the two of them were talking, their nerves were stretched taut. They were ready to attack at any time. Then I'll let you have a taste of my mountain-shattering fist. Emo Chen's voice had not yet faded when his entire body moved. In the blink of an eye, he had already arrived in front of Lu Xian. With a few explosive sounds, he had actually punched out several times. The powerful fist energy seemed to have broken through the air. Several waves of qi completely enveloped several of Lu Xian's vital points. Lu Xian, who had been guarding against Emo Chen's attacks, had already brandished the black iron sword in his hand the moment Emo Chen made his move. He had also slashed out several times. Several waves of sword qi seemed to explode out at the same time. He was actually using the profound meaning of the blinking swordsmanship with the black iron sword. The black iron sword weighed 81 kilograms. It was extremely difficult for an ordinary martial artist to swing it, not to mention using a heavy sword to fight with a fast sword. Although the speed was not as fast as a long sword, there was always a gain. Reducing the speed of the sword in exchange for greater strength. Bang 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 bang. The sword chi and the fist energy collided, instantly producing a series of explosive sounds. The powerful rebounding force bounced back to the two combatants. Lu Xian took 3 steps back, while Emochan took 3.5 steps back. The reason why he said 3.5 steps back was because Emochan saw that Lu Xian had only taken 3 steps back. He had originally wanted to take a 4th step back, but he had forcibly taken that step back. He had always been arrogant. How could he show weakness in the face of an enemy whose strength was lower than his? But this way, the rest of the impact could only be withstood by his body. He felt a sweet taste in his throat as a stream of blood flowed down his throat. But he forcefully swallowed it back down. He had already suffered some internal injuries. In a contest of pure strength, he had already lost by half a move. When he realized that Lu Xian's strength was actually stronger than his, Emochan immediately flew into a rage out of humiliation. He attacked again and at the same time shouted, "I want to see how many of my moves you can take." Both his fists struck out, one punch after another, towards Lu Xian. He knew that his spirit energy far surpassed Lu Xian's, so he was already prepared to fight a battle of attrition. To be able to force him to this point, Lu Xian could already be proud of himself. But how could this be Lu Xian's limit? Facing Emochan's dense barrage of attacks, he fiercely raised his spirit energy and attacked with his black iron sword. Wave after wave of sword chi was sent out, not showing any weakness. In a battle of endurance, how could Lu Xian be afraid of him? Possessing the Tai origin tactic, which was highly likely to be a heaven-level cultivation technique, unless the opponent's level was far higher than his, Lu Xian was not afraid of anyone in a battle of spirit energy. The sound of spirit energy explosions rang out incessantly. Powerful chi shot out in all directions. Under the impact of this powerful chi, some of the short shrubs in the surroundings were cut down one after another. Even on the towering trees, there were marks left behind. At this moment, the 3 people who were watching the battle were unable to approach the 2 of them. Each and every one of them constantly retreated to avoid being injured by the powerful chi. This Lu Xian, is he really only at the 5th level of body refinement? Senior brother Emochan used his full strength, yet he was still unable to take him down. A disciple cried out in shock. Right now, even an idiot could see that Emochan had already used all of his strength and was even prepared to fight a battle of attrition. But he still had no way of taking down Lu Xian. "You 3 idiots, what are you still looking at? Why aren't you coming to help?" Emochan suddenly shouted angrily. He discovered that Lu Xian's sword chi was continuous and unending, unexpectedly not inferior to his own. Seeing that he was almost at his limit, Lu Xian's face was not red nor was he out of breath. If this continued, the one who would be defeated would be him. Although he could not accept this result, he had no choice but to face the current situation. The so-called pride and face, in the face of life and death, were nothing. Immediately, he decisively called out for the 3 people to come forward and help. Hearing Emochan take the initiative to call out, the 3 people did not dare to be negligent. One by one, they rushed forward, each of them circulating their spirit energy and attacking Lu Xian. Even Emochan had put down his pride and asked for help. The situation had undoubtedly reached an extremely bad state. "Together? Then come!" Lu Xian shouted loudly. In an instant, he swung his black iron sword. With a sweep, a circular sword chi swept out towards the 4 people, instantly forcing them back. At this time, the black iron sword suddenly disappeared and the yearning sword appeared in Lu Xian's hand. Facing the joint attack of a 7th rank and 3 6th rank body refinement disciples, the thick and heavy black iron sword was no longer suitable. Although its power was great, when it was used, it was still not as flexible as the yearning sword. Lu Xian's sudden change of sword caused Emochan and the other 3 to be slightly surprised. They did not know what he meant by this. "Before you die, I'll let you all experience my fast sword." Before Lu Xian's voice fell, his entire person instantly became a blur. Changing the black iron sword to the yearning sword, the weight on Lu Xian's body was greatly reduced and in exchange, his speed greatly increased. The true blink sword art, instantly released. In the blink of an eye, 8 consecutive sword strikes were released, stabbing at the 4 people. Feeling this extremely fast sword strike, Imogen simply did not have time to react. His 2 fists blocked, he could only rely on the defense of the gloves on his hands to block. But the other 3 people did not have Imochen's reaction speed. Each person's body was instantly covered in blood, 1 in the forehead, 1 in the chest. The power of 1 sword strike, 3 people dead. Seeing the 3 bodies slowly fall to the ground, Imochen suddenly froze in place, his mind a complete blank. This Lu Xian was actually this strong? Could it be that this was his true strength? In the previous battle, he was still holding back. This result was very difficult for him to accept. Daring to be distracted in a battle with Lu Xian was undoubtedly courting death. After that sword strike, Lu Xian did not stop at all. Activating the thunder flash, he instantly appeared behind Imochen. He did not understand why Lu Xian suddenly became so strong. The yearning sword's tip pierced through his chest. At this moment, he could feel his life rapidly flowing away. How could I die in your hands? Imochen's voice sounded intermittently. His eyes were filled with unwillingness. He had never expected such an outcome before the battle started. But no matter what, the outcome was already decided. Imochen's eyes finally dimmed and his hands drooped weakly. As Lu Xian pulled out the yearning sword, his body collapsed to the ground. At this moment, a few footsteps sounded. It was Xiayi, Xingfeng, and Lin Zini, who had rushed back. The 3 of them had just returned when they saw Lu Xian pull out the sword from Imochen's body. Their eyes were filled with astonishment, confusion, and shock. When the striped flame tiger charged over, the 3 of them had already retreated quickly under Lu Xian's orders. However, they did not go too far and kept an eye on Lu Xian's movements from afar. When they first heard the roars of the tiger, the 3 of them were naturally frightened and could not help but worry for Lu Xian. However, when they thought that they would not be of much help even if they came over, they could only wait patiently in the distance. When the roars finally disappeared, but Lu Xian did not come over even after a long time, they could not help but come over to see what was going on. However, this scene greatly exceeded their expectations. They did not know when this group of people had arrived. How did they come into conflict with Lu Xian, and even forced Lu Xian to kill someone? Seeing that it was not an outsider, Lu Xian also heaved a sigh of relief. He paused for a moment and said, "They wanted to kill me and steal my treasure. One of them is my enemy. There's no need to explain. We know what to do." Xingfeng took the initiative to speak. Killing one another was a great taboo in the sect. It was fine if no one saw it, but if it was seen and spread, Lu Xian would definitely be in big trouble. Not to mention that the person he killed was not an ordinary disciple, but Imochen, who was ranked 3rd in the fist faction. Without saying a word, Xiayi stepped forward and stabbed Imochen's corpse twice with her sword in her left hand. Seeing this, Xingfeng was slightly taken aback. He immediately understood and stabbed Imochen's corpse twice. Even Lin Zini, who was Lu Xian's lover, did the same and followed suit. Although the 3 of them definitely wouldn't leak this matter and Lu Xian trusted them, their actions undoubtedly made Lu Xian feel more at ease. This meant that they were completely on the same side as Lu Xian. It was just unfortunate that Imochen, who was ranked 3rd in the fist faction, had died in this back mountain. Not only did he die sullenly, he even had to be whipped after his death. Lu Xian took 2 steps forward and peeled off Imochen's storage ring. For ordinary warriors in the body refinement realm, storage rings were still considered rare items. The other disciples who had died did not have any, so it was likely that all their gains were with Imochen. Using his divine sense to explore the storage ring, Lu Xian discovered that other than the corpse of the striped flame tiger, there were also the corpses of some rank 4 and rank 5 beasts. It was likely that Imochen and the others had obtained them. He did not touch these things and only took out the corpse of the striped flame tiger. The beast that rushed over just now happened to be our target, the rank 7 striped flame tiger. I beat it until it was on its last breath, so Imochen snatched it away. As the corpse of the striped flame tiger appeared, Lu Xian casually explained to the 3 of them. Seeing this huge corpse, a hint of surprise flashed in the eyes of the 3 of them. This was a pleasant surprise. The corpse of the striped flame tiger was worth 10,000 contribution points. Originally, they did not have any hopes of completing it, but they did not expect it to deliver itself to their doorstep. Of course, it was also thanks to Lu Xian's presence. If the three of them had encountered it, not to mention killing it, it would have been difficult for them to escape. After pondering over Lu Xian's words, Xingfeng suddenly froze. He pointed at the corpse at his feet in surprise and said, "You mean, this guy is Mo Chen?" This month, they did not immerse themselves in training like Lu Xian, so they had a good understanding of the intersex situation. This Mo Chen was in existence ranked 31st in the overall ranking, but Lu Xian was actually able to kill him under the joint attack of a few people. Did this not mean that Lu Xian's true strength was far beyond the 86th place in the overall ranking? With this discovery, Xingfeng was undoubtedly even more shocked. The height of Lu Xian in his heart instantly rose once again. He was simply a monster. In reality, when they were charging through the sword forest, if Lu Xian had not underestimated the physical strength of a martial artist at the 8th level of the body refinement realm, he would indeed have been able to charge a little further. Faintly nodding his head, Lu Xian stored the corpse of the striped flame tiger into his own storage ring. Soon after, he put the storage ring back on Mo Chen's hand and said, "You guys leave this place first. I'll go lure a few fierce beasts over and deal with these corpses first." The three of them nodded their heads and left. Lu Xian, on the other hand, sprinted towards the vicinity. Not long after, he returned with 3 or 4 fierce beasts. It was a pack of rank 6 fierce wolves. After arriving here, Lu Xian's movement technique was fully unleashed. Rushing thunder flashed continuously, and in an instant, he had escaped from the sight of the pack of fierce wolves. Unable to catch up, the pack of fierce wolves immediately gave up. Soon after, they discovered the corpses on the ground and began to tear them apart. The three of them did not go far. Only after waiting for Lu Xian to return did they leave the back mountain together and once again return to the mission tower. Although this trip to the back mountain did not last long, everyone had benefited greatly. Especially Xiayi. Although he had suffered some superficial wounds and needed to recuperate for a period of time, his combat ability had greatly increased. In the future, if he encountered any threatening situations, his chances of survival would also increase by a lot. On the way back, the few of them no longer actively searched for their targets. Their speed greatly increased, and in a short period of time, they were about to reach the inner sect. At this moment, a figure rushed towards Lu Xian and the others. Lu Xian cast a glance at the figure, but did not take a closer look. This was the only path to the back mountain, and there were many disciples coming and going. This person was obviously also heading towards the back mountain. Just as this person was about to brush past Lu Xian, he suddenly stopped and shouted angrily. "Lu Xian! It's you!" Slightly startled, Lu Xian finally stopped and sized up this person. He saw that this person bore a slight resemblance to Long Zhan, and the resemblance to Long Hai, whom he had just killed, was as high as 70%. This was the eldest son of Ryuka, Long Tian. Recognizing this person, a cold smile immediately appeared on Lu Xian's face. "What, do you need something? Don't be so arrogant. If you have the ability, hide in the inner sect for the rest of your life. Otherwise, there will come a day when I will use your dog head to accompany me with wine." Long Tian gritted his teeth, somewhat regretting his late arrival. Looking at Lu Xian's appearance, it was obvious that he had just returned from the back mountain. If he had arrived a step earlier and called Senior Mo Chen, they would definitely have killed this bastard in the back mountain. Long Tian had originally been with Mo Chen and the others, but due to some matters that had delayed him, he had only just managed to escape and was now rushing towards the back mountain to meet up with Mo Chen and the others. However, what he did not know was that Senior Mo Chen, whom he had high hopes for, had already become a pile of rotten meat in the stomachs of a pack of ferocious wolves. Even his younger brother Long Hai had suffered the same fate. Perhaps he should be thankful that he had not been with Mo Chen, otherwise he would not even have had the chance to stand here and shout at Lu Xian. "I await your arrival." Lu Xian threw down these words and no longer paid attention to him, leaving straight away. This was the main road and not the best time to strike, otherwise he would not have minded killing the last remaining member of Ryuka. Long Tian clenched his fists tightly as he watched Lu Xian's departing figure. Although he very much wanted to rush up and kill Lu Xian directly, he knew that his current strength might not be able to match up to Lu Xian. Lu Xian's previous results in the Sword Forest had already been spread and he was ranked ahead of him. After staring at Lu Xian's departing figure for a few breaths, Long Tian angrily turned around and continued to run towards the back mountain. He wanted to find Mo Chen and Long Hai to discuss how to deal with Lu Xian. Running into Long Tian by chance was nothing more than an interlude, and Lu Xian did not take him to heart. With his current strength, Long Tian was no longer a match for him. At the very least, compared to Su Wenyang, who he had just defended, Long Tian was nothing. Soon, the group of 4 returned to the mission building. The warm-hearted deacon who was in charge of receiving Lu Xian and the others was still there. Seeing them return, the deacon was slightly startled. He still had some impression of these people who had immediately accepted a 7-star mission, but he did not expect them to return so quickly. It had only been 6 hours since they had left. Generally speaking, it was not unusual for a 6-star mission or above to take a few days. After all, it was not easy to find the target in such a large back mountain, not to mention that they would constantly encounter battles during this period. "You're back so quickly, are you looking for a new mission?" The deacon took the initiative to greet Lu Xian. In his opinion, since they had returned so quickly, they must have realized that the difficulty of the mission had exceeded their expectations and wanted to change to a lower-level mission. Lu Xian smiled faintly and did not explain. He directly asked, "Senior Deacon, please help me check if there are any missions that require a shrub wolf." Hearing this, the deacon could not help but laugh. It seemed that he had guessed correctly. These people should have hunted a few low-level beasts and came back to earn some extra money. However, the shrub wolf was only at the 4th rank, which corresponded to a 4-star mission. Compared to the 7-star mission they had accepted, it could be said to be on a completely different level. He shook his head slightly and did not say much. He picked up a jade slip that recorded a 4-star mission and flipped through it. After all, this was his job. "You're in luck. There's a mission that requires a shrub wolf, but the mission reward is not much, only 400 contribution points. Did you bring back the carcass of the shrub wolf?" Xiayi walked forward and took out the 2 carcasses of the shrub wolves from his storage ring. He could not help but smack his lips. The reward was really low, only 400 contribution points. The 6-star mission that they had accepted to kill lightning ferrets had a reward of 4,000 contribution points, which was 10 times the reward. Of course, the difficulty of the mission was also more than 10 times higher. However, since they had come here for free, it would be a waste not to take it. No matter how small a mosquito's leg was, it was still meat. 2 forest wolf corpses, 800 contribution points, not bad. Many disciples don't get anything when they enter the mountain for the first time. It's not difficult to defeat the beasts, but it's not so easy to kill them. The deacon said while recording. "Do you want to accept other missions?" "No hurry, please help me check if there are any 5-star missions that require blood-devouring tigers and forest-devouring beasts." Lu Xian spoke again. Before encountering the ironclad bear, they had encountered quite a few groups of monsters. However, some of the beasts were more quick-witted and escaped, and Lu Xian did not bother to chase after them. However, those who were blind enough to come looking for him were still captured by Lu Xian. The blood-devouring tiger and the forest-devouring beast were his spoils of war. Hearing Lu Xian say the names of the 2 beasts, the deacon suddenly raised his head and looked at Lu Xian with some surprise. He didn't think that in such a short time, the harvest would be so big. However, when he thought about how these people directly accepted 7-star missions from the beginning, he immediately felt relieved. They must have some strength to be so confident. The blood-devouring tiger mission rewards 1,500 contribution points. The forest-devouring beast mission rewards 1,200 contribution points. As the deacon reported the mission and reward, Xiayi threw out 2 more corpses. They were the blood-devouring tiger and the forest-devouring beast. The forest-devouring beast looked like a rather large rat, while the blood-devouring tiger was even larger. It was almost the same size as the striped flame tiger. The sound of 2 corpses falling to the ground immediately attracted the attention of many disciples. They looked at Lu Xian and the others with a strange look in their eyes. These people's luck was not bad. These 2 corpses were worth nearly 3,000 contribution points, really not a small amount. Seeing the deacon put away the 2 corpses, without waiting for him to ask, Lu Xian spoke again. Senior brother, continue to look for missions that require the rank 6 iron armor bearer. As soon as these words came out, the disciples who were in the mission building immediately went into an uproar. Are you kidding? The iron armor bearer is a peak existence among the rank 6 beasts. These 4 people, the strongest is only at the 5th level of body refinement, and the weakest is only at the 4th level of body refinement. Do you think they can hunt an iron armor bearer? I reckon that the armored bear could send all 4 of them flying with a single slap. Once these words were spoken, someone at the side suddenly laughed. You're already behind on the news. Do you see that disciple standing at the very front? Don't look at him just because he's only at the 5th level of body refinement, but in the entire inner sect, he's the one in the limelight. Oh? I just came back from the back mountain, so I don't know what happened in the sect. However, this person looks a little unfamiliar, so he should be a new student. How can he be famous in the inner sect? This person is the person reputed to be the hope of the sword sect, Lu Xian. Although he's only at the 5th level of the body refinement realm, his combat strength is extremely formidable. Lu Xian? I do know about this. I think he directly charged into the top 300 of the overall ranking during the entrance test. But even so, isn't it too much to say that his name shook the entire inner sect? Even the top 200 existences of the inner sect would not dare to boast that they could kill an iron armor bearer. That's why I said you're behind on the news. Just this morning, he charged into the sword forest and killed an existence at the 8th level of the body refinement realm. He directly rose to the 86th rank. Many disciples in the mission building had just returned from the back mountain to hand in their missions. At this moment, when they suddenly heard this news, their faces were instantly filled with shock. The top 100 of the overall ranking, placed in any branch sect, would be able to rank in the top 10. To them, this was undoubtedly a powerful existence. More importantly, this Lu Xian was only a new disciple. He had not even entered the sect for a month. Now, the way the disciples looked at Lu Xian was already very different. They didn't dare to look down on him because he was only at the 5th level of the body refinement realm. Seeing that everyone was shocked by his words, the person who spoke couldn't help but feel a little proud. He continued to speak. If you think that Lu Xian's name shook the entire inner sect because of this, then you are gravely mistaken. After he came out from the sword forest, he directly placed his sword against Su Wenyang's neck. TSK, Senior Su's clothes were already half soaked in blood. Which one of you has the guts to do that? As expected, the newborn calf is not afraid of the tiger. Someone sighed. That also depends on whether or not he has the strength. At that time, Vice-Sect leader Jean directly appeared to help Lu Xian out of trouble. That's enough face. That's right, in 3 months, Lu Xian and the current number 1 of the sword sect, Lin Tian, will have a scheduled battle. At that time, if you are interested, you can go and watch. Although the voices of the crowd weren't loud, they didn't deliberately lower their voices. Everyone in the mission building could hear them clearly. The deacon in front of Lu Xian was naturally no exception. So you are Lu Xian. I have eyes but failed to recognize you. No wonder you directly accepted a 7-star mission. Wait a moment, I will help you to see if there are any missions that require the iron armor bearer. Usually, rank 6 beasts have a need. After learning of Lu Xian's identity, the warm-hearted warden undoubtedly became even more enthusiastic. As wardens of the Tower of Missions, the competition between them was not small. The more missions completed through their hands, the more commission they would receive. Therefore, basically every warden had many powerful frequent customers under them. To him, Lu Xian was definitely a stock with great potential, and a stock with great potential at that. Many disciples who were about to leave couldn't help but stop and look at this newcomer who dared to challenge Su Wenyang. They wanted to see what kind of beasts he had hunted. Although the Saber sect was powerful and Su Wenyang was the number 1 in the inner sect, the other branch sects didn't interfere with each other's business. They might not have much respect behind their backs. The Saber sect and Sword sect were fighting each other, so naturally, they were happy to watch the show. Got it. The iron armor bearer is a top rank 6 beast. The mission reward is quite good. It's a total of 6,000 contribution points. The deacon said with slight excitement. As long as Lu Xian could complete this mission, he could get 60 contribution points as commission. Hearing the 6,000 contribution points, Xiayi and the others couldn't help but brighten up. To them, this was considered a huge sum of money. The previous mission to kill a lightning ferret was only 4,000 points. They didn't expect the Iron Armor Bear mission to be more than half. After all, the Iron Armor Bear was much stronger than a normal lightning ferret. Lu Xian was also a little moved. His reward for breaking into the top 200 of the overall ranking was only 8,000 points. It seemed that completing missions was indeed the fastest way to obtain contribution points. Of course, one also needed to have enough strength. Otherwise, a rank 4 beast was only worth 400 points. It was really not worth it. As the deacon announced the reward, a huge Iron Armor Bear corpse was immediately thrown out by Xingfeng. The surrounding crowd's gaze instantly fell on it. My goodness, it really was a genuine Iron Armor Bear. It seemed that the evaluation of Lu Xian was not the least bit false. Even a martial artist who had stepped into the 7th body refinement realm might not be able to take down an Iron Armor Bear in a one-on-one fight. Lu Xian was only at the 5th body refinement realm. What kind of battle talent was this? Lu Xian breathed a sigh of relief after getting rid of all the wild beasts that he had accidentally stumbled upon. Luck was on his side this time, as all of these fellows had a need for something. Just these quests alone had earned them nearly 10,000 contribution points. Xingfeng, take out the corpse of the golden lightning mink. It's time to turn in the mission. Lu Xian commanded Xingfeng. They had already accepted the lightning mink mission. Naturally, there was no need to ask again. With another flash of light, the corpse of the golden lightning mink was also thrown out by Xingfeng. Seeing this small and exquisite corpse, all the disciples' eyes widened. It was actually a golden lightning mink. This fellow was even more powerful than the Iron Armor Bear. More importantly, it was extremely rare. First, it was because the golden lightning marten required ordinary lightning martens to evolve, so there were very few of them. Second, it was because the golden lightning marten was extremely fast. Even if it was defeated, it would still be extremely difficult to kill it. Not to mention anything else, just its final move of 10,000 arrows was enough to make the vast majority of martial artists flinch. You guys, actually, found a golden lightning mink. After a careful inspection, they discovered that it was a genuine golden lightning mink. This deacon's words were somewhat incoherent. As if sensing that the deacon's tone was a little off, Lu Xian asked with some doubt, "What's wrong? Can the golden lightning mink not complete the mission?" Although the mission we accepted was a lightning mink, the golden lightning mink is even rarer and stronger than the lightning mink. There shouldn't be a problem, right? Hearing this, the deacon hurriedly waved his hand. No. You misunderstood. Of course there's no problem. However, because the golden lightning mink is extremely difficult to find, there is a special mission to find it. The mission reward is as high as 15,000 contribution points. This mission had actually been hung in the mission tower for a long time. Many disciples knew about it. However, they couldn't find the golden lightning mink, so they could only leave it unsettled. They didn't expect that Lu Xian would be so lucky. This was 15,000 contribution points. It represented a lot of resources. His strength would most likely increase by a large margin. Thinking of this, everyone looked at Lu Xian with envy, jealousy, and hatred. 15,000 contribution points, this number also shocked Lu Xian. A 7-star mission only gave 10,000 contribution points. He didn't expect the golden lightning mink to be so valuable. It seemed that his character was really good. Usually, golden lightning minks that advanced would head to a higher level area. However, this mink had just advanced not long ago, so it was caught by Lu Xian. Haha, Xiayi, you've made a great contribution this time. This injury of yours is too worth it. Xingfeng couldn't help but pat Xiayi excitedly. Ouch, be gentler. It hurts. Although Xiayi was grimacing in pain, the joy on his face couldn't be concealed. If he knew that this fellow was so valuable, he would even be willing to have his left shoulder cut. There's another striped flame tiger here. Let's count it together and see how many contribution points it's worth. Lu Xian didn't hesitate anymore and directly threw out the corpse of the striped flame tiger from his storage ring. The disciples were still digesting the surprise brought by the golden lightning mink. They didn't expect Lu Xian to drop another heavy bomb. Although the striped flame tiger's contribution points couldn't compare to the golden lightning mink's, its strength was even stronger. Seeing the three corpses thrown out one after another, everyone's gaze towards Lu Xian changed again and again. From surprise, to envy, to admiration. Since Lu Xian was able to fight his way into the top 86 of the overall ranking, then killing the iron armor bear could only make everyone surprised. This proved that Lu Xian's strength was indeed not in vain. As for killing the golden lightning mink, there was a trace of envy on top of the surprise. After all, in the inner sect, although there weren't many people who could kill a golden lightning mink, it wasn't too few either. However, if one wanted to find it, then one could only rely on luck. And when the corpse of the striped flame tiger was brought out, all they were left with was admiration. The striped flame tiger was a genuine 7th rank beast. Moreover, it was a beast with relatively strong battle strength. They couldn't help but doubt Lu Xian's true strength. Was he really only able to reach the 86th rank of the overall ranking? The deacon facing Lu Xian was even more speechless. No matter how shocked the others were, they wouldn't feel as directly as he did. In 6 hours, the iron armor bear, the golden lightning mink, and the striped flame tiger were all taken down. Not only did he successfully complete the 6 and 7-star missions, but he also obtained one more beast. After swallowing a mouthful of saliva and silently calculating, he opened his mouth and said, all the rewards added up to a total of 34,500 contribution points. For this mission, he was able to obtain a 1% commission. In other words, just this wave of Lu Xian's had brought him over 300 contribution points. Lu Xian nodded slightly and handed over his nameplate, indicating that the rewards were transferred to his card. After receiving the nameplate and transferring the contribution points, the deacon looked towards Lu Xian and said, Junior Lu, the rewards have been transferred to your card. I also left my nameplate imprint. If Junior Lu still wants to take on missions in the future, just look for me directly. After checking and confirming that the contribution points had indeed been transferred, Lu Xian smiled faintly and said, definitely. Lu Xian had a good impression of this warm-hearted deacon, no matter what his motives were. After handing in the mission, Lu Xian brought the 3 of them and left. The contribution points they earned this time were enough for them to use for a long time. They probably wouldn't come back for a while. The back mountain was filled with dangers. Even if they came back, they would have to wait until Xiayi and the others had improved their strength. Following the departure of Lu Xian and the others, all the disciples in the mission building started to discuss one after another. No wonder Lu Xian dared to provoke Su Wenyang. As expected, he had enough capital to be able to kill the striped flame tiger at the 5th level of body refinement. In this year's Great Sect competition, whether or not Su Wenyang would be able to retain his first place, was truly a bit of suspense. A few disciples who were familiar with the deacon went up to inquire about the situation. When they found out that Lu Xian and the others had obtained such a swift and fierce battle record, and had actually only spent 6 hours, they were immediately dumbfounded. When they came out of the mission building, it was already quite late. The 4 of them didn't prepare to go anywhere else and directly walked in the direction of the sword sect. As they walked, Lu Xian separately asked for nameplates from the 3 of them and transferred 8,000 contribution points to each of them. Seeing the 8,000 contribution points that suddenly appeared on the card, Xiayi couldn't help but be speechless and said, Lu Xian, isn't that too much? Yeah, on the way here, we weren't able to put in much effort. Especially that golden lightning mink and striped flame tiger, they were practically killed by you alone. How can we take so many? Xing Feng also voiced out his refusal. Good things naturally have to be shared with everyone. Since we're going together, how can we treat each other poorly? I still have over 30,000 contribution points now. It's completely enough. Take it and use it. It'll save you from having to take risks in the future, Lu Xian said in a manner that didn't allow anyone to object. Lin Sini also wanted to say something, but Lu Xian immediately glared at her. Don't say anything. Just treat it as me providing for you. Hearing this, Lin Sini swallowed the words that were about to come out of her mouth. She glared at Lu Xian coquettishly and said, "You're so annoying." "Hee hee, I'll also ask for you to provide for me," Xiaoyi said with a cheeky smile. The four of them chatted as they walked back. Although they didn't reject Lu Xian's good intentions, they naturally remembered this favor in their hearts. Unfortunately, based on their current strength, they were unable to help Lu Xian much. After dinner, Lu Xian shut himself in his room. What he needed to do next was to work hard to break through to the next level of strength. Regardless of martial skills or sword intent, they were only used to increase one's fighting strength. The true foundation was still one's own level of strength. During the day at the Sword Forest, Lin Tian had already told him that he was at the advanced 7th layer of body refinement while Su Wenyang had already stepped into the 8th layer of body refinement. Compared to Lu Xian, he was at least 3 small levels higher. Although Emochen was also at the 7th layer of body refinement, he had only just entered the 7th layer. How could he compare to the advanced 7th layer? Because of this, he was only able to rank in the top 31, while Lin Tian was ranked in the top 10. As the number 1 person in the sword sect, Lin Tian had definitely received a lot of nurturing. Moreover, he would definitely have a trump card. Lu Xian reckoned that if he wanted to defeat Lin Tian, he would have to at least advance to the 6th layer of body refinement. Advancing to the 6th layer of body refinement in 3 months' time was not too difficult. Early the next morning, Lu Xian headed to the armament pavilion and found Attendant Zhou. Although the armament pavilion was known as an armament shop, it was actually the place where the various resources of the Wind Sword School were sold. As for the weapon forging hall, pill refining hall and enchantment hall, they were only responsible for production. With regards to Lu Xian's arrival, Attendant Zhou was naturally pleasantly surprised. During this period of time, he had always been paying attention to Lu Xian's movements. Charging into the sword forest, advancing to the top 100 of the overall ranking, pointing his sword at Su Wenyang, the disturbance in the mission building, he was very clear about all of it. Moreover, Lu Xian's potential had also been fully displayed. As for his decision to establish a relationship with Lu Xian, he felt that it was the best decision he had ever made. And this time, Lu Xian did not come to ask for his help, but to buy something. When he bought something from the armament pavilion, these attendants would receive a commission. Rather than letting others benefit, it was better to let him benefit. Lu Xian exchanged for a total of 30 muscle tendon changing pills. Each pill was worth 100 contribution points. In the blink of an eye, he had spent 3,000 contribution points. It could be said that he earned fast and spent fast. Other than the seedlings that the various branch sects focused on nurturing, only Lu Xian dared to be so extravagant and eat pills like candy. However, even if a normal person had money, they would not dare to eat like Lu Xian. Although pills were good, pill toxins were not to be trifled with. If one was not careful, they could cripple themselves. For the next 10 days, Lu Xian stayed in the sword sect and did not go out again. He did not do any missions, did not charge into the sword forest, and did not cultivate any martial skills. He only continuously circulated his cultivation method, one cycle after another. With the help of the muscle tendon changing pill, the muscles and bones in his body were tempered more and more, and the impurities in his body were reduced. And with the help of the sword crystal, the pill toxins were also completely eliminated. There was not a trace of it left, and it would not cause any hidden dangers to his body. However, as Lu Xian continued to consume the same type of pill, his body's resistance to the tendon-changing pill grew stronger and stronger. By the time Lu Xian consumed the 23rd pill, the pill no longer had any effect on him. Fortunately, after consuming so many pills, Lu Xian's tendon-forging realm had almost reached the completion stage. After spending another 5 days, Lu Xian felt that the muscles and bones in his body were already as strong as steel. He could no longer go any further. The 5th level of body refinement, the forging tendon realm, had finally reached the peak. Immediately, Lu Xian's mind moved, and a jade bottle immediately jumped from the storage ring into his hand. This was the pill that Elder Su had rewarded him for winning first place in Lin City, the Meridian Shield Pill. The Meridian Shield Pill was a pill for the 6th level of body refinement. Its effects could not be better when used to attack the 6th level of body refinement. It could protect the heart from damage, and was enough to withstand the impact of Yuan power. Without a doubt, right now, Lu Xian was going to use this Meridian Shield pill to attack the 6th level of body refinement, pulling out the stopper of the jade bottle, a fragrant scent wafted out. The bottle slightly tilted, and an incomparably smooth pill that sparkled with a pale yellow luster slid into Lu Xian's hand. Taking a deep breath, the Meridian Shield pill was placed into Lu Xian's mouth. He raised his head and gently swallowed, and the pill immediately slid down his throat. Not daring to be negligent, both of his hands formed a finger sign, and the Tai origin art quickly began to circulate. After circulating for about half a cycle, Lu Xian felt an extremely comfortable warmth rising from his chest. The Meridian Shield pill's medicinal effects had already begun to take effect. The Meridian Shield pill that was swallowed dissolved into a pale yellow stream of energy, seeping into his flesh and quickly attaching itself to Lu Xian's heart. There were many meridians in the human body, but the most important was the heart meridian. If the meridians were damaged, perhaps it would only affect one's strength, but once the heart meridian was damaged, the lightest would be a cripple, and the worst case would be death. The 6th level of body refinement was known as the meridian condensation stage, and all the meridians in the body had to be refined once. However, to break through to the 6th level of body refinement, one had to start from the heart meridian. During the first 5 levels of body refinement, a martial artist's entire body would be bare, and their muscles and bones had already been trained to the extreme. Because of this, Yuan power would not be obstructed, and would easily arrive near the meridians. Every level of body refinement stage had its own rules. As the Tai origin art circulated, Yuan power continuously seeped into Lu Xian's flesh, tendons, and bones. Under Lu Xian's control, a trace of Yuan power was immediately guided by him, breaking through layers upon layers of obstruction, and began to extend towards the vicinity of his heart meridian. He was preparing to break through to the 6th level of body refinement, and refine his heart meridian. At this moment, the pale yellow fog had already firmly protected his heart meridian. At this moment, Lu Xian steeled his heart, and Yuan power directly rushed forward. After a series of attacks, the Yuan power was instantly repelled, and ultimately failed to seep into his heart meridian. The first attempt failed. Lu Xian was not discouraged, and unceasingly rushed forward again and again, but in the end, he seemed to be lacking that little bit, and was ultimately unable to succeed. Seeing that the yellow fog was becoming thinner and thinner, Lu Xian could already feel a dull pain from the attacks on his heart meridian. Enduring this trace of pain, Lu Xian increased the speed of his attacks. The yellow fog became thinner and thinner, and the pain became more and more severe. Finally, the fog dissipated. Lu Xian clenched his teeth, and once again rushed forward. With a pu sound, a mouthful of fresh blood was spat out by Lu Xian. He was still lacking that little bit. In the end, Lu Xian did not dare to continue trying. Breaking through to the next level could be attempted next time, but if his heart meridian was damaged, then it would not be fun. The first attempt to break through to the 6th level of body refinement failed. Lu Xian slowly circulated his meridian to eliminate the discomfort of forcefully breaking through his meridians. Only then did he open his eyes. Although he was already at the peak of the 5th rank of body refinement and was only half a step away from the pulse condensation realm, he still felt that he was lacking a little bit. After thinking about it, Lu Xian felt that perhaps he was lacking in comprehension. For an ordinary martial artist, advancing 1 rank in a year was already very good. If they could advance 2 ranks, then they could absolutely be called a genius, but ever since Lu Xian had obtained the sword crystal, in less than 3 months, he had directly advanced from the 2nd rank of body refinement to the 5th rank of body refinement. Now he was about to attack the 6th rank of body refinement. This speed was simply too shocking. However, even though his rate of improvement was fast, it was not without reason. With such a powerful cultivation method like the Tai origin art, in addition to the constant consumption of medicinal pills, his rate of improvement naturally far exceeded that of a normal person. Moreover, the Tai origin art circulated throughout his entire body, and there was also a type of sword crystal that helped to cleanse the pill poison. Even though his rate of improvement was fast, his foundation was incomparably stable. This time's failure to break through to the 6th level of body refinement was naturally not due to an unstable foundation. The only possibility was that his comprehension was not enough. This was like an ordinary person suddenly becoming a high-ranking official. Although he had such a high status, his mentality was still that of an ordinary person. How could he do it? Ending his training, Lu Xian pushed open the door to his room. He no longer needed to blindly cultivate. He needed to walk around. If he could comprehend something, then with his current solid foundation, breaking through would only be a matter of time. There were still 2 more months until the battle with Lin Tian. That was enough time. After thinking for a while, Lu Xian decided to go to the enchantment hall that he had wanted to go for a long time, but never had the chance to. Drawing enchantment scrolls, not only could he improve his enchantment ability, but it could also strengthen his mental strength. Perhaps his breakthrough lay in his mental strength. The reason why his speed of advancement was so fast was because he had been practicing enchantment in Lin City. After telling Lin City not to run around during this time, Lu Xian went alone to the enchantment hall. The enchanting hall, the blacksmithing hall, and the alchemy hall, these 3 halls existed independently of the inner sect. They did not have any relationship with each other, they only depended on each other. The 3 halls borrowed the power of the inner sect to obtain sufficient materials, while the inner sect obtained sufficient cultivation resources from the 3 halls. Swiftly, it did not take long for Lu Xian to arrive at the enchantment hall. The enchantment hall was a large building. It contained a storehouse for storing enchantment materials, a quiet room for enchanters to draw enchantment scrolls, and a hall for enchanters to exchange, and so on. Stepping into the enchantment hall, Lu Xian directly found the place responsible for receiving disciples. In addition to him, there were also a few cultivators dressed as disciples. A few attendants of the enchantment hall were responsible for recording something. In addition to providing training resources for the Wind Sword School, the 3 halls also recruited disciples from various sections. If a disciple was interested in alchemy, refining, or enchantment, they could come here to learn. Of course, they had to start as an apprentice, so it was impossible to have enough materials for them to practice from the beginning. After the first few disciples had finished, it was Lu Xian's turn. An attendant asked without raising his head, name, age, which branch sect are you from? Lu Xian, 16, Sword Sect. Originally, Lu Xian thought that after reporting his name, this attendant would be surprised. However, contrary to Lu Xian's expectation, this attendant did not seem to know about the recently famous sword sect Lu Xian. He was only immersed in recording. After finishing, he glanced at Lu Xian and continued to speak. I've heard of you, you seem to be quite famous in the inner sect. However, this is the enchantment hall. No matter who you are, you have to follow the rules of the enchantment hall. Every set of enchantment materials is hard to come by, so we won't let you use them casually. You have to obediently start as an enchanter apprentice. Only when you pass the enchanter exam will you have the right to personally draw enchantment scrolls, understand? Lu Xian could not help but secretly nod his head. This enchanting hall was indeed, as the rumor said, extremely arrogant. It was likely that the other 2 halls were the same. Not to mention himself, even if Su Wenyang were to come, he would not show them any respect. However, he did not have the time to be an enchanter apprentice, so he immediately said, I've learned enchanting before, I wonder if I can directly participate in the enchanter exam? Hearing this, the attendant immediately sized up Lu Xian. He had heard that Lu Xian's strength was not bad, but he did not expect him to have learned enchanting before. You're quite lucky. The monthly enchanter exam is in half an hour. If you miss it this time, you'll have to wait until next month. However, I'll make it clear that the enchanting materials used for the exam have to be purchased with your own contribution points. We won't be providing them. Lu Xian nodded. He could naturally understand this. The enchanter hall's materials were all bought from the mission tower with contribution points. Of course, they would not let others waste the materials unless they were sure that you had the ability to draw the enchantment scrolls. No problem, but this is my first time coming to the enchantment hall. Could Senior Deacon please tell me the rules of the enchantment hall and how to pass the exam? Lu Xian cupped his hands and said. Seeing that Lu Xian's etiquette was so considerate, the attendant's expression immediately became better. His impression of Lu Xian also improved a little, and he no longer kept a straight face. He had seen many slightly famous inner sect disciples come to the enchantment hall to act like they were superior. This Lu Xian was not bad, knowing not to bring the inner sect style to the enchantment hall. Follow me, I will first bring you to the examination hall. I will explain as we walk. The attendant led the way, and Lu Xian naturally followed closely behind. The enchantment hall does not have a subordinate relationship with the inner sect, so here, the inner sect's identity does not matter. Even if an inner sect elder comes, if it is not for official business, our hall master will not bother with him. What matters here is the enchanter's rank. The higher the rank, the more respect you will receive, and the more materials you can use. Normally, when a disciple comes here, they start as an enchanter apprentice. They can only be an assistant and familiarize themselves with the enchantment materials. Of course, for those like you who have learned enchanting before, you can directly participate in the exam. If you can pass, then you can become a member of the enchantment hall. Every month, you can use a certain amount of enchantment materials, and at the same time, you have to submit a certain amount of enchantment scrolls. If you do not reach the standard for 3 consecutive months, then your enchanter qualification will drop by 1 rank. Of course, if you are only a beginner enchanter, then your enchanter qualification will be revoked. That's right, the enchanters of the enchantment hall are divided into 3 ranks: beginner, intermediate, and advanced. They are judged according to the difficulty of the enchantment scrolls. In this enchanter exam, as long as you can successfully inscribe, no matter how simple the scroll is, you will be able to become a beginner enchanter. After becoming an enchanter, not only will you be able to enjoy the resources of the enchantment hall, but there will also be some senior enchanters who will come to teach you. If you can receive personal guidance from the hall master, then it will be a great honor. The attendant talked non-stop to Lu Xian about the enchantment hall. The two of them, one in front of the other, arrived at a large hall. Lu Xian looked up and saw that there were close to 100 tables in the hall. Many of the tables were already occupied, so this should be the examination venue. The attendant brought Lu Xian to an empty table and asked, "What scroll do you want to inscribe?" "I'll help you get the materials, but you'll have to pay for the materials yourself." After thinking for a moment, Lu Xian said, "Then I'll ask senior brother to help me get a set of materials to inscribe a berserk scroll." "Berserk scroll?" The attendant's eyes flashed with a strange light. "You can inscribe a berserk scroll? That's the level of an intermediate enchanter." Lu Xian was also surprised. He didn't think that an intermediate enchanter would be able to successfully inscribe a berserk scroll. Then, an advanced enchanter wouldn't be much higher. Could there be a rank above an advanced enchanter? He originally wanted to ask the attendant, but after thinking for a moment, he gave up. He was afraid that the attendant wouldn't know. It wouldn't be too late to ask him when he had the chance to meet the master of the enchantment hall. This time, Lu Xian's main purpose for coming to the enchantment hall was to increase his theoretical knowledge of enchanting, in addition to obtaining enough enchanting materials to practice. Currently, apart from the ancient enchanting technique that he obtained from the sword crystal, he had only read the introduction to enchanting given to him by Xianxia. In terms of theoretical knowledge, it could be said that he was quite weak. He just chuckled and didn't explain much. "I practice this a lot, so I have some confidence." The attendant nodded. Naturally, he wouldn't interfere with Lu Xian's decision. After thinking for a bit, he said, "The materials for a set of berserk scroll cost a total of 250 contribution points. Transfer them to this card, I'll get them for you." After saying that, he handed over a green nameplate. This was the attendant's nameplate. After receiving it, Lu Xian transferred 300 contribution points to the attendant without thinking. The attendant used his divine sense to check it out. He was a little surprised when he noticed that Lu Xian had given him an extra 50 contribution points. "Thank you, Senior Deacon, for introducing me along the way. It's just a small token of appreciation." Lu Xian smiled. "Haha, it's no problem. If there's anything you don't understand in the future, feel free to look for me." The attendant was full of smiles. This kid was really smart. The attendant was also very efficient. Not long after, he returned with a set of materials, including 10 advanced blank scrolls, an enchanting pen, and a bottle of concocted juice. Although Lu Xian's ancient enchanting technique didn't need to use concocted juice and could directly use the raw materials with the strongest medicinal properties, he naturally wouldn't expose it in this situation because of Xianxia's reminder. After placing the set of materials on Lu Xian's table, the attendant leaned over and whispered, "Junior brother Lu, among the 10 advanced enchanting scrolls, there's a top-notch enchanting scroll. If things don't go smoothly later, you can use that one. The success rate will be higher." Lu Xian was a little stunned. This deacon was truly an instant kill. Lu Xian had done him a favor, and the deacon had returned the favor. Although the high-level enchantment scrolls were more than enough, Lu Xian still owed the deacon a favor. Without waiting for Lu Xian to speak, he directly patted Lu Xian's shoulder and said, "The assessment is about to begin. Someone will naturally come and announce the rules later. I'll be leaving first. I wish junior brother Lu success." After the attendant left, Lu Xian took a good look at the situation in the hall. The hall was huge, and there were close to 100 tables. Every table was at least 3 meters away from each other, so that the two people sitting next to each other would not be disturbed. Those who came here to take the exam weren't all apprentice enchanters. A portion of them were beginner enchanters who wanted to advance to intermediate enchanters. As for intermediate enchanters who wanted to advance to advanced enchanters, they wouldn't be able to do it in this kind of place. After all, an intermediate enchanter's status wasn't low. At a glance, Lu Xian could see that many disciples were excited and impatient. Most of them were enchanting apprentices who wanted to take the enchanter exam. If they could become an enchanter certified by the enchanter hall, their future would be limitless. Even if they stayed in the inner sect for 5 years, they could still enter the enchanter hall to continue researching enchanting. They did not need to take on any miscellaneous duties. There were also some people who were relatively indifferent. At this moment, they were holding their breath and raising their state to its peak in order to deal with the next test. Most of these people were already beginner enchanters. This time, they came to participate in the test to become intermediate enchanters. At this moment, Lu Xian's gaze landed on a girl. He couldn't help but take a second look. He didn't expect that there would be such a beautiful girl in the enchanter hall. Although she was a bit inferior to Xianxia and Linsini, she could still be considered a beauty. At this moment, the girl was also looking around. She had a bored expression on her face as if she didn't care about the exam at all. When she inadvertently saw Lu Xian, she realized that Lu Xian was looking at her. She immediately glared at Lu Xian. She seemed to be angry that Lu Xian was looking at her so rudely. Lu Xian couldn't help but laugh. He rubbed his nose and retracted his gaze. It seemed that he had been treated as a lecher, but he really didn't mean it that way. Compared to Linsini, this girl was still a little lacking. Moreover, according to his visual estimation, the size of the 2 steamed buns on this girl's chest was far smaller than Linsini's. He didn't have much interest in her, so he might as well go back and see Sini. Seeing that Lu Xian had retracted his gaze, the anger on the woman's face disappeared. However, if she knew what Lu Xian was thinking right now, she would probably be even more furious. Time gradually passed. At this moment, a side door of the main hall suddenly opened, and a few people dressed like elders walked out. Among them, an old man in a green robe walked at the very front. The disciples waiting for the assessment were slightly restless, whispering to each other. "I didn't expect Elder Feng to be the chief examiner this time. I'm afraid it'll be difficult this time." That's right. Everyone knows that Elder Feng is the best at enchantment, but she is also the most strict. Sigh, I was originally not confident. I'm afraid that I won't have a chance this time. I can only come back next month to try my luck. As soon as this person came out, the disciples beside Lu Xian all shook their heads and sighed. They immediately prepared themselves for failure. It was obvious that they all knew this person, and from the sound of it, he seemed to be famous for being strict. At this moment, Elder Feng, who was dressed in green robes, took a step forward. Her stern gaze swept across the crowd, and she said loudly, "The assessment time has arrived. Close the main hall door." Wait a minute, wait a minute. I'm sorry I'm late." A disciple who had just arrived hurriedly shouted from outside the door. Unexpectedly, this Elder Feng raised her thick eyebrows and continued to shout, "Close the door. If you can't even do the most basic punctuality, how can you even talk about becoming an enchantment master?" Hearing this, the few attendants at the door did not dare to be negligent. They forcefully blocked the late disciple outside the door. Then, this elder Feng looked at the crowd of disciples in the main hall and said, "Enchantment is a meticulous skill. A single mistake will cause the whole thing to collapse. There is no room for mistakes." Just like the late candidate outside the door. He was only a little late, but I still didn't let him in. This is because when it comes to enchantment, there are many times when there is only a little bit of difference. Today, I will first teach you a principle. The closer you are to the task, no matter when, you can't be that little bit off. Either don't do it, or do your best. After Elder Feng said this, the crowd of disciples naturally did not dare to say a word. However, most of them disapproved of it and felt that this Elder Feng was making a big fuss over a minor issue. However, Lu Xian could not help but nod his head. He agreed with these words. Either don't do it, or do your best. Just like when he was practicing the thunder dash, he had to force himself to the extreme and only stop when he could no longer improve. Since he had practiced the thunder dash, he would definitely use it in future battles. However, if he did not master it well, not only would it not increase his fighting power, it might even cause him to lose his life. Regardless of what the disciples below the stage thought, Elder Feng spoke again. "Today, you can only blame your bad luck for meeting me as the main examiner. If it was another elder, the requirements might be more relaxed. As long as you can inscribe the enchantment scroll, you will pass. However, my requirements are definitely the strictest. No matter what enchantment scroll you choose to inscribe, even if you successfully inscribe it, as long as there is a flaw, you will still not pass." The materials in the enchantment hall were exchanged with the lives of inner sect disciples. "I cannot give them to you to waste. Alright, I will cut to the chase. If you want to pass the assessment, show me your true abilities. The assessment will begin now, and it will end in 2 hours. Get started." As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd of disciples in the main hall immediately began to prepare. They spread open the blank scrolls, took out the juice that they had prepared beforehand, picked up the brush specially used for enchantment, and started inscribing. The time of 2 hours was very tight, because they could not guarantee success on the first try. If they failed a few more times, 2 hours would not be enough. Lu Xian did not dare to be negligent. He flipped open the 10 blank scrolls and took out one from the bottom. The quality of this blank scroll was obviously better than the other 9. It was the top quality blank scroll that the deacon had specially prepared for Lu Xian. The success rate was slightly higher than the high-quality blank scrolls. Immediately after, he opened the bottle of juice and picked up the brush. For the majority of enchanters, inscribing enchantment scrolls required a brush. Lu Xian knew the technique of inscribing in the air, but if he used it, it would be too shocking. He did not want to be too high profile and attract the attention of people with ulterior motives. The runes on the Berserk scroll had been practiced countless times by Lu Xian, and he had already memorized them by heart. He reached out his brush, dipped it in the special juice, and began to inscribe on the blank scroll. Although Lu Xian had not used enchantment for a long time, a rune was instantly drawn by him. It was very easy. One had to know that the last time Lu Xian had used pure violent wolf blood, he had been able to successfully inscribe the Berserk scroll. This time, he was using the neutralized juice, so it was even easier. One rune after another was sketched out by Lu Xian, and he quickly inscribed them onto the Berserk scroll. As time passed, the number of runes gradually increased, and the prototype of the Berserk scroll gradually took shape. Although it was very smooth on Lu Xian's side, the performance of the rest of the disciples could be said to be somewhat embarrassing. From time to time, one could see an annoyed expression, grabbing the blank scroll in front of them and throwing it aside. It was obvious that it had been scrapped, and they hurriedly began a new round of inscribing. Elder Feng and a few other elders looked at the scene and saw the performance of all the disciples. Seeing this, they immediately shook their heads. If they were allowed to become enchanters, they were afraid that no amount of materials would be enough for them to waste. Fortunately, there were 2 people who attracted their attention, because from the beginning until now, including those who were already beginner enchanters, only the 2 of them had not failed and had been earnestly inscribing. That last Xiaohan is within my expectations, but who is that young man? He looks rather calm. I have to give him 2 points for his attitude alone. Elder Feng said to the elders beside her. I don't have any impression either. If there was such a seedling, I should have noticed it. Could it be that he is a newcomer? The elders shook their heads, indicating that they did not know the identity of Lu Xian. Elder Feng nodded lightly, then sighed and said, I hope he is a good seedling. If we do not cultivate a few new talisman masters, the situation of our enchanting hall will become more and more difficult. The other elders nodded in agreement. Obviously, this problem was also bothering them. If Lu Xian heard the conversation between Elder Feng and the others, he might be very interested, because there was a term that he had never heard of before, talisman master. However, at this moment, he was completely immersed in inscribing the berserk scroll. His brush moved faster and faster, and in almost a turn of the brush, a rune was inscribed and landed on the blank scroll. Now that his strength had reached the peak of the 5th rank of the body refinement realm, compared to the time when he inscribed the berserk scroll, he was completely different. There would not be a situation where he did not have enough yuan power. Moreover, he was now using a special liquid, and the conflict between the runes was extremely small. Relying on the few key runes he added using the ancient enchanting technique, the structure was very stable. As the last few runes landed, the berserk rune on the white scroll above the table suddenly flashed a glimmer of light. The entire berserk scroll had been inscribed. Success on the first try. Lu Xian let out a long sigh of relief and put down the brush in his hand. He stored the remaining blank scrolls and liquid into his storage ring, looked around, and immediately walked towards Elder Feng with the completed scrolls, handing them in ahead of time. On the other side, the girl who had previously glared at Lu Xian also let out a sigh of relief, put down the brush, and swept her gaze across the crowd. Just as she was secretly pleased with her success and being ahead of the crowd, she suddenly realized that Lu Xian had already walked towards Elder Feng and the others. Her eyes instantly widened. How was this possible? That guy was actually faster than her. However, the surprise in her eyes disappeared in a flash. Then, she became complacent again. What she was inscribing was a berserk scroll, which was more difficult than an average intermediate enchantment scroll. Although that fellow was fast, he was probably only inscribing the simplest beginner-level scroll. How could he compare to her? Thinking of this, she immediately became like a proud little princess. She put away all the tools and walked towards Elder Feng and the others with the scroll that she had finished inscribing. At this moment, Lu Xian had already arrived in front of Elder Feng and the rest of the examiners. He bowed and presented the berserk scroll. I have completed the inscription. Please take a look, elders. Glancing at Lu Xian, Elder Feng reached out and took the scroll. He secretly nodded to himself. Lu Xian was neither servile nor overbearing. This young man had a good temperament. More importantly, he had been paying attention to Lu Xian. From the beginning to the end, Lu Xian had been unhurried while inscribing the scroll. His movements were as smooth as flowing water. Not only did he succeed on his first try, but he was also the first to submit the scroll. To them, enchantment was not only a skill, but also an art. Since it was an art, it naturally had to be beautiful. Without a doubt, disregarding the quality of the enchantment scroll, at least in this aspect, Lu Xian had obtained full marks. Elder Feng slowly opened the enchantment scroll that Lu Xian presented and spread it on the table in front of him. The other elders behind him also came forward. They wanted to see what kind of scroll this fellow was inscribing with such a fast speed. These few elders had been immersed in enchantment for tens of years. With just one look, they were stunned. This was the Berserk Talisman. Although the Berserk Talisman was an intermediate enchantment scroll, due to the intense conflict between the medicinal properties, it was actually much more difficult to inscribe than an ordinary intermediate enchantment scroll. Initially, when they saw how easily Lu Xian inscribed it, without a single failure, and with such a fast speed, they thought that it was just an ordinary beginner-level rune. They did not expect it to be a rather difficult Berserk Talisman. Elder Feng, who was known for her strictness, could not help but nod slightly. She praised, not bad. To be able to successfully inscribe the Berserk Talisman on the first try, I can see that your basic skills are very solid. However, we still have to observe the specifics. Every talisman was made up of countless tiny runes. Among them, the position of each rune, the weight of the strokes, and the concentration of the potion used would have a certain effect. Now, Elder Feng and the rest were here to carefully observe these tiny details to determine how good Lu Xian's enchantment was. However, as time passed, the more the elders looked, the more shocked they became. This was because they realized that they couldn't understand this berserk talisman. On the whole, there was no doubt that this was a berserk talisman. With a cursory look, they could also see that the berserk talisman was very well organized. The position of each main rune and the weight of the strokes were very precise. However, when they looked closely, they realized that at the intersection of each main rune and main rune, there were some tiny runes that were meticulously inscribed. The function of these tiny runes was mostly to fuse and link up, and the connections between them were very ingenious. Even experienced enchanters like them could not help but want to clap their hands and applaud when they saw this exquisite design. This was simply a stroke of genius. The most difficult problem of the berserk talisman to solve the conflict between the medicinal properties was solved without any suspense because of the existence of these runes. As the saying goes, it's better to unblock than block. In the past, they used to suppress and forcefully suppress the berserk nature of the potion. However, this way, the effect of the berserk talisman would be greatly reduced. However, now that Lu Xian was using unblocking, not only was the berserk talisman not suppressed, but it was also used by him to greatly enhance the effect of the runes. This situation was not out of Lu Xian's expectations. Back then, before he inscribed the berserk talisman, he had practiced many times. Although he did not have enough materials for him to practice, he knew how to inscribe talismans in the air. Directly using yuan power to inscribe talismans in the air, his basic skills were already very solid. As for the ancient enchanting techniques, they became pure memories that were integrated into his soul. He could use them with ease. He could even use the pure blood of a berserk wolf to inscribe talismans, not to mention the concocted juice. In fact, the berserk talisman in front of Elder Feng and the others was far from Lu Xian's best work. This was because in order to avoid attracting the attention of people with ulterior motives, Lu Xian had removed all the unique runes in the ancient enchanting techniques. He only kept some relatively ordinary runes, but this was enough to shock these elders. An elder was the first to look at the entire rune. He immediately let out a long sigh and said, "This is almost a work of art. If such a perfect rune were to be used, it would simply be a waste. It's enough for me to frame it and study it every day. It's really an eye-opener for me. After being immersed in enchanting for decades, I didn't think that runes could be used so skillfully." Another elder could not help but agree. While the elders were praising him, the girl who was also inscribing the berserk talisman had also arrived. Hearing the praises, she could not help but look at Lu Xian's scroll. With one look, her eyes were filled with shock. This was because she realized that Lu Xian was actually inscribing a berserk scroll. They were both inscribing the berserk talisman, but this guy's speed was even faster than hers. She, who was originally somewhat complacent, was instantly shocked speechless. She had learned enchanting from her father since she was young. She thought that among the younger generation, her enchanting techniques were definitely one of the best. However, this time, she actually lost to her peers in terms of speed. Moreover, looking at the expressions of the elders, it was obvious that the quality was quite high, probably not inferior to hers. Except for Elder Feng, the rest of the elders had already finished looking at it. Without hesitation, they gave Lu Xian a very high evaluation. However, Elder Feng was still meticulously examining every rune. He seemed to be somewhat unable to believe that a disciple could inscribe a perfect rune that even an elder could not. He tried to find the slightest mistake, but in the end, he finally gave up because there was really no mistake from beginning to end. Perfect, not only was it perfect, but it was also because Lu Xian's ingenious use of runes could be considered outstanding. Moving his eyes away from the scroll, Elder Feng raised his head and looked at Lu Xian. He slowly said, "The assessment's full score is 10 points, but I want to give your scroll a score of 12 points. Hearing Elder Feng's words, Lu Xian instantly heaved a sigh of relief. 12 points meant that he could definitely pass. He did not care about the score as long as he could pass. However, even though he did not care, the young lady behind him opened her mouth wide and almost cried out in surprise. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. It was obvious that she felt that Elder Feng's score of 120% was inconceivable. She was familiar with the elders in front of Lu Xian, and Elder Feng was no exception. She deeply knew how high Elder Feng's requirements for enchanting scrolls were. She had never seen Elder Feng give a full score to anyone's scroll. Even for the scroll that was inscribed by her father, Elder Feng was only willing to give a score of 9 points at most. As for the young lady, although she was confident, she estimated that she could at most get an evaluation of 8 points from Elder Feng, or maybe even 7 points. However, this perverted guy who was standing in front of her had inscribed the same runes. Not only was his speed faster than hers, but he also got an evaluation of more than 10 points from Elder Feng. This was simply impossible. Thank you for your kindness, Elder. Now, I have successfully passed the assessment? Lu Xian asked. Yes, the Berserk Talisman is an intermediate rune. You are now an intermediate enchanter of the enchantment hall. Elder Feng's serious expression had become very relaxed, and he even had a smile on his face. With such a good seedling, as long as he was nurtured, he would definitely become a spiritual talisman master in the future. How could he not be happy? Looking through Lu Xian's information, Elder Feng asked again, "Your name is Lu Xian? Disciple of the Sword Faction, 16 today. Yes, not bad. You have great potential for future development. How long have you been learning enchanting?" Hearing this, Lu Xian hesitated for a moment. After thinking about it, he answered honestly, 3 months. Elder Feng, the few elders behind him, and the young girl behind Lu Xian were all dumbfounded when they heard what Lu Xian said. 3 months? Are you sure it's not 3 years, but 3 months? To be able to reach such a level in 3 months, what kind of talent does he have? You're saying that you've only been learning enchanting for 3 months? An elder could not help but ask for confirmation. Lu Xian nodded. If these elders were to know that the 3 months he spoke of only meant that he had started learning 3 months ago, and not that he had been practicing for 3 months, they would probably be even more shocked. I learned enchanting by accident, so I have not studied it systematically. I came to the enchantment hall this time to seek guidance from the elders. Elder Feng laughed when he heard this. This is not a problem at all. Lu Xian, if it is really as you said, and you have only learned for 3 months, you are without a doubt the most talented person I have ever seen. If you are willing to leave the Sword Faction and join my enchantment hall is willing to do our best to nurture you. Although the enchantment hall allowed inner sect disciples to come here to learn enchanting, they also had disciples that they focused on nurturing. Only these disciples were true members of the enchantment hall. Hearing Elder Feng's words, although the elders behind him were stunned, they did not refute. The young lady behind Lu Xian had a strange look in her eyes. Elder Feng's status in the enchantment hall was the deputy hall master. Even the hall master would not refute his decision. It could be said that as long as Lu Xian nodded, he would become a core disciple of the enchantment hall. Everyone thought that Lu Xian would definitely not reject Elder Feng's request. The status of the enchantment hall in the Windsword School was extraordinary. How could a mere inner sect disciple compare to the core disciple that the enchantment hall focused on nurturing? Under everyone's gaze, Lu Xian shook his head and said apologetically, "Thank you for Elder's kindness. However, this disciple only wishes to pursue martial arts. Practicing enchantment is merely to increase my mental energy and aid in the advancement of martial arts." Hey, don't you think you don't know how to appreciate kindness? A sweet-sounding voice came from behind Lu Xian. It was the young lady standing behind him. At this moment, she was looking at Lu Xian with a face full of anger. Hearing Lu Xian's words, it seemed that he looked down on the enchantment hall. As a member of the enchantment hall, she naturally felt a little indignant. Lu Xian turned his head when he heard this. Only then did he realize that little Mantu was standing behind him. Faced with her accusation, he immediately revealed an awkward expression. He also realized that it was indeed a little inappropriate to reject Elder Feng's invitation in front of all the elders of the enchantment hall. He hurriedly explained, "This disciple has absolutely no intention of looking down on the enchantment hall. The art of enchantment is an extremely broad and profound skill. It is not inferior to martial arts at all. However, this disciple has martial arts in his heart and only wishes to climb to the peak of martial arts. I hope Elder can forgive me." After hearing Lu Xian's words, Elder Feng did not have the slightest displeasure. Instead, she laughed out loud and said, "You brat, your martial heart is very firm. However, the more it is like this, the more I cannot let you off." Since my reputation is not enough, I can only let someone with a greater reputation take action. After saying this, Elder Feng kept the berserk scroll on the table and passed it to an elder behind her. Elder Qin, take this berserk scroll and let the hall master take a look. Lu Xian, why don't you wait here for a while? In any case, you also need to go through the procedures to become an intermediate enchanter. It won't take up your time. Upon hearing this, Elder Qin took Lu Xian's work and left. It was likely that he was going to look for the chief of the enchanting hall. Elder Feng's last sentence was naturally directed at Lu Xian. Her tone was quite amiable and it was as though she was discussing something. She did not have the slightest arrogance that an elder would have towards his disciple. In this regard, Lu Xian could only smile bitterly. He only wanted to enter the enchantment hall and use its resources to train his mental strength. How did he get into trouble again? However, he had already made up his mind. Even if the hall master were to personally intervene, he would absolutely not give up on martial arts. In this world, strength was everything. No matter how powerful one's enchantment was, wouldn't they still have to rely on others' charity? In order to not let Lu Xian wait in vain, Elder Feng waved her hand to summon a deacon and asked him to help Lu Xian collect the intermediate enchanter's robe and identity token. Regardless of whether Lu Xian chose to join the enchantment hall or not, this was something that had to be done. However, according to logic, it should be done after the examination was over. Right now, Elder Feng could be considered to have opened the back door for Lu Xian. Seeing that Lu Xian's examination was over, the young lady behind him immediately walked forward and intimately held on to Elder Feng's arm. She glared at Lu Xian and said without hesitation, "Grandpa Fan, what's so good about this brat? Why do you insist on letting him join our enchantment hall? It's as if we are begging him." These words were not deliberately concealed, so naturally, they fell into Lu Xian's ears. Regarding this, he could only rub his nose and pretend that he didn't hear it. "Little girl, didn't I just look at you a little too much? 2 small steamed buns, there's nothing much to look at. Is there a need to hold a grudge? I won't argue with you." Elder Feng smiled helplessly. "You little girl, why can't you speak properly? The berserk scroll that Lu Xian inscribed has now been sent to your father. Later, if you are interested, you can bring it over and take a look. You will understand. Although your talent is not bad, it pales in comparison to him." Hearing Elder Feng's words, Lu Xian couldn't help but look at the young lady again. It seemed like this young lady was the daughter of the hall lord. No wonder she had such a big reaction to his words. Noticing that Lu Xian was looking at her again, the young lady didn't show any weakness and stared back at him. Her face was full of provocation. Then, she handed the scroll in her hand to Elder Feng and said, "I don't believe that he is that powerful. This time, I also inscribed a berserk scroll. Grandpa Fan, take a look and see what evaluation I can get." Although she was the daughter of the hall lord and had learned enchantment magic from her father since she was young, she had never taken the examination to become an enchantment master. This time, she was here to officially participate in the enchantment master's examination to become an enchantment master. Elder Feng took the scroll from the young lady and slowly spread it out. Out of curiosity, Lu Xian also moved closer to see what level it was. Although Lu Xian's enchantment level might not be as high as these elders, his insight was definitely not inferior to theirs. In his memory, the level of the ancient enchantment technique was much higher than the average. After a careful glance, Lu Xian discovered that although this young lady's enchantment was not as good as his, it was still much better than Xianxia's. After all, she had specialized in enchantment since young, while Xianxia also practiced martial arts. This berserk talisman was engraved in an orderly manner. Every main talisman was engraved in a very orderly manner. The layout was very clear. It could be seen that she had gone through a lot of practice, received guidance from a famous teacher, and received systematic instruction. However, in terms of the details, it was slightly unsatisfactory. Although it did not affect the overall effect of the talisman, it was slightly lacking in terms of aesthetics. It looked a little messy. Of course, in the eyes of Lu Xian, the biggest flaw was still in the handling of the medicinal properties. This young lady also chose to suppress the violent medicinal properties instead of dredging them. While looking, Elder Feng pointed out various shortcomings to the young lady. Although she was somewhat unconvinced, the young lady could only admit that this talisman of hers was indeed far from reaching the level of perfection. However, she felt that it was quite good that she could engrave it to this level. When engraving the talisman, there could not be the slightest pause. It had to be done in one go. Her nerves were tense, so how could she have so much time to think about other things? Compared to the previous time, you have improved quite a bit. It seems that you have put in a lot of hard work. This time, this berserk talisman, I can barely give you an evaluation of 8 out of 10, Elder Feng said. Actually, excluding the aesthetic factors, it is considered not bad. There is not a single mistake in the overall layout. If you can change the few suppressed talismans into turned talismans, and then add a merged talisman in these few places, the power of this berserk talisman should be able to increase by another 10%. Suddenly, a voice sounded. Elder Feng and the young lady could not help but turn their heads, only to see Lu Xian speaking while releasing a wisp of yuan power. He marked a few places on the talisman and gave his own suggestions for improvement. Hearing Lu Xian's suggestion, the young lady and Elder Feng could not help but simulate the situation in their minds. Immediately, a surprised look appeared on their faces. They realized that if they followed Lu Xian's changes, the medicinal properties of the berserk talisman would immediately be released a little, but it would not cause any conflict. The power would indeed increase greatly. Lu Xian, with your talent, it would be a pity if you did not join my enchantment hall. Elder Feng could not help but exclaim. Just by taking a look at the talisman, he was able to give corresponding suggestions for improvement. What kind of ability did this require? The structure of every talisman was tempered thousands of times and could not be easily changed. But now, not only did Lu Xian change it, he did it in a few breaths' time. If Lu Xian had only drawn the previous talisman, it could be understood that it was taught by others. But now, he was able to make targeted improvements in the blink of an eye. This required his own ability. Hearing Elder Feng's praise, Lu Xian was a little speechless. He was able to give suggestions for improvement in an instant, not because his talent was really that terrifying, but because the concept of the ancient enchantment technique was already deeply engraved in his mind, so it was naturally easy for him to take it out. However, the reason why he opened his mouth was not to gain Elder Feng's praise, but purely because of the competitive nature of a young man. Just now, this young lady looked down on him, so he had to show it off. Men always had an inexplicable desire to show off in front of women. Obviously, this move of Lu Xian's was effective. The unfriendly look in the young lady's eyes when she looked at Lu Xian had disappeared. Replacing it was a strange look. Curiosity, surprise, admiration, all kinds of emotions were present. It was very complicated. Haha, Xiaohan, are you convinced now? My evaluation of 12 points is not given casually. Even if your father saw it, he would definitely agree with my evaluation. Elder Feng stroked the beard on his chin and said with a smile. Then, a thought occurred to him. This Lu Xian suddenly gave pointers to Xiaohan. Could it be that he was interested in Xiaohan? Thinking of this, Elder Feng could not help but carefully look at Lu Xian. He can be counted as a talented man. He is not inferior to me when I was young. Looking at Xiaohan, she is also beautiful. They are a good match. Xiaohan, although Lu Xian has not studied enchantment for a long time, his talent is extraordinary. Both of you are young, you can get to know each other and learn from each other. Xiaohan nodded obediently. Just now, Lu Xian's casual words had suddenly enlightened her. It was indeed worth her asking for guidance. Of course, she would not know what Elder Feng was planning. Hey, I am Chen Xiaohan. How long have you been in Wind Sword School? Xiaohan was not shy and took the initiative to greet Lu Xian. 3 months. Also, I am Lu Xian, not He. Lu Xian said seriously. Hey, Lu Xian, Lu Xian. Okay, I did not even care about you peeking at me. You are still holding a grudge? So narrow-minded. I think I have to make it clear. I did not peek at you. You just happened to look at me when I was looking at you. Then if I did not look at you, doesn't that mean you were peeking at me? What is there to look at? There are many beauties in my sword sect. All of their figures are better than yours. I might as well look at them. You. You are perverted. So shameless. Just as Xianxia was blushing from Lu Xian's dirty words, the side door suddenly opened. Elder Qin, who had left earlier, had returned. Lu Xian, the hall master invites you. Elder Qin pushed the door open and walked towards Lu Xian. His face was brimming with joy. Lu Xian, the hall master has invited you. The hall master is full of praise for your berserk talisman. He has a very high opinion of you and invites you to come over for a chat. Since the hall master had appeared, how could Lu Xian dare to decline? He still wanted to stay in the demon enchanting hall for a period of time. If he offended the hall master now, there was no need for him to come. Since the hall master is so kind, I naturally dare not decline. Lu Xian bowed and said. However, he had already made up his mind. He was only going to seek guidance from the hall master. No matter what the hall master said, he would not give up on the path of martial arts. Elder Qin, I will bring Lu Xian over. You will be the host of this test. Humph, this bunch of brats have it easy, Elder Feng said. I will go too. I want to see how good the talisman he inscribed is, Xianxia said angrily. She was obviously infuriated by Lu Xian's dirty words. Xianxia's position in the demon enchanting hall was rather special. She was doted on by all the elders. Participating in this test was just a formality. Elder Feng naturally would not stop her. She immediately took the lead and brought Lu Xian and Xianxia to look for the hall master. The commotion at the examiner's seat was quickly noticed by some of the dejected disciples who had just failed to inscribe. When they saw Elder Feng leaving and Elder Qin standing at the main examiner's seat, they were instantly overjoyed. Look, Elder Feng has left. Haha, heaven never bars one's way. He really left. No, I have to quickly start again. I might be able to pass if I give it my all. Elder Feng's sudden departure rekindled the hope of many disciples who were about to give up. Elder Qin was famous for being a good person with a gentle temper. As long as they could successfully inscribe the demon enchanting scroll without any major mistakes, their chances of passing the test were extremely high. In an instant, all the disciples were busy again. In their excitement, they even performed more outstandingly. Under Elder Feng's lead, Lu Xian exited the main hall. After passing through 2 corridors, he arrived in front of a quiet room. Since he knew that the hall master was already waiting inside, Elder Feng did not inform him and directly pushed the door open. Stepping into the quiet room, Lu Xian saw a middle-aged man with his hair combed into a bun, wearing a white robe. At this moment, he was bending over and carefully examining an enchantment scroll on the table. As expected, that should be the scroll that he had just inscribed. Perhaps the sound of their footsteps had startled the middle-aged man. He immediately turned his gaze away from the scroll and looked at Lu Xian and the others. He smiled and said, Elder Fan, you're here too. I presume this must be Lu Xian? Lu Xian hurriedly took a step forward and bowed. Disciple Lu Xian greets the hall master. The hall master laughed and waved his hand. No need to be so courteous. Just now, I have read your enchantment scroll 3 times. Every time I look at it, I can't help but exclaim in surprise. I heard from Elder Qin that you have only come into contact with enchantment for a mere 3 months. May I know which senior you are learning from? The hall master asked the crucial question. For ordinary people, enchantment was not something that everyone could afford. Even if they were willing to spend money, they would still need someone to guide them. Lu Xian hesitated for a moment, then used the same method he used to trick Xianxia. Disciple met a senior by chance. That senior was wandering around and coincidentally came to this place. I don't know his name. He only taught this disciple enchanting techniques for 3 days before leaving. The hall master slightly frowned. He originally wanted to ask Lu Xian's master, but now it seemed that there was no way to find one. However, his frown immediately relaxed. This was not bad. If Lu Xian had a master, it would be troublesome to get him to join the enchantment hall. Since he didn't have a master, there was no need to worry about this aspect. The hall master immediately laughed and said, this kind of opportunity really makes people envious. I presume that the senior must be an almighty martial artist. Seeing that your aptitude is not bad, he stopped and taught you the art of enchantment. However, since you only learned for 3 days, I presume that you don't have a systematic understanding of the cultivation system of an enchanter. Lu Xian's heart moved. The cultivation system of an enchanter? Didn't an enchanter practice runes and then inscribe enchantment scrolls? What kind of cultivation system was there? Although his imagination ran wild, he didn't dare to be negligent with his words. Hall Master is wise. This disciple has indeed not studied it systematically. This time, I came to the enchantment hall to learn more about it. Hearing Lu Xian's words, Qin Shaohan, who was looking at the berserk scroll with interest, couldn't help but raise her head in astonishment. It can't be? You don't even understand the cultivation system of an enchanter? No wonder you look down on the enchantment hall. Ignorant and inexperienced. Hearing this, Lu Xian immediately felt resentful in his heart. Fine, I was ridiculed again. Women are indeed vengeful creatures. Didn't I just take a few more glances at you and make fun of your flat chest? However, as soon as Qin Shaohan finished speaking, the hall master scolded her. Shaohan, how could you say that? Do you think everyone is like you, with someone guiding you from a young age and enough materials for you to practice with? How can you be so proud of yourself? Lu Xian was able to reach such a level in just 3 months. You should reflect on yourself and stop playing around in the future. Naturally, Qin Shaohan did not dare to refute her father's reprimand. She pretended that she did not hear anything and continued to study Lu Xian's scroll. As she read, she could not help but nod to herself. While Lu Xian was a little detestable, he did have some real skills. His usage of those runes could be said to be at the pinnacle of perfection. More importantly, she could tell that every rune that Lu Xian placed, be it the position, the strength, or the concentration of the potion, was just right. It was hard to imagine that Lu Xian was able to maintain such stability at a time when the enchantment was so intense that he could not afford to be distracted. Haha, this child has been disobedient since young. Lu Xian, don't take it to heart. I heard that you rejected Elder Feng's invitation to join the enchantment hall, right? Lu Xian was a little embarrassed when the hall master directly came to the point. It was as if he had been caught red-handed by his master. However, he did not deny it. He still had the courage to admit what he had done. Moreover, he would have to reject it later anyway. Although the art of enchantment is exquisite, your disciple's heart is on the path of martial arts. Therefore, it will be a little difficult for me to give up on martial arts and specialize in the study of enchantment. Lu Xian repeated the words that he had used to reject Elder Feng. Upon hearing this, the hall master did not show the slightest anger. Instead, he revealed a trace of a smile and said, after hearing your words, I know that you really don't understand the cultivation system of an enchantment master. It is likely that you believe that an enchantment master only studies runes and inscribes scrolls, right? Lu Xian was startled. Could it be that I am not? Of course not. If that is the case, how can an enchantment master ensure his own safety? Won't he have to rely on others for his entire life? If we do not have enough martial arts, do you think that our enchantment hall can maintain a transcendent position in the Wind Sword School and not be restricted by the inner sect? Before the hall master could speak, Qin Shaohan, who was beside him, spoke first. This time, the hall master did not reprimand her for interrupting because this time, Qin Shaohan was indeed right. Shaohan is right. In that case, let me first talk about the School of Enchantment. Ordinary low-level martial artists only know that an enchantment master can inscribe magic scrolls and enchant weapons and equipment. However, do you know that an enchantment master has another name, spiritual symbol master? Upon hearing the hall master mention a new term at the end, a trace of doubt flashed across Lu Xian's face. Spiritual symbol master? He had indeed never heard of it. However, this name sounded even more domineering than an enchantment master. I think you know that in our enchantment hall, an enchantment master is divided into 3 levels, elementary, intermediate, and advanced. However, there is another level above the advanced level, which is spiritual symbol master. The hall master's words made Lu Xian suddenly see the light. Previously, he was doubtful that he was able to become an intermediate enchanter with his current strength. How could the art of enchanting be on par with the art of refining and the art of alchemy? He didn't expect that above the advanced enchanter, there was actually a title of spiritual symbol master, as if knowing that Lu Xian did not understand anything, the Hall Master continued to explain in detail the concept of a spiritual symbol master to Lu Xian. A spiritual symbol master is the evolved form of an enchantment master. If you want to become a spiritual symbol master, you must first become an enchantment master. This is because you need to familiarize yourself with runes at the enchantment master stage and lay down a foundation. When you are able to smoothly inscribe high-level enchantment runes, your basic skills will not be far from the advanced level. Only then will you be able to inscribe soul runes. The attack power of a spiritual symbol masters all comes from soul runes. Soul runes are different from enchantment runes. Enchantment runes need to be attached to weapons and equipment in order to be effective, but soul runes do not need to be. For example, this. Before the Hall Master could finish his sentence, he suddenly stretched out his right hand and made 2 strokes in the air. Then, he suddenly shook his hand, and a burst of fire suddenly exploded not far away from Lu Xian. A scorching wave of air surged forward. Lu Xian's heart shivered as he hurriedly circulated his yuan power to resist the wave of air. Fortunately, the attack power of the wave of air was not strong. After all, it was casually released by the Hall Master and disappeared in a flash. Do you understand? Withdrawing his right hand, the Hall Master once again looked towards Lu Xian. Lu Xian nodded his head as if deep in thought. He finally understood why the void rune engraving technique existed in his mind. What the Hall Master had just used was shockingly the void rune engraving technique. He did not use any medium and merely instantly inscribed a rune in the air before exploding it. However, what the Hall Master had just inscribed was not enchantment runes, but the soul runes that he had mentioned. A soul rune with attack power. The Hall Master's voice rang out once again. All the attack power of a spiritual symbol master originates from soul runes. The stronger one's spiritual energy, or mental energy, is, the stronger the soul rune they can inscribe, and the faster they can inscribe. Moreover, the offensive methods of a spiritual symbol master are not limited to temporarily inscribing a talisman, they can even turn a soul rune into a talisman. If activated in battle, there is basically no need for them to make a move. All they need to do is to throw out the soul rune they carry with them and they will be able to unleash a corresponding attack. Therefore, in reality, being an enchantment master, or in other words, a spiritual symbol master, does not conflict with the martial arts that you are pursuing. Both are martial arts, except that martial artists cultivate yuan power, while spiritual symbol masters cultivate the soul. The reason why our demon enchanting hall is independent from the inner sect is because our own fighting strength is not low. Moreover, a soul symbol master is more precious than a warrior. There are a lot of warriors, but without enough talent, they cannot become a soul symbol master. When a warrior of the same level fights with a soul symbol master, under normal circumstances, the soul symbol master will win. As long as you have enough talisman scrolls on you, even if you throw away the scroll, you can still kill your enemy. At this point, perhaps feeling that this was not enough to attract Lu Xian's attention, the Hall Master continued, moreover, there is another branch of soul symbol masters, and that is soul formation masters. With a wave of their hands and feet, they can set up all kinds of soul formations, trapping and killing the enemy invisibly. Of course, don't think that soul symbol masters only have this little ability, relying on formations and talisman scrolls to make a living. Above the soul symbol master, there is a higher level, and that is the divine symbol master. Although there has never been a divine symbol master in our demon enchanting hall, according to the records, if you can reach the realm of divine symbol master, you will not need to use talisman scrolls at all. Just a casual drawing of a divine symbol master is enough to move the mountains and fill the seas. The soul symbol master is not the least bit inferior to your so-called martial way. The Hall Master's face could not help but reveal a trace of pride. It was pride for the path of soul symbol masters that he pursued. Lu Xian was slightly stunned as well. He seemed to be able to imagine the scene of tens of millions of enemies being annihilated with a casual point of a talisman after attaining the realm of a divine talisman master. How heroic was that? He had to admit that Lu Xian was a little shaken. Previously, he had decided that no matter what the Hall Master said, he would not join the demon enchanting hall. Now, it seemed that the soul symbol master's power was also extremely strong, but very quickly, he came to his senses. Although this soul symbol master was powerful, his body was his greatest weakness. Martial artists cultivated yuan power, and what they cultivated was their body. The further they walked, the stronger the martial artist's body would become, and the power of one strike would be enough to split a mountain. But soul symbol masters cultivated runes, and what they cultivated was their soul. Compared to a spiritual talisman master, a warrior of the same level might not be able to compare to a spiritual talisman master in terms of attack power, but if a warrior was allowed to get close to a spiritual talisman master, making it impossible for a spiritual talisman master to inscribe spiritual talismans, the outcome of the battle would still be uncertain, unless there was a warrior who could protect the spiritual talisman master closely, allowing the spiritual talisman master to inscribe spiritual talismans without any scruples. All in all, spiritual talisman masters still had to rely on the protection of martial artists, unless they could really reach the realm of divine talisman masters, where they could create a divine talisman with every movement. At that time, they naturally wouldn't be afraid of a head-on battle with martial artists. Therefore, although the spiritual talisman master was powerful, Lu Xian was still used to controlling his own life and death in his own hands. As long as he had a sword in his hand, he would kill any spiritual talisman master or divine talisman master. Seeing that Lu Xian's wandering eyes had suddenly settled down, the hall master smiled. Just now, he saw that Lu Xian was deep in thought, so he did not disturb him. Now, it seemed that Lu Xian had already made up his mind. Without any hesitation, the hall master said, "Lu Xian, as long as you join my demon enchanting hall, you will immediately enjoy the treatment of a core disciple, and your status will be equal to that of a core disciple of Wind Sword School. All the resources of my demon enchanting hall will be open to you, and we will do our best to help you become a soul symbol master as soon as possible. With your talent, you may have the opportunity to reach the legendary realm of divine talisman masters. You should consider clearly, do you want to leave the inner sect and join my demon enchanting hall?" The temptation of the hall master's words was rather great. As long as Lu Xian nodded his head now, his status would immediately rise, and his status would be equal to that of a core disciple of Wind Sword School. Even Elder Jean had only guaranteed to Lu Xian that he would be able to enter the core disciple after a year. If an ordinary disciple encountered such treatment, he would have already nodded his head. This could be considered as ascending to the heavens in a single bound. There were thousands of inner sect disciples, and even the current number one in the inner sect, Su Wenyang, might not have the opportunity to become a core disciple. However, under the gaze of the hall master, Lu Xian slowly shook his head and said, "Thank you for your kindness, hall master. The talisman Dao of a soul symbol master is indeed incomparably powerful, and it is not inferior to the martial Dao at all. I also yearn for it. However, I am greatly indebted to Elder Su of the Sword Sect, and I have promised Elder Su that I will lead the Sword Sect to regain the number one position. Therefore, I am afraid that I cannot lead the Sword Sect." After hearing Lu Xian's words, the hall master's heart slightly sank. He did not expect that his conditions would be rejected. However, he could not refute Lu Xian's reason. Although he admired Lu Xian's way of repaying kindness and keeping his promise, what was the use of admiring someone who was not his man? "Lu Xian, you really don't know how to appreciate favors. My father has already spoken like this, what more do you want?" Chen Xiaohan spoke with a displeased expression. She'd just finished looking at the enchantment scrolls inscribed by Lu Xian, and she felt even more admiration towards Lu Xian in her heart. She was just thinking of waiting for Lu Xian to join the enchantment hall in the future to seek guidance from him, yet she never expected that he would actually refuse the hall master's invitation. She felt indescribably furious in her heart. Right at this moment, Elder Fang, who had remained silent at the side until now, spoke abruptly. "Lu Xian, you don't have to leave the Sword Sect. In any case, you only have to help the Sword Sect seize the first position in the inner sect competition, and you can concentrate on cultivating the talisman Dao in the enchantment hall during this period of time. At that time, when you attain mastery in the talisman Dao, defeating those inner sect disciples would surely not be the slightest problem, and you would repay the kindness of that inner sect elder. After that, it wouldn't be too late to join my enchantment hall." Hearing this, the hall master couldn't help but lightly nod his head. This wasn't a bad idea. If it was anyone else, he might not have spent so much effort to persuade them to stay. However, he was extremely satisfied with this kid, Lu Xian's natural talent and temperament. Moreover, the enchantment hall urgently needed some genius disciples. Seeing that the hall master seemed to approve of his suggestion, Elder Feng's heart was at ease, and he continued. Moreover, if you stay in the enchantment hall, you can interact more with Xiaohan and learn from each other. Isn't that wonderful? As he spoke up to hear, a rather ambiguous smile appeared on Elder Feng's face, and he seemed to have a slightly disrespectful feeling of being an old man. Hearing Elder Feng's words, everyone's expressions changed. A trace of surprise flashed across the hall master's face. He looked at Lu Xian, then looked at his own daughter, and suddenly realized something. He laughed and didn't say anything more. They were a perfect match. If the two of them really had feelings for each other, he didn't seem to mind marrying Chen Xiaohan to Lu Xian. Although they had only interacted for a short time, he felt that Lu Xian was quite to his liking. Chen Xiaohan's face reddened, and she lowered her head in silence. Although Elder Feng's words were a little ambiguous, he didn't make it clear. If she retorted, wouldn't she be giving herself away? Moreover, although Lu Xian was a little lecherous, he knew how to repay people's kindness. He was humble and polite, and his natural talent was high. He was not a bad choice. As for Lu Xian, a hint of awkwardness flashed across his face. He knew that Elder Feng must have misunderstood him. However, how could he explain himself at this moment? Could he say in front of the hall master that he was not interested in her daughter? Putting aside this sentence, Elder Feng's suggestion was still quite attractive. Lu Xian was indeed quite interested in talisman Taoism. If he could become a spiritual talisman master, wouldn't he have another trump card? Thinking of this, Lu Xian's heart moved. A warrior's strength was in the body, and a spiritual talisman master's strength was in the soul. If he cultivated both, wouldn't he be able to make up for each other's shortcomings? Not only would he be able to release powerful talisman attacks, but he wouldn't be afraid of a warrior's head-on battle. Moreover, the enhancement of soul power was also very important for a warrior. For example, this time, Lu Xian was here to enhance his soul power in order to seek a breakthrough in martial Taoism. The two did not conflict with each other, but complemented each other. Hall Master, I am quite tempted by Elder Feng's suggestion. However, I still don't want to give up on sword Taoism. I wonder if I can cultivate sword Taoism and talisman Taoism at the same time. Lu Xian looked at the hall master and said. Seeing that Lu Xian had suddenly changed his mind, a trace of joy flashed across the hall master and the rest's faces. However, when they heard the second half of Lu Xian's sentence, their eyebrows slightly furrowed again. Chen Xiaohan's face was even redder. She secretly cursed at Lu Xian in her heart. What did he mean by tempted by Elder Feng's suggestion? Could it be that he was really interested in me? However, this guy wasn't a good person. He might have seen quite a few beauties in Sword Sect. Also, didn't he complain about my small chest? Could it be that he was deliberately trying to attract my attention? However, he was quite suitable for her requirements. For a moment, all kinds of distracting thoughts appeared in Chen Xiaohan's mind. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that Lu Xian was interested in her. If Lu Xian knew what Chen Xiaohan was thinking, he really didn't know whether to laugh or cry. When he said that he was tempted by Elder Feng's suggestion, he didn't mean that he could spend a long time with Chen Xiaohan, but that he could cultivate both talisman Taoism and martial arts. Talisman Taoism and martial arts, every Taoism is broad and profound. Although they don't conflict with each other and even complement each other, regardless of talisman Taoism or martial arts, they both require a great deal of effort and time. Over the years, there have been many people in Wind Sword School who chose to cultivate both talisman Taoism and martial arts. However, in the end, because they were too distracted, they couldn't cultivate any of them and ended up with nothing. Elder Feng said with a serious face. He suggested that Lu Xian not leave Sword Faction and study in Enchantment Hall. He didn't want Lu Xian to cultivate both talisman Taoism and martial arts, but to use the name of Sword Faction to specialize in talisman Taoism and martial arts. The hall leader's face was also quite solemn. After a moment of silence, he looked at Lu Xian and said, I know that your talent in talisman Taoism is extremely high. Just now, I also learned about your information. Your talent in martial arts is also extremely high. Vice-sect leader Jean personally promised to make you a core disciple in 1 year. I think it is because of this that you are not willing to give up martial arts and focus on talisman Taoism. However, don't think that you can easily master talisman Taoism and martial arts at the same time. However, it is not that I can't give you a chance. If you can prove that your talent in talisman Taoism is indeed extremely high, and you can cultivate martial arts at the same time without affecting your talisman Taoism, I will also allow you to retain your identity as sword faction leader and receive training from my enchantment hall. Hearing this, a trace of joy flashed across Lu Xian's face. As long as there was a chance, it would be good. He immediately asked, "May I ask, hall leader, how do I prove it?" "I will give you a month's time. If you can master the skill of talisman Taoism within a month, then it will prove that you are indeed a true genius in talisman Taoism." In order to make Lu Xian give up, the hall master gave a condition, and that was to let Lu Xian master the skill of inscribing talismans in the air within a month. When these words were spoken, Chen Xiaohan and Elder Feng both revealed shocked expressions. Even a true soul talisman master might not be able to master the skill of inscribing talismans in the air. When the hall master demonstrated to Lu Xian just now, he casually drew a talisman with a stroke, appearing to be incomparably easy. However, in reality, many low-level soul talisman masters could not master the skill of inscribing talismans in the air at the beginning. They needed to inscribe talismans on blank scrolls, and use talismans to fight. Currently, in the entire enchanting hall, there were no more than 5 people who had mastered the skill of inscribing talismans in the air, and these 5 people had all practiced the talisman Dao for more than 10 years. Among the disciples, there was not a single one who had mastered the skill of inscribing talismans in the air. Even Chen Xiaohan, who had learned from her father since young, could not use the skill of inscribing talismans in the air as she pleased. Elder Feng slightly hesitated and was about to speak, but after thinking about it, he took back his words. He somewhat understood the hall master's thoughts. He was forcing Lu Xian to make a decision, and let Lu Xian understand the difficulty of cultivating both talismans and martial arts. In a month's time, not only would Lu Xian understand the difficulty of cultivating both talismans and martial arts, it would also allow him to understand the profoundness of the talisman Dao. At that time, Lu Xian would very likely change his mind and focus on cultivating the talisman Dao. Although Elder Feng could understand, Chen Xiaohan's mind did not turn around, and she said, "Father, this is too difficult. In the entire enchanting hall, only you and a few elders have mastered it. How can Lu Xian learn it in a month's time? Why not let Lu Xian try cultivating both talismans and martial arts, maybe he can." The hall master could not help but laugh at Chen Xiaohan's words. He shook his head and said, "Child, you are indeed a girl who prefers her husband to her husband. How long have you known Lu Xian and you're already speaking up for him? I'm not trying to make things difficult for Lu Xian on purpose. In the path of cultivation, one wrong step will lead to another wrong step. Only when he understands the difficulty will he be able to make the right decision." Upon hearing the hall master's words, Chen Xiaohan's face reddened. Just as she was about to explain herself, Lu Xian's voice suddenly sounded. "Palace Master, is this the void inscription talisman you mentioned?" As Lu Xian's voice rang out, the hall master, Elder Feng, and Chen Xiaohan all turned to look at him at the same time. Their eyes widened abruptly and were filled with astonishment. They saw Lu Xian stretch out his finger and a thread of yuan power was emitted from the tip of his finger. As his finger moved in the air, it left behind sparkling and translucent lines of yuan power. What was strange was that under the guidance of Lu Xian's mental energy, these lines did not disappear but instead stayed in the air. Lu Xian's finger moved faster and faster, yet it did not tremble in the slightest. It was extremely stable as he added line after line until the entire talisman became incomparably complicated. It was the Berserk talisman that he had just inscribed. As the last talisman was added by Lu Xian, the entire Berserk talisman suspended in the air was instantly completed. With a flash of light, the entire talisman was completely inscribed. After finishing the talisman, Lu Xian's expression was as usual, as if he had done something as easy as lifting a finger. When he was at the 3rd layer of the body refinement realm, he was already able to inscribe the Berserk talisman in the air. Now that he was at the peak of the 5th layer of the body refinement realm, inscribing it was simply a piece of cake. However, this series of actions that seemed to be insignificant had completely shocked the 3 people present here. Although the Berserk talisman in the air had already started to gradually dissipate without Lu Xian's input of yuan power, the gazes of the 3 people were still glued to it for a long time. It was as if they could not believe what they had just witnessed. His strokes are steady, it is clear that his basic skills are incomparably solid. There is not even the slightest bit of yuan power leaking out. It is clear that the usage of mental energy has already been brought to the point of perfection. To be able to firmly lock on to the energy, this technique of inscribing talismans in the air has practically reached the advanced level. Elder Fong murmured. No one knew if she was talking to herself or if she was talking to the people present. After walking out of his shock, the hall master slowly turned his head and looked at Lu Xian with a complicated gaze. This is indeed the technique of inscribing talismans in the air. I never expected that you would actually be able to do it now. Furthermore, you are even more proficient than me in using it. This is too unbelievable. Qin Xiaohan's eyes were practically emitting little stars as she looked at Lu Xian. This move was too cool. Too unbelievable. Too worthy of worship. Lu Xian's technique of inscribing talismans in the air came from the memory fragments of the sword crystal, and it had already directly fused into his soul. Thus, strictly speaking, the technique of inscribing talismans in the air that he was using now couldn't be considered to be comprehended by himself. Instead, it was directly inherited from the sword crystal. Otherwise, no matter how heaven-defying Lu Xian was, it would be utterly impossible for him to attain this level after just a few practices. However, the hall master and the others were completely unaware of this. As far as they were concerned, it had only been 3 months since Lu Xian had come into contact with the art of enchantment. Not only did he have such a deep understanding of talismans, his basic skills were incomparably solid, he was even able to use inscribing talismans in the air to the point of perfection. What did this represent? It represented peerless natural talent. It was an unprecedented talent. Father, Lu Xian can now practice both talismans and martial arts, right? Qin Xiaohan couldn't help but speak up for Lu Xian again. For a moment, the hall master didn't even have the time to ridicule the fact that a grown girl couldn't be kept at home. He only nodded his head blankly. The scene of Lu Xian casually inscribing talismans still lingered in his mind. The shock it brought to him was too great. He had practiced talismans for 22 years, but up until now, his proficiency in the technique of inscribing talismans in the air was still not as good as that of Lu Xian, a newbie who had only learned for 3 months. This kind of stimulation was too intense. Closing his eyes and slowly letting out a breath, the hall master's gaze returned to normal. Lu Xian, your talent is too shocking. It can be said to be unprecedented. If your talent in martial arts isn't good enough, I will make you a member of the enchantment hall no matter what. If such a great talent is wasted, it will be a reckless waste of God's gift. However, your talent in martial arts is also excellent. I will naturally not make things difficult for you. Since you insist on choosing to practice both talismans and martial arts, I will give you this opportunity. Finally hearing the hall master's words, a trace of pleasant surprise flashed across Lu Xian's face. He said, Hall master, don't worry. Both martial arts and talismans are my desires. If I can't obtain both, I will naturally make a choice. Yes, even if that's the case, I still hope that you can focus on talismans. After all, from the current situation, it seems that your talent in talismans far surpasses your talent in martial arts. The hall master nodded his head as he spoke. Regarding this, Lu Xian naturally wouldn't explain much. To be honest, his talent in talismans may not necessarily be stronger than martial arts. After all, it could be said that he cheated just now. Becoming a talisman master doesn't necessarily mean that you will be able to grasp the skill of engraving talismans in the void. However, mastering the skill of engraving talismans in the void will definitely make you a talisman master. You have already grasped the skill of engraving talismans in the void. If you want to, you can become a true talisman master at any time. However, no matter what, the foundation is the most important. I don't agree with you learning talismans now. I hope that you will continue to engrave enchantment scrolls in the future. When you are able to engrave high-level enchantment runes as you please, at that time, you will be able to learn talismans twice the result with half the effort. The hall master said earnestly. He was worried that Lu Xian was a little complacent and didn't pay attention to the foundation. Therefore, he specifically reminded him. However, his worries were more than enough. Lu Xian knew the importance of the foundation more than anyone else. His mysterious iron sword technique relied on basic sword techniques. Don't worry, Hall Master. This disciple naturally understands this principle. However, this disciple's theory is very weak. Hall Master, please give me some pointers. How should I train next? Seeing that Lu Xian was neither arrogant nor rash, the Hall Master's eyes were filled with satisfaction. He couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation. Perhaps, if the enchantment hall wanted to maintain its outstanding position in the Windsword School, it would depend on Lu Xian. After a slight hesitation, the Hall Master opened his mouth again. Don't be in a hurry. Since you can't leave the sword sect and want to train in the enchantment hall, how about I accept you as a registered disciple? This will be very convenient for you, and it won't affect you in any way. A registered disciple was different from a formal disciple. It was more of a title. Lu Xian wanted the enchantment hall to train him with all its strength, but he couldn't join the enchantment hall. Naturally, he needed to find another kind of relationship. A master-disciple relationship was undoubtedly an extremely important one for a warrior. It's my wish. I don't dare to ask. Since the hall master is willing, this disciple is willing. Lu Xian bowed respectfully. The enchantment hall had an outstanding position, and the hall master's status was almost comparable to the deputy sect master of the Windsword School. With Lu Xian's current status, it was not a disgrace to him. When Lu Xian agreed, the hall master instantly laughed. To be able to accept such a talented disciple was undoubtedly a great joy in life. Since I accept you as a registered disciple, I need to let you know my name. My surname is Chen, and my name is Mo. There's no need to go through the formalities of apprenticeship. From now on, you and I will be master and disciple. The hall master waved his hand and said straightforwardly. Even though the temple master had told him not to go through the ceremony of acknowledging Lu Xian as his master, Lu Xian naturally knew what he had to do. He immediately knelt on both knees respectfully and bowed, saying, "Disciple Lu Xian pays respect to master." The hall master waved his hand and signaled Lu Xian to stand up. Chen Xiaohan giggled, walked over and pulled Lu Xian up. "Lu Xian, you have to call me senior sister from now on. I am my father's first disciple, you are the second." Lu Xian was speechless. He had no choice but to reluctantly say, "Greetings, senior sister," in a low voice. Seeing that Lu Xian was humiliated, Chen Xiaohan was undoubtedly more proud and happy. After the ceremony of apprenticeship, the hall master coughed twice and cleared his throat. "Before you practice talisman Taoism, let me tell you about the ranks of talisman masters. Talisman masters, according to the strength of their soul and the ranks of the talismans they can draw, are divided into 1 star to 10 stars. Above 10 stars are divine talisman masters. Divine talisman masters are too powerful and far away for me to see. However, as long as you can become a 6-star talisman master, even the head of the Windsword School will not be a match for you." A trace of astonishment flashed across Lu Xian's face. A 6-star talisman master was actually so powerful that even the Lord of Windsword School was no match for him. In Windsword School, just the inner sect elders alone were existences in the spirit refinement realm. The lowest was at the early stage of the spirit refinement realm, and above them were the core disciples. The Lord of Windsword School led the entire sect, and his strength was at least at the late stage of the spirit refinement realm, or even at the peak of the spirit refinement realm. His strength was so strong that Lu Xian, who was only at the 5th stage of the body refinement realm, could only look up to him. Ignoring Lu Xian's astonishment, the Lord continued, "A 1-star talisman master is equivalent to the 4th to 6th stage of the body refinement realm, a 2-star talisman master is equivalent to the 7th to 9th stage of the body refinement realm, and a 3-star talisman master is equivalent to the 10th to the peak of the body refinement realm, and if he can reach 4-star, then he is comparable to the early stage of the spirit refinement realm, and in a battle of the same level. Even the top 10 of the spirit refinement realm will not be your match." Glancing at Lu Xian, the Lord continued, "As long as you can reach the level of a 2-star talisman master, you will be able to look down on all the inner sect disciples, and with your strength in martial arts, even the so-called top 10 of the inner sect will not be your match." Lu Xian nodded his head. A 2-star talisman master was equivalent to the 7th to 9th stage of the body refinement realm, and even if he had just reached the level of a 2-star talisman master, he would have the strength to match the 7th stage of the body refinement realm. A talisman master's attack power was much higher than a martial artist's, and what the Lord said was not exaggerated at all. But thinking about it, it would not be easy to reach the level of a 2-star talisman master. Thinking of this, Lu Xian could not help but ask curiously, "May I ask, Master, what star talisman master are you now?" The Hall Master smiled but did not speak. Elder Feng laughed and said, "The Hall Master is the strongest person in our enchantment hall. He has already reached the level of a 5-star spiritual talisman master. Middle-stage spirit refinement realm warriors are no match for the Hall Master. Even if he encountered a late-stage spirit refinement realm warrior, he would still be able to fight." Hearing this, Lu Xian couldn't help but swallow his saliva. He didn't expect the palace lord to be so powerful. Among the people that Lu Xian knew, the most powerful one should be Elder Jean. As the vice palace lord, his strength must not be weak. However, he didn't know how powerful he was. The next strongest one would be Ninth Uncle. However, Ninth Uncle had just entered the middle stage of the spirit refining realm. He might not be able to take a single move from his cheap master. After stepping into the 4-star realm, every increase in star is equivalent to advancing a small realm. The 4-star realm corresponds to the early spirit refinement realm, the 5-star realm corresponds to the middle spirit refinement realm, and the 6-star realm corresponds to the late spirit refinement realm. The peak of the 6-star realm is enough to defeat a peak spirit refinement realm warrior and is invincible below the origin returning realm. Seeing that Lu Xian was interested, the Hall Master explained in detail. However, a new term that the Hall Master said immediately attracted Lu Xian's interest. Origin returning realm? Could it be the realm above the spirit refinement realm? Hearing this, the Hall Master laughed involuntarily. He didn't expect Lu Xian to keep asking questions. However, since he had asked, he explained, "The origin realm is indeed the realm above the spirit refinement realm. However, it is still too far away for you. You should know that there is not a single origin realm practitioner in the entire Wind Sword School. When you reach the origin realm, no one in the entire Wind Sword School will be your match. Alright, there is no need for you to understand too much. When the time comes, you will naturally understand. What you need to do now is to quickly build a solid foundation and step into the realm of a 1-star soul symbol master." Afraid that Lu Xian would continue asking, the Hall Master decisively stopped the topic and said to Qin Shaohan, "Shaohan, Lu Xian has just joined the enchanting hall. Bring him around and familiarize him with the surroundings. Also, arrange a quiet room for Lu Xian. If he needs any materials, feel free to take them." The Hall Master had indeed spared no effort in grooming Lu Xian. Enchanting materials that were extremely valuable to others were freely used by Lu Xian. As long as he could groom a soul symbol master, or even a high-class soul symbol master, these materials were truly nothing. After thinking for a moment, the Hall Master once again opened his mouth. "For the next period of time, you will stay with Lu Xian. Your theoretical knowledge is already very complete, while Lu Xian's understanding and usage of runes is stronger than yours. You two can learn from each other." With regards to the Hall Master's arrangements, Lu Xian naturally did not dare to reject. However, in his heart, he secretly thought that he should not offend this little girl. However, since Qin Shaohan had followed the Hall Master for so many years and had so many elders, her theoretical knowledge should be very complete and should be sufficient to guide him. After hearing her father's order, Qin Shaohan immediately kept the berserk scroll that Lu Xian had given her. She walked to his side and said, "Let's go, I will first bring you to a quiet room." As he followed Qin Shaohan out the door, she waved the scroll in her hand and said, "How about lending this scroll to me for a few days?" It was naturally impossible to see how an enchanter had inscribed the runes on a completed enchanting scroll and then imitate it. However, Lu Xian's scroll contained a lot of his understanding of runes, as well as his unique usage. It was enough for Qin Shaohan to carefully feel and comprehend it. Hearing this, Lu Xian rubbed his nose and said, "As long as you don't hold a grudge against me, not to mention lending it to you, I can even give it to you." Qin Shaohan's face flashed with joy. "Really? Then it's a deal, give it to me. Seeing that you are so generous, I will be magnanimous and not argue with you." After saying this, she stretched out her hand and patted her not-so-majestic chest, looking quite like a big sister. Chen Xiaohan was indeed not a little girl who held a grudge. After receiving the scroll from Lu Xian previously mocked her for having a small chest. She let go of the matter. Along the way, she constantly asked Lu Xian about some things in the inner sect, as well as about his cultivation of enchanting magic. She appeared to be very naive. She was slightly younger than Lu Xian, having just turned 16. She usually followed her father or the elders to learn enchanting magic and rarely went out. Her temperament still retained a childlike innocence, and she was very easy to fool. As they joked, Lu Xian also felt that this little girl was quite interesting. Of course, it was only interesting, not to say that he liked her. He was not the kind of person who would be unable to move when he saw a beautiful woman. Well, as Yao Lei often said, as a man, you can be affectionate, but you can't be promiscuous. Under Chen Xiaohan's arrangements, a private quiet room was quickly arranged for Lu Xian. In this quiet room, not only was there a table for practicing runes, there was also a simple bed for people to rest. Inscribing runes consumed a lot of mental strength, so if he was tired, he could rest here. Are you going to practice crafting talismans or something else? Chen Xiaohan asked. The temple master had asked her to be in charge of looking after Lu Xian for the next few days, so she would naturally do her best. Lu Xian pondered for a moment, then opened his mouth and said, "Do you have any books on enchanting magic? It doesn't need to be very profound, it's best if it's some basic concepts, as well as things related to the use of runes." "Oh yes, I also need a book on inscribing high-level enchanting runes." Before practicing, he wanted to build a solid foundation and supplement his basic knowledge. At the same time, he would take a look at the high-level enchanting runes in preparation for practicing talismans. Chen Xiaohan pondered for a moment, then asked Lu Xian to wait while she went out to look for the books he needed. After staying in the enchanting magic hall for so many years, it was likely that even an ordinary attendant might not be as knowledgeable as her. For the dignified temple master's daughter to be an assistant to Lu Xian, it was enough to give Lu Xian face. Not long after, Chen Xiaohan hugged a large pile of books and placed them in front of Lu Xian. After roughly looking through them, Lu Xian was overjoyed. These books were very complete and were exactly what he needed. It seemed that this lass was quite reliable. Ignoring Chen Xiaohan beside him, he sat down and began to read the book. Once he started doing something, Lu Xian would completely immerse himself in it. This way, not only would he be able to save the most time, it would also greatly increase his efficiency. The books were flipped page by page. If there was something he didn't understand, Lu Xian would carefully read and ponder. If there was something he knew, or something that existed in the sword crystal's memory, he would quickly flip through it. After reading a book, Lu Xian would put it to the side. Unknowingly, the pile of books at the side grew taller and taller, while the number of books in front of him decreased. After an unknown period of time, when Lu Xian finished reading the last book, he stood up and stretched his body. Looking at the light outside the window, Lu Xian was a little stunned. He felt that he had been reading for a long time. Why wasn't the sky dark yet? Just when he was surprised, the door of the quiet room was suddenly pushed open. It was Chen Xiaohan. However, when he saw Chen Xiaohan in front of him, a strange feeling emerged in Lu Xian's heart. He didn't know why, but he felt that something was wrong. Seeing that Lu Xian was still sitting in front of the table, Chen Xiaohan was very surprised and said, "You haven't slept yet?" "Sleep? The sky is still so bright, how can I sleep?" Lu Xian was even more puzzled than her. Chen Xiaohan was slightly taken aback, but soon burst into laughter. She gave Lu Xian a thumbs up and said, "I really admire you. You actually read for an entire day and night?" After listening to Chen Xiaohan's words, Lu Xian realized that his feeling was not wrong. He had indeed been reading for a long time. At this moment, it wasn't that the sky wasn't dark yet, but that it was already dark and then bright again. An entire day and night had passed. This quiet room was inlaid with a lot of sunlight stones. Under the light of the sunlight stones, Lu Xian couldn't help but feel that it was dark outside. At this moment, he finally understood why he had such a strange feeling when he saw Chen Xiaohan. It was because yesterday, Chen Xiaohan was wearing a light yellow dress. Today, she had changed into a pure white dress. Looking at Lu Xian's silly appearance, Chen Xiaohan couldn't help but shake her head. However, her heart was filled with admiration. No wonder Lu Xian was so amazing. In just a short 3 months, he was able to reach this level. This kind of learning spirit made her feel inferior. Wait a moment, I'll go get you something to eat. Hearing this, Lu Xian immediately felt his stomach protesting. Rubbing his stomach, he said, then hurry up, I'm hungry. Qin Xiaohan rolled her eyes at him. Fine, you even came to my enchantment hall to act like a lord. Although she said this, she still quickly walked out. First, it was because of her father's orders. Second, it was because she couldn't bear to see Lu Xian work so hard. End of chapter 138. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.